Gu Feng never anticipated that in the blink of an eye, he would transition from battling otherworldly beasts on the battlefield to experiencing a miraculous rebirth. What must it be like to share a table with the resolute Empress a decade ago? With a mischievous grin, Gu Feng resolved to protect her, assist her, and ensure no one dares to bully her. He would oversee her meals and accommodations, ultimately introducing her to his parents. Ding. The System Awakens. Chapter 1. Rebirth. Jiangnan City. Jiangnan No. 1 High School, Class 3 of the senior year. As the first rays of morning sunlight kissed Gu Feng's face, he realized he was no longer the brawny lad he once was. Haha. This sensation is utterly delightful. Suddenly, a piece of chalk was deftly propelled toward him, accompanied by an exasperated shout. Gu Feng. What nonsense are you babbling about over there? Stand up. With a jolt, Gu Feng wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth with his tingling arm and stared up in confusion. Had he truly been reborn? Dita Huang? You're alive. How splendid. Gu Feng pointed incredulously at his homeroom teacher, Huang Hai. He recalled the poignant scene of Huang Hai heroically sacrificing himself to protect his students during the beast tide and felt a pang of sorrow. Huang Hai's expression darkened. Oh, you genuinely believe I am dead? Or did you merely dream of my demise? With a thud, he struck the blackboard with his teaching stick. What is this problem about? You answer it. Rubbing his eyes, Gu Feng staggered to his feet, ready to speak. However, Huang Hai furrowed his brow and impatiently waved his hand. Enough. I won't make it difficult for you. Just read the question aloud, and you may sit down. This was a gracious concession from Huang Hai. Following his instruction, Gu Feng turned to the blackboard, his gaze instinctively bypassing the seemingly challenging yet deceptively simple geometry problem, instead landing on the bold chalk letters beside it, which he read aloud. College entrance examination countdown. 99 days. What the heck? What's going on? I just returned, and there are only 99 days until the revival of spiritual energy? Are you kidding me? Ha ha ha. The room erupted in laughter. Revival of spiritual energy? Has he been reading too many novels? Gu Feng, which book are you reading? Recommend it to me. I'm running out of reading material. Gu Feng sighed, disregarding the jest of his classmates. In the era of spiritual energy revival, he was at least a mediocre awakened one, while most of his peers were even less capable than he. Realizing Gu Feng was not cut out for academics, Huang Hai resignedly gestured for him to sit. Bei Xiener, you answer. With those words, all eyes shifted to the class beauty, Bei Xiener, who was met with envious and covetous gazes. Only Gu Feng silently turned his attention to his deskmate. While the rest of the class mocked him, she remained the sole girl in silence. The future empress, Luo Yixue. She possessed skin as delicate and smooth as snow, her bright, pure eyes sparkling, and her red lips revealing a perfect set of teeth, while her worn JK uniform concealed her remarkable figure. The simple white stockings did little justice to her long, slender legs, which were nothing short of breathtaking. Currently, she held the title of the school flower at Jiangnan No. 1 High School, characterized as a diligent and earnest scholar. Despite sitting at the same table, their interactions were minimal. Throughout their 3 years of high school, their conversations could be counted on one hand. Conversely, on future battlefields, Luo Yixue had saved them on multiple occasions. Although Gu Feng had the potential for awakening, he was the least gifted E-rank awakened one. Teacher, I don't know. Bei Xiener stole a glance at the blackboard and replied in a sweet, delicate voice. Sit down. Huang Hai sighed in resignation, allowing Bei Xiener to take her seat. Luo Yixue, you come. Luo Yixue stood up, her calm gaze sweeping the blackboard, and she swiftly provided the correct answer. Yet this beautiful and kind-hearted girl, who excelled in all respects, was not particularly popular at Jiangnan No. 1 High School. At that moment, she seemed to sense the intense gaze following her, causing her usually cool demeanor to flush with warmth, her cheeks tinged a rosy hue. Gu Feng couldn't help but smirk. How had he never noticed before? The usually aloof and indifferent Empress had such an endearing side. Indeed, he questioned whether his previous self had been foolish enough to believe the malicious gossip spread by Bei Xiener and her ilk. The rumors of Luo Yixue being kept by a wild man, her apparent coldness being merely an act, and accusations of her attending school by day and selling her body by night. All of it was sheer slander. They were merely envious of her academic prowess, her stunning figure, and her beauty. They bullied her for being orphaned, for her kindness, and for her poverty, ostracizing and isolating her. In that moment, an overwhelming fury surged within Gu Feng. He yearned to obliterate anyone who had ever wronged Luo Yixue. Even the ants at home deserved to have their legs broken. And he would knock out the teeth of the stone lions at the entrance. All because Luo Yixue had saved his life multiple times. In this life, he could not turn a blind eye to her affairs. Ding. Detected that the host's fondness for the future Empress exceeds 50. Activating the Supreme Treasure System. Task. Please convince the Empress to be your girlfriend within 99 days, and your talent will be upgraded to SSS level. System. Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly accepted the arrival of the system. According to the task details, within 99 days, he must successfully persuade the Empress to become his girlfriend, that, if successful, his talent would ascend from being a mediocre fighter to a remarkable one. In his previous life, his talent level was E, which meant he would leapfrog directly past A, B, C, D, S, and SS, straight to the pinnacle. Accept the task. A slight smile graced Gu Feng's lips as he eagerly agreed. Ding! Detected that the host's interaction with the Empress will trigger various uncontrollable factors. Therefore, the system decides to reward the host with a barrel of concentrated spiritual spring. Concentrated spiritual spring? What is that? As the sound faded, Gu Feng suddenly felt a hard object against his toes, as if he had kicked something. Looking down, he was astonished to discover a sizable water bucket materializing beneath his desk. Within it lay a mysterious, transparent liquid. Is this the concentrated spirit spring? How does one utilize it? Upon consumption of this spirit spring, the host will temporarily gain awakening power. Talent strength increased tenfold. Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback. A tenfold increase in strength. Could he, with a single punch, shatter 5 Tysons? This implied that, before the resurgence of spiritual energy, he could essentially reign supreme in this world like a dragon. Matters settled with money were trivial. Those resolved by sheer strength were what truly defined a man. This substance possesses such immense benefits. It surely has no adverse effects, correct? For instance, will it cause diarrhea, baldness, stunted growth, or any developmental issues? Gu Feng continued to inquire. After all, this was an entirely novel entity to him, and he deemed it essential to seek clarity. And please trust that this system operates with absolute integrity and reliability, with no deceit towards the young or the old. Usage, once a day. Gu Feng furrowed his brow slightly. Once a day. What if the duration did not suffice? Increasing the frequency would be futile. What if it were twice a day? Virtual. How virtual? Unable to stand. Beep. Countdown initiated. The system will enter a hidden state in 10 seconds, automatically reappearing upon task completion. What if the task remains unfulfilled, considered a failure? Consequently, the system will trigger an annihilation directive, erasing all traces of existence. Wishing the host good fortune, farewell. Before Gu Feng could utter another word, silence enveloped his mind. Simultaneously, a faint groan reached his ears. Turning his head, he was startled to find Luo Yishu furrowing her brow, her small hands pressed tightly against her abdomen. Ji Feng narrowed his eyes, suddenly reminded of something by the scene before him. Calculating in his mind, he realized that today was, in fact, the day of the Empress's calamity. Chapter 2. He probably doesn't like me, right? Without much thought, Gu Feng rose from his seat and headed outside. Gu Feng, where do you think you're going? Huang Hai. His teacher called out sternly as he observed Gu Feng's rebellious demeanor. Instantly, all eyes in the classroom converged on the boy who had dared to stand up. Just that day, Mr. Huang had emphasized the strict prohibition against taking leave without exceptional circumstances, especially as they prepared for the impending Gaokao exams. Was Gu Feng challenging Mr. Huang's authority? A ripple of anticipation spread among the students as they watched the unfolding scene. Only one girl cast a worried glance at Gu Feng. Her pale complexion betrayed her discomfort, and her lips parted as if to speak, yet no words emerged. Meanwhile, Gu Feng paused, blinking as he recalled that class was still in session. Teacher, I'm going to the restroom, he stated nonchalantly, with humanity on the brink of extinction. What was the point of adhering to classroom decorum? His words, albeit casual, were a veiled act of defiance against the constraints imposed by the school. In a mere 99 days, spiritual energy would awaken, and myriad beings would rise. In that scenario, it would be strength that dictated survival, rendering the Gaokao almost irrelevant. Mr. Huang's expression darkened, clearly caught off guard by Gu Feng's boldness. He glanced at his watch, irritation creeping into his voice. There are only 5 minutes left until class ends. Can't you hold it for a little while longer? One must heed nature's call, Gu Feng retorted, his impatience evident. Besides, whether I attend or not makes no difference to you or the class. His words left Mr. Huang momentarily speechless, as if Gu Feng's presence had diminished his authority significantly. Mr. Huang stared at Gu Feng, astonished by the transformation before him. He couldn't quite articulate what had changed, but it was clear that Gu Feng's demeanor had shifted. It was as though, despite his brusque tone, Gu Feng's arguments held a semblance of validity. It was worth noting that Gu Feng hailed from a privileged background, with substantial assets inherited from his deceased parents, which placed him far above his peers. In essence, as long as he refrained from squandering his inheritance, he would never have to worry about sustenance for the rest of his life. For him, The Gaokao held little significance, while others sought to alter their fates through it. He merely participated to fulfill a requirement. Yet, allowing Gu Feng to depart so easily would leave Mr. Huang's dignity in tatters. He began, but was cut off by the icy glare Gu Feng directed at him, causing Mr. Huang's heart to race as if he were prey before a predator. Go ahead, but remember to submit your assignments, he stammered. Thank you, teacher, Gu Feng replied, a faint smirk gracing his lips as he vanished through the classroom door. Mr. Huang shook his head in a mix of frustration and bewilderment. How had he allowed himself to feel fear in the presence of a student? He couldn't quite fathom why, but an instinct urged him that preventing Gu Feng's exit could lead to dire consequences. Forget it. There are only a few days until the Gaokao. I'll endure it, he muttered to himself. As Gu Feng strolled out, a wave of disappointment washed over his classmates. When he returned, the bell signaling the end of class rang just as he entered, a bulging convenience bag in hand, the contents unknown. Upon reaching the threshold of the classroom, an uproar ensued. Lu Ishua, can you not have a shred of decency? One student scolded. The teacher just said no absences unless absolutely necessary. And here you are asking for one. Do you think this school belongs to your family? Beishiner, this is my issue. It hardly requires your interference. The teacher specified no absences without special circumstances, and I'm not feeling well. Why shouldn't I be allowed to take leave? Lu Ishua shot back, her voice tinged with indignation. Beishiner's face turned a mix of green and red with anger. You have the energy to retort. You seem just fine to me. Do you have a doctor's note? As Gu Feng reached the door, he caught sight of Lu Ishua standing there, visibly distressed, her lips pressed together tightly, evoking a sense of sympathy. Just then, Mr. Huang emerged to mediate the escalating conflict. Beishiner, mind your manners when speaking to your classmates, he admonished. At this, Beishiner crossed her arms defiantly. What, have I said something wrong? Are we not allowed to express our opinions? Just because she excels in her studies. You can't show favoritism. Beishiner will state it outright. If Lu Ishua gets to take leave, then I want one too. I'm not feeling well either. She exchanged knowing glances with her classmates. Teacher, I feel dizzy. I'd like to take leave as well. Me too, came a chorus of voices. Enough. What do you think this place is? No one is allowed to take leave today. That's final. Mr. Huang's voice cut through the chaos, cold and authoritative. He turned to Lu Ishua, weariness etched on his face. Ishua, I must agree with Beishiner to some extent. You don't appear too unwell. Why not just hold on a bit longer? If everyone takes leave, the class discipline will inevitably crumble. Lu Ishua bowed her head, her long, dark eyelashes fluttering slightly. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. Teacher, I suppose I can manage a little longer. Beisian's face lit up with triumph. Mr. Huang exited, only to collide with Gu Feng, who entered just then. Their eyes met, and Mr. Huang, feeling an unsettling sense of guilt, quickly averted his gaze. Was Gu Feng mocking him? It was absurd. How could he possibly feel intimidated by a student? I'll just let this slide, he muttered, almost fleeing the classroom. Gu Feng returned to his seat, his expression somber, his mood dampened. In his recollections, the future Empress was not so easily swayed. Characters like Beishiner would never have dared to speak so brazenly in her presence, for even to meet her gaze would have been a privilege reserved for the worthy. It seemed that in this instance, circumstances had shifted, and strength indeed dictated the terms of engagement. What delicious treats did you bring, Gu Feng? Beishiner greeted him cheerfully as he settled back in. Everyone knew of her fondness for Gu Feng, yet he had always maintained a dispassionate demeanor, seemingly indifferent to her affections. Gu Feng regarded her with newfound clarity. How had he not perceived her insincerity before? The memory of once accepting a drink from her made him almost wretched. Beishiner, mistaking his silence for interest, beamed with anticipation, only for Gu Feng to scoff derisively and hand the convenience bag to Lu Ishua. This is for you. Lu Ishua stared in disbelief for a moment, ensuring that Gu Feng hadn't mistaken her for someone else. When she caught a glimpse of the bag as contents, her cheeks flared crimson. How'd he know I needed this? Her thoughts raced uncontrollably. Could it be that his earlier defiance of the teacher was a pretext to obtain this for her? Could it be that he actually harbored feelings for her? Beishiner was left utterly dumbfounded. She had just witnessed Gu Feng's disdainful glare directed at her, yet she was unwilling to accept the reality. There was no reason for Gu Feng to despise her. So what did it mean that he had given the bag to Lu Yixue? Her affection for him, her desire to support him? Utterly impossible. These two hardly exchanged a word. So how could they possibly be together? How could Gu Feng possibly have any interest in this impoverished girl? Chapter 3. A Rescue. Thank you, Gu Feng. But how did you know I needed this? Luo Yixue's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of panic as she asked in a timid voice. I just guessed. Gu Feng pondered for a moment before replying. You bring a cup of brown sugar water to class every second Thursday of the month. Am I right? I went to the supermarket to buy some water, but had no change, so I brought you a few packets of this. Oh, Luo Yixue murmured softly. Well, I just grabbed whatever, not sure if it's what you wanted. Look, the shopkeeper said it could be exchanged. Gu Feng continued nonchalantly. No, there's no need to exchange it. Noticing several curious gazes directed their way, Luo Yixue felt her cheeks flush and lowered her voice even further. Thank you, Gu Feng. How much is it? I can transfer the money to you. Gu Feng merely smiled, unconcerned. Just take it for now. We could discuss the money later. With that, he naturally dozed off, resting his head on the desk. Seeing this, Luo Yixue didn't press the matter further. After much hesitation, she cautiously retrieved a small item from the bag, her movements delicate, afraid of waking the person beside her. Her flushed cheeks bore a mix of shyness and warmth. Witnessing this scene, Bei Xian'er felt a surge of jealousy ignite within her. The exchanged glances between the two revealed that Gu Feng was not disinterested in girls, but rather in her specifically. It dawned on her that Gu Feng's attentiveness was not absent towards women, but simply not directed at her. Especially upon noticing that Gu Feng had given Luo Yixue a necessity that women require monthly, her expression darkened further. Luo Yixue, why does she deserve Gu Feng's favor? Does she even measure up? Bei Xian'er begrudgingly acknowledged that Luo Yixue's grades surpassed hers slightly, and her appearance was undeniably impeccable. Even her modest diet had resulted in a more generous figure than Bei Xian'er's. But so what? Was Luo Yixue's hair as silky as hers? Did she possess greater wealth? The designer handbags and skincare products Bei Xian'er owned could easily cover Luo Yixue's living expenses for an entire year. Was it possible that in the eyes of those boys, even a single toe of Luo Yixue could outshine her? The injustice and resentment churned within Bei Xian'er. A woman abandoned by her biological father and scorned by her adoptive father, nothing more than a wretched creature. A woman with an uncertain future, bound to be sold off by her gambling father to settle debts. She was unworthy of comparison. At that moment, as Luo Yixue approached the classroom door, she was abruptly intercepted. Yixue, I still don't understand the problem the teacher just explained. Could you help me clarify it? The person blocking her was Bei Xian'er's close friend and confidant. Both girls feigned an earnest desire for assistance, obstructing Luo Yixue's path. Simultaneously, a wave of discomfort surged within Luo Yixue's abdomen. I can help, but I need to step out for a moment first. Can I explain when I return? Luo Yixue said, suppressing her discomfort. That won't do. The assignment is due soon. Why not explain it to us first? Yes, Yixue. You wouldn't be withholding information just because you're the only one in the class who understands this problem, would you? Reluctantly, Luo Yixue acquiesced to explain the problem to the two girls. It was then that an exclamation erupted from behind her. Oh my, Yixue, your skirt! A girl gasped, hands covering her mouth in shock. The sudden commotion drew the attention of many, who subtly glanced towards Luo Yixue's backside. A crimson stain gradually seeped through the fabric. Unnoticed by Luo Yixue, many onlookers displayed expressions of schadenfreude, whispering and pointing at her. The murmurs quickly made it clear to Luo Yixue what had occurred. In an instant, her eyes brimmed with tears, yet she bit her lip to stave off the flood. Yixue, why are you crying? It's just your period. What's the big deal? If you don't want to help, that's fine. There's no need to make it seem like we're bullying you, one girl scoffed, while Bei Xian'er stepped in, feigning concern. Oh, that makes sense. I thought so. Someone on their period wouldn't engage in such activities. Unbeknownst to them, everyone had learned of Luo Yixue's gambling father. The activities Bei Xian'er insinuated were all too clear. The spectacle was perpetuated by those eager for drama, Some boys even laughed, joining in the ridicule. With that much debt your uncle owes, what could possibly pay it off? What else could it be but something unsavory? I hear that loan company has ties to the underworld. How long would it take to repay that? Enough. At that moment, Luo Yixue could no longer contain herself. Tears cascaded down her beautiful face as she stood her ground, her voice ringing clear as she defended herself. I moved out from my uncle's long ago. I haven't done any of the things you allege. Every cent I earn is through honest labor, despite her fervent and stubborn defense. She understood well that those who sought to disparage her would not relent easily. The experiences of this period had unveiled the hypocrisy and coldness of the world to her. In her desolation, anyone would take the opportunity to trample on her. With no family to rely on, she could only passively endure the slander and insults. Luo Yixue clung to the hope that once the college entrance exams were over, everything would improve. The air hung heavy with silence for a few moments. Bei Xian'er suddenly lifted her delicate chin, smiling as she spoke. We all want to believe you, but there's one question I hope you can clarify for us, Yixue. How do you manage your tuition fees? Although the school provides some tuition waivers for outstanding students from financially challenged families, the remaining balance still exceeds 10,000. On top of rent and living expenses, Bei Xian'er harbored no belief that Luo Yixue could afford it all through part-time work. A glint of mockery flashed in Bei Xian'er's eyes. Also, Yixue, I heard you recently got a new phone. Could you explain where it came from? It wasn't a gift from some kind-hearted guy while you were working part-time, was it? Laughter erupted from the sidelines. Where can I find such a guy? Please introduce me. Luo Yixue clenched her fists, her frail frame trembling with indignation. This phone was merely an old one she purchased for 200 yuan from her aunt. How had it transformed into a new device, in Bei Xian'er's words? What incensed her further was Bei Xian'er's insinuation of an inappropriate relationship with boys. You're talking nonsense. This phone is, as she spoke halfway through, Luo Yixue suddenly felt utterly exhausted, a profound realization dawning upon her. No matter how fervently she defended herself, she would be vilified and undermined. People would rather believe the fabrication spun by Bei Xian'er than accept the truth she presented. In light of this, what was the purpose of continuing to speak? Enveloped in despair, her mindset gradually shifted to one of cold detachment as she regarded those around her with an icy gaze. What did it matter if she was slandered or ostracized? Those attempts to crush her would only serve to fortify her resolve. The innocent shall remain untainted, she thought, even as the words lingered unspoken, accompanied by a voice imbued with conviction. A resounding slap echoed throughout the classroom. Bei Xian'er, you ought to silence yourself. In an instant, everyone's pupils constricted, mouths agape in shock as all eyes converged on the imposing figure. Although Bei Xian'er's academic prowess and beauty fell slightly short of Luo Yixue's, she was still a worthy contender for the title of class beauty. Yet, Feng had actually struck Bei Xian'er. Chapter 4. The Truth Behind the Tuition Sponsorship. Without a trace of pity, Feng delivered a sharp slap to Bei Xian'er's face. What a bold move, she exclaimed, clutching her swollen cheek, indignantly crying out. Feng, have you lost your mind? On what grounds do you strike me? Feng regarded her coldly, gesturing toward Luo Yixue. And who is responsible for her tuition? How did she acquire her phone? What business is that of yours? He continued, if you wish to tarnish someone's reputation, you'd better bring forth some evidence. Immediately following this, Feng's piercing gaze swept the room. From this day forth, if anyone dares to speak ill of others in my presence, they should prepare to face my wrath. Standing tall at over 6 feet, Feng's menacing demeanor and frigid tone sent shivers down the spines of all who heard him. His staunch defense of Luo Yixue thoroughly shattered Bei Xian'er's composure. Feng, you accuse me of slandering Luo Yixue. What proof do you have? Speak up, she shouted defiantly, her desperation palpable as she demanded that he provide evidence. This was the first time Bei Xian'er had ever tasted such humiliation. Without any evidence, Feng had no right to claim that she had defamed Luo Yixue. He must apologize to her. This was Bei Xian'er's only path to reclaiming her dignity. And she held Luo Yixue accountable for the slap she had received. For every blow dealt to her, she felt compelled to repay Luo Yixue tenfold. Evidence, you say? I happen to have some. Gu Feng smirked slightly. Bei Xian'er paused, her expression shifting as she realized that the slap she had just endured might have been for naught. You were asking where my tuition comes from? It was sponsored by Gu Feng. At that moment, Luo Yixue, with a complex expression, spoke up. In truth, she had long been aware of Gu Feng's assistance with her tuition. Had it not been for a serendipitous occasion when she was assigned to organize documents in the school's archive, she might have remained oblivious. She had inadvertently stumbled upon Gu Feng's name on the sponsorship list and recognized his handwriting immediately. Her heart had begun to waver at that moment. Gu Feng, surprised, rubbed his nose. How had she discovered this? Was this perhaps the reason he had been repeatedly rescued by the Empress in his previous life? Planting good seeds reaped good fruits? For some reason, he felt an inexplicable twinge of disappointment. Ah, so that was it. He had thought the Empress had taken a liking to him. Indeed, it is I who sponsored Yixue's tuition, he affirmed. The classmates had yet to fully grasp the implications of this revelation when Gu Feng continued. In this class, I have sponsored 2 girls, including those in this school. I have supported a total of 10 students. Since the truth was out, Gu Feng chose to lay it bare. Rather than supporting many students, he had originally intended to assist only Luo Yixue. He opted for anonymity out of concern that she might refuse direct assistance. He had to admit that regardless of Bei Xian'er's slanders, Luo Yixue had always held a special place in his heart, viewed through a lens of admiration. Headstrong, diligent, aloof, reserved, and extraordinarily beautiful. He had sponsored multiple students to alleviate the pressure on Luo Yixue should she ever uncover the truth. He simply wanted to see her as his equal, not as a self-doubting girl. Thus, to support Luo Yixue, he had sponsored several others. If you don't believe me, you can ask the principal. He is aware of this. Wow, so my tuition was sponsored by you. How amazing, exclaimed another girl who had received financial aid, tears of gratitude streaming down her face. If not for you, I might have had to start working in a factory long ago. Overwhelmed with emotion, she yearned to rush forward and embrace Gu Feng, were it not for the fact that Luo Yixue and Bei Xian'er, both stunningly beautiful, stood beside him. Gu Feng smirked. It's nothing, just a small sum. He couldn't help but feel a surge of joy from the admiration he garnered for his good deeds. Let me share another piece of news. Yixue has been helping me with extra lessons lately. So, if anyone dares to bring this up again and disrupt my studies, they should brace themselves for my displeasure. With this warning, the farcical scene finally approached its conclusion. Throughout Gu Feng's speech, Luo Yixue's beautiful eyes remained fixed upon him. How wonderful it would be if the disparity between them were not so vast. Luo Yixue momentarily lost her train of thought, suddenly catching a whiff of a refreshing scent, only to realize that a large male school uniform had been draped over her shoulders. It was Gu Feng. He had removed his own jacket and placed it over her, perfectly concealing her rear. A wave of warmth surged through her heart. Seeing that Luo Yixue did not recoil from his gesture, Gu Feng felt a sense of relief. He had worried that his abrupt action might have displeased the Empress. Fortunately, after a series of developments, his cloak had finally been successfully laid over her. This marked a splendid beginning. The grateful gaze Luo Yixue cast upon him ignited within Gu Feng a unique sense of achievement and desire for conquest. Meanwhile, the eyes of everyone turned toward Luo Yixue had shifted dramatically, evolving from disdain and contempt to astonishment and envy. Who was Gu Feng? At Jiangnan High School, he commanded respect, and if he wished, he could easily disregard anyone. Now that Luo Yixue had aligned herself with such a formidable ally, who would dare cross her? Gu Feng's stance was clear. To oppose Luo Yixue was to oppose him. Could it be that they are developing feelings for each other? It seems highly likely. Indeed, it appears that Gu Gongzi and Luo Xiaohua are quite a match. Just as whispers filled the air, a furtive figure attempted to stealthily slip away. Baixian Apologitza. A cold, commanding voice suddenly made Bei Xian'er tremble, halting her steps. Gu Feng, I am sorry. She turned around, her voice quivering with fear. She had never encountered such a terrifying gaze. It was genuinely dreadful, and her intuition warned her that if she did not apologize, Gu Feng would undoubtedly prevent her from leaving this door. The sting from the slap he had given her still lingered, and Bei Xian'er finally conceded. Yet, Gu Feng appeared far from satisfied. It seems you have mistaken the recipient of your apology, Gu Feng remarked icily. Bei Xian'er's expression shifted, her face adorned with a forced smile. Apologizing to Luo Yixue felt more excruciating than death itself. Chapter 5. I don't believe it, unless I see your legs. I am sorry. Bei Xian'er lowered her head, feeling a sense of indignation, yet she spoke up. Apologizing to Luo Yixue would render her the laughingstock of the entire class. However, failing to apologize would surely make her the subject of ridicule throughout the school. A flicker of complexity shone in Luo Yixue's beautiful eyes. Confronted with the respect Gu Feng had fought for on her behalf, she found herself at a loss for how to respond. Should she forgive or not? How should she articulate her thoughts? It's all right, as long as we keep our distance moving forward. Let's all disperse. She did not expect Bei Xian'er's apology to be genuine. She merely hoped that Bei Xian'er would not trouble her in the future, and that alone would suffice. Gu Feng cast a bewildered glance at the girl. Is that it? Just keeping our distance? I mean, could you not embody the decisive aura of an empress for just a moment? You let Bei Xian'er off the hook with such ease? Gu Feng, hands in pockets, felt exasperated. He couldn't possibly instruct her on how to retaliate against those who bullied her after Luo Yixue finished speaking. Could he? The current empress was still too naive. Gu Feng, you see, Yixue has already forgiven me. Can I leave now? Bei Xian'er anxiously inquired, yet her feet remained rooted in place. She knew Gu Feng was the true arbiter here. Since you have apologized, I may overlook past grievances. However, you should understand what is expected of you moving forward. Gu Feng stated coldly. I understand. I assure you, this incident will not repeat itself. She realized that Gu Feng was now aligned with Luo Yixue. Seeking trouble with Luo Yixue would be tantamount to courting misfortune. With the college entrance exams looming, she had no desire to further offend Gu Feng. Gu Feng waved his hand, and Bei Xian'er felt as if she had been granted a reprieve. His public insistence on her apology served as a reminder to others. For the foreseeable future, no one should dare to trouble Luo Yixue again. Soon, the crowd dispersed. In an instant, Gu Feng transformed, lazily yawning as he returned to his seat, assuming a comfortable position to continue lounging. Luo Yixue felt her cheeks flush. Throughout the morning, she had been seeking the right moment to express her gratitude to Gu Feng. However, Gu Feng seemed entirely indifferent, sleeping through class and even after it, as if nothing had transpired. Gu Feng understood that a girl like Luo Yixue possessed her own pride. While it was easy to become ordinary friends with such a girl, advancing further required patience. Individuals from unfortunate backgrounds tend to have sensitive and fragile psyches. Suddenly approaching them with excessive warmth might be misconstrued as ulterior motives. It was best to let things unfold naturally, subtly nurturing the relationship. What he desired was not merely a thank you from Luo Yixue, but something much deeper. Ding, ding, ding. As the final bell rang, students rose en masse from their seats, heading towards the cafeteria, snack street, and various dining establishments. Gu Feng, class is over, wake up. In his dreams, Gu Feng vaguely sensed someone gently nudging him twice. After years of battling beasts, his reflexes had become exceptionally sharp. Before he even opened his eyes, he instinctively grasped the wrist of the person who had prodded him. Simultaneously, a girl's pained gasp, accompanied by a delicate fragrance, wafted into his nostrils. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself staring at a beautiful, flushed face, imbued with a blend of indignation and clarity. Gu Feng was momentarily stunned, but soon enough, he regained his composure and grinned. Empress, are you here to rescue me again? With a chuckle, the breeze brushed against his lips, leaving a cool sensation. Did I disturb your slumber? Luo Yixue's face turned crimson, a struggle evident upon it. After a full 3 seconds, Gu Feng finally comprehended. Damn, he had made a mistake. He was reborn, not trapped in that brutal world of the survival of the fittest. As he released her wrist, he noticed that not only was it red, but there also seemed to be a trace of his saliva lingering there. How embarrassing. Yixue, I truly apologize. I just had a nightmare. I hope I didn't hurt you. Luo Ishue shook her head, offering Gu Feng a tissue. After hesitating, she retrieved another for herself. You seem quite exhausted. Luo Ishue slightly furrowed her brows. The Empress Gu Feng referred to as a character from fantasy novel. Staying up late reading novels isn't good for your health, she mused. Gu Feng's lips twitched. He was indeed fatigued, but it wasn't due to reading. He simply hadn't experienced such a peaceful sleep in ages. In his previous life, he had battled that beast for over 10 grueling days and nights, only to meet a tragic end in its jaws due to a stroke of bad luck. Thank you for your concern. I feel much better now. Gu Feng glanced around the empty classroom and then stood up, hoisting a water container onto his shoulder. Are you going to refill the water cooler? You've been reading all night. Let me handle it. Luo Ishue stepped forward to help. No, really, it's unnecessary. This is my water. Gu Feng hastily declined. This water was no ordinary purified water. It was vital for his survival. Luo Ishue. I've been working out recently, and drinking plenty of water helps replenish fluids. Gu Feng hurriedly concocted more excuses and dashed off with the water, watching Gu Feng leave with such decisiveness. A hint of disappointment flickered in Luo Ishue's dimmed eyes. Did he truly not wish to converse with her? Just as one might feel pity for a stray cat or dog in a winter alley, Gu Feng likely viewed her with mere sympathy and compassion. Meanwhile, Gu Feng had already driven his sports car to a high-end restaurant for a meal. Reflecting on the time he had spent in hunger and cold during his previous life, he resolved to indulge himself with a lavish feast upon his return to life. Roast duck, roast chick, roast gosling, steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, save for the last dish. The rest arrived promptly at the table. It was at this moment that a chime resonated in Gu Feng's ear. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that his phone was ringing. Upon unlocking it, he found a friend request from someone with a WeChat name Light Chaser. Chapter 6, Isn't It Reasonable? Light Chaser has sent you a friend request. Remarks, are you there? I have something to discuss with you. Imposter? Gu Feng scoffed, dismissing the request without a moment's hesitation. He added a reply. Sorry. I neither purchase alcohol, tea, nor courses, and I decline idle chatter. A minute later, another chime echoed from his phone. Gu Feng, feeling irritable, swiped the screen. I'm not selling anything. I am Luoyix. Gu Feng froze for a moment. Are you truly Ishue? I don't believe it unless you show me your legs. Ugh, delete, delete, delete. Regardless of who she was, he decided to accept the request first. Ishue, what do you need from me? Gu Feng typed into the chat box and pressed send. He casually opened her moments, which indeed appeared empty. Suddenly, he recalled that the Nokia phone Luo Ishue previously used lacked WeChat functionality. A faint smile crept onto Gu Feng's face. It was highly probable that this was indeed the Empress's WeChat. Gu Feng, I wanted to inform you that I have washed your clothes, but they will only be returned tomorrow. Why tomorrow? After a brief silence, she replied, because there is no dryer at home. They need to air dry. Gu Feng paused, then quickly typed back. Oh, tomorrow it is, no worries. Also, thank you for washing my clothes. The one who should be grateful is me. Luo Ishue sincerely stated, thank you for your help today, Gu Feng. Isn't mutual assistance what classmates are for? Today I help you, and perhaps next time, it will be your turn to help me. Gu Feng smirked, delivering a double entendre. Once the spiritual energy revives, our standings will reverse drastically. If you don't assist now, it might be too late when you, the Empress, ascends to greatness. Luo Ishue gazed at the message, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Should she commend Gu Feng for his humor or humility? As someone without support, even her tuition was funded by Gu Feng. What could she possibly offer him in return? If there ever came a day when she could assist him, she would do so without hesitation. Gu Feng, thank you. I will remember your kindness. And let's keep things separate. I must repay you for the items you bought for me. Soon, Luo Ishue linked her bank card and sent Gu Feng a red envelope containing 100 yuan. Upon seeing the envelope, Gu Feng's mind began to whirl. He certainly could not accept this money. Not only that, but he intended to ensure that Luo Ishue owed him even more, be it money or favors. Fear not for debts unpaid. Fear instead that the debts are not enough. As long as the Empress owes him sufficiently, they would be intertwined for the foreseeable future. First, you owe me. That must be settled, correct? If you lack funds, how about helping me with some homework for a few days? If I catch a cold, would it be too much to ask for you to take care of me for a couple of days? If I suddenly injure my leg, could you accompany me to the hospital for a cast? That seems reasonable, doesn't it? Circumstances can always be manipulated. If opportunities do not present themselves, one must create them. And lo, an opportunity was at hand. Hee. On the other side, seeing that Feng had not replied for a while and had not accepted the red envelope, Luo Yixue began to feel anxious. Feng, are you still there? Why haven't you accepted the red envelope? Little did she know, she was akin to a naive little rabbit, unwittingly stepping into the trap laid by the hunter. Feng had already done so much for her, and she felt unworthy to ask him to cover her costs. While Feng may not be in need of the money, Luo Yixue could not simply let slide. Since Feng had helped her, she could not allow him to think of her as a woman who takes advantage of others. In her anxiety, she finally received Feng's reply. Yixue, may I ask you a question? Sure. Do we consider ourselves friends? Of course. Then that settles it. Friends help friends. It's only natural. How about this, Yixue? If you truly feel guilty, I have an idea. What idea? Luo Yixue's curiosity was piqued. You rushed home to help me wash my clothes during lunchtime. You must be hungry now, and I am as well. How about you treat me to lunch? Upon saying this, Feng suddenly felt that the grand feast before him had lost its allure. What would you like to eat? Luo Yixue hesitated before asking. Her budget was quite limited. If Feng wished to dine at an upscale restaurant, she would be unable to afford it. On the other hand, it seemed Feng perceived Luo Yixue's concerns and quickly added, Don't worry, I'm easily satisfied. As long as I can fill my stomach, I'm happy. Speaking of which, it has been ages since I had KFC. Why don't we have KFC for lunch? For a frugal student like Luo Yixue, dining at KFC was neither too extravagant nor too shabby. It was just right. All right. This time, Luo Yixue did not hesitate to agree. Although she understood that Feng was likely accommodating her feelings, his demeanor still left her feeling comfortable. Before long, the two met at the agreed KFC. As Feng stepped out of the car, he immediately spotted Luo Yixue waiting at the entrance. Having swapped her JK uniform skirt for a pair of light blue jeans, her legs appeared even longer and more elegant. The pale pink knitted top and her high ponytail added a playful charm to her already exquisite features, which seemed flawless and unforgettable, capable of brightening anyone's day with just a single glance. Truly, the Empress could pull off any outfit with such grace. Feng couldn't help but murmur in admiration. Apologies for keeping you waiting. Feng approached, smiling as he rubbed his stomach. What to do when one wishes to enjoy lunch with the Empress while also being thrifty? He had no choice but to eat to about 70 or 80% fullness beforehand. It's all right. I just arrived as well. This was Luo Yixue's first time dining with a boy, and she found it difficult to meet Feng's gaze. After speaking, she turned away, feeling as if a little deer were racing wildly within her heart. As they walked toward the entrance of KFC, they were unaware that a group of ill-intentioned individuals had already set their sights on them. Chapter 7 Debt Collection. Heh. A young man with dyed blonde hair let out an eerie laugh while biting into his hamburger. What's so amusing, Blondie? Did someone slip feces into your burger? Blondie's bizarre chuckle immediately drew mocking laughter from his companions, white hair and red hair. Damn it. Eat, eat, eat. Is that all you ever think about? Stop eating, all of you. Look who's here. White hair and red hair froze for a moment, then followed Blondie's gaze. Isn't that Tang Kuen's daughter? What's she doing here? What daughter? She's his adopted daughter. Tang Kuen sold her to our brother G. She's brother G's woman now. TSK. Brother G's woman is a real looker. So stunning, way better than those TV stars. The three young men with differently dyed hair instantly lit up with excitement. Exactly. But who's that annoying guy next to her? Who cares who he is? Anyone daring to walk with brother G's woman deserves a lesson today. Just as Blondie and red hair were about to stand up, white hair unexpectedly pulled them back. Hold on, brothers. I have a plan. White hair's eyes shifted cunningly as he restrained the impulsive Blondie and red hair. What plan? Spit it out. Blondie urged impatiently. White hair asked, What do we come out for today? Duh. To collect debts with brother G, of course. Then where's brother G? Don't ask the obvious. He is eating at the restaurant across the street. Blondie blinked, and suddenly his eyes brightened. You mean, call Brother G in to deal with this guy himself? White hair shook his head, a hint of sleaziness in his smile. Not at all. We'll make sure Brother G walks in just as we've beaten this guy half to death. Then if Brother G is pleased, maybe he'll take us to Han Imperial Palace for some fun tonight. TSK, at Dragon Brother's turf. I heard even hiring a chat companion for the night costs over 1,000. Third brother, what a brilliant plan. All right, we'll follow your lead. Hearing White Hair's words, the other two excitedly gave him a thumbs up. Soon, the rowdy youths finalized their strategy. White Hair went to deliver the message, while Blondie and Red Hair exchanged glances, stood up from their seats, and leisurely approached Luo Ishue. Hey, ISNT this the campus belle Luo? Long time no see. Blondie swaggered over with an arrogant stride. Realizing the ill intentions of the newcomers, Luo Ishue's expression instantly changed. I don't know you. Gu Feng's demeanor also turned cold. Trouble already? So soon. Campus belle, how quickly you forget. Have you already forgotten about the 800,000 your uncle owes us? Meanwhile, Red Hair grinned and pulled out a switchblade. Kid, her uncle owes us 800,000, and this girl has caught Brother GSI. If you know what's good for you, get lost on your own. Seeing the knife, Luo Ishue suddenly panicked. She glanced at Gu Feng, her voice trembling with a hint of plea. Gu Feng, I'm feeling a bit unwell suddenly. How about I treat you to something else? Luo Ishue bit her lip lightly, suddenly appearing utterly helpless. She never expected to run into her uncle's debt collectors here, with a knife in their hands. Even if Gu Feng were willing to stand up for her, she couldn't drag him into this. Gu Feng cast a cold glance at the two and uttered only one sentence. Two of them, not a big problem. He felt somewhat confident about handling two unarmed opponents. As he spoke, Blondie smirked sinisterly and pulled a machete from his jacket. Gu Feng, these people don't play by the rules. If you fight them head-on, you'll lose out. Please don't be reckless. Luo Ishue urgently grabbed Gu Feng's arm, afraid he might do something rash. At that moment, Gu Feng gently pushed aside her hands. Classmate Ishue, I think you make a good point. How about you wait here for a bit? They probably won't harm you. I'll step out and be back soon. You two, listen carefully. If you lay a finger on her before I return, I swear you'll regret it deeply. Gu Feng shot them a cold glare and walked straight out of the KFC. Sigh, what kind of person is this? Bystanders witnessing the scene were left speechless. Clearly, he was ditching his girlfriend and making a run for it, yet he phrased it so elegantly, utterly unbelievable. Everyone present felt sorry for Luo Ishue's misfortune in meeting such a person. Let us wait and see. At worst, we can secretly call the police for this girl later. That's about all we can do. Sure, call the police? Do you have a death wish? These punks fight like their lives don't matter. Just enjoy the show and mind your own business. Burp. Ha ha. The two youths burst into arrogant, raucous laughter on the spot. Damn, that is hilarious. In all my years, I've never seen such a pathetic loser. Gotta say, he really put on an act just now. Talking big but turning out to be a coward in the end. Daring to threaten us? Who the hell does he think he is intimidating? Ha, good riddance. When Brother G arrives, we'll just... Wait, weren't we supposed to beat that guy up? Why do we let him go? Damn it. The two youths laughed hysterically, but their laughter gradually faded. So he left. So what? We still have her. When Brother G comes, we'll just say we already chased the guy off. Exchanging glances, they turned to Luo Ishue with mocking expressions. Campus belle Luo, your companion abandoned you. Seems like you're not even sad about it, huh? Yeah, and you're still in high school. Worse than us dropouts who barely finished compulsory education. Luo Ishue stared back coldly and retorted, I told him to leave. Why should I be sad? And in my heart, you're not even fit to compare to him. Damn, how dare you talk back when we're being nice? We'll show you what we're made of right now. See who is going to save you. Enraged, Blondie stepped forward and reached out to grab Luo Ishue's collar. The first attempt missed, as Luo Ishue deftly dodged. But just as Blondie went for a second grab, I said, if you lay a finger on her, you're dead. An icy voice suddenly echoed from the entrance. Luo Ishue turned in disbelief, her eyes shimmering with confusion. Didn't he leave? Why is he back? She watched as Gu Feng walked in carrying a bucket of water. In that moment, An unexpected surge of courage welled up in her, and she stepped in front of Gu Feng, bravely confronting the two thugs. Don't move. I've called the police. Chapter 8. Taking action. We're a legitimate debt collection company with a business license. Calling the police doesn't scare us. Blondie boasted arrogantly. Following that, Red Hair let out a sinister laugh, rushed forward, snatched Luo Ishue's phone, and smashed it violently. Damn it, try calling the police now. At the same time, thud, the spiritual spring bucket hit the ground as Gu Feng smacked his lips lightly. He could feel a surge of immense power flooding through his body. His current strength is a staggering tenfold compared to the power he previously awakened. Gu Feng casually seized a handful of knives and forks from the table. Dozens of them twisted and contorted under his grip, transforming into a sleek, stainless steel orb. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers' pupils constricted, and they collectively gasped in astonishment. Such monstrous strength. Were these mere props? Gu Feng raised his hand and hurled the metallic sphere with tremendous force at the yellow-haired thug, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. The thug's ribs were undoubtedly shattered as his body was propelled 2 meters away by the orb's impact, landing lifelessly on the ground, unconscious. Rohan fist. Bang! In the next instant, Gu Feng unleashed a Rohan fist directly aimed at the red-haired thug's face. The thug had no time to react before Gu Feng's fist crashed against his nasal bridge. With a sickening crack, the red-haired thug's face caved in, bloodied as he writhed on the ground, emitting howls akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The entire assembly stood in stupefied silence, paralyzed by the horror of the scene. Terrifying, shocking, abnormal. In less than 10 seconds, this young man effortlessly dispatched 2 armed delinquents. At that moment, Luo Ishue emerged from nowhere, clutching a broken chair leg. And with a resounding crack, she struck the red-haired thug on the back of his head. This time, he followed in the yellow-haired thug's footsteps, rendered completely mute. A chilling silence enveloped the scene. Initially, it seemed the young man was fierce enough, yet no one could have anticipated that this petite girl was equally formidable. The aftermath was gruesome, blood splattered everywhere. Truly a gruesome sight. Why did you knock him out? Gu Feng inquired, observing Luo Ishue's pale complexion with a hint of confusion. She appeared frightened. Why had she intervened? He was armed, and I feared for your safety, Luo Ishue replied, glancing at the 2 unconscious men. Finally grasping the gravity of the situation. Discarding the chair leg, she added anxiously, Gu Feng, did we just commit murder? Absolutely not. Gu Feng asserted confidently. Although he had appeared brutal, he had only exerted a fraction of his strength. Moreover, he had not targeted any vital areas. Rest assured, they will not perish. My actions were merely excessive self-defense, while yours was an act of emergency evasion. Upon hearing his reassurances, Luo Ishue finally felt a sense of relief. Gu Feng, aside from academics, you seem remarkably capable, she remarked, a glimmer of admiration illuminating her beautiful eyes. Is this truly impressive? Someone like me could easily dispatch a whole crowd later on. Gu Feng smirked slightly, yet he felt a surge of happiness at her compliment. Most boys, after all, preferred the reinforcement of encouragement rather than the harshness of reprimand. If Luo Ishue were likened to an unfathomable snow peak, Gu Feng had now cast himself as the climber striving to reach its summit. As long as he continued to grow stronger, he would undoubtedly one day attain the pinnacle of that snowy height, beholding a view unlike any he had seen before. Wait, where's my strength gone? Gu Feng frowned, sensing the rapid depletion of his power. What? Is it already gone? How outrageously brief. Meanwhile, Luo Ishue picked up her phone, which had sustained minor damage but remained functional. Gu Feng approached the front desk, eschewing small talk, and tossed 2 bundles of cash to the KFC staff. Call an ambulance for these 2, and the remainder is compensation for your losses, he stated nonchalantly. At this juncture, murder would only lead to imprisonment, and to avoid unnecessary trouble, he opted against killing the 2 thugs. As long as they lived, he was confident he could manage the situation. The KFC manager accepted the money with trepidation. Rest assured, young man, we witnessed the entire event. They initiated the conflict, and when the police arrive, we will certainly speak the truth. Gu Feng nodded in satisfaction. However, Luo Ishue watched this exchange with concern. Gu Feng, perhaps we should report this to the police. These individuals are thugs. They will not let this go easily. No sooner had she spoken than the KFC doors were violently flung open. A throng of people surged in from outside. Gu Feng's gaze sharpened as he focused on the leader of this group, a tall, lanky figure with bow legs, standing approximately 1.9 meters tall. A half-burnt cigarette nestled between his fingers. From his posture and expression, it was evident that this lanky individual was the ringleader among them. Yellow-haired thug, what is going on? I heard you were bullying high school students. Didn't anyone die? The leader exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, squinting as he took in the scene before him. Ishue. Upon seeing Luo Ishue, the leader's demeanor shifted to one of exhilaration. Striding forward with an exaggerated gait, he approached the fallen yellow-haired thug. I apologize, Ishue. My men have caused you trouble. With that, he feigned anger. Yellow-haired thug, red-haired thug. How could you treat Ishue's classmate like this? You've turned his face into a bloody mess. How is that acceptable? Look at how frightened you've made Ishue. As he spoke, the leader delivered 2 forceful kicks to the unconscious thugs, a twisted smile creeping across his face. However, as he continued, he noticed something amiss. What is going on? After all this talk, where are the yellow-haired and red-haired thugs? A panicked thug with white hair, his face pale with fright, stepped forward to remind him, Brother Chicken, the ones you're kicking are the yellow-haired and red-haired thugs. As he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, he realized that had he not gone to warn them, he might have been lying there himself, blood staining his hair. What? These 2 useless fools. The leader's countenance darkened with fury. Who did this? Step forward. In that moment, he was genuinely enraged, his fierce gaze sweeping over everyone present. Inflicting harm under his nose was akin to defecating on his head. He was determined to discover the identity of the one who dared to defy him. Chapter 9. Regret. In KFC, the leader's irate voice resonated throughout the establishment. The doors had been solidly barricaded by his subordinates, and all phones were forcibly confiscated and monitored. It was I who struck these 2 useless fools. A cold voice suddenly cut through the tension. Instantly, the leader's hawk-like gaze fixed upon the young man. Are you jesting with me? Initially taken aback, the leader soon sported a mocking smile. No matter how intently he scrutinized, he could discern no remarkable qualities in the young man before him. He stood not much taller than 1's average height, his legs seemingly shorter than they ought to be, and besides being just a tad more handsome. He appeared to possess nothing of merit. This high school student could easily dispatch 2 opponents with a single hand. Most notably, Gu Feng's demeanor was impeccably pristine. Despite the chaos around him, his attire bore not a single crease, an impossibility that even he himself could not achieve. A faint smirk curled at the corner of Gu Feng's lips. Indeed, I was jesting with you, classmate Ishue. This matter holds no relevance for us. Let us take our leave. And with that, he made to depart. Stop right there. At that moment, a nearby figure with white hair leaned in to whisper something in Brother G's ear, causing his expression to darken abruptly. Since you claim to have dealt with them, I shall take your word for it. What do you intend to do? Gu Feng replied coldly. Lacking any awakening power, he was acutely aware that facing the dozen or so individuals present alone would be futile. Thus, cunning was required. He needed to swiftly discern Brother G's vulnerabilities through dialogue. Brother G propped 1 foot upon a stool, gazing at Gu Feng with mockery, gesturing to his polished shoes. Come here and clean my shoes with your tongue, and I shall slowly enlighten you. In Brother G's eyes, Gu Feng had become a lamb, ripe for his amusement. First, he aimed to crush Gu Feng's dignity underfoot. Then, he would mentally torment him and physically annihilate him to sate his vengeance. You expect this worthless waste to lick your shoes? Do you think you are worthy? Gu Feng retorted, unflinching, instantly turning the tables on him. You're courting death. Brother G's expression soured. Never had a high school student dare to speak to him in such a manner. Gu Feng was the first. I am merely stating facts. Gu Feng replied, but swiftly shifted his tone. However, I believe there is nothing in this world that money cannot resolve. What say you? Brother G's eyes glimmered momentarily, but soon returned to disdain and derision. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems at all. The real question is, Do you have any money? Gu Feng smiled serenely, feeling a weight lift from his chest. He was certain he had made the right wager. Brother Ji valued money above the lives of his subordinates. If a problem can be resolved with money, it is not a problem, he mused. Thus, the remaining task was to present him with a compelling bargain. Let us hear your price, Gu Feng suggested nonchalantly. 8 million, Brother Ji declared without hesitation, as if the figure had sprung forth spontaneously. If you can procure 8 million, this matter concerning the two imbeciles will be settled. He added, I only want cash. Upon hearing this sum, those around them gasped in astonishment. How could a high school student possibly amass 8 million? And in cash, no less. For any household in Xia country, even a mere 100,000 would be a rarity. 8 million was an astronomical figure. Some individuals might live their entire lives without ever encountering such a sum. Furthermore, who among the wealthy would indulge in fast food like KFC that harms one's health? Brother Ji narrowed his eyes, a cold smirk forming on his lips, envisioning Gu Feng crawling on his knees, begging to lick his shoes. In this society, mere fighting skills were of little consequence. One needed power and connections. Without money, one must acquiesce. Meanwhile, Luo Ishua was taken aback by Brother G's brazen demand for 8 million in compensation. Now, she felt compelled to intervene. I am responsible for the injuries inflicted, and this has nothing to do with my classmates. Within the bounds of reasonable compensation, I shall cover the medical expenses for these two individuals. Luo Ishua spoke with composure. Now, you must release my classmate. She understood that Gu Feng could indeed afford such a sum. Yet if Gu Feng were to actually pay it, the chasm between them would become an insurmountable divide for a lifetime. Gu Feng shook his head slightly, thinking the Empress is still rather naive. With such ruffians, reasoning is futile. Unless your fists are stronger than theirs, they will not heed you. Initially, he had worried Brother Ji would ask for more. But now it seemed the corners of Gu Feng's mouth curled into a subtle smile. 8 million. Enough to ensure Brother Ji would be occupied for a spell. Gu Feng gently patted Luo Ishua's shoulder, casting her a reassuring glance. Luo Ishua's gaze flickered. Gu Feng, are you truly considering giving these rogues 8 million? 8 million is not an excessive demand, Gu Feng replied calmly. The moment his words fell, all present, including Brother Ji, fell into stunned silence. Listen closely. I require 8 million cash, not 80,000, Brother Ji insisted, still incredulous that a high school student could possibly produce such a vast sum. It was only when Gu Feng leisurely retrieved a set of car keys from his bag that Brother G's pupils constricted in shock. Is that Lamborghini at the entrance yours? Gu Feng smiled enigmatically, then, before everyone's eyes, produced a checkbook. Upon witnessing this, Brother Ji felt his mind falter momentarily. Wait a moment, he exclaimed as Gu Feng prepared to sign the check. What, are you suddenly thinking of increasing the amount? Gu Feng raised an eyebrow in discontent. We agreed on 8 million, not a cent more. I am no wish-granting turtle. You will receive precisely what we agreed upon. Brother Ji hesitated, finally stating, I want cash. What good is a check? Gu Feng remained unyielding. Where could a student procure such a large sum in cash? It's a check. Take it or leave it. Or perhaps you would prefer this car? Seeing Gu Feng's unwavering confidence, Brother Ji finally let out a cold laugh. Are you jesting? That Lamborghini of yours is worth, at most, a few million, far from 8 million. Besides, finding a suitable buyer for such a luxury vehicle is no easy feat. Choose, money or the car. Under Gu Feng's impatient urging, Brother Ji licked his lips and conceded. Then I'll take the money. Should you dare to deceive me? Ah, Ji, your fate will be dire. Brother Ji suppressed his excitement, snorting disdainfully. Chapter 10. Offering oneself. Here, this is the 8 million you requested. Take it. Brother Ji trembled slightly as he accepted the check, only to see Gu Feng smiling. What is so amusing? Brother Ji asked warily. Am I not entitled to smile? Gu Feng replied. Brother Ji cast a glance at the two incapacitated figures on the ground, his brow suddenly relaxing. Of course you should smile, as you've managed to avoid imprisonment for nearly beating them to death. Despite this, Brother G meticulously examined the 8 million check for any discrepancies. After finding nothing amiss, his gaze became fixated on the header of the check, where the words Gu Corporation and Gu Feng were clearly visible. Brother G's pupils constricted in realization. In an instant, he felt as though he were losing out on something. So, you're Gu Feng of the Gu Corporation, the Gu Group, once celebrated as one of the top 10 outstanding enterprises in the city for a decade, faced a tragic turn of events 3 years ago when its founder and his wife perished in a car accident. Subsequently, their only son, Gu Feng, naturally ascended to the role of the group's legal representative and ultimate beneficiary. To think that the legendary heir, who was rumored to have entrusted the management of the company to professional managers while indulging in a life of leisure, was none other than this young man before me. Brother G's face radiated with delight. By heavens, today he has finally encountered a stroke of fortune. With a mere flick of his hand, this naive youth could easily be ensnared in a trap. In due course, he would claim both riches and beauty. Initially, he had thought this lad was someone of substance, but it turned out he was no different from those debauched scions who squander their days in indulgence. Well then, you have your money. May we take our leave? Gu Feng inquired with a frosty demeanor. Certainly. When have I ever obstructed you, young Master Gu? Brother G, brimming with elation, instructed his men to allow them passage. He had initially contemplated detaining Gu Feng until the money was secured, but now it seemed entirely unnecessary. First and foremost, Gu Feng was evidently not in need of such trivial sums. Secondly, he was confident that Gu Feng lacked the audacity to deceive him. Brother G, you're just letting them go after they harmed our men? And what about the elder sister? A subordinate questioned in confusion after Gu Feng departed. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? With a swift motion, Brother G seized the young man's collar and delivered a stinging slap. My apologies, Brother G. I merely wish to express that given his wealth, why would he still carry a bucket of water? The frightened subordinate quickly changed the subject, his pallor evident. As anticipated, upon hearing this, Brother G's expression softened considerably. I suppose he simply enjoys drinking water. The corners of Brother G's mouth curled up as he released the trembling subordinate. However, your earlier address of elder sister was quite pleasing to the ear. I shall grant you an opportunity to prove your worth. Take these 2 useless fools to the hospital. The rest of you, follow me to collect the money. Outside KFC, Luo Ishua silently followed Gu Feng into the car. What is the matter? Seeing her cheeks puffed out and her expression adorably melancholic, Gu Feng couldn't help but smile. I know I have no right to say this, Luo Ishua murmured, hesitating before pouring out her concerns. Gu Feng, how could you be so foolish? That is 8 million. You can't possibly give it to them. She bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. With such a large sum, how can I ever repay you? It was evident that Luo Ishua was genuinely anxious, desiring to return the money to Gu Feng. Just then, Gu Feng started the car. The wind wafted through the window, carrying a low hum, and Gu Feng chuckled. It's simple. If you pledge yourself to me, you won't need to repay a thing. The refreshing breeze enveloped them. In the passenger seat, Luo Ishua felt her hands gripping the seatbelt tightly, a wave of self-doubt washing over her as she bashfully tucked a stray hair behind her ear. That's not what I meant. I mean, even without pledging myself, I will repay you. She hurriedly clarified, her heart racing uncontrollably. I promise, no matter what. I won't default on my debt. After several attempts to explain herself, Luo Ishua finally conveyed her intentions. I believe you, but you needn't worry about repaying that money. Gu Feng replied, cautious not to jest too much with the future Empress. He worried that she might later bring up the matter again. He certainly couldn't afford to provoke her. Luo Ishua looked on with mild confusion as she felt a gentle push, the car coming to a halt by the roadside. Hello, is this Lawyer Zhang? I have a rather troublesome situation. I was just extorted for 8 million. Gu Feng pulled out his phone and made a direct call. Well, the money isn't my primary concern. I mainly want the perpetrator to spend some time behind bars. About 3 months should suffice. By the way, I heard he might have some connections to the underworld. That shouldn't be an issue, right? At this point, Luo Ishiue's expression morphed into one of astonishment. Had she heard correctly? Was Gu Feng truly planning to have that thug incarcerated? Or had he already devised this strategy when he signed the check? It was utterly unfathomable. Was this Gu Feng's method? Yet, he was merely a high school student. Gu Feng, won't you be putting yourself in danger by doing this? Upon realizing the perilous nature of Gu Feng's actions, concern etched itself onto Luo Yixue's face. She would rather owe him 8 million than see him endangered. As he hung up the phone, Gu Feng chuckled. Was the Empress genuinely worried about him? I'm quite capable. A little danger won't faze me. At least until the college entrance examinations, these individuals won't trouble you again. Pausing for a moment, a glint of cunning flickered in his deep-set eyes. As for after the exams, the real danger lies with them. When the time came for the revival of spiritual energy and the awakening of the masses, even the formidable forces behind Brother G would have to tread carefully. Every action he undertook was worthwhile, should he manage to impress the Empress. He might just gain an Empress as a girlfriend, achieving a transcendence in his talents. For Gu Feng, this was a surefire profit. These thoughts remained unspoken, naturally leaving Luo Yixue unaware. She gazed at Gu Feng's sharply defined profile, her eyes reflecting a medley of emotions gradually growing more intricate. It dawned on her that all of Gu Feng's efforts were aimed at ensuring her peace of mind as she prepared for the college entrance examinations. Chapter 11. Interrupting the spell. Luo Yixue's throat suddenly felt constricted. But Brother G has a gang behind him. I'm worried. What era are we living in? Still concerned about gangs? Gu Feng felt a pang of sympathy for her distress. He hadn't anticipated that a thoughtless remark would bring her to tears. My apologies. It was my fault. Please don't cry. Gu Feng fumbled for a tissue, unsure how to comfort her. Gu Feng, could you tell me why you've suddenly been so kind to me? Luo Yixue asked, her eyes reddened. Well, because helping you is akin to helping myself. You haven't done anything wrong, yet you face malice from many. That is simply unjust. Gu Feng responded ambiguously. By the way, Yixue, if I ever encounter a situation I can't handle, would you help me? Gu Feng inquired while starting the car, shifting the topic. Upon hearing this, Luo Yixue's expression dimmed momentarily. He truly did pity her. Somewhere along the line, she had unconsciously labeled Gu Feng as someone capable of anything. Perhaps she didn't even realize that, imperceptibly, she had begun to rely on him in a way that was difficult to articulate. With Gu Feng's remarkable capabilities, was there anything in this world he couldn't resolve? If even he struggled with something, how could she possibly assist him? However, how may I assist you? Murmured Luo Yixue softly to herself. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng realized that his casual inquiry had inadvertently drawn the Na'vi Empress into a sensitive predicament. He hastily clarified, look at my poor academic performance compared to your excellence. You are bound to gain admission to a prestigious university. In 30 years, fortunes can shift dramatically. Should there come a day when I find myself in dire straits, I might have to rely on your support. At that time, dear Yixue, I hope you won't turn me away. Luo Yixue paused, her doubts dissipating as she observed Gu Feng's earnest explanation. A captivating smile suddenly graced her stunning visage. She responded with sincerity, if such a day were to arrive, I would certainly not refuse you. If you face bankruptcy, I shall help you rise again. If you fall into hardship, I shall sustain you with my earnings. Should that day come when she had surpassed Gu Feng in strength, she vowed to extend her hand in assistance, no matter the challenge he faced. Shall we descend for a bite to eat? Gu Feng suggested as their vehicle meandered past a bustling food street, slowing down. Luo Yixue nodded, sensing Gu Feng's hunger. Very well, let us indulge in some food first. It is on me. Boss, 2 bowls of spicy hot pot and 2 bottles of soda. Gu Feng casually entered a small eatery to place his order. Spicy hot pot. Economical, delicious, and affordable for all. Gu Feng, do you truly wish to eat spicy hot pot? I could treat you to something more exquisite, Luo Yixue remarked. Gu Feng took a seat on a nearby stool, reassuring her, no worries, I simply adore spicy hot pot. Before long, steaming bowls of hot pot were presented at their table. Gu Feng opened a soda bottle with his teeth and handed one to Luo Yixue. Hesitatingly, she accepted the chilled beverage. Noticing her reluctance, Gu Feng quickly added, apologies, Yixue. I tend to open bottles this way. If it bothers you, I can ask the boss for another. Luo Ishue shook her head. It's all right. I was merely going to say, Gu Feng, your teeth are quite impressive. Gu Feng laughed heartily, teasing her, not sure about that, but they're certainly sturdy. He then requested a straw from the proprietor, inserting it into Luo Ishue's soda. Drink up. He then swiftly finished his own drink. Luo Ishue couldn't help but smile, her delicate lips wrapping around the end of the straw as she sipped gracefully. Gu Feng, perhaps due to the exertion from earlier, devoured his hot pot quickly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Observing his enjoyment, Luo Ishue felt reassured. Gu Feng's choice to dine at a roadside stall was not an act of condescension, but rather a mark of respect towards her. Luo Ishue, on the other hand, ate slowly, and by the time Gu Feng finished his bowl, hers remained largely untouched. Moments later, she set down her chopsticks. Why have you stopped eating? Gu Feng inquired. I'm full, she replied. Gu Feng blinked, eyeing her bowl of hot pot. Are you truly full? He asked. Are you sure you haven't eaten enough? Luo Ishue offered. If not, I can ask the boss to prepare something else for you. No need, Gu Feng declared, taking her leftover hot pot for himself. This is just right for me. Luo Ishue's cheeks flushed slightly. But that's what I had, she exclaimed. You truly don't mind? Moments later, both bowls of hot pot had been entirely consumed by Gu Feng. After satiating his hunger, his intellect swiftly reasserted itself. As he wiped his mouth and looked up, he noticed something amiss with Luo Ishue. She was sweating, her complexion paler than before. Are you all right? Do you feel unwell? Gu Feng asked, concern etched on his brow. I'm fine. I'm just a bit tired. I'll be all right after a short rest, Luo Ishue replied, suppressing her discomfort. She had long struggled with menstrual cramps. Perhaps the chilled soda had exacerbated her pain. Gu Feng scrutinized Luo Ishue closely. Had her face not been so flushed and her gaze so evasive, he might have believed her excuse. He recalled the incident earlier that morning when Luo Ishue's attempt to take leave was thwarted by Baisiener. You seem unwell. Perhaps I should take you to the hospital, he suggested. Luo Ishue's face reddened further. There's no need. This is just an old ailment, truly. Class will begin soon. I can rest my head on the desk for a bit. That's simply one tea do. Gu Feng asserted, his tone firm. If you're sick, you must rest properly. He then pulled out his phone and called his homeroom teacher, Huang Hai. Luo Ishue's attempts to protest came too late. Hello, is this Mr. Huang? This is Gu Feng. I'm calling to inform you that Luo Ishue is feeling unwell and will not be attending this afternoon. On the other end, Mr. Huang, roused from his midday slumber, was instantly irate. Hearing Gu Feng's voice only intensified his frustration. He had expected an apology, but instead, Gu Feng's tone was even more brazen than before. Ready to unleash a tirade, Mr. Huang hesitated, recalling Gu Feng's intimidating gaze. Since Luo Ishue is requesting leave, I will approve it, he conceded, attempting to dismiss the call. However, Gu Feng's voice interrupted him once more. If Luo Ishue isn't attending, then neither will I. Mr. Huang's irritation peaked, and he could no longer contain his fury. Why aren't you coming? What does Luo Ishue's leave have to do with you? You better give me a reasonable explanation. Gu Feng replied coldly. She is sick, and I'm taking her to see a doctor. Is that sufficient reason? What kind of attitude is this? Am I in debt to you? Mr. Huang fumed. Gu Feng, don't push your luck. Don't think I can't handle you. Gu Feng retorted. I believe my attitude is perfectly reasonable. What can you do about it? You, Mr. Huang, seething, hung up the phone, lamenting his misfortune in dealing with such a student. He had never encountered someone so audacious when seeking favors. There. Now you can rest properly, Gu Feng said, smiling at Luo Ishue after ending the call. Initially worried that he might upset her by taking it upon himself to request her leave, he was pleasantly surprised by her reaction. Gu Feng, I truly admire you, Luo Ishue said, her icy demeanor softening, revealing a hint of admiration in her gaze. What? Gu Feng was taken aback. I didn't consult you before requesting your leave. You're not angry with me? You admire me? What do you admire about me? I admire your courage in speaking to Mr. Huang like that. I wouldn't dare. Luo Ishue confessed. It is indeed an unavoidable circumstance. If I do not adopt a more assertive stance, this pretense will never be approved. For Old Ban is a person who is prone to bully the weak and fear the strong. Gu Feng exhaled a sigh of relief and spoke with a certain gravity. Upon hearing this, Luo Yixue's beautiful eyes sparkled even brighter. Her earnest contemplation resembled that of a diligent student absorbing knowledge. Indeed, excelling in studies is one aspect. But what good is it if one possesses a timid character? If one is meek, others will still take advantage of you. Perhaps if one's disposition were as tenacious and brave as Gu Feng's, one would not be subjected to bullying. Gu Feng, I find your words to be profoundly insightful. I must learn from you. Gu Feng felt a flush of embarrassment. Dear Empress, such flattery may lead one to become rather conceited, you know? Well, I think it would be best if you refrain from emulating me. Fear not. Even if you do not adopt this approach, no one will dare to bully you in the future. Why? There is no particular reason. Why is there no reason? Are you from the investigative inquiry team? I'm not. Then you simply do not wish to settle the bill. Did you not promise to treat me to a meal? Hurry and pay the bill. Oh, right. Just as Luo Yixue left her small stool to scan the code for payment, Gu Feng finally wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He could not possibly tell Luo Yixue that in the future, she would be the exalted empress. Even if others wished to bully her, they would need the courage and strength to do so. Turning around, Gu Feng noticed a hint of melancholy in Luo Yixue's expression. What was she truly anticipating? Just moments ago, how she wished that Gu Feng's response would be a promise to protect her, despite knowing she was unworthy of him. Such thoughts still crossed her mind. Perhaps it was indeed a luxury for her to maintain such a friendship with Gu Feng. She ought to be content with that. Gu Feng, thank you for helping me with my leave today. I won't trouble you to escort me back. There is a subway station nearby, and I can take the subway home. Exiting the small shop, Luo Yixue politely bid farewell to Gu Feng and walked toward the nearby subway station. Gu Feng paused for a moment, feeling inexplicably that Luo Yixue now exuded an aura of cool detachment. Allow me to accompany you. Gu Feng called out to her slender silhouette. No need. Luo Yixue's delicate frame shivered slightly, and she quickened her pace, fearing that if she turned back, she would be unable to resist staying. After moving out from her adoptive father's home, she had taken up residence in a cramped basement apartment in an aging complex. Less than 10 square meters in size, a place where sunlight barely reached. Another reason for not allowing Gu Feng to see her off was her desire to hide her more vulnerable side from him. Perhaps she needed to preserve some semblance of dignity in his presence. The truth was, Gu Feng did not pursue her, and she did not take the subway home. If she walked just another kilometer, there would be a bus stop where she could get home for merely 2 yuan, whereas the subway would cost 10. Behold, this is the disparity between her and Gu Feng. A bitter smile graced Luo Yixue's lips. Gu Feng deserves a better companion. He could have his pick among the young women in Jiangnan City. Beautiful sister, you are truly lovely. A sudden childish voice broke through her thoughts. It was then that Luo Yixue realized she had unconsciously arrived at the bus stop. Glancing down, she saw a little boy of 4 or 5, his large, dark eyes blinking up at her. The boy's mother seemed preoccupied, engrossed in a phone call. Luo Yixue reached down to tousle his hair, offering him a gentle smile. Thank you, the little boy replied wide-eyed. Beautiful sister, do you think I'm handsome? Luo Yixue couldn't help but chuckle at the boy's innocent question. Yes, I think you are very handsome. If I am so good-looking and you are so beautiful, then when I grow up, will you marry me? Upon hearing this, Luo Yixue was momentarily taken aback before shaking her head. Oh no, I already have someone I like. Then can you break up with him and be with me? The boy pressed on. Luo Yixue replied, but we are not together yet. The little boy appeared confused, chewing on his thumb. Why aren't you together? He innocently inquired. Luo Yixue sighed, because I don't know if he likes me. The boy scratched his head, perplexed. If he likes you, will you be together? Perhaps there is a possibility. The boy suddenly pouted. That makes me so sad. Can't you not be with him? When I grow up, I will buy you a big villa, a fancy car, and a plane, and take you to Mars. Chapter 13, all about amusing children. Luo Yixue barely managed to suppress her laughter. What you're saying is wonderful, but what I value is not these things. Then what do you value? I'll buy it for you. The boy exclaimed eagerly. At that moment, a bus pulled up to the curb. The boy's mother ended her call and waved to him. Xiaodan, the bus is here. We must go. Xiao Dan, I told you not to suck your thumb. Why are you doing it again? The woman hurried over, taking hold of the boy's small hand and lifting him under her arm. Ah, Mom, you're so annoying. The little boy quickly waved his smartwatch at Luo Yixue. Beautiful sister, hurry and add me on WeChat. We can chat tonight. Lin Xiaodan, don't you have enough pretty girls in your watch? The woman snapped. Hurry up, we'll miss the bus. No, those girls aren't the same, Mom. Let me go. I don't want to go to preschool. I want to chat with the beautiful sister. There are girls in preschool too. No, they are too ugly. I only want the beautiful sister. As the bus doors closed, the little boy was nonetheless whisked away by his mother. Luo Yixue stared blankly at the departing bus. Suddenly, the roar of an engine caught her attention. A luxurious sports car slowly came into view. This isn't. Luo Yixue's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched Gu Feng step out of the car. Gu Feng, didn't you leave? Gu Feng weighed the 2 bags he held in his hands. Who said I was leaving? I went to buy you some medicine and wontons. I'm not hungry. At that moment, it felt as though something within her heart was being filled. Gu Feng looked her over and teased. Ah, yet you're being contradictory again. I distinctly heard your stomach growling. No, you must have misheard. As Gu Feng's voice reached her ears, Luo Yixue hastily protested, her delicate earlobes turning a bright shade of crimson. Really not? Absolutely not. Oh, what a shame for this beef wonton from Zhang old shop. It cannot be kept. Might as well toss it. Gu Feng began to walk toward the trash can with the wontons in hand. Seeing Gu Feng aim for the trash can, Luo Yixue panicked. Wait, don't throw it away. I can eat it. In the next moment, Luo Yixue rushed to Gu Feng's side, but was still a moment too late. With a soft plop, the wontons were discarded. The plastic bag slipped from Gu Feng's grasp and fell into the trash bin. Luo Yixue's gaze dimmed, questioning in her heart. Had it truly been discarded? Yixue, what did you say you wanted to eat? Gu Feng inquired with a slight smirk, turning his attention to her. It's nothing. It's already been thrown away by you. Luo Yixue's eyes bore a hint of grievance as they swept over Gu Feng. The implication was clear. How could one dispose of food so casually? Even if I choose not to eat it, you could at least inquire with others. How could we waste food when there are street cleaners and homeless individuals in the park? Well, Gu Feng said with a playful lift of his lips. That was precisely what I intended to discard. Medication and wontons, right here. He opened the convenience bag and indeed retrieved a bowl of packaged wontons along with some commonly used painkillers and anti-inflammatory drugs. As he opened the container, the steaming aroma of the wontons wafted into the air. Here, eat up. If you don't, they'll turn cold. On the bench at the bus stop, Gu Feng placed the takeout box before Luo Yixue. All right then. Luo Yixue couldn't help but swallow hard. It was the first time she found herself at a humble bus stop, enjoying warm wontons. A sip of the broth warmed her belly, instantly alleviating the slight discomfort she had been feeling. Before long, the bowl was emptied, not a drop of soup left. Just as Gu Feng was about to inquire if she was still hungry, Luo Yixue suddenly turned to him. Gu Feng, yes, I have something to say to you. Go ahead. I've experienced hunger and understand how precious food is. Therefore, if possible, please refrain from making such jokes in the future, all right? Luo Yixue lifted her delicate face, her snow-white skin radiating a sense of resilience and sincerity. After a moment of silence, Gu Feng responded, okay. A pang of sympathy stirred within him, as he felt a profound connection to her words. From now on, we should never go hungry again. By the way, when I was coming over, I seem to have seen a little child pestering you. Upon hearing this, Luo Yixue's petite frame trembled. You saw that? What did you hear? Recalling her earlier conversation with the little boy, Luo Yixue's expression turned anxious, her fair cheeks tinged with an inexplicable blush. Observing her reaction, Gu Feng instinctively narrowed his eyes. She was hiding something. I only caught a bit. He mentioned that you were beautiful and... Gu Feng carefully chose his words while watching Luo Yixue's response. What else? That little rascal also remarked on your fair skin, declaring you the most beautiful girl he has ever seen. What else? Luo Yixue gazed at him with trepidation. At that moment, she resolved that regardless of what Gu Feng said next, she would adamantly insist he had misheard. It was merely a fabrication to amuse children. Yet, the embarrassment was overwhelming. How she wished to flee. If only she and T engaged with that little boy. She truly couldn't T lie. Lin Xiaodan, come back here. Just as Luo Yixue contemplated her denial strategy, the voice of the boy's mother suddenly rang out from behind. I want T. If you don't let me add the beautiful sister on WeChat, I'll want T go to school. Beautiful sister, I'm coming. Luo Yixue turned in surprise. A small figure appeared 100 meters away from the bus stop, gradually enlarging as it approached. It was the little boy who had just asked for her WeChat. Now racing back, his short legs propelled him forward as his mother chased after him. Phew! After running a whole kilometer, the boy finally returned from the next bus stop. Lin Xiaodan, I'll spank you. With a sudden wail, the boy burst into tears, not from fear of his mother, but upon seeing Gu Feng beside Luo Yixue. Beautiful sister, is this the person you like? The boy cried out in despair. This guy is even more handsome than me. He is taller. He is fairer. Mother, I've lost my chance. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. Gu Feng had never encountered such an amusing child, and he couldn't help but crouch down to console him. Stop crying, all right? I'll let you ride in a sports car. A sports car? Where? Where? Upon hearing this, the boy ceased his tears, his eyes sparkling. But not before two large snot bubbles erupted from his nose, eliciting laughter from everyone present. Chapter 14, Classroom Flirtation. Gu Feng pressed the car key, and the lights blinked in response with a beep. The boy's attention was immediately captured by the dazzling sports car, parked by the roadside. Wow, it's a Lamborghini, the boy exclaimed, but his exhilaration quickly faded as his expression fell. Mother, he even has a sports car. Wow. The sister will definitely not be friends with me anymore. The little boy plopped down on the ground, crying even harder. Everyone watched the scene with a mix of amusement and disbelief. However, after a few token sobs, the boy gradually quieted down when no one paid him heed. He tugged at Gu Feng's shirt. Big brother, do you still keep your promises? Gu Feng looked at the little rascal with a bemused expression. The boy sighed in resignation. Since I can't compete with you, if you let me ride in the sports car, I'll let you have the beautiful sister. Gu Feng chuckled. All right, but you must still listen to your mother, understand? Yes, yes. Jie Cho said so. The boy was both delighted and excited, hanging on to Gu Feng's neck. Soon, with the boy's mother's consent, Gu Feng took the little boy for a large spin, indulging his dream of riding in a sports car, and even took a photo with the car before the boy and his mother left, utterly satisfied. Big brother, beautiful sister, goodbye. Today was so awesome. Big brother, beautiful sister, I'll be waiting for you at the Golden Cradle Kindergarten. Come play with me, the boy exclaimed excitedly, sticking his head out of the bus window. Lin, Xiaodan, get your head back inside. By the way, Yixue, I just heard that little rascal say you have someone you like. Who is it? At the bus stop. A smile danced on Gu Feng's lips as he gazed at Luo Yixue. Just as she feared, the unexpected had occurred. Luo Yixue's face flushed crimson, her heart racing as if she were a thief caught in the act. I was just saying that to entertain the child. Oh, so you truly have no one you like? None. Luo Yixue's gaze flitted about, unable to meet Gu Feng's eyes. It wasn't that she couldn't confess her feelings to him, but she feared that if she did, they might not even remain friends. Her delicate neck bowed slightly, a blend of insecurity and sensitivity enveloping her thoughts. Gu Feng's lips curled upward. He had merely intended to tease Luo Yixue, never anticipating such a strong reaction from her. As for whether Luo Yixue had someone she fancied, Gu Feng believed himself to be the most qualified to opine, with the authority and prestige of an empress. If she truly had someone in her heart, why had she remained alone for a decade? Those who hold affection for her could line up from the hometown of Li by all the way to the west coast. A plethora of young men and a myriad of exquisite women abound. It has never been said that the Empress has had any romantic entanglements. However, outside the borders of the great Xia kingdom, numerous rumors have circulated regarding imperial-level powerhouses. For instance, in Gu Feng's previous life, an empress from an island nation had once maintained a harem of over 100 male companions. Additionally, in a nation of thievery, an empress emerged who, upon her arrival, immediately incorporated the entire male entertainment troupe of the country into her royal harem. Days filled with indulgence and nights of revelry ensued. She even established a special festival for selecting her consorts and successfully applied to the United Nations for heritage status. Xiaoxue, with such lofty standards. Be wary of ending up without a boyfriend in the future. Gu Feng teased with a smile, promptly beckoning Luo Yixue to get into the car. Cool, mate. Let me take you home. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Yixue replied, My home is quite far. Perhaps I should just take the bus. But the traffic police are on their way. Yixue, surely you wouldn't want me to be caught and fined, would you? I am currently occupying the bus lane. Gu Feng insisted, adopting a stance that suggested he would not budge until she complied. Upon hearing the mention of a fine, Luo Yixue became flustered, swiftly extending her slender legs to enter the car and shut the door. Gu Feng, let's hurry. It won't be good if the traffic police arrive. As she urged him to drive, she fastened her seatbelt while nervously glancing out the window. Her flustered and adorable demeanor nearly caused Gu Feng to burst into laughter. At that moment, Luo Yixue discovered crucial information. Gu Feng, at 5 o'clock to our right, is that a traffic police officer on a motorcycle coming towards us? Let me take a look. Oh my, it truly is. Upon spotting the officer, Gu Feng swiftly made his escape. 20 minutes later, the car arrived at the entrance of Luo Yixue's apartment complex. Gu Feng, thank you once more for driving me home. I'm not feeling well today, so I want to invite you in. See you tomorrow. Standing by the car, Luo Yixue bid farewell to Gu Feng, still lacking the courage to invite him into her humble abode. Gu Feng nodded, not pressing the matter. He understood the wisdom of knowing when to retreat. Winning the heart of the Empress was not an endeavor to be rushed. Take care and rest well. I shall take my leave. As he watched Gu Feng depart, a flicker of melancholy passed through Luo Yixue's eyes. This is already quite good, isn't it? The following day, Luo Yixue attended classes as usual. Along the way, many individuals greeted her with unexpected warmth. It was during this moment that Luo Yixue keenly sensed a shift in the gazes directed her way. The usually caustic Bei Xian had fallen silent, and those who frequently bullied her or spoke ill of her adopted an unusually amiable demeanor. It seemed as though those who had previously targeted her, criticizing and mocking her, had vanished overnight. Luo Yixue responded to it all with a calm demeanor. As the old saying goes, when you are weak and easily bullied, anyone can kick you, but when you grow strong, the whole world treats you with kindness. Luo Yixue understood deeply that it was Gu Feng's efforts that had garnered her this newfound friendliness and respect. It was due to some unfounded rumors surrounding her relationship with Gu Feng that people had begun to treat her with such courtesy. Yet, this relationship remained superficial. To ensure she would never be bullied again, she must fortify herself. While evasion and compromise may be tactics, in the eyes of the petty, kindness and forbearance equate to weakness. When faced with a vicious foe, one must be even fiercer and more ruthless to deter them. Villains are always inclined to prey on the weak. The more fear you show, the more they will bully you. Therefore, starting today, she would endeavor to be a courageous version of herself. Finally, just as the bell signaling the start of class rang, Gu Feng entered the classroom precisely on time. Gu Feng, I have ironed your clothes for you. Before the teacher could step into the classroom, Luo Yixue hurriedly retrieved the freshly laundered garments and presented them to Gu Feng. He paused, momentarily taken aback, allowing his gaze to linger on the girl's exquisite visage. If memory served correctly, this was the first time Luo Yixue had initiated a conversation with him in class, and it was about something beyond their studies. Thank you. Gu Feng accepted the clothes, his rough fingers inadvertently brushing against her delicate hand, sending a shiver of electric warmth through them, an involuntary separation ensuing. It's chilly in the morning. Not wearing a coat could lead to a cold. I need to prepare for morning reading, she murmured. Her face flushed as she hurriedly shielded herself with her English book. Gu Feng chuckled softly, adorning himself in a meticulously cared-for clothing by Luo Yixue. He was enveloped in a fragrance reminiscent of her own, a scent he recognized from the last time he had been rescued by the Empress, where he had fallen asleep in her embrace for 3 days. At that moment, Luo Yixue, now holding an English book, found herself perplexed. The words she usually memorized with ease eluded her comprehension today. The once clear and straightforward English text now appeared as convoluted as an ancient script. Reflecting upon the morning gossip surrounding her and Gu Feng, Luo Yixue resolved to speak candidly with him about the matter. Gu Feng, I wish to, but upon turning her head and witnessing Gu Feng fast asleep, she felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Soon, she scribbled her thoughts on a small piece of paper, nervously tapping Gu Feng's arm with her petite hand. Don't disturb me. I'm sleeping. Gu Feng frowned, responding with impatience, assuming it was yet another teacher reminding him to focus on his studies. Luo Yixue hesitated, then gently nudged Gu Feng once more. Is this not finished? If you poke me again, I might retaliate. Even with his eyes shut, Gu Feng could guess that the one bothering him was a girl, most likely that tall English intern teacher. However, upon further reflection, he realized that the English teacher should have already been driven away by his earlier annoyance. There was no reason for her to return and continue pestering him. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes and glancing around, he finally noticed the anxious expression on Luo Yixue's face. Xiaoxue, who just poked me? Gu Feng asked, somewhat disgruntled. It was me. I'm sorry for disturbing your sleep, oh. It was you. Then it's no problem. Suddenly, Gu Feng noticed something in Luo Yixue's hand. What do you have there? Nothing. Just then, Luo Yixue spotted a shadow moving outside the classroom and quickly withdrew her hand. Is that for me? Gu Feng seemed oblivious to the patrolling teacher who had just entered the classroom, his eyes fixed expectantly on the small note in Luo Yixue's grasp. It is for you. But you mustn't speak, Luo Yixue admitted, her cheeks warming as she felt like a naughty student. If you give it to me, I won't say a word. Then you take it from below. Beneath the desk, the subtle movements of two individuals finally attracted the attention of two supervising teachers. Among them was none other than the homeroom teacher, Huang Hai, or those two students whispering about. One teacher's piercing gaze immediately fell upon Gu Feng. Director Tuesday. Huang Lao, it's no wonder that the overall performance of your class is stagnant. With such poor classroom discipline, is this how you manage your students? Just as Huang Hai was about to defend his students, he was abruptly silenced by Director Tu's scathing remarks. What I do is none of your concern. Gu Feng raised his eyes to meet the unfriendly gaze of the supervising Director Tuesday. Upon being looked at, Gu Feng unhesitatingly shot back a glare. Who was speaking just now? Was it you? What is that attitude? Director tu reprimandid Heu Feng. He had never held a favorable impression of this class, as it was home to some of the lowest performing students in the entire grade. My attitude is a reflection of your demeanor, Gu Feng retorted coldly. Huang Hai, witnessing this exchange, was taken aback. Gu Feng was audacious enough to confront him and even dared to challenge the director. Was he not concerned about graduating smoothly? However, upon further reflection, it appeared to him that it mattered little. In this school, Gu Feng was the only student he had encountered without a weakness. Observing Director Tu's discomfort, Huang Hai felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, and for the first time found Gu Feng quite likable. My attitude is a reflection of your demeanor. Now that was a splendid remark. The world indeed needs such defiant individuals. Ahem. Director, please calm down. You may not be aware, but the girl sitting next to Gu Feng is the top scorer from the last mock exam. Huang Hai concluded, emphasizing that she was the top of the grade. Might it be possible that Gu Feng was discussing academic matters with her? Playing around is one thing, but I cannot allow others to undermine my students. Huang Hai's words were also a clear reminder to Director Tu that their class was not solely composed of underperformers. There was also the top student. Is that so? Director Tu's gaze shifted towards Luo Yixue. Yes, Director, Gu Feng was indeed inquiring about my studies just now. Luo Yixue stood up and calmly stated. In that case, I shall not interrupt your learning any further. I hope your class achieves good results next time. Director Tu found an exit strategy and left in a huff. Huang Hai smirked slightly. Applause erupted in the classroom, prompting Huang Hai to quickly signal for silence. All right, class, let us continue our studies. Once the two teachers departed, Gu Feng teased, Wow, Yixue, you were quite brave just now. You've even learned to tell a fib. Luo Yixue, feeling like a deflated balloon, her palms sweaty, retorted, If it weren't for you, I couldn't just stand by and watch the director take you away. Gu Feng chuckled, unfolding a small note. It turned out that Luo Yixue had wanted to treat him to lunch. He rested his chin on his hand, and, considering that Luo Yixue had turned into a bad student for his sake, he consented. All right, since you've done that for me, I'll treat you. That won't do. Since I've already played the part of a bad student, I might as well go all out. Luo Yixue responded. Last time you treated me to wontons. So today it's my turn. Gu Feng ceased to argue. Fine, you can treat this time, and I'll treat next time. So, where shall we dine? Luo Yixue inquired. She specifically wanted Gu Feng to know that she had settled her tutoring payment with her landlord's daughter the previous day, so she need not scrimp on money. Gu Feng pondered for a moment before suggesting, I've heard the mapo tofu in the cafeteria is quite good. Let us have lunch there today. Luo Yixue paused, having initially intended to discuss this matter privately when inviting Gu Feng for a meal. After considering, she voiced her concerns. This is what I wanted to tell you. If we eat at school, it might lead others to mistakenly believe that we are in a genuine romantic relationship. Do you mind? Upon finishing, she anxiously awaited Gu Feng's response. Chapter 16. I eat vegetarian, you eat meat. I don't mind at all. Gu Feng replied with a slight smile. Indeed, he was Gu Feng. How could he be swayed by the opinions of others? Observing the sunlight and confidence radiating from Gu Feng, Luo Yixue thought, however, if you do mind. I don't mind. Luo Yixue's face turned slightly crimson. But if we're not truly together, it's you who would be at a disadvantage. At a disadvantage? Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback, nearly bursting into laughter. His mission was to befriend the Empress. Transitioning from mere friends to nominally being in a relationship was a significant step forward for him. He was not a loss, but rather gaining immensely. Well, since I don't have a girlfriend right now, we can't control what others say. So let them misunderstand. Gu Feng suggested tentatively. Luo Yixue nodded gratefully, sincerely stating, Thank you, Gu Feng. If you ever need anything, feel free to let me know, and I will clarify things with everyone. Now is indeed a critical period for the college entrance examination. Holding the title of Gu Feng's girlfriend would certainly alleviate some of her troubles. At noon, in the school cafeteria, Luo Yixue topped up her meal card, ordering not only the mapo tofu Gu Feng requested, but also a portion of braised pork ribs and sweet and sour tenderloin. Returning to their seats, Gu Feng glanced at the sumptuous dishes on his plate, and then at the plain rice and boiled greens on Luo Yixue's, furrowing his brow. Yixue, why are you only having vegetables? Where's your meat? I order more than I can eat for lunch, Luo Yixue replied, picking up a piece of green vegetable and lowering her head, slowly chewing. It was evident to Gu Feng that Luo Yixue had only ordered a portion of vegetables to save money. Seeing the girl's somewhat frail figure stirred an inexplicable pang of sympathy within him. At such an age, coupled with her need to balance studies and earn living expenses, this meager nutrition was utterly insufficient. Suddenly, Gu Feng lost his appetite, his attention solely on the girl, filled with concern and compassion. Why aren't you eating? Luo Yixue asked, puzzled, noticing Gu Feng had set down his chopsticks. At that moment, Gu Feng's mind was racing. To facilitate a smooth exchange of food with Luo Yixue, he resolved to play the role of a tea artist. It's nothing. Just suddenly thought of something and lost my appetite, Gu Feng teased. Indeed, Luo Yixue's attention was piqued, her gaze fixed on his sharply defined face, ready to listen. What did you think of? Can you share with me? Taking a shower, Gu Feng said solemnly. Luo Yixue. Then Gu Feng sighed. Last night, when I went to the bathroom to shower and took off my clothes, I discovered something. Luo Yixue. Was it appropriate for her to hear about what he discovered while undressing? As the conversation took an absurd turn, Luo Yixue's cheeks gradually felt flushed. And then? Why did you stop? Yixue, do you want to know what happened next? I don't. Last night, while I was indulging in a bath, I sorrowfully discovered that my once prominent 8-pack abs had mysteriously vanished. Gu Feng wore an expression of heartfelt pain. Ups, how could they possibly be gone? Where have they disappeared to? Luo Yixue, though perplexed, was profoundly shaken. To be precise, 2 had vanished, leaving only 6. Luo Yixue gently pressed her lips together, her beautiful eyes sweeping over Gu Feng's abdomen. Are there really 6? A boy with 6-pack abs must be quite impressive. No wonder Gu Feng excels in fights. It turns out his physical prowess is remarkable. This predicament is all due to my indulgence. I'm sorry, Ishue, but I cannot partake in this meal. If I must eat. Without further ado, Gu Feng swapped their plates. I'll have the vegetables, and you, the meat. Luo Ishue displayed a look of skepticism, suspecting that Gu Feng was intentionally offering her the meat. However, given his earnest performance, would it not be too cruel to expose him? Contemplating this, Luo Ishue took some greens from Gu Feng's plate and transferred a portion of the meat sauce back to his. Gu Feng saw through her frugality, but chose not to embarrass her by addressing it directly. Instead, he employed this method to ensure she was not left hungry while preserving her dignity. Having felt Gu Feng's warmth countless times, Luo Ishue's eyes glistened, revealing a faint smile. I believe six-pack abs are just right. This way, we needn't diet and can enjoy our meals, shall we? Gu Feng's lips curled into a slight smile as he emphasized. We must eat well every day. Ishue, I never imagined your culinary awareness would be so profound. Here, let me reward you with an extra piece of meat. No, you should eat it. You've grown so thin. If you don't eat more, how will you grow? I'm 170 centimeters, hardly skinny, right? You eat. A piece of tenderloin was exchanged back and forth between them. Suddenly, Luo Ishue realized that Gu Feng had led the conversation astray, and both burst into laughter. But, Gu Feng, do you truly have six-pack abs? Luo Ishue asked curiously. As soon as the question escaped her lips, she regretted it, her face blooming with a shy blush. Would this make Gu Feng think she lacked boundaries? Indeed, I do. Would you like to see? Gu Feng replied, a faint flush appearing on his face. Surely, this wouldn't lead the Empress to think of him as a frivolous man, would it? Luo Ishue glanced around at the bustling crowd. Here? Perhaps it's best not to. Lowering her head, she focused on her meal. Though it was merely a matter of lifting a shirt, what if others saw? For reasons unknown, she wished for Gu Feng to reveal it only to her. Gu Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. To lift his shirt in such a noisy environment would make him feel utterly embarrassed. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a young man with white hair abruptly entered, instantly capturing the attention of many. Isn't that the notorious white-haired youth from the neighboring New Shanghai? What brings him to our school? TSK. What else could it be? I wonder which unfortunate soul will suffer this time. The white-haired youth was infamous for his delinquency, having extorted money from numerous students in both Jiangnan No. 1 High School and New Shanghai. With connections to some unsavory characters, he was generally avoided by all. White-hair brat, you're not welcome here. Go back to New Chung. A boyish voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. The white-haired youth turned to face the crowd. Locking onto his target, and without hesitation, he dragged the boy out and delivered 2 resounding slaps. How dare you? The boy hadn't even had time to retaliate before a powerful kick sent him sprawling to the ground. Anyone who dares to speak again will suffer the same fate. The boy clutched his face, seething with rage, yet unable to voice it. A bunch of fools. The white-haired youth coldly surveyed the crowd before brazenly stepping onto a cafeteria table. His gaze swept across the room until it landed on Gu Feng, the target he had sought. He leaped off the table and strode toward Gu Feng. This white-haired youth isn't planning to target Gu Feng, is he? The crowd erupted in hushed whispers as they witnessed the white-haired youth approaching the only table occupied by Gu Feng. Everyone knew Gu Feng was wealthy. If he continued to flaunt it, surely this rogue would be taught a lesson. Yet, Gu Feng appeared formidable as well. It all depended on whose backing was more robust. The white-haired youth had the support of a gangster, while Gu Feng's parents were deceased. Who would care for him? Just look at Luo Ishue. She had both beauty and figure, being the school belle, yet no one dared pursue her. Why? Because she was the woman favored by a gangster. Perhaps the white-haired youth was merely sent by the gangster to teach Gu Feng a lesson. How delightful this would be to witness. Nearby, Baisiener smirked at the unfolding drama. The slap Gu Feng had given her was still painfully fresh. She hoped that this white-haired youth would strike hard enough to ease her grievances. I always said that Luo Ishue was no ordinary girl. This is the price she pays for her connections. However, it soon became evident that Baisiener had rejoiced too soon. If the white-haired youth's earlier actions resembled those of a violent lunatic, at this moment, his demeanor before Gu Feng was utterly deflated, leaving everyone astonished. When looking at Gu Feng, His eyes held no malice. Instead, he appeared submissive, his posture hunched and his tone laced with humility. "Hello, Mr. Gu. It's a pleasure to see you again." Witnessing this scene, everyone stood dumbfounded. Many were bewildered. This plot twist was unexpected. Surely, the white-haired youth had not come to seek reconciliation. Had he? A lackey of a gangster acting so meek? What in the world? Is this white-haired youth an idiot? With a gangster's backing, and yet he is so timid? Why hasn't he made a move yet? Why is he being so courteous? Bei Xian'er, seething with indignation, couldn't he help but scoff inwardly. "And you are?" Gu Feng inquired coolly, casting a glance at Chun-He. "I am Chun-He. I had the fortune of meeting Mr. Gu at KFC yesterday," the white-haired youth quickly replied. He was immensely relieved that it was he who had informed the gang leader yesterday. Otherwise, he might have ended up in intensive care. Moreover, he had witnessed the gang leader being apprehended by the authorities while withdrawing money from the bank. Had he not been quick on his feet, he might have found himself in a similar predicament, sporting a pair of silver handcuffs. "Chun what?" Gu Feng's brow furrowed slightly. "Chun-He. If Mr. Gu prefers not to use my full name, you may simply call me White Hair," he said politely. Having witnessed the terrifying demeanor of Gu Feng, he understood that the more humble he appeared before Gu Feng, the safer he would be. It turned out to be a small folding fan. At last, Gu Feng recalled that among the group led by Brother G yesterday, there was indeed a young man with bleached hair, a certain Karami. "Yes, I am but a trifling character, Mr. Gu. The situation is as follows. Regarding Brother G, Brother Hu from the Sanlian gang, oh no, Chun-Hu has sent me to convey a message to you." Chun-Hu stated that if he could witness Brother G's release from the police station within 3 hours and see the few yellow-haired rascals sent to the ICU, he would overlook the matter, and from then on, you would be a friend of the Sanlian gang. The pale-haired man spoke submissively, fearing Gu Feng's displeasure might lead to dire consequences. Upon hearing the name of the Sanlian gang, many present displayed expressions of disbelief. The Sanlian gang, having dominated Jiangnan for years, is the largest criminal organization in the region. Their ventures are numerous, engaging in both legitimate and illicit enterprises. Yet, the astonishment did not end there. When they learned that Gu Feng had sent members of the Sanlian gang to the ICU, the crowd collectively gasped. Gu Feng had inflicted severe harm upon their underlings without repercussions. He had dispatched their leader to the police station without a care. In the face of the Sanlian gang, only Gu Feng could exhibit such audacity. What did this signify? It implied that Gu Feng must possess a background far more formidable than that of the Sanlian gang. So, there were such formidable figures at our school. I had long suspected Gu Feng was extraordinary. Truly, Gu Feng is the pride of Jiangnan. One high school. Ah, indeed, you are all correct. Listening to the discussions around her, Bei Xian'er felt a wave of despair. It dawned upon her that Gu Feng's slap had indeed been a merciful gesture. Had he truly intended to inflict harm, she might have found herself in the ICU. With Gu Feng unafraid of the Sanlian gang, what was she in comparison? In that moment, Bei Xian'er was utterly convinced. Her resentment towards Gu Feng had vanished completely, replaced by a flicker of gratitude for not being sent into the ICU. Gu Feng then shifted the conversation, his lips curling into a subtle mockery. "What is this? Brother G and Brother Hu? Is your gang hosting a convention at the zoo?" The pale-haired man thought to himself that he was in deep trouble, and quickly responded, Yes, there is indeed a dragon brother above us. However, Dragon Brother has been absent from the gang these days." When mentioning Dragon Brother, a flicker of reverence appeared in the pale-haired man's eyes. He had witnessed Gu Feng's prowess, yet he was acutely aware of Dragon Brother's terror. Within the Sanlian gang, Dragon Brother was the one who truly held the reins of power, while Chun-Hu and Brother G were merely higher-ranking lackeys in his presence. "And what if I choose not to release him?" Gu Feng teased, gazing at him mockingly. The pale-haired man's complexion drained of color, fine beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. At this point, he was thoroughly flustered, compelled to speak the truth. "Brother Hu hopes you do not act ungratefully." Gu Feng let out a cold laugh. He had long since investigated the power dynamics of the Sanlian gang. In essence, the Sanlian gang operated in the shadows, engaging in unsavory businesses. As a seasoned reborn individual, he feared nothing, not even a horde of beasts. Why would he fear a few petty thugs running a gray market? These individuals, reveling in their current bravado, would meet a grim fate in the future. Return to your leader and convey this. Do not entertain thoughts of negotiation. I do not wish to see a repeat of this situation. Should you provoke me again, I will not hold back. Understood? Understood. The pale-haired man replied repeatedly, yet internally he felt that Gu Feng was somewhat arrogant. He acknowledged Gu Feng's extraordinary capabilities. But could one individual truly contend with a large gang of hundreds? On the other hand, returning with such news would not bode well for him. Nevertheless, to avoid trouble from Chun Hu, he cautiously retrieved a business card from his pocket and handed it to Gu Feng. This is Chun Hu's card. Should you have any thoughts, feel free to call the number. Guheng Security Company. Gu Feng scanned the card indifferently and promptly tore it in two. I comprehend your intent. The pale-haired man exhaled deeply upon witnessing this, then turned to leave. Exiting the gates of Jiangnan No. 1 High School, he immediately dialed Chun Hu. Hello, Brother Hu. It's me. How did the negotiations go? They fell through. Fell through? You incompetent fool. You can't manage such a trivial matter? Were you raised on dung? Did you relay my instructions? I did, but this kid is too arrogant, he said. Said what? He said you're a small folding fan. He also mentioned. In the phone call, the pale-haired man could almost sense Chun Hu's escalating fury. If he did not shift the blame onto Gu Feng, Chun Hu might very well tear him apart. He also said that we are hosting a convention at the zoo, and he even tore your card. Ultimately, he claimed that someone like you could be taken down by him tenfold, advising you to avoid provoking him, or else. Enough. Stop right there. Chun Hu could no longer tolerate it. He had initially thought that dispatching a lowly errand boy would easily resolve the matter, only to find that this high school student showed him no respect whatsoever. A surge of unbridled rage ignited within him. He could scarcely believe that a mere high school student dared to challenge him. However, upon reflection, Gu Feng's refusal might turn out to be a blessing in disguise. Since Brother Ji could not emerge, the lucrative Gu family enterprise was now his for the taking. What do you plan to do, Brother Hu? Are you going to kill him? The pale-haired man ventured cautiously. Chun Hu's gaze flickered as he replied. You previously mentioned that the woman Brother Ji has his eye on has a foster father who owes us a substantial sum, correct? Yes, indeed. However, that worthless man no longer holds any value. Chun Hu smirked. What do you know? Go bring that foster father to me. Quickly. Gu Feng. Do you truly fear those people? On the way back from the cafeteria, Luo Yixue expressed her concerns. From the pale-haired man's account, she learned that Brother Ji was affiliated with the Somnian gang, and Gu Feng had mercilessly rejected negotiations with them. Open conflict is easily avoided, but covert retaliation is difficult to guard against. Gu Feng's safety was at stake. Gu Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. They are merely a few ruffians. Why should I fear them? If I were afraid, I wouldn't have acted from the start. Do not worry. I will exercise caution. They dare not do anything to me. The more Gu Feng reassured her, the more guilt surged within Luo Yixue. She felt unworthy of such concern from him. As a result, throughout the afternoon, Luo Yixue came to a resolution. Since the situation was unavoidable, she had no choice but to stand by Gu Feng, come what may. Together, they would face their fates. If someone were to provoke Gu Feng into a confrontation, she would no longer merely stand by, gazing helplessly. Even if it meant exerting her meager strength to delay the adversary for a fleeting second, she would do so. Ultimately, as long as Gu Feng draws breath, she too remains alive. When Gu Feng encounters peril, she would willingly sacrifice herself in her stead. After all, her life holds little value. Gu Feng, of course, remains unaware of Luo Yixue's resolute decision. Time swiftly passes, and soon, the school day concludes. Strolling through the campus, the afternoon sunlight bathes the scaly clouds above in a resplendent golden hue. Gu Feng ambles leisurely, as if savoring the languid pace of life while admiring the picturesque horizon. Gu Feng, wait. He hears a voice call out. Turning in surprise, he observes the girl pursuing him. What is it? He inquired. The girl, breathless and flustered, nervously tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, revealing her adorably flushed earlobes. Gu Feng, may I walk with you? Momentarily taken aback, Gu Feng responded with a smile. Of course, let's walk together. His leisurely pace was a reflection of his internal conflict regarding whether to invite Luo Yixue to accompany him. While she harbored concerns for his safety, he too was equally apprehensive for her well-being. Now that Luo Yixue had taken the initiative to join him, he could not have wished for more. Having no parents to rely on, Luo Yixue was his sole vulnerability. In truth, during their lunch at the cafeteria, he had strategically played the emotional card. Based on his observations of the Empress over the past few days, he realized that by inciting the Sanlian gang, and given Luo Yixue's sensitive and insecure nature, she would likely shoulder the blame, believing she had ensnared him in peril. The more enmity he cultivated with the Sanlian gang, the more she would feel compelled to look after him. After all, emotions flourish through interaction. With the revival of spiritual energy drawing closer, he must seize every opportunity to engage with the Empress, whether it be despicable or exploitative. Feng could only offer silent apologies within his heart. As they conversed, they arrived at the parking lot. Numerous onlookers observed as Luo Yixue entered Feng's car, casting envious glances their way. However, to their astonishment, as soon as they settled in, the vehicle began to tremble, evoking a sensation as if they were clandestinely engaged in mischief. Whoa, incredible. Car shaking. How exhilarating. So immersive? What the hell? It's an earthquake. Wow. Run. Run from what? It's already over. For a brief moment, several bewildered individuals glanced around, the world around them tranquil as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, many received an identical message on their phones. At 1845, a magnitude 3.8 earthquake occurred in Jiangnan City. My goodness. It really was an earthquake, a 3.8. How terrifying. Why have we been receiving news of earthquakes from all over the country lately? Oh no, I must hurry and ask my mom to buy me a large durian. And I must have my dad arrange a feast with those delectable lobsters. Since everyone else is making arrangements, I should too. What if the world ends and I remain a virgin? That would be such a pity. As for Feng, his countenance darkened, not from fear of the earthquake, but from the historical context of Jiangnan, a region traditionally known for its tranquility. Such disasters as landslides and earthquakes were exceedingly rare. The occurrence of an earthquake could only indicate a premature revival of spiritual energy. The frequent seismic activity suggested alterations in the magnetic field of Blue Star, leading to the emergence of numerous unidentified elements within, which subsequently released what would later be termed spiritual energy. Whether the revival of spiritual energy had genuinely been expedited remained to be seen. Only time would reveal the truth. What Feng needed to do was avoid repeating the tragedies of his past life and strengthen himself before chaos ensued. Regaining his composure, Feng glanced at Luo Yixue in the passenger seat, and his pupils dilated in shock. How had she come to grasp the gear shift? What was her intention? Luo Yixue epitomized the quintessential girl from the Jiangnan water towns. Her features exquisitely delicate, her complexion fair and smooth, embodying all the most enchanting traits of her heritage. Yet, in the face of her first earthquake, she was utterly flustered. As the ground quaked and the car ornament swayed, her small hands instinctively sought something stable to hold on to. In her panic, she inadvertently clutched the gear shift tightly instead of Feng's hand. With her eyes squeezed shut, she struggled to suppress her fear. Once the tremors subsided, her palms glistened with perspiration. It was merely a minor tremor. Everything is fine, Feng reassured her. Upon hearing this, Luo Yixue managed to overcome her anxiety, slowly opening her beautiful eyes and exhaling a long sigh of relief. I've seen on television that earthquakes are terrifying. Feng chuckled softly. What is truly frightening are the major earthquakes. This was merely a minor one. I too was quite alarmed during my first experience, but it becomes manageable with time. You've experienced other earthquakes? Luo Yixue asked, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, Feng replied. During the summer, while driving along Route 416, I passed through the Basha region, which is prone to earthquakes. After a moment, Luo Yixue nodded, her mood lightening considerably. Feng, you're impressive. At such a young age, you traversed Route 416, while I've only ever known National Route 318. I truly hope that after the college entrance examinations, I can journey along Route 416 as well. Feng, Noticing the envy etched upon her face, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Was it conceivable that the Route 416 he mentioned was, in fact, the same as the Route 318 she referred to? Despite Luo Ishue's compliments, Gufeng felt no sense of accomplishment. Rather, he wished to hastily depart this awkward situation. Ishue, could you perhaps release your grip? I can't drive with you holding onto the gear shift. Oh, I'm so sorry. There's a bit of moisture. Let me wipe it off. No worries, it's alright if you don't. Still, I think I should wipe it. Before long, they arrived at the community where Luo Ishue resided. Gufeng, would you like to come in for a glass of water? Please don't think it's too much trouble. She hesitated, mustering the courage to invite him inside. Gufeng's recent kindness had not gone unnoticed. If he were a materialistic individual, he would not have offered such selfless assistance. Sure, Gufeng responded cheerfully, quickening his pace to match hers. Although the community had been established a decade prior, Gufeng was taken aback to discover that Luo Ishue resided in the basement. The basement was relatively clean, though some areas were cluttered with items and remnants of water damage were visible on the walls. The plumbing was patched up, and the lighting flickered inconsistently, casting shadows in a space that rarely saw sunlight. Upon contemplating the prolonged residence of Luo Ishue within such an environment, Gufeng felt an inexplicable discomfort wash over him. It dawned on him why, during their last parting, she had refrained from inviting him inside for a visit. He yearned to extend his assistance, but found himself at a loss for words. The challenge lay in offering his support while simultaneously safeguarding the dignity of the Empress. Presenting a conundrum. In that moment, they arrived at the entrance of a basement. As the door swung open, Luo Ishue momentarily appeared flustered. Gufeng stepped into the room, only to be greeted by a chaotic scene of disarray, with signs of disturbance evident among the wardrobe and bed linens. The room had evidently been ransacked. A complex expression clouded Luo Ishue's gaze as she surveyed the wreckage before her. Why did her misfortunes always lay bare before Gufeng? Why was it that she was robbed precisely when she had invited him over? In an instant, she felt utterly drained, as though all her strength had been sapped from her. At that moment, her eyes fell upon a suitcase beneath the wardrobe. My stone. With every ounce of energy she could muster, Luo Ishue located a jewelry box and opened it, only to find it completely empty. Tears welled up in her helpless eyes, and she collapsed onto the cold concrete floor, clutching the vacant box as sorrowful tears streamed down her cheeks. Witnessing this scene, Gufeng felt an inexplicable ache in his heart. In that moment, he realized that he had likely already developed feelings for this lonely and vulnerable girl. The anguish etched on Luo Ishue's face conveyed that the jewelry box had contained something of immense significance to her. Furrowing his brow, Gufeng exited the small room. The sound of his departing footsteps deepened Luo Ishue's despondency. Surely, he must be disappointed in her. Everything seemed awry. In front of the person she cherished, she consistently revealed her most unseemly side. As Luo Ishue spiraled into her thoughts, Gufeng re-entered the room. You didn't leave? Why would I? He replied. Seeing her still kneeling on the concrete floor, her tear-filled eyes raised to him, Gufeng, both exasperated and amused, extended his hand. Regardless of what you've lost, I shall help you retrieve it. Could you please rise from the ground? Oh. Luo Ishue lowered her gaze, gripping his somewhat rough hand tightly as she stood up. Thank you, Gufeng. Without you, I truly wouldn't know what to do. Luo Ishue said, attempting to gather her scattered emotions. Now is not the time for such discussions. You should check and see what else, aside from the jewelry box, has been taken. Luo Ishue shook her head slightly. No need to check. In this room, all the valuable items were contained within that locked suitcase. There was 5,000 yuan in cash, and the stone from the jewelry box. Her voice trembled as she endeavored to maintain a facade of composure. However, the 5,000 yuan was intended for her university expenses. Every cent had been painstakingly saved through frugality and diligence. Moreover, the transparent stone resembling amber was the only legacy left to her by her biological parents. Gufeng nodded and posed another question. Are there other tenants in this basement? Luo Ishue nodded gently. Yes, there are 5 tenants in our unit's basement. Upon hearing this, Gufeng remarked, I just went outside and noticed that only this room had been robbed. The answer is clear. This must have been the work of someone familiar. Are you acquainted with the other tenants here? He inquired. Luo Ishue shook her head. Most of the residents here are those who cannot afford rent elsewhere, seeking to save money by living here. Besides, compared to other workers, I am merely a student, making it even less likely that anyone would target me. Could it be the Triad gang's doing? If only the surveillance cameras were functional. Luo Ishue shook her head again. She had never disclosed her living arrangements to anyone. If the Triad sought to retaliate against her, they could not have discovered her residence so swiftly. However, Gu Feng's suggestion of an insider's involvement sparked a new thought in her mind. An acquaintance? Who would covet an insignificant, transparent stone? Suddenly, realization struck her. Uncle Tang. Without hesitation, Luo Ishue seized her phone and dialed a number. Gu Feng surmised that this Uncle Tang was likely her adoptive father, Tang Kuan. After several rings, the call was finally answered. Uncle Tang, did you take my stone? What stone? I don't understand what you're talking about. Came the vague response from the other end. The stone my mother left for me. Did you take it? Luo Ishue's voice was laced with desperation. Gu Feng's lips twitched as he pointed to the ceiling, and Luo Ishue instantly understood. Uncle Tang, I have surveillance footage. I saw you on it. Surveillance? You watched the footage? Tang Kuan faltered. You clever little girl. You've become quite astute. He admitted, indeed. That worthless stone is in the possession of Chun from the Tiger Security Company. What do you intend to do about it? Uncle Tang, you know that stone holds no value. Luo Ishue pleaded anxiously. Tang Kuan had attempted to pawn the stone numerous times, only to find no one willing to accept it. I don't care about the money, but please, return the stone to me. You foolish girl, what are you thinking? That stone is currently with Chun. Are you trying to get me killed? Tang Kuan barked, nearly in a roar. How did you find out where I live? I know where you are, you little girl. I know your every move. Oh, and by the way, I've already collected your wages from those jobs you worked. After all these years, we can't have raised you for nothing. You'll need to repay us at least 1 million. No, 3 million. Luo Ishue trembled with rage. She suddenly recalled that the only item she had brought back from her last visit to Uncle's house for Aunt's birthday was this very phone, a used phone belonging to her aunt. Could it be that Uncle had tampered with this phone? You installed a tracking software on this phone, didn't you? Luo Ishue ventured uncertainly. Only just realizing it? It's too late now, Tang Kuan declared triumphantly. How else could such a new phone have only cost you 300 yuan? Your aunt and I recognized your rebellious nature long ago. You're clever, but devoid of conscience. Before he could finish, Luo Ishue hung up the phone. Fighting back tears, Gu Feng observed everything with a heavy heart. Had it not been for his conflict with the Triad, Luo Ishue would not have lost her most cherished possession. Rest assured, Ishue, I shall help you recover your belongings. There's no need, she replied. Luo Ishue cast a frigid glance at Gu Feng, her tone icy. My belongings? Why should you seek them? Who are you to me, anyway? From now on, my affairs are none of your concern. With a resolute turn of her head, Luo Ishue offered an almost indifferent rejection to Gu Feng while silently apologizing in her heart. I'm sorry, Gu Feng, but I can no longer burden you. How could she not see that all of this was merely a trap set by Chun Hu? More than the stone, her greater concern lay with Gu Feng's safety. Despite the tearing pain within her heart, Luo Ishue mustered the strength to suppress it. An overwhelming impulse to leave this city surged within her. By not participating in the college entrance examination, she would not become a liability to Gu Feng, and she would depart from here. Gu Feng, taken aback by her words, nodded calmly. I understand what you mean. He then retrieved a small bottle of spirit spring from his satchel and placed it on the humble desk. If it could grant him a fleeting resurgence of power, it should prove effective for the more gifted Luo Ishue as well. If you encounter danger, drinking this may help you through a crisis. Good night, I'm leaving. Without uttering another word, Gu Feng exited the small room. He could see that Luo Ishue did not genuinely despise him. In truth, he felt a pang of sympathy for the young lady before him. The future Empress, despite facing isolation from her peers and betrayal from her family, still bore the hope of saving humanity. How could such a girl possibly be capricious and heartless? He understood perfectly well that the strong, cold demeanor she exhibited was merely a protective facade. Why did her steps never falter? Because she lacked a sense of security, Behind her was an empty void. Gu Feng departed. Luo Ishue cradled the bottle of spirit spring delicately in her palms, repeatedly apologizing. Gu Feng, we ultimately belong to different worlds. Yet soon, she sensed something amiss. Just because she forbade Gu Feng from seeking Chun Hu and his associates, did that mean he would refrain from doing so? The more she pondered, the more uneasy she felt. Gu Feng had left too calmly. In response to her coldness, he hadn't even asked why. The security company, Tiger Security. Luo Ishue murmured, her delicate frame shuddering suddenly. With no time to dwell further, she dashed out of the small dwelling. Chapter 21. Indistinguishable Kings, White-Haired One. Are you certain this item is worth what you claim? On a tiger skin upholstered chair, a muscular man scrutinized a piece of transparent glass-like stone through a magnifying glass. This individual, known as Chun Hu, was the owner of Tiger Security Company. The white-haired man interjected hastily. Brother Hu, you can't be mistaken. Old Tang Kuan personally told me this is top-grade amber unearthed from a Western Zhou tomb. Oh, upon hearing this, Chun Hu set down the magnifying glass. Amber from the Western Zhou era. Now, tell me, what is the name of the big-eyed creature within? If you answer correctly, there's a reward. If wrong this. The white-haired man gasped sharply, glancing at the beautifully transparent stone in Chun Hu's hand, which indeed contained a creature with remarkably large eyes. Its head was fluffy, with big eyes and a tiny body. Upon closer inspection, one could even discern two inconspicuous horns atop its round head. How could such an adorable miniature figurine possibly be a bug? Brother Hu, it's precisely because we've never seen such a bug that it's so precious. Perhaps bugs from several years ago looked like this, right? The white-haired man explained, forcing himself. White-haired one, I haven't read much, so don't deceive me. Chun Hu squinted, unsure if he believed the white-haired man. How could I dare deceive Brother Hu? This is all information from Tang Kuan. And where is Tang Kuan? Chun Hu shifted the topic. That old scoundrel is untrustworthy. He fled on the way back, the white-haired man stammered. In his heart, he thought if this worthless stone were truly valuable, Tang Kuan would have sold it long ago instead of leaving it behind. Brother Hu, I assure you, this amber was personally retrieved from Gu Feng's woman as safe. Whether it holds value, I cannot say, but it undoubtedly bears significant importance to her. I bet that with Gu Feng's relationship with her, he will surely come to redeem it. At that time, you can definitely give that brat a good thrashing. Chun Hu waved his hand, and immediately two lackeys approached and restrained the white-haired man. I've heard this kid is quite skilled, but I wonder how he compares to me, Chun Hu casually inquired. The white-haired man trembled as he replied, fully aware of what should and should not be said in the current situation. Gu Feng is indeed very capable. However, he still falls a bit short when compared to you. A bit short? The white-haired man quickly began counting on his fingers. The gap between you and him is a billion bits short, no doubt about it. Upon hearing this, Chun Hu slapped the white-haired man across the face. A billion bits short, huh? Well, that's acceptable. Haha, he burst into laughter, as if envisioning Gu Feng. The high school student, kneeling before him, battered and bruised. By the way, white-haired one, I got a bit carried away earlier and accidentally slapped you twice. You wouldn't be angry, would you? How could I be, Brother Hu? I'm not upset at all, as long as you're happy. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the white-haired man felt himself yanked by the collar and callously tossed beside a dog cage. Two pit bulls, detecting the fresh intruder, rushed to the bars, barking furiously. Chun Hu proudly proclaimed, this dog cage is specially prepared for Gu Feng. What do you think? Very good. Absolutely splendid. Well, if Gu Feng doesn't arrive within an hour, then you'll take his place and feed my dogs. The white-haired man Chun Hu chuckled cruelly. And just then, a young man entered from outside. Excuse me, is this Tiger Security Company? His voice was polite and refined, resonating like celestial music in the ears of the white-haired man. He-es here. He-es here. The white-haired man felt a rush of warmth in his eyes, nearly crying out in excitement. He finally arrived. I was just a moment away from being tossed into the dog cage. And you are? Chun Hu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the newcomer. Gu Feng lifted his gaze, observing the severely beaten white-haired man, confirming he had come to the right place. I heard my friend's belongings are here. I've come to retrieve them, Gu Feng stated calmly. You are Gu Feng. Chunhu sneered upon hearing this. Compared to his own imposing stature, this Gu Feng appeared to be merely a slight figure. Not only was he slight, but he was also a reckless youth. How dare he come alone? One could only say that the young man had guts, but he was truly foolish. Is this the glass bead? Very well. How much are you willing to pay for its redemption? Chunhu leaned back in his tiger-striped chair, his oversized leather shoes forcefully trampling upon a translucent stone, a sneer of disdain curling upon his lips. Witnessing this scene, Gu Feng's eyes instantly flared with murderous intent. If he had initially contemplated sparing these individuals, the moment Chunhu's foot pressed upon the stone, he had irrevocably branded him with the seal of death. Gu Feng's expression remained impassive as he slowly extended a finger. 100 million? Chunhu inquired. Gu Feng merely fixed him with a cold, unyielding stare, remaining silent. Chunhu frowned. 10 million? Gu Feng still did not respond. Chunhu's countenance began to darken. 1 million? Are you treating me like a beggar? He was about to unleash further invective when he was abruptly interrupted by Gu Feng's chilling voice. One breath. I shall grant you and everyone here but a single breath. Gu Feng did not recklessly unleash a massacre. With spiritual energy yet to revive, he had no desire to gamble with his life. Allowing them a single breath was his ultimate concession. Now, you may remove your foot and hand over the item. Upon hearing this, Chunhu erupted in incredulous laughter. He could hardly believe he had encountered such absurdity today. What kind of delusional mindset did one need to possess to speak to him in such a manner? Those who could not discern between a king and a pawn would surely lose their lives. Did he not understand? Men, kill him. At Chunhu's command, a dozen burly men wielding axes burst forth from a nearby room, surrounding Gu Feng in a formidable display. Yet, to their astonishment, Gu Feng met this daunting situation without so much as a furrow in his brow. Let them strike. As long as I draw breath, they may attack. Chunhu, displeased, issued his order. In that moment, Gu Feng made his move. He gulped down the spiritual spring water, and an overwhelming power surged within him. As he clenched his fists, the air around him shimmered with a slight distortion. Casting aside his thermos, he became the most striking figure in the room. His combat prowess was unmatched. Kill him. Attack. In the span of mere breaths, the dozen men were sent sprawling by Gu Feng's might. Wow. Ugh. In an instant, misfortune befell each of them in various forms. Some collided with the walls and were rendered unconscious. Others were struck by their own axes, sustaining grievous wounds. Some writhed on the ground, howling in agony. Witnessing this spectacle, Chunhu was rendered utterly speechless, his eyes widening in shock. How could it be possible for anyone to possess such strength? Those were living men, all fell by Gu Feng in a single, astonishing display of power. How could such an incredible individual exist in Jiangnan City? In that moment, Chunhu gasped sharply. Suddenly, he began to comprehend the reason for Gu Feng's audacity in coming alone. This was a true master. Such power was utterly staggering. It dawned on him that the true fool was none other than himself. Little brother, I respect your bravery. I shall return your item. From this day forth, let us not interfere with one another. What say you? Chunhu's voice trembled as he spoke, calculating in his mind the odds of emerging victorious against Gu Feng. The realization that filled him with despair was that this probability was nearly zero. He had barely registered Gu Feng's movements before the battle concluded. Or rather, it was not a battle at all, but a complete one-sided obliteration. Across the globe, the scene just witnessed was nothing short of explosive. In that moment, Chunhu was truly frightened. The white-haired man had been correct. The gap between himself and Gu Feng was not just a little, but an insurmountable chasm. Not too impressive. Gu Feng cast a cold glance at Chunhu, who felt as if his blood was about to freeze. Trembling, despair, it was as though death was imminent. Gu Feng's gaze conveyed a singular message. Should he choose not to flee, he would indeed perish. Little brother, please remain calm. This course of action will yield no benefits for you. Chunhu continued to attempt to persuade Gu Feng, retreating as he spoke, until he spotted two ferocious pit bulls in a cage. A sudden scheme formed in his mind. I am Chunhu, the second in command of the Sanlian gang. I can now declare that the matter concerning Aji has nothing to do with you. You may take this stone, I speak truly. Should you harm me, I shall retrieve the item myself. Gu Feng lifted his eyelids, and with a single slap, sent Chun Hu flying. Bai Mao, release the dogs. Unleash the dogs. Chun Hu spat a mouthful of blood midair, frantically shouting at Bai Mao, while he himself dashed for the exit. Half a minute. Just half a minute. Chun Hu had meticulously calculated that if the two dogs could hold Gu Feng for that long, he would have ample opportunity to escape. After raising dogs for 1,000 days, it was time for them to serve. Gu Feng, I will let you go this time. After today, you shall surely die. Where are the dogs? Chun Hu thought Bai Mao had not heard him and bellowed again for him to release the dogs. Bai Mao, hands on his hips, spat a vehement retort at Chun Hu. You call for your father. I'll unleash your mother. Gu, there is a hidden door over there. He intends to escape through it. Not only did Bai Mao refrain from unleashing the dogs, but he also revealed Chun Hu's escape route. Damn it, Bai Mao. You seek death. Chun Hu erupted in fury, spewing another mouthful of blood. Bang! With a dull thud, Gu Feng sent Chun Hu flying once more, crashing through the support beams of the house. It was at this moment that Chun Hu ceased his cries, abandoning all struggle. The precious stone slipped from his grasp, rolling to a stop at Gu Feng's feet. Gu Feng picked it up, brushing off the dust, inexplicably feeling that the texture of this stone was somewhat familiar. Hiss! Yet in the next moment, Gu Feng's attention was captivated by an insect specimen encased within the stone. A rather exquisite stone, but what on earth was that? It resembled a voracious beast. Murmuring to himself, he tucked the stone into his pocket, fixing his gaze coolly on Bai Mao. Do you wish to live? Yes, of course. Bai Mao exclaimed eagerly, nodding vigorously. At that moment, Gu Feng appeared to him as a divine being. He had just witnessed what it truly meant to be a martial arts master. A dozen burly men armed with axes, along with the ferocious Chun Hu, were no match for a single strike from Gu Feng. He had previously thought that Gu Feng's display of strength at KFC was his pinnacle. Yet he had once again shattered Bai Mao's understanding. Were Aji and Chun Hu but mere chickens and rats? As for the Somlian gang, from this day forth, I shall withdraw from the gang, and I am done. Promise me one thing. Gu Feng's calm voice rang out, prompting Bai Mao to attentively lean in. What is it? Do not think that he would hesitate, even for a single task. He would unflinchingly agree to 100. Even if Gu Feng were to command him to consume excrement, he would comply without a moment's pause. Forget about today, do you understand? With that cold pronouncement, Gu Feng's figure swiftly vanished from sight. By the time the white-haired youth had chased out of the gates of the Tiger Security Company, it was precisely then that a resounding crash echoed from within the building. It was akin to the aftermath of an explosive detonation. The entire structure tilted and collapsed at a visible pace, dust and debris swirling in the air. The building has crumbled. The white-haired youth stood, stupefied, witnessing the scene unfold before him. The once imposing Tiger Security Company edifice had, in mere moments, been reduced to a heap of rubble. It was over, utterly finished. None of Chun Hu's dozen or so men would survive. With the building's collapse, the lives of those dozen souls had been completely obliterated. The security guard, white-haired, drew in a sharp breath, feeling an overwhelming numbness envelop him. He could hardly fathom that had he not shouted at Chun Hu, marking his stance, he too might have been entombed beneath the ruins. He dared not contemplate further. In any case, he must never speak of Gu Feng's visit. It was Chun Hu and his associates who had clandestinely demolished the load-bearing beams, thereby sealing their own fates. This is terrible. The building has collapsed. People have been killed. Someone is trapped beneath. Swiftly, the white-haired youth blended into the crowd and hastened to escape the scene. Nightfall. An empty alleyway. Good heavens! Has it already deteriorated to this extent? A pale-faced, unsteady youth leaned against the wall, gradually sinking to the ground. Chapter 23. The Empress Saves Me. This youth, gasping for breath and leaning against the wall, was none other than Gu Feng, who had fled from the Tiger Security Company to this very spot. He had intended to exploit a loophole, hoping to prolong the effects of the spiritual spring's power. But alas, the dosage remained a mere daily allotment. Even consuming double the amount would yield no different results. It was not that he was unwilling to take action against the white-haired guard. Rather, at that moment, he was rendered powerless by the side effects of the spiritual spring. Gu Feng leaned against the wall like a vagabond. He could only lament how enjoyable it had been to flaunt his bravado earlier. Now his body felt utterly drained. How drained? Even a mere youth resembling the white-haired guard could easily dispatch him with little effort. He felt as though his very essence had been siphoned away. Clearly, he needed to summon assistance without delay. With hands trembling like those afflicted by Parkinson's, Gu Feng retrieved his phone and, after randomly selecting a fortunate listener, he finally managed to send out a shaky message. He vaguely heard a female voice on the other end, her tone laced with urgency. "Please come quickly. I am." Just as he breathlessly relayed his dire location, two delinquent youths emerged from the dark internet CF at the alley's end. "Oh, is someone here?" The delinquents, arm in arm, approached and discovered Gu Feng sprawled on the ground. "It's a guy. I thought it was a girl. How disappointing. Let us go." One delinquent glanced at Gu Feng on the ground, preparing to leave. "Wait, look at what he is holding. Isn't that a fruit phone?" The other delinquent, sharper-eyed, fixated on Gu Feng's phone. "Hey, don't tell me it really is a fruit phone and the latest Pineapple 16 Pro Max." In an instant, their eyes were glued to the device. "Damn, look at his backpack. Isn't it Gucci? It must be worth quite a bit." Initially thinking they had stumbled upon a homeless man, they now realized they had encountered a veritable treasure. Only then did they notice that the young man before them was adorned in high-end fashion. Limited edition sneakers, a Rolex watch. This was a jackpot. Let us take advantage of the situation while he is out cold. The two delinquents exchanged glances, each seeing the glimmer of greed reflected in the other's eyes. "Let us rob him. Let us rob him," they chorused in unison. "Let him go." Just as the two delinquents were about to lay their hands on Gu Feng, a sudden, sharp reprimand rang out. The unexpected voice halted their actions, compelling them to look over. A girl, slightly breathless, with a pair of icy, piercing eyes, directed her gaze at the two delinquents. Her attention then shifted, her beautiful, almost luminescent eyes resting upon the young man. Despite the obscured night, she instantly recognized the unconscious Gu Feng. "What have you done to him?" The night air was frigid, but the girl's voice was colder still. It was Luo Ishue, who had hurriedly rushed to the Tiger Security Company after receiving Gu Feng's call. Fortunately, she had been nearby when she received the call, and without a moment's hesitation, she rushed towards him. A wave of anxiety washed over Luo Ishue as she thought, had she arrived even a moment later, Gu Feng could very well have fallen victim to these two villains. She had seemingly forgotten that she was merely a delicate girl. The delinquents were taken aback by her words. They immediately ceased their movements. However, when they realized the newcomer was a stunning young woman, their wariness dissipated in an instant. Where did this beautiful girl come from? Upon seeing Luo Ishue, the delinquents' desires for crime surged even higher. "Oh my goodness, today is our lucky day." Initially downtrodden, lacking fun for the internet CAF, they had now stumbled upon a golden opportunity with Gu Feng, followed by the appearance of a stunning beauty like Luo Ishue. They could hardly believe their fortune. She is truly a gem. They had seen many beauties from Jiangnan, but none compared to her. Perfect in appearance, grace, figure, and even her voice was melodious. The two stared entranced. "Miss, it's dangerous for a lovely lady like you to walk alone at night. Why not let us escort you home?" As they spoke, the delinquents inched closer to Luo Ishue, cornering her against the wall. A large character sign reading "Demolition" loomed above them, starkly illuminated by the moonlight. This was the only area left in Jiangnan untouched by demolition, notorious for its chaotic order. At this moment, in the desolate alleyway, in the dead of night, with no one around, it was the perfect setting for a crime. "You should be the ones leaving. I've already called the police. If anything happens to my boyfriend, the authorities won't let you off easily." Luo Ishue spoke coldly, her exquisite features displaying a resolute determination. Even though she was no match for these thugs, she was resolute in her mission to ensure Gu Feng's safety. She knew that had the roles been reversed, Gu Feng would never abandon her. Thus, she too would not abandon him. Luo Ishue's gaze flickered as she incessantly reminded herself to remain calm. Only then could she save both herself and Gu Feng. What? You call the police? The delinquent's faces quickly morphed into expressions of panic upon hearing her words. One of the youths reacted swiftly, rushing towards Luo Yixue to snatch her phone from her hand. The call log was devoid of any entries, and you audaciously report a false alarm. The man's expression twisted into a grotesque snarl. Your boyfriend uses a pineapple phone, and you resort to such a wretched device? With a resounding crash, he hurled Luo Yixue's phone to the ground, shattering it into a myriad of fragments. When the allure of profit and temptation looms large, all dangers seem trivial. Especially in such an environment, the two unscrupulous youths were utterly captivated by Luo Yixue's beauty. How brazen! If you dare come any closer, I will summon help. Luo Yixue exclaimed urgently. You filthy wretch! Do you even realize where you are? Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come. Indeed, calling for help is futile. Resistance is pointless. You might as well indulge yourselves as they spoke. Their greedy hands reached out towards Luo Yixue's bosom. All right, I want to call for help. Let me ponder this matter further. Luo Yixue cleverly countered. Huh, very well. Considering your compliance, I shall grant you 3 seconds to contemplate your fate. I shall begin counting. The more urgent Luo Yixue appeared, the more it ignited the criminal desires within the youths. 3 with no viable escape at this critical juncture. Chapter 24. A daring idea unfolded. Luo Yixue bit her lip and retrieved the concentrated essence bestowed upon her by Gu Feng when he departed, downing it in one gulp. 2. What has she consumed? A petty thief attempted to intervene, but Luo Yixue had already finished the entire vial of essence. Could it be poison? Nonsense. She has no inkling of our intentions to assault her. Where would the poison come from? Damn it. This girl is too cunning. We cannot wait any longer. Lao Ba. Search that little brat. I'll take the lead here. You take the lead? On what grounds? Because I am Lao Lu. The order is 6 before 8. It's the rule. I disagree. Either we charge together, or why has it suddenly turned cold? At that moment, the temperature plummeted dramatically. One of the unscrupulous youths shivered in the biting wind. Looking up, crystalline snowflakes cascaded from the heavens, swirling down gracefully. Snow in June. The girl's gaze shimmered with an ethereal chill, as if a formidable power within her had awakened. Lao Ba, I believe your reasoning is sound. You go ahead while I deal with that brat. No, Lao Lu, as the older brother, you shall go first, and I will handle that brat. Fine. Let us go together. Just mere ans. How dare they attempt to harm him? A voice, cool and devoid of emotion, resonated towards them. Luo Yixue fluttered along. Thick eyelashes. Her beautiful pupils resembled the pristine snow atop a mountain, radiating an icy clarity. The night painted her figure with enchanting curves, exuding an aura of chilling intensity that instilled an inexplicable dread in those around her. Luo Yixue sensed the sudden surge of power within her. It was overwhelming, immensely powerful. If she so wished, she could extinguish the lives of these 2 men in an instant, merely by a single thought. With a soft thud, she casually released a wisp of her aura, causing the 2 miscreants' legs to buckle, and they fell to their knees. The unscrupulous youths were utterly petrified. Even they could discern that this power, capable of bending heaven and earth and forcing them to kneel, emanated from the breathtaking woman before them. Please, dear lady, we were wrong. We apologize. Had we known you were a celestial being descended from the heavens, not even 100 of our bravest hearts would dare to disrespect you. They repeatedly bowed and begged for mercy, trembling in fear. What an eye-opening experience this was. Such a scene could only exist in a fantastical novel. Forgive us. Forgive us. Forgive us. Luo Yixue's icy gaze swept over the 2, ultimately settling on Gu Feng, who lay still on the cold ground. Get lost. Her voice was frigid, devoid of contemplation, as her slender, graceful legs moved with a gentle step. In the blink of an eye, she was before Gu Feng, effortlessly lifting him into her arms. The 140-pound Gu Feng felt as light as a feather in her grasp. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, as if pondering something. Upon reaching the center of the alley, she soared into the sky, her figure vanishing into the vastness of the night. Witnessing this spectacle, the two unscrupulous youths were left utterly dumbfounded, their eyes wide as saucers, collapsing onto the ground in disbelief. My heavens, no one would believe this if I told them. There truly are people who can fly in this world. The night passed in silence. Gu Feng awoke at dawn's first light. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself nestled on a small bed, the ceiling square above him, and the air filled with a fragrant scent unique to girls. Upon touching it, he was astonished to find it soft, tender, and yielding. The sensation was simply exquisite. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Gu Feng sensed something amiss. Why was the sweet air so soft? Until he heard a gentle murmur. Gu Feng hesitated and, after a few more cautious touches, turned to see a stunningly delicate face resting by the edge of the bed, eyes softly closed. Her skin glistened like dew, her angelic features captivating even in slumber. Carefully and reluctantly withdrawing his arm from the peachy softness, Gu Feng let out a sigh of relief. Phew! Fortunately, he had not been discovered. Had she been tending to him by the bedside all night? She seemed utterly exhausted. Even his rough movements hadn't disturbed her slumber. Last night, when he collapsed in the alley, it must have been Luo Yixue who brought him back and took care of him through the night. What a kind soul she was. However, while Gu Feng felt a pang of sympathy, he failed to notice the rosy hue gradually creeping across the sleeping girl's cheeks. He gingerly stepped down from the bed and draped a thin blanket over Luo Yixue before assessing his own condition. After a night of recuperation, his strength had nearly returned. Feeling a firm object beneath him, Gu Feng couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Everything is still intact. When he returned it to her, he hoped she wouldn't be too overwhelmed with emotion. Gu Feng understood that sincerity was the ultimate weapon. He would not demand anything from Luo Yixue in return for helping her retrieve the stone. He would merely do what was right, leaving the rest to fate. The disheveled room, remnants of the burglary, had been tidied up by Luo Yixue. Though cozy, it also revealed certain inconveniences. Those who have rented rooms before know that while boys can manage without a private bathroom, it is quite unfriendly for girls. Moreover, the facilities were rudimentary, lacking even the most basic security door. Gu Feng certainly did not wish for another theft to occur. Perhaps it was time to improve the living conditions for the Empress. But how could he broach the subject to persuade Luo Yixue to leave this place? Gu Feng furrowed his brow in contemplation, his profound gaze inadvertently settling on Luo Yixue's peacefully slumbering visage. Why is Yixue's face so flushed? Is she running a fever? He wondered, hastily approaching her to place his hand upon her forehead. If Luo Yixue had fallen ill due to him, he would undoubtedly take responsibility. But there's no fever. Gu Feng murmured, a sudden audacious thought striking him. Could it be that she has been feigning sleep from the very beginning? His expression transformed into one of intrigue. He gently nudged Luo Yixue, only to find her still unresponsive. Indeed, one can never awaken a pretender. Thus, he decided it best to depart. Lingering would only breed awkwardness between the two. If he remained, who could say how long this girl would continue her charade? Chapter 25. The Exchange of Milk and Eggs. Ah, Yixue, my dear classmate, I must thank you for your efforts last night. I suddenly recalled some unfinished business, so I shall take my leave. See you at school. Gu Feng hastily concocted an excuse and hurriedly exited. Just as he reached the doorway, his head collided with the low doorframe. 5 minutes later, as silence enveloped the room, a small, plush head timidly emerged from the covers. With a soft whimper, Luo Yixue quickly covered her flushed cheeks. Her heart raced like a startled fawn, and her beautiful eyes glimmered with unshed tears, overwhelmed by extreme embarrassment. Oh, how mortifying! How could he place his hand there? I'm unclean now. I can't face anyone. Boo-hoo, she thought to herself. He took advantage of me. But then she reconsidered. The one being disingenuous should be Gu Feng, shouldn't he? Luo Yixue's gaze drifted toward the direction of Gu Feng's departure. He was so brazenly casual. Surely he intended? During the morning self-study class, Luo Yixue had yet to arrive, leaving Gu Feng listlessly seated at his desk. Without her presence, a hollow feeling settled in his heart. He picked up his phone several times, only to put it back down. So this is what it feels like to wait for someone. Suddenly, a wave of intense hunger washed over him, and he realized he had yet to eat breakfast. He had merely purchased a carton of milk at the school gate and hadn't had the chance to drink it. What if Luo Ishue isn't at school because of that incident? Gu Feng thought, guilt creeping into his mind. He stood up, intending to seek a leave of absence from Lao Huang, not only for himself, but also for Luo Ishue. At that moment, while he was looking down, a familiar fragrance wafted by. Suddenly, everything went dark before him as he collided head-on with that very scent. His head spun, overwhelmed by the sweetness, as his face found itself awkwardly sandwiched between two soft spheres. This was undoubtedly a collision with a rather prominent feature. As expected, he lifted his head to find Luo Ishue's icy expression, laced with exasperation. What would he say at this point? Claiming it was an accident? No one would believe that. Thus, his mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. After a brief moment, he finally managed to muster an appropriate reaction. Ouch! What did I just bump into? Gu Feng exclaimed, clutching his forehead and striving to appear innocent. After all, this was a perfectly normal response following such a mishap. Luo Ishue remained silent, but the moment Gu Feng spoke, the entire class turned to face them. Upon feeling their curious gazes, Luo Ishue was momentarily taken aback. Her cheeks flushed a bright crimson, and she stammered, "I'm so sorry, Gu Feng. It was my fault for bumping into you." She quickly returned to her seat, knowing that Gu Feng hadn't acted with malice, yet still feeling a flicker of annoyance. Shouldn't such matters be settled with mutual apologies? Why did it have to be voiced? Did Gu Feng truly doubt her? Is she upset? Gu Feng scratched his head in confusion, desperate to speak, but unsure how to broach the subject. The awkwardness of the morning's events made it difficult to find the right words. For the majority of the morning study period, neither of them uttered a word to the other. During a brief moment of eye contact, both quickly averted their gazes. Ultimately, it was Luo Ishue who broke the silence. "Have you eaten?" Gu Feng was taken aback, glancing over at her. "Eat what?" "Breakfast." He shook his head, and then noticed Luo Ishue carefully opening her lunchbox, revealing 2 steaming, hot eggs within. "I boiled some eggs before I left. Please have some." Warmth flooded Gu Feng's heart as he gazed at the lunchbox. "Thank you. Did you make them just for me?" Without further thought, he reached for an egg and devoured it eagerly. Crunch, crunch. Luo Ishue's eyes widened in disbelief. "Gu Feng, those are unpeeled, white-shelled eggs." Gu Feng stammered, "Oh." 2 minutes later, he sheepishly addressed her. "Sorry, Ishue, I finished your eggs." He then pulled out his milk from the desk. "Having eaten your eggs, you can have my milk." An awkward silence descended upon them. As they both stared at the bottle of milk on the table, a shared realization struck them. Luo Ishue shot Gu Feng a piercing glare, her cheeks blossoming with embarrassment. "Gu Feng," he thought to himself, "is it too late for me to bury myself alive? Why did he have to bring up the milk now?" He intended to reciprocate her kindness, yet it only deepened their misunderstanding. Gu Feng felt a pressing urgency to say something. If he remained silent, Luo Ishue would likely ignore him for days. "Ishue, I sincerely apologize for this morning. I did not handle it well." Gu Feng earnestly looked into her eyes. I understand. Let us not dwell on the past." Clearly, Luo Ishue wished to move on from the incident, quickly shifting the topic. "Gu Feng, what was wrong with your health last night, compared to the previous misunderstandings?" Her concern for his well-being was paramount. The memory of the previous night lingered in her mind, leaving her still apprehensive. "And how did you end up in that alley?" In one breath, Luo Ishue voiced the questions that had been plaguing her thoughts. "I am in good health, quite well." Actually, Gu Feng replied ambiguously, choosing not to elaborate further. The stone he had intended to reveal was once again concealed. He certainly could not disclose to Luo Ishue that he had dismantled Chun's stronghold. Could he? The loss of numerous lives vanished into the dust alongside the building's collapse. To present the stone now would be tantamount to confessing to murder. Moreover, upon reflection, Gu Feng realized that revealing it at this juncture might seem like an insidious attempt to leverage gratitude. His previous desire for Luo Ishue to feel indebted to him was merely a means to gain proximity to her. Now, however, He found himself with ample opportunities and wished to touch her heart through sincerity. After all, sincerity is the ultimate weapon of permanence. Chapter 26. Perhaps I am unwell. Speaking of which, I owe you a debt of gratitude for your care last night. Allow me to treat you to dinner, Feng suggested. Upon hearing this, Luo Yixue felt a gentle sigh escape her lips, a tinge of disappointment washing over her. Indeed, she was not Feng's significant other. He bore no obligation to be forthright with her. The fact that he thought of her first during a perilous moment indicated that he regarded her as a friend, which was already more than enough for her. Feng, listen to me. You have helped me so much in the past, and I have merely attended to you for one night. If anyone should treat, it should be me. Let me take you out, Feng insisted. This time, observing the slight pallor on Feng's face, Luo Yixue refrained from pressing the matter further. Her savings had long been depleted by her foster father, who had even visited her part-time job. With her rent due soon, she was at a loss about her future without a source of income. Calculating the remaining balance on her meal card, she pondered if inviting Feng for a simple meal of greens and rice would suffice. Clearly, given his current state, he required something far more nourishing. Good afternoon, students. Class is about to begin. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Huang Hai, entered the classroom, a corrugated cardboard box in his arms, beaming with joy. Today, I'm treating everyone to ice cream. Huang Hai proudly patted the cardboard box on the desk. The words Chao Luzi were emblazoned on the outside in bold letters, strikingly prominent. Is the notoriously frugal old Huang actually treating everyone to ice pops? Surely, I must have misheard. The students exchanged incredulous glances. Rumor had it that the results of last week's mock exams had been released and given the class's historical performance. Could old Huang possibly have poisoned the ice pops? Ice cream was even less likely. I bet it's just old popsicles. Huang Hai, you little rascals. Who are you calling old popsicles? He smiled broadly, secretly noting the names of those who had given him nicknames. All right, students, quiet down. I have two pieces of good news to announce. With renewed vigor, Huang Hai turned his gaze toward Luo Yixue, saying, First, let us congratulate Luo Yixue for achieving the top score in the mock exams last week. Applause. The room erupted in claps. After the applause subsided, Huang Hai continued, his cheerful demeanor shifting to Feng. An ominous premonition surged within Feng. Surely, old Huang was not going to ask him to treat everyone to ice cream because of his poor exam performance. He shared the same sentiment as his classmates. Given Huang Hai's notoriously stingy nature, it was improbable he would treat them to such extravagant ice cream. Feng, you performed admirably in this exam. Feng, not only did you score 10 points higher than last time, but your ranking also improved by 20 places. The teacher sincerely hopes you will continue to strive for excellence in your studies. Applause followed once more. Initially, Huang Hai had worried that Feng's closeness to Luo Yixue might hinder her top performance. Now, he found himself admiring his own foresight. His original intention in seating them together was to inspire Feng. After all, Feng had once been a promising student. Had it not been for the family upheaval 3 years prior, he would not have strayed from his path. Now he finally glimpsed the radiance that once defined Feng. As a gesture of congratulations, Feng will treat everyone to ice cream. Feng, excuse me, teacher, may I have 2 ice creams? Huang Hai, Feng, can you guarantee that you will maintain this performance in the next exam? Feng, nope. Laughter erupted throughout the class. Yet, the one most pleased was undoubtedly Luo Yixue. Upon learning that Feng had improved his mock exam score by 10 points, she found herself even more elated than when she learned of her own first-place achievement. Feng, do not underestimate this 10-point gain. In Jiangnan City, there are thousands of candidates. A mere point can create a gap of hundreds or even thousands. A slight miscalculation can lead to significant consequences, and sometimes it is precisely that 1-point difference that determines one's fate. I believe in you, Luo Yixue encouraged. Feng, we're not talking about a matter of 1 point versus 10 points, are we? The cutoff score is right there. And even if I score 10 points higher, I still cannot qualify for the elite schools. Feng sighed helplessly. I will not allow you to speak of yourself in such a manner. As her words fell, Luo Yixue's face took on a rare seriousness, leaving Feng taken aback. This was the first time he had witnessed such a solemn expression from her. Although Gu Feng's future seemed secure, Luo Yixue could not bear to see him wallow in despair. Regardless, Luo Yixue softly asserted, this score is tangible, a true 10 points. Soon, the students began to collect their exam papers and ice creams. To convey her stance, Luo Yixue specifically took Gu Feng's paper, examining it intently. She was determined to persuade him to recognize the spark within himself. So, Gu Feng, you scored 10 points higher than last time simply because you filled in all the multiple choice questions with B. That's correct. You would not believe it. But this method is far superior to my previous random guessing, Gu Feng replied. Luo Yixue. At this, Luo Yixue was left speechless in shock. Meanwhile, Gu Feng's gaze flickered, a thought surfacing in his mind. Time flew, and before long, it was lunchtime. Gu Feng made a point to visit the small stir-fry area in the cafeteria, ordering a sumptuous spread. By the time Luo Yixue arrived, the dishes were already laid out on the table. However, Gu Feng appeared to have little appetite, wearing a distressed expression. Gu Feng, why aren't you eating? Luo Yixue inquired with concern. Go ahead and eat. I suddenly have a toothache. A toothache? How could that be? Luo Yixue's lovely brows furrowed slightly. Shall I take you to see a dentist? Gu Feng waved his hand dismissively, responding, no need, you don't understand, I don't actually have a toothache. Luo Yixue gazed at him in confusion, her bewilderment only deepening. A toothache that is not a toothache. Feeling that the groundwork had been sufficiently laid, Gu Feng finally let out a sigh. With a despondent expression, he voiced his troubles. After a morning of introspection, I concluded that I was likely unwell. Luo Yixue interjected. I believe I have contracted a malady known as worthlessness. I am merely living off past glories, failing to honor both my deceased parents and my mentor Lao Huang. Chapter 27. Resonance. I am nothing but a mediocre failure who cannot even gain admission to a university. Gu Feng, in a fit of regret, tugged at his hair, unleashing the immense anguish that had been brewing in his mind. With a gaze filled with despair, he looked at Luo Yixue and hoarsely uttered, Yixue, do you think I still have hope? Of course you do, Luo Yixue responded, momentarily taken aback, her face a picture of innocent bewilderment. She struggled to process his words. So, are you saying you wish to study earnestly? As long as you are willing to learn, it is never too late. Luo Yixue attempted to comfort Gu Feng, following her instincts. Internally, Gu Feng chuckled darkly, though outwardly he sighed, acknowledging her words. However, with the impending college entrance examination, it seemed unlikely for someone like me, who has squandered 3 years, to gain admission even if I were to commit to studying now, right? After a brief silence, she suggested, why not repeat a year? With your intelligence, a year of repetition should easily secure you a spot in a prestigious university. Luo Yixue's voice was melodic. She was not speaking idly. It was widely believed that Gu Feng had gained admission to Jiangnan No. 1 High School through monetary means. What they did not realize was that Gu Feng's middle school examination results had surpassed hers. Without exception, Gu Feng had solely relied on his own efforts to enroll in that institution. Ah, Yixue, you do not understand. Repeat. Gu Feng immediately shook his head, continuing to feign nonchalance. Little Yixue, you are unaware that I lead a double life as a CEO. If word got out about me repeating a year, it would be utterly humiliating. I truly ought to be ashamed. 3 years wasted just like that. My deceased parents must be terribly disappointed in me. Do not think like that. There must be other ways, Luo Yixue said, feeling a pang of sorrow at Gu Feng's self-reproach. Perhaps she could accompany him through another year of high school? What shame could there be in repeating? Witnessing Gu Feng's ambition, his parents would surely be overjoyed if they were aware. Just then, Gu Feng awkwardly spoke up. How about this? For the remaining time, could you help me catch up? Luo Yixue's eyes widened in surprise as she stared at Gu Feng. Are you serious? With the exams approaching, even if she were willing to help, how much could he truly absorb? Yes, I am serious. Very well then. Luo Yixue ultimately acquiesced. She found it impossible to turn down Gu Feng's request. She had promised that if Gu Feng needed help, she would certainly assist him. Having given her word, she would dedicate herself to tutoring him. even if there was only one day left before the exams. At most, she could propose the idea of accompanying him through a repeat year after the exams concluded. So, you agree? Feng exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. Master, add more dishes. Sweet and sour pork, kung pao chicken, and 2 more bowls of rice. Feng, are you sure we can finish all this? Luo Yixue asked in astonishment. The array of dishes he ordered was nearly enough to feed a family during the New Year celebrations. Of course we can. If we cannot finish, we can feed the stray dogs. In an instant, Feng's appetite soared. Little Yixue, it's settled then. Tonight, we will study at my place. And you shall feast on this oil-braised shrimp. Tonight, study at your house? Luo Yixue stammered, her mind racing with strange imagery. Yes, yes. Don't just stand there. Eat up. In the blink of an eye, Feng seemed transformed, eagerly serving himself and Luo Yixue with food. She regarded him suspiciously, sensing that he might have ulterior motives. What could they be? As she pondered, a sudden realization struck her regarding Feng's intentions. Ding! With a crisp sound, Luo Yixue set her chopsticks aside and fixed her gaze on Feng. Eat. Why aren't you eating? Feng felt a chill run down his spine under her scrutiny. Surely not. Could his clumsy acting have been uncovered so swiftly? Oh no. The truth would come to light. Feng, here's the deal. I'm willing to help you study. But let us agree in advance that my tutoring will be free of charge. Luo Yixue spoke deliberately, her gaze unwavering. Do you understand my meaning? Of course I do. Feng replied with relief. You mean I'm getting a free ride? Feng exhaled, realizing that her concern was merely about him offering her money. Now, he was at ease, as long as it did not interfere with the Empress's visit to his home for tutoring. Everything else was trivial. However, I cannot just take advantage of you, so let us establish some ground rules. During our study sessions, I will cover all your meals. Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, speaking with relief. Luo Yixue nodded in agreement. She then picked up a peeled shrimp and placed it in her mouth. The shrimp was tender and juicy, truly delicious. Is it good? Yes, it's delicious. Then I'll peel, and you eat? No, you eat. After all, if we don't finish, we'll have to feed the dogs. Oh, what did you say? Do I look like a dog to you? Puffed. Ultimately, the two of them devoured their meal heartily, yet a considerable amount remained. Feng generously packed the leftovers for the stray dogs near the school. That evening, it was only natural for Feng to invite Luo Yixue to his home for tutoring. Feng, such a large house. Do you live here alone? Luo Yixue curiously surveyed the spacious interior of Feng's home. As she spoke, her attention was suddenly captivated by a family portrait hanging in the living room. It was evident that Feng was still in middle school at the time. The 3-person family portrait revealed that Feng had inherited 7 parts of his appearance from his mother and 3 from his father. For a fleeting moment, gazing at the framed picture, Luo Yixue felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Feng's parents had perished in a car accident 3 years prior while on a business trip. It was said that by the time Feng arrived at the funeral home, their remains had already been reduced to ashes. He had not even been able to bid them farewell. In the emptiness of the villa, Luo Yixue felt an immediate resonance with the loss of parental figures. Feng's parents were gone, and she too had never met her biological ones. Feng must have felt so lonely in solitude. In an instant, the uncomfortable sensation of being an outsider faded away. She and Feng were like children abandoned by the world, sharing warmth in the same space. Chapter 28, Tutoring. Indeed, I live alone, Feng replied with a smile. Retrieving 2 bottles of water from the fridge and handing one to Luo Yixue before stepping to the door to change his shoes. The atmosphere was indeed somewhat desolate, yet one could easily acclimatize to it. Take your time to familiarize yourself with the surroundings. I shall step out to procure some fruits, Feng remarked, not waiting for Luo Yixue's response before dashing out of the villa's entrance. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at a specialized fruit and mobile phone store. Throughout the day, he had not witnessed Luo Yixue using that old phone of hers, which suggested that it was likely lost during the dramatic events of the previous night when she had rescued him. Thus, both sentimentally and rationally, he felt compelled to gift her a new phone. Welcome to Pineapple Mobile. Upon entering the store, A saleswoman clad in black fishnet stockings greeted him with enthusiasm. "Good sir, are you here to conduct business or merely browsing? I would like to purchase your latest model with the highest specifications, a pineapple phone. Choose a color suitable for a lady. I shall pay with my card." Feng declared succinctly, tossing his bank card onto the counter. "If one were to buy, one ought to procure the finest, fully equipped. Sir, how about this model? It is a couple's edition, akin to the Pineapple 16 Pro Max you currently possess." Feng nodded in agreement, affirming his choice. To be your girlfriend would be an utter stroke of luck. The saleswoman's grin widened at the prospect of such a charming and affluent customer. To ensure her retention, she generously included a year's worth of theft and screen damage insurance. It was no wonder that domestic phones were improving. With such exemplary after-sales service, success was almost guaranteed. After exchanging pleasantries with the saleswoman, Feng ventured into a supermarket. Procuring an array of snacks, fruits, and vegetables, and deliberately selecting comfortable pajamas and slippers for Luo Yixue, alongside some toiletries. Upon returning home and organizing the items, he entered the room with a beautifully arranged fruit platter, only to find Luo Yixue already waiting for him. "You've returned. Let's begin." Upon seeing Feng, Luo Yixue instinctively tightened her legs and straightened her posture at the edge of her seat. The moment Feng had departed the villa, her nerves had begun to escalate. The night outside was dark and foreboding, and here she was, alone in a male classmate's abode, one who was also solitary and occasionally exuded an intimidating strength. This thought caused her previously calm demeanor to vanish, her long eyelashes fluttering in trepidation. Why was this tutoring session not taking place in the library, the school's grove, or a Starbucks, but rather in Feng's home? A hint of panic swept through her as she surveyed the pristine state of Feng's room. The sheets and duvet were all newly laundered. What had he been shopping for? Could it possibly be that item? Recalling the bottle of water Feng had offered her, she wondered if it too could pose a risk. "Ha, little Yixue, I'm back. Look what I brought you: black stockings, cat ears, professional attire, and your favorite white stockings. Once you're here, there's no leaving tonight. You belong to me." Feng's exuberance left Luo Yixue wide-eyed and her cheeks aflame. This scene was truly terrifying. "Feng, I'm sorry, but I cannot tutor you today. Let us reschedule," she thought to herself, feeling a pang of regret. Just as she was preparing to gather her things and leave, Feng returned, holding a delicate fruit platter instead of the peculiar items she had feared. A wave of relief washed over her. "Let's take a moment to enjoy some fruit," Feng suggested with a gentle smile, before kicking the door shut and drawing the curtains. Startled, Luo Yixue felt an involuntary jolt of alarm, springing up from her chair. "What do you mean by closing the door and drawing the curtains? What are you planning? To turn on the air conditioning?" Feng declared, pressing the remote control, and the room's temperature swiftly dropped. As he approached her, Luo Yixue's heart raced. "It's not that warm, is it?" "Not warm. Yet your face is glistening with sweat." Feng observed her delicate, pallid cheeks. "Is it really?" "It's merely nerves." "Well, there's a bathroom in the bedroom. Would you like to freshen up?" "No, it's fine. We must focus on the tutoring. I can wash my face when I return home." Feng felt a flicker of disappointment at her response. It seemed the time for frivolity had come to an end. "All right then, where should we begin?" "Mathematics? I'll start with a few example problems. Please pay close attention." Under the bright lights, Feng nodded occasionally while furrowing his brow in thought. By 10 o'clock that evening, they finally concluded a full day of tutoring. "Luo Yixue, your explanations have been immensely enlightening. You see, since you're tutoring me without charge, I feel quite guilty about it." With that, Feng produced a new phone he had just purchased. "I bought you a phone. Please don't refuse it. This is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it." Luo Yixue replied, momentarily taken aback. Feng had anticipated her rejection and was prepared with a retort. His expression hardened as he said, "You refuse it, do you? Do you not wish for me to be well?" Confused, Luo Yixue gazed at him, struggling to comprehend why he seemed so upset. "Of course, I want you to be well, but then accept it. Think of your old phone. It certainly cannot compare to the new one in terms of performance. You assist me with my studies. Having a reliable means of communication is essential for our exchanges, is it not?" Silence enveloped her. Thus, Luo Yixue, My gift of this phone is entirely for my own benefit. You wouldn't want the quality of our tutoring to suffer due to a faulty device, would you? Very well. I shall use the phone for now, and when I have saved enough money, I will repay you. After much contemplation, Luo Ishua accepted the phone. Indeed, she was in need of one at present. Concerns about money could be addressed later. Seeing her accept the phone, Gu Feng couldn't help but smile nonchalantly. Having played the part of the diligent student all evening, he finally succeeded in his gift-giving. Now, the next order of business was to address Luo Ishue's accommodation situation. Gu Feng, it's getting late. I should be going now. Before Gu Feng could persuade her to stay, she rose to leave, fearing she might miss the last bus. Very well, allow me to accompany you, Gu Feng said readily. He genuinely wished for Luo Ishua to spend the night, but felt it was not yet the appropriate moment to voice that desire. Upon hearing his offer, Luo Ishua's demeanor softened, her previous wariness dissipating. Gu Feng was truly kind. She shouldn't doubt his character. However, perhaps his excessive politeness left her feeling a twinge of confusion and disappointment. Chapter 29, Duty. Beneath the cold, white moonlight, Luo Ishua's solitary and graceful figure glided along the pathway, illuminated by the streetlights that cast elongated shadows of her elegant form. Suddenly, the sound of an engine shattered the night's tranquility. Gu Feng, Luo Ishua turned in astonishment to see the approaching figure. She had not anticipated that Gu Feng's offer to accompany her meant taking her all the way home, rather than merely to the entrance of the villa. It's far too late for you to be out alone. What if there are unsavory characters about? Hurry, get in. Luo Ishua stood frozen in surprise as Gu Feng pulled her into the car before she could utter a word. As they traversed the bustling night market, illuminated by the dazzling neon lights, they eventually arrived at the residential complex where Luo Ishua resided. Gu Feng, thank you for escorting me home. I'm heading back now, and you must take care of yourself as well, Luo Ishua advised Gu Feng earnestly. Yes, see you tomorrow, Gu Feng replied, parking his vehicle at the entrance of the building. Just as he was about to exit the car, a tall, slender shadow suddenly caught their attention outside the window. Luo Ishua stared at the figure, her expression a mixture of emotions. Due to the tinted windows, the occupants of the car could clearly see outside, while those outside were oblivious to the interior. The man first cast a glance in the direction of the car, then squatted at the entrance of the building, picking up a cigarette but to place in his mouth. He began to smoke while erupting into a frenzied tirade. Heartless girl, how dare you delete the location? Now I can't find a place to work. With such a pretty face, why not earn some quick cash instead of scrubbing dishes and going to university? Humph, what a waste. I'll just wait here and see if I can't corner her. From Luo Ishua's reaction, Gu Feng had already surmised much. The man squatting on the ground, smoking, was likely her eccentric foster father, Tang Kuan, observing the reddening circles around her eyes. Gu Feng found himself at a loss for how to comfort her, opting instead to offer silent companionship. Gu Feng, may I stay at your place for the night? Luo Ishua suddenly murmured, her voice tinged with quiet sobs. Tang Kuan had come seeking money, and she had nothing left for him to exploit. Facing his relentless pursuit would only plunge her deeper into despair and anguish. If that's the case, perhaps it's best not to meet him. Is that all right, Gu Feng? Gu Feng nodded, his eyes filled with empathy for the girl. He had never anticipated that Luo Ishua would come to stay at his home in such a manner. The following day, Gu Feng set an early alarm to prepare breakfast. With the Empress residing in his home, he needed to maintain a diligent FAAD. What is going on? Upon seeing the nutritious breakfast laid out on the table, Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback. Hot milk, boiled eggs, and sandwiches. Someone had beaten him to it. He chuckled wryly, shaking his head as he picked up a note left on the table. Gu Feng, it's my turn for duty today. I'm leaving now. Remember to eat breakfast. Duty? Wasn't he the cleaner-esque job? Gu Feng frowned in confusion, quickly checking the duty roster in their class group chat. What in the world? His lips twitched as he felt as if he had been stunned into silence for a millennium. Today's duty roster clearly stated that he and Luo Ishua were paired. Not only today, but it had always been the two of them together. Not realizing this before had been quite the shock. No wonder he had never done duty himself, nor was he even aware of it. It turned out someone had been shouldering the burden for him all along. Suddenly, even the breakfast prepared by the Empress lost its appeal. How could he possibly eat now, with the milk still warm and Luo Ishua not far ahead? Gu Feng made a swift decision to follow in her footsteps. Wait, Ishua, don't get in the car just yet. I'll walk with you today. He hastily sent her a message, quickly stuffing the breakfast into a lunchbox before dashing out. As fate would have it, when Gu Feng arrived at the bus stop, he saw a bus pull up just in time, the doors swinging open. A pair of long, graceful legs, clad in white stockings, ascended into the bus. With a distance still to cover, Gu Feng disregarded everything else, leaping over the curb and striding forward, managing to board the bus just before the doors closed. In front of him stood the owner of those stunning legs. Due to the abruptness of it all, the woman in white stockings hadn't yet noticed that a passenger had followed her. At such a close proximity, Gu Feng's breath brushed against her delicate neck, causing her earlobes, soft and pink, to flush a charming shade of red. Luo Ishu's graceful neck shuddered, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise, suddenly filled with indignation upon realizing the presence of a lecher behind her. As she turned to confront him, she felt a hand rest upon her shoulder. How dare you? It's that pervert, she thought angrily. In response, she executed a swift kick. However, at that moment, she recognized the familiar, chiseled face of Gu Feng. As she instinctively retracted her leg, she stumbled backward. Fortunately, Gu Feng was quick to react, extending his arm to catch her slender waist. Gu Feng, why are you here? Luo Ishua exclaimed, bewildered. Wasn't he supposed to be asleep at this hour? Upon realizing his hand still rested on her waist, a blush crept across her cheeks. Reluctantly, Gu Feng withdrew his hand, letting out a sigh. Ahem, it's a long story. I forgot to bring change when I left. Could you help me swipe your bus card? Oh, here, she said, her cheeks flushed as she handed him her card. Beep, student card. Here you go, thanks. Luo Ishua nodded slightly. This isn't the place for conversation. There are seats in the back. Let us sit there. Good idea. Upon reaching the rear, Gu Feng offered Luo Ishua the window seat while he sat next to the aisle. Why are you up so early today? Luo Ishua asked, glancing out the window and brushing her hair behind her ear. In her memory, Gu Feng was always punctual for school, never seen arriving early, especially since he'd been driving himself since their junior year. What is going on today? Chapter 30, My Weakness is You. Gu Feng busied himself with the packed food from his bag, shoveling it into his mouth. Aren't you up early too? Riding the bus is convenient for eating. Luo Ishua sensed a hidden meaning in his words. Observing his voracious appetite, she hesitated but felt compelled to remind him. You could have eaten at home before leaving. There was still time. Just then, Gu Feng playfully flicked her forehead. Ouch, you know that hurts? Well, you should feel it, Gu Feng replied, setting down his food with a huff. Did you think I was some delicate little wife who couldn't take care of herself? Why do you say that? Luo Ishua asked curiously. Gu Feng, slightly irritated, said, We're in the same duty group. Why don't you ever call me when it's your turn? Luo Ishua blinked, locking eyes with him, her heart racing before she quickly averted her gaze. It's not that I didn't want to call you. I just didn't have the courage. Didn't have the courage? Why not? Because I fear you might hit me. Gu Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. So it turns out he was perceived as a fearsome entity. However, there was another reason that Luo Ishua did not voice. In class, she often found herself the target of others' ridicule, while Gu Feng was notoriously difficult to provoke. Furthermore, her profound insecurities rendered her too timid to engage him in conversation. Moreover, being on duty was hardly an arduous task. At most, it required her to arrive a bit earlier, and she could finish it alone just the same. After a brief pause, she weakly added, It's really not that tiring. Gu Feng couldn't help but feel a mix of sympathy and amusement. How could it be the same? It would be utterly unfair to expect one person to shoulder the responsibilities meant for two. If this happens again, well, I shall punish you with a boiled egg. As he spoke, Gu Feng had already presented a smooth, peeled egg to Luo Ishua. This is for you. I've already had my share. Now, be good, open your mouth. And say ah. Luo Ishua replied, Gu Feng, have you not noticed that everyone is watching us? A hint of embarrassment colored her words. Ever since Gu Feng had boarded the bus, she had sensed the occasional gaze of strangers directed toward them. Perhaps it was due to Gu Feng's striking good looks. When she traveled alone, such attention was a rarity. Gu Feng paused, then realized that a number of passengers were indeed observing them. Some looked on with envy, others with unabashed jealousy, while a few wore impassive expressions. Nevertheless, Gu Feng paid them no heed. If they notice, it's your fault for being so good-looking. Once you eat that egg, I'm certain their attention will wane. A couple seated in front, appearing quite affectionate, flashed a knowing smile. If a single attractive man or woman boarded the bus, it might not attract as much attention. However, when a pair of handsome individuals were present, the allure could easily double. Who could resist glancing at a charming couple engaged in playful banter? After all, we live in an era enamored with romantic pairings. It's no wonder that countless CP-themed variety shows and sweet romance dramas have taken the world by storm. Even the driver seemed to slow down intentionally, as if concerned that the girl might choke on the egg being fed to her. It was evident that not only the passengers, but even the driver enjoyed this display of affection. Little beauty, your boyfriend is so attentive. You should just give in to him. Yes, yes. Someone chimed in, prompting the entire bus to join in the encouragement. Luo Ishua's cheeks flushed crimson. Why did everyone assume that she and Gu Feng were a couple? Was it absolutely necessary to eat the egg? She silently pleaded with the heavens for an earthquake, praying for Fisher to open up so she could escape. Seeing the situation escalate, Gu Feng quickly adjusted his demeanor, swallowing the egg in one gulp. Zio Yixu, the boiled egg tastes delightful today. Remember, you must not forget me during your next duty. Otherwise, Gu Feng surveyed the crowd with a mischievous grin. I might just expose you before the masses. Tell me, are you afraid? Luo Ishua, exasperated, rubbed her forehead. Gu Feng had indeed come to her rescue, but she anticipated that he could be so devilishly mischievous. Yet, she too was not easily intimidated. A cold snort escaped her lips as she thought to herself. Finally, as the bus emptied, a glimmer of cunning appeared in Luo Ishua's beautiful eyes. She turned to Gu Feng and said, Gu Feng, I've made a decision. What have you decided? Gu Feng instinctively inquired. We're going to your house today for tutoring. Really? Gu Feng's eyes lit up suddenly. What prompted this revelation? Excellent. The Empress was making remarkable progress. This meant he would have more opportunities to interact with her. Yes, I've thought it through. Before we sleep tonight, please ensure that you complete 2 additional sets of practice papers. This way, I can pinpoint your weaknesses and provide better guidance. Rest assured, if you don't sleep, I won't either. I'll simply watch you work quietly. Gu Feng was taken aback. What? Are you a demon, Luo Ishua? This girl is not virtuous at all. Zio Yixu, I genuinely believe you need not go to such lengths. I might think you're seeking personal revenge. Gu Feng remarked in a mockingly timid tone. Really? Luo Ishua lifted her lovely lashes, her brilliant eyes locking onto his. So, will you be able to do it? The way the Empress gazed at him was simply irresistible. Gu Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he felt his face flush. Well, if you are accompanying me, it isn't impossible. He sighed as if surrendering. After all, my weakness is you. By 7:30 a.m., the bustling morning rush hour was in full swing. Pedestrians hurried by, each playing their role in the grand tapestry of life as they headed to work or school. Yet, at the entrance of Jiangnan No. 1 High School, a crowd had gathered. I'm here to find my daughter. Why won't you let me in? The commotion at the center of the crowd was a heated argument between a security guard and a stranger. No one is allowed in, not even parents unless under special circumstances. Do you not understand that only students and staff are permitted entry? I don't care about your ridiculous rules. My daughter has been missing since she enrolled in your school, and I suspect she may have fallen victim to some male teacher. Chapter 31, The Rescue. How dare you claim to be a prestigious school? Bring me the highest authority in your institution. I demand an explanation regarding my daughter. Meanwhile, outside the throng, Gu Feng, who had just been about to step through the school gates, froze at the sound of that brazen voice. Whose voice is that? A scene from the previous night at Luo Ishua's apartment flashed in his mind. Kuan, Tang Kuan? Turning his head, he recognized the tall man arguing with the security guard as none other than Tang Kuan from the night before. Infuriated, Tang Kuan was shouting at the school gates. Gu Feng felt a wave of irritation wash over him. Last night, he had waited outside Luo Ishua's apartment for hours without catching a glimpse of her. Unable to contain his frustration, he had now come to Jiangnan number 1 high school to demand answers. Upon hearing that voice, Luo Ishua's expression shifted dramatically, her demeanor toward Gu Feng growing cold and distant. He is my adoptive father. Now you understand how unfortunate my situation is, don't you? I'm sorry, but I can no longer assist you with your studies. Luo Ishua coldly declared, turning to walk toward Tang Kuan. Gu Feng grasped her arm firmly. We agreed to do our duties together today. You wouldn't dare to back out, would you? He sighed gently, perplexed by her sudden withdrawal. Was she activating her self-defense mechanisms once more? Luo Ishua struggled momentarily, but could not free herself. Her delicate nose tinged with emotion as she gazed at Gu Feng with a hint of vulnerability. While others might wish to distance themselves from a guardian like him, Gu Feng consistently treated her with equality. As you can see, Uncle Tang will not leave until he sees me, Luo Ishua spoke softly. Gu Feng replied, It's not that he can't leave without seeing you. Rather, it's the absence of money that keeps him here. Upon hearing this, Luo Ishua nodded slightly, acknowledging his words. She then searched her entire being and produced all the money she possessed, which amounted to less than 20 yuan. This is the money for today's study materials. I will give it to him. Gu Feng shook his head once more, stating, You may give it today, but what about tomorrow? Luo Ishua looked at him, puzzled. Gu Feng gestured for her to leave. Trust me, I have a way to make him go. Warmth spread through Luo Ishua's heart, yet her gaze wavered as she hesitated, unable to suppress her concern. Gu Feng, you're not planning to hit him, are you? She had witnessed Gu Feng's prowess firsthand. A single punch could send someone to the ICU. If he resorted to violence here, his dreams of attending university would be dashed. Moreover, Uncle Tang's family had raised her, and she couldn't help but feel a twinge of loyalty. Rest assured, I won't resort to any form of brutality. With Gu Feng's assurance, Luo Ishua finally stepped through the school gates, her emotions a tangled mess. Gu Feng's expression remained icy as he pushed through the crowd. The commotion at the entrance persisted. Hey, I've never seen such a parent malign their own daughter. The security guard chuckled at Tang Kuan's words. What kind of luck do you have to have a parent like you? It's truly unfortunate. You claim your daughter attends number 1 high school. Then enlighten me, what class is she in, and what is her name? Tang Kuan proudly declared, My daughter is in class 3 of the senior year, named Luo Ao. Who the hell is hitting me? Before he could finish, he felt a heavy slap on his shoulder, a sharp pain causing him a gasp. Turning around, he was infuriated to discover a student from number 1 high school was the culprit. This boy had struck with such force, yet wore a congenial expression. In front of so many witnesses, Tang Kuan felt he had no justification to retaliate against the student. Nevertheless, his words were anything but courteous. What the hell are you doing? I happened to pass by and overheard you looking for a student from class 3 of the senior year. Coincidentally, I'm also in that class, Gu Feng replied with a smile. Is that so? Then you must know my daughter. How wonderful, Tang Kuan exclaimed, momentarily forgetting the previous slap. Gu Feng nodded, feigning kindness. Your daughter's surname is Luo, correct? Fortunately, we have a classmate with that surname. She is beautiful, kind-hearted, and consistently ranks first in our year. I wonder if she is the one you seek. Tang Kuan, filled with excitement, began to pound his thigh in affirmation. What's there to doubt? That's the girl I'm looking for. You're her classmate, right? Hurry and call her out. Just tell her father is looking for her. Gu Feng, maintaining his composure, nodded. Sure, I can call her out. But may I ask your surname, sir? I am Tang. Why do you ask? Oh, you mentioned earlier that you're Luo's father? Yes, Tang Kuan replied, but then he paused, confusion washing over him. What do you mean no? Gu Feng then shifted his gaze coldly to the security guard. Sir, we pay a hefty tuition every year. Are we merely funding idlers? Kindly remove this irrelevant person from our premises. Recognizing Gu Feng, the security guard was well aware of the notorious student who drove a flashy car. Even the principal would offer him a cigarette. With no fondness for Tang Kuan, the guard promptly instructed everyone to eject him. Tang Kuan was taken aback. This student, who had just supported him, had changed allegiances faster than he could lose money. What astonished him more was that the security guards were genuinely taking orders from students, brandishing their steel forks to kick him out. Kid, clarify your words. What do you mean? Gu Feng retorted coolly. Luo Ishue's surname is Luo. And you claim to be her father, Tang. Do you have any proof? A household register, a birth certificate, a paternity test. Do you possess any of that? Show me. Tang Kuin's face turned ashen. She is my adopted daughter. How could I have such documents? Gu Feng, uninterested in further conversation, exchanged glances with the guards, who immediately rushed towards Tang Kuin. I suspected something was amiss with this man, who would tarnish their own daughter's reputation. Turns out he is a fraud. Indeed, how can such a scum of a father exist in this world? Such filth deserves to be arrested by the police and executed 1,000 times. In an instant, Tang Kuin felt the weight of public disdain crushing him. I dare you to come back, and I'll report you for creating disturbances. The police will have plenty to deal with. Tang Kuin's heart sank, and he shot a venomous glare at Gu Feng, seething with malice. All right, you win this time. But this isn't over. I will remember you. After leaving that final threat, Tang Kuin stormed off. When Gu Feng returned, Luo Yixue had already tidied the classroom. With just a few finishing touches, opening the windows for ventilation and arranging the desks and chairs, her duties for the day would be complete. As Gu Feng opened the windows, two girls outside began to giggle, pointing fingers at Luo Yixue and mocking her background. Gu Feng, unyielding, expressionless, lifted the bucket of dirty water he had just used to wash the mop and splashed it upon the two. With a splash, one of the girls lost her padding from the impact. Who did that? They shrieked, drawing the attention of passers-by. Isn't that Shunjia and Zhao Huohua from Class 1? What is happening? They seem to have been splashed with water. Who would dare splash them? Those two are notorious for their fiery tempers. Who else but Gu Feng? He is infamous in the senior year for being difficult to provoke, especially against these two fiery girls. Who is the fool that splashed water? Come out, and I'll tear them apart. It was me. Did you enjoy it? Gu Feng's voice cut through the air, and the two girls looked up in indignation, only to meet his piercing gaze. You're Gu Feng from Class 3, the one notorious for being hard to deal with? Realizing it was him, their expressions soured, understanding the rumors of his relationship with Luo Yixue were true. Gu Feng smirked, having been prepared to confront them physically, yet the two girls fell silent at that moment. Did you enjoy that? Because I certainly did not. Listen well. I do not care which class you belong to. Luo Yixue is my girlfriend. If I hear such remarks again, things will not end so simply. Do you understand? Gu Feng stated coldly. In this world, there are two things that ought not to be ridiculed. One is dreams, and the other is one's origins. Two young women, caught off guard by a sudden splash of water, coughed laboriously, their faces flushed with embarrassment. They wished to regain their dignity, yet after much contemplation, they could not conjure a single valid excuse. Was it not foolish to approach the entrance of Class 3, pointing fingers, only to be met with disparagement from the boyfriends present? Consequently, they reluctantly fell silent. Huohua, I've heard that Gu Feng mistreats women. We need not stoop to the level of such a person. Let us leave, remarked one girl named Shunjia, whispering to her companion. Zhao Huohua inhaled the scent lingering on Shunjia and then compared it to her own. They couldn't ascertain what sort of water had been thrown upon them, as it reeked of something akin to footbath water. Let us go. Staying here is simply too embarrassing. While we still have time, let us hurry back for a shower. I feel utterly filthy. The two girls exchanged disdainful remarks as they trudged away. Gu Feng leapt down from the windowsill, only to find Luo Yixue silently engaged in her own affairs behind him. It seemed as though the discussions that had just taken place were of no concern to her. Perhaps she had grown accustomed to such treatment, or perhaps the number of individuals in this world who truly mattered to her had dwindled significantly. Before long, the two had tidied up, and Luo Yixue inquired about the events at the school gate. Gu Feng, has Uncle Tang left? Yes, he has. That's good. Gu Feng couldn't help but feel curious. Aren't you curious about how I handled it? Luo Yixue cast a glance out the window, a faint smile gracing her lips. I was aware of everything they said. Thank you, Gu Feng, she expressed sincerely. Indeed, The number of people she cared about was limited, but Gu Feng undoubtedly ranked among them. Gu Feng nodded in understanding. And what else next? What do you plan to do? He inquired further. Luo Yixue furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating her response for a moment before finally uttering 2 words. Negotiation. Had it been earlier, Luo Yixue's answer would have leaned towards compromise and concession. Yet, for some reason, upon meeting Gu Feng's radiant gaze, an unexpected sense of security enveloped her. Gu Feng, tomorrow is a holiday. I want to visit Uncle S' house. This time, I don't wish to evade the issue. I want to discuss things properly with them. A faint smile tugged at Gu Feng's lips as he replied, That one tea do. You still need to give me extra lessons tomorrow, unless you let me accompany you. Are you serious? Are you sure you want to go? Luo Yixue asked uncertainly, her tone tinged with a hint of joy. Yes, I'm serious. Thank you, Gu Feng. Are you truly thanking me? Absolutely sincere. I don't believe it. Unless you let me skip a couple of assignments. The next day, guided by the navigation system, the two arrived at Tang Kuen's residence. A sleek black Mercedes G-Class came to a halt outside the aging tenement building. This particular vehicle had once been the favorite of Gu Feng's father during his lifetime, and due to road conditions, Gu Feng had taken the wheel. Ascending a set of rusted stairs, they reached a wooden door, where Luo Yixue raised her hand and knocked. The door swung open to reveal a woman in her 40s with prominent cheekbones. You wretched girl, how dare you show your face here? Her voice, sharp and cutting, pierced the air. Annie, I'm on holiday today, and thought I'd come to see you all, Luo Yixue offered, presenting the fruit she had brought. Come in. Upon seeing the offering, Jia Ling's expression softened somewhat, though it was a fleeting change. Yet, when she noticed the meager assortment of apples and oranges, her face contorted in disdain once more. I'm not saying you shouldn't have come, but after traveling all this way, you bring such paltry gifts? How can you be so shameless? Since you're back, let us get straight to the point. What have you decided regarding what your uncle and I discussed before? After a moment of silence, Luo Yixue spoke up. Auntie, I certainly intend to continue my studies. My primary reason for returning this time is to see you all. Secondly, I wish to have a serious discussion with uncle and you. Discuss what? What is there to talk about? Jia Ling reacted explosively, jumping up with indignation. Her brows furrowed in anger. It was entirely right to call you a burden. We, the Tang family, should never have taken you in. Have you no conscience? All you think about is going to college. Do you think that comes without cost? After all the years we VE supported you, this is how you repay us. You now stand at crossroads. Either drop out to work or marry. Uncle has told me that Chicken Brother is wealthy and influential. Being chosen by him is a stroke of luck for you. Marrying him means a life of luxury. How can that not be better than studying? Auntie, I'm making myself clear. I will not drop out of school, nor will I marry someone I do not love. Faced with Jia Ling's aggression, Luo Yixue finally displayed the tenacity she ought to possess, resolutely reaffirming her stance. Ah, the burden speaks. Who taught you to talk back? We are in this situation because of you. In Jia Ling's view, had Luo Yixue agreed to be with Chicken Brother from the start, the massive debts incurred by Tang Kuen would have been swiftly resolved. They might have even escaped this decrepit tenement and enjoyed a life of affluence. Now, Tang Kuen lived like a rat, afraid to return home, and Jia Ling attributed all the blame to Luo Yixue. You are a harbinger of misfortune, a burden. Everything has spiraled into chaos because of you. Jia Ling, gritting her teeth, pointed at Luo Yixue's forehead, completely disregarding Gu Feng, who stood at the door. As she unleashed the most venomous words upon Luo Yixue, those malicious words echoed through the slightly ajar door, reaching Gu Feng's ears. His hands clenched tightly, veins bulging. He found it hard to fathom how Luo Yixue had grown up in such a stifling environment. As Jia Ling made a move, Gu Feng instinctively positioned himself in front of Luo Yixue. His towering figure instantly blocked all of Jia Ling's attacks. When Jia Ling pushed against him, Gu Feng remained unyielding, causing her to recoil in pain. Ouch! Is your body made of iron? That hurts. Only then did Jia Ling notice Gu Feng standing before her. Seeing a youth of similar age to Luo Yixue, a hint of disdain crept into her expression. Auntie, Gu Feng began. But Jia Ling's fiery tone interrupted him. Who are you calling auntie? What right do you have to meddle in our family affairs? It was clear to Jia Ling that this boy was brought by Luo Yixue, which only fueled her anger further. You wretched burden. I thought you were above all this. Turns out you've just found yourself a pretty boy. No wonder you're moving out. At this point, the conversation had devolved beyond the possibility of negotiation. Luo Yixue's only recourse was to grip Gu Feng's arm tightly, preventing him from delivering a fatal blow to Jia Ling. Gu Feng had already entangled himself in enough trouble on her behalf. She could not drag him down any further. In truth, upon reflection, were her uncle and aunt truly reasonable individuals? Had she perhaps been overly optimistic about today's negotiation? Gu Feng, since aunt is in a foul mood, perhaps we should take our leave. Gu Feng cast a cold glance at Jia Ling. Not wishing to put Luo Yixue in a difficult position, he reluctantly nodded. Just as they were about to depart, Jia Ling stepped forward and closed the wooden door. You insolent girl. No one leaves until we clarify this matter. Jia Ling stood her ground, undeterred by Gu Feng's menacing gaze, which she perceived as nothing more than a facade. What could a mere child do to her? Gu Feng let out a cold laugh. He genuinely wished to teach this brazen woman a lesson, yet he found himself in an impasse. As he was not yet Luo Yixue's true boyfriend and lacked justification for such an action, to strike this vile woman would only serve to place Luo Yixue in a precarious position. However, doing nothing was not in Gu Feng's nature. At that moment, the sound of footsteps in the corridor captured Gu Feng's attention. A boy clad in oversized branded apparel sauntered in, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Upon entering, Jia Ling's demeanor shifted instantaneously, her transformation so rapid it was almost shocking. Our son has returned. The boy settled onto the sofa, and Jia Ling promptly lit his cigarette with a sharp snap. Huh, there's a big G parked downstairs. Whose is it? The boy inquired, exhaling a puff of smoke. Big G, what's that? Jia Ling asked, her face a picture of confusion. The car, the boy explained impatiently. It's a vehicle for the wealthy. If only it were mine. Eh, you little brat. You're back too? After a moment of deliberation, the boy finally noticed Luo Yixue scrutinizing her from head to toe. Mom, have you spoken to her about the family matters? Hurry up and get her married off. Demand as much as you can for the bride price. I won't buy a big G. He then turned to Luo Yixue, threatening her. You little brat, my parents have found a suitable match for you. Get married quickly. Understand? Jia Ling immediately chimed in, yes. Your brother is right. If you had any sense, you would marry off soon. You can find a pretty boy. Yet why not seek someone who drives a big G? With a pointed glance at Gu Feng, Jia Ling's words dripped with disdain. Mom, who is he? Tang Xiaodi asked Jia Ling, seemingly intrigued. He appears to be quite affluent. Oh, him? Never mind. Let me ask myself, Jia Ling replied dismissively, tossing aside the cigarette, but Tang Xiaodi stood up, squinting his eyes. That big G downstairs, it can't possibly belong to you, right? No, Gu Feng replied nonchalantly. The car belongs to my father. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaodi's expression soured with disappointment. So, you're just another pretender in fake designer gear, like me? He then scoffed, speaking of which, little brat, your taste in people leaves much to be desired. Luo Yixue furrowed her brow. She could endure the insults hurled at her by the Tang family, but not those aimed at Gu Feng. In that moment, her pent-up fury erupted. First of all, he is not a pretender. His name is Gu Feng, she declared. Then, turning to Jia Ling, she continued. Secondly, he is not some pretty boy. He is my classmate and friend. I will not allow you to disrespect my friend. Aunt Xiaodi, I must return to my studies now. I will visit you again when I have time. Tang Xiaodi's expression morphed into one of surprise as he regarded Luo Yixue with astonishment. Oh, huh. The little brat has grown quite the temper since we last met. Your parents may not call you, but you dare to challenge my mother's authority? Since you all have deemed me a disgrace. It is clear I do not belong as your Tang family's daughter. Moreover, they're not my biological parents. Luo Yixue retorted coldly. Jia Ling's face flushed with rage at Luo Yixue's defiance, something she had never witnessed before. Emboldened by Tang Xiaodi's presence, her audacity swelled. Oh, you disgraceful child. You truly have gone too far. Jia Ling lunged at Luo Yixue, and in the ensuing scuffle, Luo Yishue's phone slipped from her pocket and fell to the ground. In an instant, Tang Xiaoti's eyes lit up. He recognized the fallen item as the latest, most expensive smartphone, the pineapple phone. Luo Yishue, pray tell, have you been selling yourself to afford such a fine phone? Tang Xiaoti scooped up the device, examining it with glee. Mom, this little brat dares to hide her riches from us. This phone is mine now. Before he could revel in his discovery, a shadow flashed before him, and he felt a grip around his neck, lifting him off the ground. In an instant, terror enveloped him, and he gasped for breath. Mom, save me, he cried, kicking his legs desperately as he sought help from Jialing. If you dare to touch my son, I will fight you. Jialing brandished a feather duster and charged at Gu Feng, who made no effort to defend himself. In a swift motion, he effortlessly lifted both mother and son off the ground. In that moment, their fear reached a crescendo. Gu Feng's expression was icy. With a mere flick of his finger, he could end their lives in an instant. This was perhaps the closest they had ever come to death. Yishue, dear child, please make him let us go. Jialing's face turned pale, her lips tinged with blue as her voice trembled. Mom, I want to see my great-grandmother. Tang Xiaoti's eyes rolled back in fear. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Luo Yishue exclaimed, Gu Feng, enough. Let them go. Her voice was laced with genuine fear. She dreaded the thought of Gu Feng taking a life, for it would ruin his future entirely. Gu Feng's cold gaze lingered on them before he relinquished his grip. This is merely a lesson for you. Next time, you may not be so fortunate. Understand? Cough. Cough. Yes, we understand. They crumpled to the ground like defeated dogs, gasping for air. Gu Feng was indeed a formidable character. They both lamented their earlier actions, wishing they had recognized reality sooner to avoid this predicament. Let's go, Luo Yishue said, disheartened as she glanced at the pair before turning to Gu Feng. Jialing, typically haughty, trembled on the floor, hardly daring to utter a word. Time passed, and, after what felt like an eternity, Jialing cautiously approached the window upon hearing departing footsteps in the corridor, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Son, they've left. The disgraceful girl and that boy have driven away. At her words, Tang Xiaoti, who had been sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog, suddenly sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with determination. Those damn dog lovers. How dare they treat us this way? I will ensure they pay for this. Tang Xiaoti stormed to the window, suddenly glancing down. Where had that G-class gone? He seized Jia Ling by the collar. Did you see what car they drove away in? The same one they came in. It was big and black, Jia Ling replied. She was unfamiliar with high-end or low-end vehicles, only recalling that it was a black car. Tang Xiaoti's lips curled in disdain, and he became infuriated upon hearing her words. Are you a fool? The car they drove off in is exactly the G-class I mentioned. The imported G-class, worth several million. So my sister is dating such a wealthy man, and it's all your fault for driving her away. Slap, slap. In his rage, Tang Xiaoti delivered 2 resounding slaps to Jia Ling's face, leaving her looking like a swollen pig. She never anticipated that the despicable couple, Luo Yishue and her partner, would spare her, only for her own son to strike her instead. Son, what are you saying? That big black car is the G-class? Worth millions? Jia Ling exclaimed in disbelief. After all, he was her own son. Though she was struck, it was just a matter of familial quarrel. The pressing concern was how to acquire that G-class. Tang Xiaoti glared at Jia Ling, pushing her forward. No kidding. If I had that G-class, what kind of woman couldn't I attract? Stomp, stomp. Jia Ling took a few steps back, and Tang Xiaoti's words instantly sparked her interest. Soon after, a flattering smile reappeared on her face as she approached him. Don't worry, son. It's just a G-class. Tomorrow morning, I'll go to your school to find your sister for compensation and get that G-class for you. But it's not even my sister's car. Is it feasible? Dang Xiao Di Mu De. Of course it is, it's feasible. Seeing her son perk up, Jia Ling beamed, as if already lost in a dream of her daughter marrying into wealth. It seems the Tang family is about to turn their fortunes around. The more Jia Ling thought about it, the more excited she became, promptly pulling out her phone to call Tang Kun. Kun, I have fantastic news. Tremendous news. Our family is about to get rich. Upon receiving Jia Ling's call, Tang Kuan was equally overjoyed. Thus, the following morning, the couple appeared at the entrance of the high school. After inquiring with some students, they confirmed that their daughter was indeed dating a wealthy heir named Gu Feng. Upon learning this, Tang Kuan and Jia Ling were utterly unsettled. If this relationship flourished, the Tang family would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Would they ever have to worry about finances again? Damn, why are you here again? Just then, the security guard spotted Tang Kuan at the school entrance and picked up his baton, ready to shoo him away. Oof. Well, why do you have to act so arrogantly? You filthy security guard. Do you believe I can make a call to have you fired? Tang Kuan scoffed, challenging the guard. Yi Ling nud get Tang Kuan, urging him to tone it down. Times had changed. Luo Yishua's status was now different, and they needed to coax her if they were to benefit from her. Above all, they couldn't allow Luo Yishua to harbor resentment against them any longer. Ling, you don't understand. That nasty security guard teamed up with that vile student to confront me yesterday. It was infuriating. Today, I must reclaim my dignity. Tang Kuan then recounted the unpleasantness of the previous day. Jia Ling countered, why bother with a filthy student and a pathetic security guard? Isn't that embarrassing? In my opinion, you should call Ishue right now and tell her that my attitude was poor yesterday. This afternoon, without fail, we must invite her and Xiaogu over for dinner. I need to apologize to them in person. Chapter 35, 100 million to buy her legacy. Fat Ling, it's still you, Tang Kuan exclaimed, suddenly remembering the gravity of the situation. He excitedly pulled out his phone to make a call. Just then, the roar of a car engine echoed, and a sleek sports car gradually came to a stop at the school gate. The security guard merely glanced over before hastily retreating to his booth to lift the barrier. In that moment, Jia Ling caught sight of Gu Feng behind the wheel. It's him. She tugged at Tang Kuan's sleeve, excitement bubbling over. Kuan, do you see? That is the guy who went home with Ishue yesterday. You, hurry and greet him. Suddenly, the memory of nearly being choked by Gu Feng the day before flashed in her mind, and she hesitated, prompting Tang Kuan to approach him first. Tang Kuan squinted, suddenly furious. Indeed, it was that brat who conspired with the security guard against me. Just wait till I have my say. What? You mean you and Xiaogu met yesterday? Jia Ling felt an ominous premonition creeping in. At that moment, Gu Feng strolled over. Good morning, Gu. The security guard greeted him politely, raising the barrier. Witnessing this scene, Tang Kuan and Jia Ling were left dumbfounded. Jia Ling gaped at Tang Kuan, realizing that not only had she offended Gu Feng, but so had he. Was their dream of a wealthy son-in-law and a luxurious mansion crumbling before their eyes? Absolutely not. Gritting her teeth, Jia Ling resolved to solidify this matter today. Xiaogu, good morning. With Gu Feng speeding into the school, they knew they couldn't catch up. Jia Ling quickly pulled Tang Kuan to the front of the car, acting as a human roadblock, while she plastered a sycophantic smile on her face as she approached Gu Feng. The window rolled down, but regrettably, Luo Yishue was not inside the car. Xiaogu, is that what you call him? Do I know you? Gu Feng coldly replied, showing no warmth. Jia Ling's face stiffened. Tang Kuan awkwardly stepped forward. Little brother, you seem to have forgotten our heartfelt conversation yesterday. Have you really forgotten? Yes, Xiaogu. Yesterday you and Ishue came to Annie's house, and I didn't get a chance to properly host you. This afternoon, you and Ishue must come over for dinner. Sorry, I only know how to slap faces, not to entertain. Gu Feng retorted, turning to the security guard. Uncle Security, I think you should drive him away. There have been many kidnappers around lately. Did you hear what you said? If you don't leave, I'll call the police. The security guard warned. Call the police for what? You are just spouting nonsense. We're upstanding citizens. Tang Kuan protested. Gu Feng observed their panicked expressions and sped away. I don't care. You've caused a scene at the school gate for 2 days straight. Take your grievances to the police. With their faces flushed with embarrassment, Tang Kuan and Jia Ling had no choice but to leave. What else with that kid-ass attitude? And Ishue doesn't even know how to manage him. Is this how you talk to your future father-in-law? Calling us kidnappers? Tang Kuan grumbled as they walked away. Suddenly, he halted when he noticed Jia Ling staring at him, hastily shutting his mouth. Ling, I didn't say anything. That kid called us kidnappers. Shut up. Who said that to you? Jialing promptly cautioned Tang Kun, her tone shifting as she declared, "A money-losing child wishes to attend university. Fundamentally, she seeks to liberate herself from our grasp. Unless I am 6 feet under, she can forget about it." A glint of determination flickered in Jia Ling's eyes as a novel scheme took shape in her mind. Tang Kun, too, recognized that this could very well be their last opportunity to extract a substantial sum from Luo Yixue. "Ling, what do you think?" "What do I think? The money-losing child wants to negotiate with us, doesn't she? Engage her. She wants to leave this household without 100 million. 100 million? Thong Kun invalid sharply, astonished by this audacious proposition. Did she truly believe that wealthy individuals are fools? 100 million, just like that, even if Luo Yixue were their biological daughter. They had yet to establish any connection. What right did she have to demand such an exorbitant sum? Jia Ling scoffed. 100 million to purchase her lineage. Shortly after their departure, Gu Feng reappeared at the school gate. "Rest assured, classmate Gu, I'll notify you in advance when that person arrives next time." "Thanks, uncle," he replied. "Also, please refrain from mentioning this to her, lest it distress her." Gu Feng then produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to the security guard. "Don't worry, uncle knows." That girl would be overjoyed to learn how considerate classmate Gu is. However, he added, "Yet, I sense that couple does not bear good intentions. They cannot conceal their true nature for long." In response, Gu Feng merely smiled faintly. "They will not be able to keep it hidden for long. However, I believe a turning point is imminent." Soon, Luo Yixue approached, carrying a bag of dumplings. "Here, the dumplings you wanted. Thanks. I've been craving these for ages." As they walked into the campus, Gu Feng could sense that Luo Yixue's demeanor towards him had become considerably more amiable during their time together. At this pace, he jested to himself. He had already conceived a name for their future child. Meanwhile, the Tang Kun couple was exhaustively scouring Baidu Encyclopedia, thoroughly investigating every detail regarding the Gu family conglomerate. They ultimately concluded that they should demand 100 million from Gu Feng, not a penny less. Regardless of whether they could secure it, they would at least ask. If they failed, they could always apply pressure gradually. After ample preparation, Tang Kun finally dialed Luo Yixue's number. She received the call during her break. "Gu Feng, Uncle Tang just called. He wishes to treat us to dinner after school." Luo Yixue hesitated, but decided to relay the information to Gu Feng. "Dinner invitation?" Gu Feng couldn't help but smirk with amusement. "Yes, my aunt is also nearby. She mentioned that yesterday's incident was her fault and hopes you can grant them an opportunity to apologize." Luo Yixue scrutinized Gu Feng's expression cautiously. She had little hope for this dinner, considering the harsh words her uncle and aunt had previously directed at him. It would be entirely reasonable for him to refuse. Yet, on the other hand, she hoped he would attend. From the phone conversation, she could discern her uncle and aunt's sincerity in their apologies. If this meeting could dissolve all prior grievances, it would be the most favorable outcome. "All right." To her surprise, Gu Feng readily agreed. "Really?" Luo Yixue's enchanting eyes sparkled with joy. Seeing her so elated, Gu Feng found it difficult to decline. As he exited the classroom, a chilling smile crept across his lips as he made a phone call. Chapter 36, Severing Ties. If the two elders genuinely intended to apologize, that would be one matter. If not, Gu Feng's eyes hardened. In that case, he would ensure they experienced the true harshness of society. Consider it a unique lesson for the young Empress. Allowing her to confront the realities of the world early, it would do her no harm. Meanwhile, at a certain tea restaurant, Tang Kun boasted, "Why did you choose such an expensive place for dinner? If that brat doesn't show up, we'll be at a loss." He cast a triumphant glance at his plump wife. "Am I such a fool? The money-losing child has found herself a wealthy boyfriend. Of course, the bill will be on them. But what if they don't show up?" Jia Ling inquired. Tang Kun shot her an impatient glare, exclaiming, "Are we here for money or for dinner? If we can't get the money, what is the point of having a meal?" For reasons unbeknownst to him, he found Jia Ling, who usually appeared graceful, particularly irksome today. Once he became wealthy, the first thing he would do is replace this blubbering housewife. His gaze lingered on a young waitress in a cheap how, and he couldn't help but lick his lips. Kun, What are you staring at? Jialing asked, her tone sharpening as she noticed his furtive glances. I was just calling the waitress for more water. Tang Kuan quickly diverted his gaze, fearful that lingering too long would result in a more severe reprimand. No more drinking. Too much will make you run to the restroom. Our guest should be arriving soon. Jialing glanced at the waitress, relieved. Normally, Tang Kuan wouldn't even spare a glance at the money-losing child at home, let alone at someone of such ordinary appearance. Clearly, he had no interest in that type. A woman of her curvaceous stature was more to his taste. "Excuse me, where's box 7? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from outside the private room. Jialing and Tang Kuan exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up as they spotted Luo Yixue at the door. "Why are you alone? Where's Gu Feng?" Tang Kuan's agitation was palpable at the sight of only Luo Yixue. Jialing's expression mirrored her husband's urgency as she anxiously scanned for Gu Feng. Without him, who would they demand money from? Gu Feng happened to run into a friend. He would greet them and will be here shortly. Luo Yixue's expression shifted slightly, yet she remained composed. "Uncle, Aunt, let us go ahead and order." Tang Kuan and Jialing's demeanor left her feeling somewhat disheartened. "Let us wait for Gu Feng to arrive before ordering anything." Jialing snapped coldly. "If you're hungry, just drink some water. What your aunt said is correct. Water is free." Before long, Gu Feng entered the private room. Jialing immediately donned a friendly facade. "Ah, little Gu, you're here." Gu Feng nodded, taking a seat near Luo Yixue. "Why haven't you ordered yet?" "Hee, there's no rush to order. I invited you here primarily to discuss a matter." Thunkun interjective impatently. Upon hearing this, Luo Yixue's brows furrowed slightly. "Discuss what?" "Uncle and aunt. Didn't you invite Gu Feng here to apologize?" Jialing sneered at Luo Yixue, expressing her discontent. "You silly child. After studying for so many years, how can you expect elders to apologize to their juniors?" Luo Yixue stared in astonishment at the other party, her expression one of disbelief. "You, how could you do this? What is wrong with us? You, child, ought to learn how to speak to your elders." Tang Kuan reprimanded her in return, feigning indifference. "Now, let us get back to the matter at hand and discuss today's affairs." Luo Yixue gazed at the scene before her with disappointment. Within less than 5 minutes of entering the room, filled with hope, she had come to a profound understanding of betrayal and deceit. "Waiter, please bring us a pot of good tea." Seeing this, Gu Feng called for a pot of fine tea, showing no intention of leaving. He could only think that the deception Luo Yixue was currently experiencing was far from sufficient. On the future battlefield, not only is strength of utmost importance, but the true test of humanity also prevails, especially in the face of team combat and life-and-death situations. The trials of human nature are far more brutal than they are now. If Gu Feng recalled correctly, the Empress in his past life had suffered greatly in this regard at the onset of her awakening. "Look how sensible little Gu is. That's the way to do it," Tang Kuan remarked, clearly pleased with Gu Feng's response. "What kind of tea is this? It's fragrant. Bring Uncle a cup too." "I'm afraid, Uncle, this pot of tea is only enough for me. If you wish to have some, you may order your own." Gu Feng smiled as he politely declined. "Aren't you two supposed to discuss something? Let us get to the point." Tang Kuan felt a slight embarrassment cross his face, cursing the impolite child under his breath. After glancing at Luo Yixue, he boldly proclaimed, "Though we are not her biological parents, we are like them to her." Upon hearing this, Gu Feng spat a mouthful of hot tea directly onto Tang Kuan's face. "You brat you. My apologies. I just recalled a joke and couldn't help myself." "Please, continue." Tang Kuan, though somewhat exasperated, chose to endure for the sake of future plans. It must be said, the tea Gu Feng ordered was indeed exquisite. At least we have not abandoned our own child. Without us, how could she have grown up this well? We have treated her as our own daughter all along. The couple boasted unabashedly. "Little Gu, we've invested so much in this girl. Isn't it reasonable to expect some return?" At this point, even the most naive Luo Yixue could discern that Tang Kuan and his partner's invitation for Gu Feng to apologize was merely a facade, the true aim being to gain benefits from him. Instantly, Luo Yixue's face flushed with indignation, feeling utterly humiliated. Gu Feng, on the other hand, wore an intrigued smile. Not unreasonable at all. I wonder, what kind of return do you seek? If you require my assistance, feel free to ask. Jia Ling's eyes glinted with a keen light as she said, "We would like to borrow 5 million from you to engage in a small business venture. Once we earn a profit, we will repay you. What do you think?" "No, absolutely not." Luo Yixue stood up in fury. She understood all too well that lending such money would be akin to throwing meat buns to a dog. Once given, it would never return. Bang! Tang Kuan slammed the table and immediately chided Luo Yixue. "You insolent girl. What right do you have to speak here? Silence yourself." Jiao Ling rolled her eyes, scornfully pointing a finger at Luo Yixue. "Exactly. You haven't even married yet, and already turning your elbows outward. Have we raised you all these years for nothing? If you wish to sever ties with this family entirely, fine. Give us 100 million, and you can immediately cut off all ties." 100 million. Luo Yixue's shoulders trembled, her eyes reddening, her tone quivering. "Do you even comprehend what you are saying? 100 million, do you realize how much that is? What is it to you? It's just 100 million. It's not like he can't afford it." Jiao Ling scoffed. "Luo Yixue, you seem to know my financial situation quite well." A mocking smile played at the corners of Gu Feng's mouth as he interjected. "Of course, after all, Yixue has been our daughter for over 10 years. How could we trust handing her over to you without knowing your family's circumstances?" Tang Kuan replied with a self-satisfied demeanor. "It's all about checks nowadays. You write the check. We'll withdraw the money ourselves from the bank. And then Yixue is all yours." Selling one's daughter had never sounded so refreshingly unrefined. Not only Gu Feng, but even Luo Yixue was taken aback by the couple's brazen display. A check. Luo Yixue felt a jolt of alarm, recalling the scene of Brother Ji being taken away by the police. A flicker of pity crossed her cold gaze. 100 million was enough for Tang Kuan and his wife to spend their lives behind bars. "Have you even considered the nature of my relationship with Gu Feng? We are merely ordinary friends. Hence, he will never give you that money." Luo Yixue first clarified her relationship with Gu Feng, then firmly rejected the conditions proposed by the Tang couple. Her lashes fluttered down, her porcelain-white face revealing no trace of emotion. Once her adoptive parents chose money over her, she was prepared to sever all ties. The years of upbringing had merely been a transaction of interests. "Oomph," Jiao Ling scoffed, casting a disdainful look at Luo Yixue. "Ordinary friends? Would ordinary friends stay out all night?" Luo Yixue. Observing Luo Yixue's pale, dazed expression, Jiao Ling became even more convinced of the unusual nature of their relationship, speaking boldly. "You spent the last few nights at little Gu's place, haven't you? Living together and still calling yourselves ordinary friends." "No, I was merely studying at Gu Feng's house. Nothing happened between us." Despite Luo Yixue's explanation, Jiao Ling paid her no heed, boldly extending her hand towards Gu Feng for money. "Little Gu, just tell me, will you lend the money or not?" The only response was Gu Feng's incredulous gaze, as if regarding a fool, his expression a blend of amusement and derision. "I might be willing, but do you dare to take it? My money is not so easily acquired." The frightening and perilous glint in his eyes sent a shiver down Jia Ling's spine, leaving her momentarily speechless. "So you're unwilling to give it, then?" In their dialogue, both swiftly placed the blame for all their grievances squarely on Luo Yixue's shoulders. "It's all because of this ungrateful wretch ruining things." Had Luo Yixue firmly stood by their side, even a single word of support for them, how could Gu Feng possibly refuse to lend the 5 million? Perhaps they could even secure 100 million. Tang Kuan ground his teeth in frustration. "You ungrateful girl. Say something. Don't regret it later." "I do not believe I have done anything wrong. I have nothing to regret," Luo Yixue replied coolly. "Fine, fine." Tang Kuan gritted his teeth, repeating the word fine twice. "If you are unkind, do not blame us for being ruthless. In this lifetime, you will never find your biological parents." Upon hearing this, Luo Yixue's body trembled violently. Something within her indifferent gaze seemed to quiver slightly, regarding her true origins. All she knew was that she had been picked up by the Tang couple at the train station when she was 4 years old. She was a discarded child, unwanted by anyone. Beyond that, she was utterly ignorant of her lineage. Whenever she had inquired about her biological parents from her uncle and aunt, she was met only with impatient reprimands, and then the subject was swiftly changed. Until now, upon hearing Jia Ling mention her origins, how could she not feel a surge of emotion? How could she not be anxious? "Uncle, Aunt, what do you know?" Luo Yixue implored, her voice tinged with urgency. "Humph. Now you're in a rush," Tang Kuan retorted, sitting back with an air of superiority. Gu Feng narrowed his eyes, seemingly taken aback that the two old hags would use Luo Yixue's lineage as fodder for gossip. "If that were the case, reveal everything you know, and I shall grant you 5 million. From henceforth, you will owe each other nothing. What say you?" At this, both Tang Kuan and his wife were momentarily stunned. Note that Gu Feng specified give, not lend. By merely disclosing the whereabouts of Luo Yixue's biological parents, they stood to gain a sum of 5 million instantly. Jialing subtly tugged at Tang Kuan's sleeve. The glimmer of greed flashed in both their eyes simultaneously. 5 million? Are you trying to beg for pennies? Tang Kuan scoffed. 100 million. Not a penny less. Under the allure of wealth, both appear to have firmly set their sights on exploiting Luo Yixue and Gu Feng. Luo Yixue's lips parted slightly, yet she soon bowed her head in silence. She yearned to locate her biological parents, to confront them and ask, "Why abandon me after bringing me into this world?" Countless times in the dead of night, she lay awake, seeking answers to that very question in her dreams. However, amidst the avaricious demeanor of her adoptive parents, everything seemed to lose its significance. Thus, she turned to Gu Feng and said, "Gu Feng, let the past remain in the past. I merely wish to live well in the present." Gu Feng's gaze shifted, shaking his head. "Have you ever considered the possibility that you were accidentally lost by your parents? What if they are searching for you, but have yet to find you?" His tone suddenly grew more grave. "Or is there a chance that you were taken by individuals with nefarious intentions?" A soft thud echoed nearby as a cup lid slipped, followed by the furious outburst of the Tang couple. "Kid, what nonsense are you spouting? Accusing us of kidnapping is a crime that leads to imprisonment. We did not abduct her. She willingly came with us." Under Gu Feng's penetrating stare, the couple felt a wave of anxiety wash over them, their gazes darting away. "I merely presented a hypothetical scenario. Your extreme reactions suggest that perhaps my words hold some truth." A slight smirk appeared on Gu Feng's lips. It was this question that for the first time caused the long-held beliefs in Luo Yixue's mind to waver. Was she truly the forsaken child of her parents? Why did her adoptive parents explode in anger whenever she inquired about her origins? Was there, indeed, a hidden truth? What was the reality of her situation? In that moment, the dim light in Luo Yixue's eyes reignited with determination. The only person she could trust now was Gu Feng. "Gu Feng, I wish." Luo Yixue hesitated, finding it hard to voice her thoughts about their relationship. "You want me to assist you?" Gu Feng inquired. Luo Yixue gently nodded. A smile played upon Gu Feng's lips. In his previous life, the Empress's origins had been a persistent source of distress for her, and now that Tang Kuan had broached the subject, he would undoubtedly investigate, even if Luo Yixue remained silent. Moreover, since the Empress herself had initiated the conversation, he would undoubtedly spare no effort in aiding her. Chapter 38, Pure Intentions. Snap! A crisp sound resonated as a man carrying a briefcase pushed the door open and strode directly to Gu Feng's side. "Hello, Mr. Gu." Gu Feng nodded indifferently. Gesturing to introduce, "This is my private lawyer, Zhang Wei." "Lawyer? What do you mean by this?" A wave of alarm washed over Tang Kuan and his wife, their brows furrowing in apprehension. Gu Feng's gaze swept over their faces, laced with mockery. "Lawyer Zhang, you heard what was just discussed." Zhang Wei nodded in understanding. "I did. Excellent. I leave it in your capable hands." He then nodded at Luo Yixue and exited the private room. Luo Yixue stood momentarily stunned, quickly grasping Gu Feng's intentions as she followed him outside. The one they thought they could manipulate was about to leave, causing Jia Ling to panic. "You little brat. You've learned some tricks, bringing a lawyer to deal with us. Let me tell you, we are not afraid." Tang Kuan chimed in defiantly, "Right? You think a lawyer can intimidate us? If we decide not to sell the information, we won't be scared even if the king of heaven himself comes. You wretched girl, we should never have adopted you. With no money, you'll never find your real parents. As Jia Ling and her husband grew increasingly vile in their insults, the lawyer swiftly closed the door, stepping out to mediate. Please calm down. It's merely about money. Let's sit down and discuss. Who do you think you are? Can you really make a deal with us? Without money, don't expect to hear a single useful word from me. Of course, the money issue is entirely negotiable. It merely depends on the value of the information you possess. What value? Do you think we could deceive you? Not all. From a standpoint of mutual benefit. The more valuable the information, the more you can gain. Zhang Wei chuckled. Uncle, you seem like a reasonable man. Come, sit, and let me explain. Time passed slowly. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Wei had already arrived at the door of the private room. Mr. Tang, Mrs. Jia, 20 million is not a small sum. I need to discuss it further with Mr. Gu. Please wait here for half an hour, and I assure you that we will provide a satisfactory response. Tang Kuan wore an expression of arrogance. You'd better hurry. Our patience is limited. If we change our minds, the price will no longer be the same. Indeed, just wait for some good news. Zhang Wei smiled as he closed the door, then turned, muttering, two fools. He entered the adjacent room, where Gu Feng and Luo Yixue waited. Lawyer, how did it go? What did uncle and aunt say? Luo Yixue asked eagerly. Miss Luo, the situation may not align with your expectations. Be prepared for that, Zhang Wei cautioned. Glancing at Gu Feng, he produced a previously prepared listening device. Seeing the look of confusion on Luo Yixue's face, Gu Feng sighed. Let us begin. In that moment, the voice of Jia Ling came through the listening device loud and clear. Under Zhang Wei's psychological prompting, she finally vented the pent-up frustrations she had harbored. That little wretch. We should have sold her off back in the capital. She's nothing but a thankless wretch. We've nurtured her for all these years for nothing. In my opinion, the most profitable deal we ever made was that one. We practically stole her for free, and now we'll reap 20 million. Not a bad profit. The sum of 20 million echoed precisely the amount they had negotiated with Gu Feng's lawyer just moments ago. Tang Kuan greedily licked his lips. That's 20 million. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. It was at the train station in the capital 14 years ago that Tang Kuan discovered Luo Yixue, who had become separated from her parents. With a mere white lie, he whisked her away from the station, and alongside Jia Ling, unhesitatingly embraced this angelic-looking girl. As beautiful as a porcelain doll, they brought her to Jiangnan City, where she was taught to serve tea, wash clothes, and cook. After the birth of Tang Xiaodi, the young girl found herself burdened with additional responsibilities, required not only to continue with her previous tasks, but also to care for Tang Xiaodi. As time passed, with Luo Yixue blossoming into an increasingly beautiful young woman, the Tang couple began to entertain the idea of having Luo Yixue serve as a child bride for Tang Xiaodi. They even thought of saving on housing and dowry expenses. What a shameful notion. Jia Ling cast a sidelong glare at Tang Kuan and berated him. In this society, what can 20 million do? Buy a house for Xiaodi, and what will we have left? Oof. That wretched girl is full of rebellious spirit. It's rare for her to have landed such a wealthy man. If she doesn't seize the opportunity now, when will she? They think they can brush us off with a mere 20 million? No way. Oh, I'm so hungry just thinking about it. Kuan, let us order something to eat first. Tang Kuan was equally infuriated by her words. He couldn't even scrape together 200 yuan, and yet they considered 20 million insufficient? Rather than focus on that, he should think about how to deceive that girl once they had the money, if they found out that the girl was taken by them. Oof. Besides, there's water. If we're hungry, we can just drink more. Water is free. Jia Ling. The two of them were wholly absorbed in their dreams of wealth, completely unaware that their words had been overheard in the neighboring private room. Luo Yixue curled her body, desperately holding back her tears. Such a sight made Gu Feng's heart ache. Though Luo Yixue had not fared well in the Tang household, she had always been grateful for their upbringing. However, this cruel truth was too much to bear. The complexities of human nature were unfathomable. At this moment, Luo Yixue felt only a bone-chilling cold and an overwhelming sense of despair. Gu Feng, do you think I will ever see my parents again? Suddenly, Luo Ishue's voice broke into soft sobs, her tears finally blurring her vision. Gu Feng nodded. You certainly will. The tears glistened on Luo Ishue's exquisitely pale face, and the feeling of her shattered innocence caused Gu Feng's heart to ache deeply. If he were to approach and embrace her now, surely she wouldn't reject him? Indeed, as long as his intentions were pure, it wouldn't be considered taking advantage of her vulnerability. With this innocent thought, Gu Feng was about to make a move when Zhang Wei abruptly stood up. Young Master Gu, at this point, even if you were to beat the Tang couple, it would be futile. I believe it would be wiser to first hear Miss Luo's thoughts. Throughout his career, Zhang Wei had wiped Gu Feng's behind countless times. Just a few days ago, Gu Feng had only recently dealt with a few petty thieves who had ended up in the ICU. His hair had turned white from the stress, but he had managed to resolve the situation. After all, young Master Gu was generous, and not putting in effort was not an option. Zhang Wei was grateful he had intervened in time, or who knows what might have transpired in the tea house today. Gu Feng, how can I still call you brother? Is this your idea of courtesy? I pay you to stop me from flirting? Ishue, Zhang Gu is right. Please tell us, what do you think? The implication was clear. They already had the evidence. What price the two old fools would pay was entirely up to her. Chapter 39, Cleansing the Sin. Gu Feng, thank you for helping me. If possible, I would like to know more about any clues regarding my parents. Luo Ishue expressed her gratitude to Gu Feng. Hearing this, Gu Feng responded with a comforting smile. You will undoubtedly find your biological parents. Perhaps they are searching for you as well. Just stay here and leave the rest to me. Wait. Luo Ishue suddenly called out to Gu Feng. What is it? He asked, taken aback. After a moment's hesitation, she gently said, Let the law deal with them. Please don't put yourself at risk for my sake. Her voice trailed off, and two rosy hues suddenly appeared on her delicate cheeks. Gu Feng's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but tease. Are you afraid I might kill them? Of course not. I'm just worried. Worried about what? Oh, young Master Gu, can't you see? Miss Luo is concerned for your safety. Gu Feng, Zhang Wei, shut your mouth. Why are you always around? Zhang Wei, young Master Gu, get lost. Don't come near me. All right, I'm leaving now. Luo, Ishue. Bang bang. Meanwhile, while the Tang couple remained lost in their dreams of overnight wealth, scheming how to maximize their profits, they were blissfully unaware that their so-called billion-dollar secret had already been acquired by Gu Feng. Excuse me, may I come in? Came Zhang Wei's voice from outside. It's that lawyer. I'll go open the door. What? You're here too? Tang Kuan was astonished to see Gu Feng following Zhang Wei as he opened the door. Jialing walked over, arms crossed. It doesn't matter who comes. The same rule applies, 1 billion. Without it, this matter is off the table. Gu Feng glanced at Zhang Wei, who in turn looked at the Tang couple. 1 billion? We just agreed on. Oomph. That was the price before. We've changed our minds now. If you want to know this secret, you must add another. 200 million. And that G-class vehicle of yours must be transferred to our son's name. Jialing interjected with a haughty tone. For 100 million? Plus a car? Even Zhang Wei was taken aback by the audacity and shamelessness of the Tang couple. Wouldn't this land them in prison for life? Young master, why not just give them 1 billion? Just afraid they won't dare to ask for it. Gu Feng narrowed his eyes mockingly. Just moments ago, he had indeed contemplated 100 different ways to make the Tang couple vanish from this world. However, now he had changed his mind. It was better to let them live. With the revival of spiritual energy and the awakening of the populace, these two had yet to experience earthquakes, plagues, or the terror of beast hordes. How could they die? Sometimes, living was a far greater torment than death. To live was the greatest punishment for someone like Tang Kuan. The two of them were left utterly baffled. Just then, Zhang Wei clicked on his phone and played a pre-prepared audio clip. This little wretch, back in the capital. We should have sold her off directly. We've raised her for so many years. If you ask me, the most profitable business we've ever done was this one. Deng Kun. Jialing. You too. In an instant, Jialing crumpled to the ground like a heap of mud. You despicable scoundrels. You set a trap to harm us. Tang Kuan's face twisted in rage as he lunged for Zhang Wei's phone, only to be sent flying 3 meters away by Gu Feng's kick, his face paling in terror. They could never have imagined that the situation would turn so rapidly. Their dreams of wealth shattered. Instead, they had fallen into Gu Feng's deadly trap. Wow, Tang Kuan spat out a mouthful of blood. You dare to touch young Master Gu's things? Are you two fools? Zhang Wei spat on the ground, a look of disdain on his face. Thud! Jialing fell to her knees, frantically begging for mercy. Young master, I beg you, please don't send us to prison. We no longer want that 100 million. Considering we raised that girl for over a decade, grant us this one mercy. We truly did not intend for things to unfold this way. If anyone is to blame, it's merely because Yixue is too enchanting. It was Tang Kuan who first brought her back from the train station, and then we took her with us. What nonsense are you spouting? You were the one who insisted we not take her to the police station. Tang Kuan gritted his teeth in frustration. This fierce woman was trying to shift the blame onto him, hoping he would bear the burden of imprisonment alone. Absolutely not. No, it was clearly you. Enough. Gu Feng's voice rang coldly. I may spare you, but you must answer my questions truthfully without a single word of deceit. Do you understand? Understood. We fully comprehend. Xiao Gu, you are truly a good person. Yixue is fortunate to have followed you. We knew that she never misjudged her choice. Jiao Ling exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Silence. In this world, you two are the last who deserve to utter such words. You shall each slap the other 3 times. Gu Feng's icy tone brooked no argument. Jiao Ling's face turned pale with terror, and she opened her mouth to protest. But before she could speak, Tang Kuan lunged forward and struck her hard. I've long held disdain for you, wretched woman. How dare you hit me, Tang Kuan? You're nothing but a coward. Jiao Ling retorted, launching herself at him in retaliation. With a swift motion, a slap knocked out 3 of Tang Kuan's teeth. You filthy sow, prepare to meet your end. The ensuing chaos erupted into a brutal brawl, with both participants transforming into grotesque figures, their faces bloodied and their teeth nearly obliterated within a minute. Zhang Wei watched in horror, gasping at the mercilessness of the scene. This is too brutal, utterly appalling. This is no mere domestic dispute. It resembles a vendetta between sworn enemies. Yet amidst the carnage, a sense of satisfaction lingered in the air. Enough! A thunderous shout reverberated in their ears. Gu Feng's lips curled into a cruel smile. Had it not been for the necessity of extracting information regarding Luo Yixue's origins, he would have unhesitatingly dispatched them both. No amount of suffering could atone for their sins. Chapter 40. The Underworld Organization. Under Gu Feng's frigid gaze, the two dared not conceal a single detail. Recounting the events that transpired 14 years ago at the train station in the capital. So, you never saw Yixue's parents? Gu Feng remarked with a hint of disappointment. Zhang Wei noted that this was the 3rd time Gu Feng had posed a similar question to Tang Kuan. At that moment, he found himself humming the song Love River in his mind. Indeed, if I had seen Yixue's parents, I could never have taken her away. I would have returned her immediately. Tang Kuan replied cautiously. Do you genuinely believe that uttering such words would be credible? Gu Feng mocked. Trusting a human trafficker's words is sheer folly. You may leave now. Gu Feng waved his hand dismissively. Tang Kuan had provided little useful information. The likelihood of finding Luo Yixue's parents remained slim, yet a glimmer of hope flickered nonetheless. Are you truly letting us go? Tang Kuan asked, incredulous at the prospect of such leniency. What other option do you think exists? Gu Feng replied coolly, a dangerous smile forming on his lips. Individuals like you should be condemned to the deepest pits of hell. However, for Yixue's sake, I shall grant you clemency. But should I discover that you dare to harass her again? As Gu Feng's chilling smile pierced through him, Tang Kuan felt a wave of dread wash over him. I understand. I, Tang Kuan, swear to sever all ties with my foster daughter, Luo Yixue. I will cut off all contact, or else you may present the evidence to the police and let me rot in prison. Gu Feng regarded him with a derisive expression. Oh, just hand it over to the police? Such captivating recordings deserve to be shared with your son, your family, friends, neighbors, and all your relatives. Oh, your son likely remains oblivious to the fact that his parents are human traffickers, does he not? The voice of a demon sent Tang Kuan's mind reeling, his heart pounding in terror. Jiao Ling turned pale, her face devoid of color. What place would remain for them in this world if their son learned of their crimes? Rest assured, Gu Zong, we shall leave at once, and I swear we will never contact Yixue again. we will turn over a new leaf, never to commit another heinous act. With that, they hurriedly turned and scrambled away, desperate to escape the scene, though their retreat was tinged with bitterness and resentment. Kunkin, is this truly how it ends for us? Jialing glanced back at the tea restaurant, her voice laced with discontent. What choice do we have with them holding the leverage? Thunkun retorted, exasperated. We arrived with such grandeur, yet we leave in a state more pitiful than a dog. Across the street lay Xinxing High School, and at that moment, a young man with white hair, squatting at the entrance and enjoying a stuffed pancake, caught Tang Kuen's attention. White hair. Suddenly abandoning Jialing, Tang Kuen dashed across the road. Brother White Hair, Brother White Hair, startled by the sight of a bloodied, bruised individual rushing towards him. The white-haired youth instinctively assumed a defensive stance. Who are you? It's me, Brother White Hair, Tang Kuen. Tang Kuen? The white-haired youth blinked in surprise before recognition dawned. What happened to you? You look like you've been through a war. Where are your teeth? Despite the embarrassment of standing alongside someone so thoroughly beaten, he maintained his patience. What do you need? I have something extremely important to discuss with Brother Hu from the Sanlian gang. Can you help me get an introduction? Tang Kuen said eagerly. The white-haired youth's expression turned perplexed. Brother Chun, who's been dead for a while now, didn't you know? Dead? What are you talking about? Tang Kuen stammered, his mouth agape in shock. What about that stone? Where is it now? The stone you found in that wretched Luo Yishue's room? Didn't you give it to Chenhu? The recollection struck him, and he replied, of course. Gu Feng took it. Tang Kuen staggered back as if drained of all strength. Chun, who was the second in command of the Sanlian gang, how could he possibly be dead? Originally, he had contemplated instigating animosity between Gu Feng and the Sanlian gang by exploiting the relationship between Luo Yishue and Ji Go, hoping that the Sanlian gang would seek vengeance on his behalf. If that didn't pan out, he could still leverage the stone, which held significant ties to Luo Yishue's lineage, to ensnare Gu Feng in a substantial trap. However, how did Bai Mao Gu and Chun Hu meet their demise? Tang Kuen cleared his parched throat and inquired. Bai Mao shot him a sidelong glance, bemused. Old Deng, isn't your daughter romantically involved with Gu Feng? The two of them share a deep connection, and you were oblivious to this? Chun Hu, of course, met his end at the hands of Gu Feng. He then produced a cigarette, lit it, and began to smoke, as though contemplating an important decision. What? What did you say? Chun Hu was. Shut your mouth. Bai Mao barked, pulling Tang Kuen by the collar into an alley. Tell your daughter to inform Gu Feng that the leader of the Sanlian gang, Long Gu, has returned. Long Ji's people have already set their sights on him. It seemed as though Tang Kuen's brain had ceased to function, and he could only mumble mechanically. The leader of the Sanlian gang, Long Gu, recalling that fearsome figure, 10 times more terrifying than Gu Feng, Bai Mao instinctively shivered, a profound fear surfacing in his eyes. He acknowledged that Gu Feng was indeed formidable, capable of taking on 10 opponents, perhaps even 100. Yet his adversary was Long Gu. Characters like Chun Hu and Ji could be described as the second and third in command of the Sanlian gang, but in reality, they were merely Long Ji's subordinates. Rising from the grassroots, Long Gu had ascended to become the head of the largest dark organization in Jiangnan City in just 3 years, with countless ruthless underlings. Gu Feng was swift, but could he outpace a bullet? Chapter 41, Mountain Green Sanatorium. The surge of adrenaline in Bai Mao's mind suddenly cooled, and he swallowed hard, filled with trepidation. If Wei Long were to discover his collusion with Gu Feng, in an instant, he regretted his earlier words. Old Deng, you must remember this. Forget everything I just said. Not a word must escape your lips. Understood? Otherwise, your life and the few teeth you have left won't be spared. Bai Mao gripped Tang Kuen's collar tightly, threatening him with malice. Tang Kuen nodded fearfully. Rest assured, Bai Mao Gu, I won't breathe a word of today as conversation. Yet inside, he wished fervently for Gu Feng to be gunned down. A fleeting glimmer of malice flickered in the depths of his eyes. Gu Feng, why did you have to offend the leader of the Sanlian gang? You are doomed this time. Meanwhile, Gu Feng had roughly pieced together the chain of events and opened his hand, revealing a crystal stone the size of a pigeon's egg. The fragmented sunlight streaming through the window illuminated the stone, casting a kaleidoscope of brilliant colors that dazzled the eye. "What a beautiful stone!" Zhang Wei exclaimed, drawn to its pure and vibrant hues, jokingly adding, "Where can I get a wholesale batch? Give me one. Not this one, get your own." Gu Feng shot him a glare, unimpressed. "Zhang Wei, are you really going to gift it to a girl?" He exaggeratedly gaped, a grin spreading across his face. "Is it for Yixue?" Just then, Zhang Wei caught sight of Luo Yixue approaching. "Little Gu, can we negotiate? I happen to be visiting a client at the Mountain Green Sanatorium, and I have a feeling he would be enamored with this stone. If you give it to me as a trade, I can divulge a colossal secret. What do you think?" "Not interested." Seeing Gu Feng unmoved, Zhang Wei persisted. "Can I at least borrow it?" "Not interested." Upon hearing the mention of Mountain Green Sanatorium, Gu Feng paused momentarily. "Your client is at Mountain Green Sanatorium?" He then realized that it was reasonable for Zhang Wei to have clients there, being the premier sanatorium in Jiangnan. Suddenly, Gu Feng noticed Luo Yixue behind him. "Feng Yi, the Mountain Green Sanatorium isn't exactly close. Since you're so busy, I want to keep you for dinner. Zhang Gu, here, S your briefcase." "Zhang Gu, goodbye." Bang. "Zhang Wei, I considered you a brother, and you treat me like a third wheel? You just booted me out?" Shortly thereafter, having bid farewell to Zhang Wei, only Gu Feng and Luo Yixue remained in the room. "Gu Feng, I want to go to the imperial capital." After much contemplation, Luo Yixue seemed to summon immense courage to express her desire to Gu Feng. Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback, surprised by her declaration. The train station in the imperial capital was where she had become separated from her parents, a full 14 years ago. If it were him, he too would be eager to revisit that place. "Gu Feng, I want to ask my teacher for a few days off to visit the imperial capital. Is that all right?" Luo Yixue, resembling a child lacking decisiveness, anxiously pressed Gu Feng for an answer. "Of course." Gu Feng smiled. "You can go whenever you wish." He then opened his palm. "Here, take this with you." Upon seeing what Gu Feng held in his palm, Luo Yixue's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, her delicate hand instinctively covering her lips, tears glistening in her eyes. Could it be that day? In that fleeting moment, Luo Yixue pondered many things. Why Gu Feng had collapsed in the alley, and why the spot where he fell was so close to Chun, whose security company. She realized. It turned out that Gu Feng had risked himself to retrieve the stone for her. As she contemplated, her eyes began to redden, emotions swelling within her that she could not quell. Half an hour later, "Gu Feng, you have the stone in your possession. How about you say something? It was awkward to keep it just sitting in my hand. Why don't you take it first? Are you going to go into hysterics again?" The next moment, her soft, slender hands enveloped his. "Gu Feng, I made up my mind. I'll go to the imperial capital after the college entrance examination." "What do you mean?" Luo Yixue gazed longingly at Gu Feng's palm. "During this time, could you please keep it safe for me? I'll come back for it after the exams." Her voice suddenly became soft and gentle, making it hard to refuse. This stone was undoubtedly her most treasured possession. Now, she was entrusting her most precious item to Gu Feng, uncertain if he could truly understand her feelings. At that moment, her face felt inexplicably warm. Her beautiful eyes shimmered, lashes lowered, her heart racing unusually, all indicating her inner turmoil. "All right." Gazing at her delicate visage up close, Gu Feng's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. In the silence, the air seemed to crackle with a different kind of spark. "Gu Feng, may I ask you a question?" Luo Yixue suddenly broke the silence, her voice ringing out. "Yes, go ahead." Gu Feng felt his heart race even more, forcing himself to suppress the excitement within. Could it be that the main quest was about to be completed ahead of schedule? This damned, uncontainable charm of mine. "Luo Yixue, Gu Feng, have you decided where you want to attend university?" "What?" Thus, the question you wish to pose is simply, where do I attend university? Is that it? In such a harmonious atmosphere, in such a fitting occasion, he had even prepared those 3 words, "I am willing." Yet, you inquire about my university? The college entrance examination is set to be abolished. Where shall I pursue my studies? The Bureau of Abilities is ubiquitous, yet remains a mere bottom feeder. However, Luo Yixue is a different story. As a top-tier awakened genius of SSS rank, She shines wherever she goes, becoming the most sought-after individual among the great powers. Surrounding her will inevitably be prodigious talents of monstrous caliber. One can only say that individuals of lower tiers, like Feng, lack even the qualifications to play a minor role before the Empress. Hence, he must seize this opportunity, this chance to turn the tides in his favor. Moreover, in his past life, the Empress was indeed the one he harbored feelings for. As long as he pursues Luo Yixue openly, it cannot be deemed taking advantage of her plight. At this moment, their gazes locked, Feng's pupils faintly reflecting the exquisite visage of Luo Yixue. He could sense a modicum of reliance from her towards him, and Feng relished this dependency. Who could guarantee that one day, such reliance would not metamorphose into something else? He merely needed time. May that day not arrive too swiftly. Grant him a little more time, Feng mused. With my current abilities, it matters not where I apply. The outcome would be the same, wouldn't it? As his words faded, the light in Luo Yixue's eyes swiftly dimmed, yet Feng's subsequent statement ignited a flicker of hope within her. I would indeed wish to take the entrance exam in the imperial capital, but alas, Feng sighed in exasperation. My scores make even applying to a vocational school seem challenging. Luo Yixue blinked her bright eyes, a delicate smile gracing her rosy lips. Universities in the imperial capital are indeed difficult to get into. Thus, we must strive even harder. Is there not me, your tutor? From this day forth, we shall be working overtime. Is that truly appropriate? Feng suddenly furrowed his brow, hesitatingly voicing his concerns, though inwardly he was nearly bursting with joy. Luo Yixue replied, "Overtime is not out of the question, but won't that mean you will miss the last bus?" Feng gently reminded her, just as she was about to respond. He interjected, "Why not simply stay at my place?" Luo Yixue paused. "What I mean is I have extra rooms at home, which would make it convenient for me to tutor you, and you would save on rent, would you not? After the college entrance examination, you will be heading to the imperial capital. Funds are essential everywhere. Saving on rent might increase the chance of finding your uncle and aunt, perhaps." Feng ardently persuaded her, employing charm and persuasion. Spending every day with Luo Yixue, apart from those beautiful accidents, he had not lifted a finger to assist her. He aimed to create the illusion for Luo Yixue that apart from tutoring, their relationship was purely platonic, and he was a gentleman of integrity. Even if she moved into his home, he would never engage in any untoward actions. Most importantly, he was aware that Luo Yixue lacked the funds for rent, and, coincidentally, today was the day the rent was due. Feng feigned ignorance and maintained a sufficiently humble demeanor, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to refuse. However, Luo Yixue hesitated for an extended period, wrestling with a torrent of internal struggles, unease, and guilt before finally confessing to Feng. "Feng, do you truly wish to take me in? I am indeed penniless and on the brink of losing my only shelter. If you're willing to accommodate me, by saying so, you are helping me, yet it inadvertently makes me the Good Samaritan." Feng replied with a smile. "What is it they say? Mutual benefit and achievement. Am I not correct?" Luo Yixue remained silent. Just as Feng had silently supported her, some truths need not be voiced. She understood everything. "Feng, I have made my decision." Luo Yixue raised her gaze slightly, fixing her determined eyes upon him, causing Feng's heart to skip a beat, sensing an ominous aura. "What decision?" "To increase our tutoring sessions by 2 hours every evening. We shall focus on English." Her best way of repaying him was, of course, to assist him in gaining admission to university. Feng stammered, "We already work hard enough. I believe we can forego those 2 hours. But your English is quite poor. You need the extra help." "I think I do not require it." "No, you need it." "I truly do not need it." "You do." Meanwhile, at the Qingshan Sanatorium within a high-end care ward, a middle-aged man gazed tenderly at his slumbering wife. Aside from this couple, not far away, a businessman in a suit stood, his face bearing traces of fatigue, evidently having just reported to his superior. Lan, you have heard it all." The man's deep, sentimental voice echoed in the room. "Feng, our son has a girlfriend." He gently held his wife's fair hand, speaking softly. "After 3 years apart, Feng has grown. You need not worry about him finding a spouse anymore. Zhang Wei mentioned he has matured significantly. No one dares bully him now. No longer the reckless youth he once was. Zhang Wei, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. President Gu, seeing how Xiao Gu has turned out, you must feel a sense of relief. Gu Changhai turned to his wife, affirming, I vow that until Lan Lan wakes, I shall not descend a mountain. With a deep sigh, he continued, moreover, since we have allowed Xiao Feng to believe we are dead, why bother? President Gu. At that moment, Zhang Wei suddenly interjected, interrupting Gu Changhai's musings. What is it? Zhang Wei, filled with excitement, pointed at the beautiful woman on the bed. President Gu. Look, is she not moving? Gu Changhai turned his gaze, longing and reluctant, yet saw no signs of Zhao Lan awakening. Xiao Zhang, when did you learn a joke? There is no need to comfort me. I will not descend a mountain. The fortunes of the young will come in time. Xiao Feng has a girlfriend now, and as long as he does not squander our wealth, there is enough for him to lead a carefree life. The car accident that claimed half of his life also left Lan Lan in a comatose state, merely clinging to life. Until Lan Lan awakens, he would not leave her side. What Gu Changhai did not realize was that this very decision had led to Gu Feng, in his previous life, never reuniting with his parents. He had always believed his parents perished in that car accident 3 years prior. President Gu, I am not deceiving you. She is truly awakened. Madam has opened her eyes. Oh my goodness, Zhang Wei exclaimed, his pupils dilating in shock. Are you certain you are not jesting? Ah, Lan Lan. Lan Lan has truly awakened. Gu Changhai, filled with excitement, nearly fainted as he rushed to Zhao Lan's bedside, grasping her delicate hand. Lan Lan, it is me, your Hai, Zhao Lan. Chapter 43. The Duo in the Cabinet. Her gaze, tinged with a lingering stupor as if awakened from a long slumber, fell upon the man before her, whose scruffy appearance and aged demeanor starkly contrasted with the image she remembered from years past. Her lips moved slightly, yet no sound escaped them. Lan Lan, what did you say? Xiao Feng. Gu Changhai leaned closer, straining to hear the faint and fragile words that followed. Tears unexpectedly welled up as she smiled. Zhang Wei, Lawyer Zhang, please recount what you just said, particularly regarding Xiao Feng and that young lady. How did they meet, and what is the current status of their relationship? Be thorough. Zhang Wei hesitated, observing the recently awakened Zhang Lan. Mr. Gu, the matter is rather intricate. Are you certain you wish for me to divulge this to Madam? Gu Changhai, irritable, furrowed his brow. If I ask you to speak, then speak. Enough with the superfluous chatter. My Lan Lan wishes to hear. Zhang Wei cast a glance at Zhang Lan. Despite the passage of 3 years, her beauty remained striking, a testament to why Gu Changhai was so devoted. Very well then, the story begins with Jiang and No. One high school. Days later, on a night thick with darkness, the Gu family's grand villa welcomed 2 shadowy figures. At last, after 3 long years, Gu Changhai, have returned. A curious woman accompanying him marveled at the pink cartoon slippers adorning the shoe rack, a soft gasp escaping her lips before her smile returned. Lan Lan, what did you say? Nothing, Zhang Lan quickly replied. Gu Changhai, keep your voice down. What if Xiao Feng and the others return? They? Gu Changhai muttered softly, carefully shutting the door as if it were fragile. Afterward, he glanced at his watch. All right, Lan Lan, it's nearly time. We should hide. When that rascal returns, we'll take a look and then leave. Can't we stay just a little longer? Zhang Lan surveyed the villa's decor with a hint of reluctance. No, we agreed on the mountain that we would wait until Xiao Feng finished his college entrance examination before revealing ourselves. He has worked hard to focus on his studies. Our sudden appearance might startle him and disrupt his preparations. Zhang Lan nodded solemnly, following Gu Changhai toward Xiao Feng's bedroom. I recall that Xiao Feng's room has a custom wardrobe. Hiding the 2 of us should be no trouble. My plan is that when that rascal goes to take a shower, we'll make our escape. Gu Changhai whispered his scheme. In no time, as they stealthily tucked themselves into Xiao Feng's wardrobe, the young man returned. I'm so tired. I just want to rest, he lamented upon entering. Luo Ishue, unfazed, methodically organized various exam papers and study materials. Xiao Feng, overwhelmed, cast a forlorn look at her. Luo Ishue, is your heart made of iron? I'm exhausted. Can't you allow me a moment of respite? Seeing the pitiful expression on Xiao Feng's face softened Luo Yixue's heart, and she realized she had been pressing him too hard lately. All right, let us stick to our usual pace today, but you must submit your assignments on time, understood? Xiao Feng. Meanwhile, within the confines of the wardrobe, the two eavesdroppers were rendered utterly speechless by the exchange between the young couple. Zhan Lan remained composed, while Gu Changhai nearly sprang with excitement. How could there be a girl's voice in this room? Has Xiao Feng brought home a girlfriend? From their conversation, it seems they wouldn't be living together so soon, would they? To demand assignments from our son upon entering the house. This daughter-in-law seems rather formidable. In an instant, Gu Changhai's mind raced with countless possibilities. Zhan Lan's imagination, though not as vivid, was equally curious about what the young couple could be doing. After all, they would soon be family, and it seemed harmless to take a peek. With this thought, Zhan Lan leaned closer to the wardrobe's crack to catch a glimpse. Gu Changhai, eager to join her, was promptly silenced by a fierce glare from Zhan Lan. Xiao Feng, but why are you taking off your clothes? Suddenly, a girl's startled voice echoed from outside, sending a jolt through Gu Changhai, who pressed his ear against the wooden door, desperate not to miss any juicy gossip. To submit my assignments. What? Came Luo Yixue's puzzled response. The wardrobe duo was equally shocked. What I meant was, I'm too sticky from sweat. I might not perform well while doing my assignments in this state. I'll take a shower first. That should help, Xiao Feng replied cheerfully. Oh, well, you should hurry. Luo Yixue murmured, her head buried in her study materials, her cheeks flushed. This was the first time Xiao Feng had removed his shirt in front of her, and she couldn't help but wonder if he truly had six-pack abs. If so, his physique must be impressive. If only she hadn't been so shy earlier. She could have seen for herself. How can I think like this? I'm so unclean. Luo Yixue blushed and groaned softly, covering her hot face. Inside the wardrobe, the elderly couple was once again taken aback by the young couple's candid dialogue. Such bold words. Had the youth of today become so audacious? They had returned at quite an inopportune moment, and now found themselves trapped in the wardrobe. The awkwardness was palpable, as if one could carve a villa from the tension. What should we do? Zhan Lan cast a desperate glance at Gu Changhai. Just then, she noticed a peculiar glint in his eyes. Gu Changhai, you. Suddenly, Zhan Lan felt a gentle pat on her backside. Gu Changhai, are you out of your mind? She hissed, gritting her teeth. Gu Changhai merely chuckled, reminiscing about his own youthful escapades, far more thrilling than this. Zhan Lan's gaze flickered, recalling the exhilarating times spent with Gu Changhai. He could engage her in games that lasted all night. Just then, Zhan Lan felt another teasing touch from Gu Changhai, her body tensing in response. During the recovery period, he had shown her nothing but tender care. Now, however, the memories of his attentiveness over the past 3 years flooded her mind. She closed her eyes, silently enduring the moment. Gu Changhai, you certainly know how to push my buttons. I'll let it slide this time. Chapter 44. The Duo Exposed. An hour later, Xiao Feng emerged from the shower, feeling refreshed. Upon hearing his return, Luo Yixue immediately straightened her posture, legs together, burying her head in her studies. Nothing feels better than a shower. Xiao Feng stretched and plopped into an esports chair. Xiao Yixue, pass me today's assignments. I'll tackle them all at once. Oh, soon. Luo Yixue pushed over the meticulously printed study materials, previous year's exam questions from various provinces, with a selection of foundational problems. You should start with these. If you encounter difficulties, I'll explain them to you. Such a thick stack. How long will it take to finish? Gu Feng exaggeratedly exclaimed, pointing to the non-existent dark circles under his eyes. Luo Yixue, take a look at me. Luo Yixue turned her head, staring blankly at his prominent nose, deep black eyes, and sharply defined features. After a mere glance, her heart raced like a startled fawn, compelling her to quickly avert her gaze. I saw, she murmured softly. And what did you see? You're very handsome. What did you say? Luo Yixue's cheeks flushed crimson. She herself was taken aback, having inadvertently voiced her innermost thoughts. What else did you want to look at? The dark circles, she retorted, feigning indifference as she turned her face away from him. A sly smile tugged at Gu Feng's lips, and a glint of mischief sparkled in his narrowed eyes. Do you have any idea how everyone perceives us when we arrive at school each day? Luo Yixue replied. They look at us normally, with their eyes wide open. The air around her was suffused with the crisp scent of Gu Feng after his shower, and she could sense her heart racing faster, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of guilt. Her affection for Gu Feng seemed increasingly difficult to conceal. Yet, she felt compelled to hide it. During this time spent together, studying, sharing breakfast, commuting to and from school, she felt immensely satisfied. She absolutely could not allow Gu Feng to discover her feelings for him. At least not during this critical phase leading up to the college entrance examination, as it would only burden him. Gu Feng sighed dramatically. Every day, I go to class with these panda eyes, and everyone says I've been drain dry. The eyes of the masses are sharp. Oh, Luo Yixue replied softly. I'm sorry. I was too anxious and shouldn't have put so much pressure on you all at once. You could just focus on your studies today. Meanwhile, the duo hiding in the wardrobe breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out these two children were simply engaged in serious study. Zhanlan felt increasingly satisfied with her future daughter-in-law. Not only was she academically gifted, but she was also incredibly beautiful, 3 times more so than Zhanlan had been in her youth. In stark contrast, her own son had spent the entire night frivolously teasing girls and making jokes, which hardly seemed worthy of such a remarkable girl. Just then, a faint sound of a chair being pulled echoed from outside. Little Yixue, where are you going? Oh, I left a set of English notes in my room. I'm just going to retrieve them. I see. Perfect timing. I'm going to get some water. Let's go together. After the sound of footsteps faded, the house fell into silence. What a perfect opportunity. Gu Changhai, let us hurry. Gu Changhai pressed a kiss directly onto her lips. Gu Changhai, what on earth are you trying to do? Zhanlan stammered, flustered. Lan, do you remember when we used to? Gu Changhai's gaze was fervent, reminiscing about their past exploits together. Back then, he had been a robust young man. I don't remember, Zhanlan replied irritably. With the kids out of the way, shouldn't we leave quickly? Just seeing Gu Feng here had already satisfied her. The important thing was to keep her son and future daughter-in-law from discovering their hiding place in the wardrobe. We can't go out like this. The little rascal will find us. It's safer to wait until he is asleep. Gu Changhai's eyes sparkled as he intently gazed at his beautiful wife, suddenly harboring a bold and wicked thought. Lan, how about we? Zhanlan was pulled into his embrace. No, you can't. Zhanlan's voice abruptly changed as Gu Changhai's rough hand reached for a sensitive area, causing her to involuntarily let out a shuddering gasp. Zhanlan's eyes widened, and in the next moment, she caught sight of Gu Changhai's pleading gaze. Gu Changhai, don't go too far. You can only touch. And everything else can wait until we get back to the mountain. With a soft kiss, Gu Changhai grinned. Don't worry, my dear. I just want to kiss you. I want to go overboard. But his hands grew bolder. At that moment, Luo Yixue stood at the door of Gu Feng's bedroom, suddenly halting in her tracks. Little Yixue, do you prefer the Dongfang, Shai Bai Shan? Gu Feng approached, holding 2 bottles of iced drinks. Gu Feng, did you hear something coming from the room? Luo Yixue stood there, her grip on her notebook tightening. Gu Feng paused, chuckling. Did you mishear? It's just the 2 of us here. How could there be any sound? Just then, a faint rustling noise pierced the air. Luo Yixue, Gu Feng, did you hear that? It came from the wardrobe. Luo Yixue whispered, cautiously inching behind Gu Feng. Could it be a mouse? Gu Feng frowned and murmured. Given the recent spate of earthquakes, it wasn't entirely out of the realm of possibility for a mouse to wander in. A mouse? Luo Yixue's complexion paled as she instinctively clutched Gu Feng's shirt. She would rather have a thief in Gu Feng's house than a mouse. She had no idea whether Gu Feng could catch a mouse, but she was certain that if a thief crossed paths with him, the unfortunate one would undoubtedly be the thief. Inside the wardrobe, Zhanlan was in disarray, her face darkening as her teeth chattered. She was in a frenzy. How could Gu Changhai be so brazen, taking liberties with her even while they were hiding? She was certain that if she stepped out, even the slightest chance of encountering her son and daughter-in-law would obliterate her entire reputation. Gu Changhai, you beast. Though Zhanlan seethed with rage, she managed to keep her mouth shut. Honey, you look so beautiful when you're angry, Gu Changhai said, staring at Zhanlan, unable to suppress his feelings. Chapter 45. The Masks Come Off. Zhanlan's flustered demeanor only made Gu Changhai find her more captivating, drawing him deeper into a state of infatuation. Gu Changhai, are you out of your mind? Zhanlan finally snapped, unable to endure his lecherous gaze any longer. Gu Changhai has no sense of shame, but I still have my dignity. Yes, I'm out of my mind. I just want to be close to you. As long as you stay with me and don't fall asleep again, you can scold me all you want. In an instant, Gu Changhai's gaze, filled with melting affection, reached the depths of Zhanlan's heart, causing her to tremble. I know, but... Zhanlan said helplessly. There's no but. My dear, don't you think this is exhilarating? Gu Changhai whispered in Zhanlan's ear, his hand exploring her curves. Zhanlan's cheeks flushed, and she resignedly closed her eyes. Just touching, nothing more, was meant to sound like a stern warning, yet it came out soft and powerless. Suddenly, the wardrobe shook violently. Gu Feng's pupils constricted as he grabbed a baseball bat from the doorway. Ishue, it seems there's definitely more than one mouse in the wardrobe. You stay by the door and don't let a single one escape. But, Luo Ishue's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief as she beheld the extraordinary scene before her. Gu Feng's wardrobe was inexplicably shifting, gradually deviating from its original position. The tremors of the wardrobe intensified, as if some fearsome creature within were manipulating it, drawing closer to them. What an outrageous occurrence this was. What monstrous entity lurked inside? Enough of this supernatural charade. Gu Feng strode forward, grasping the cabinet handle with determination, and yanked it open. In an instant, a colossal shadow darted past, swiftly escaping through the doorway. Luo Ishue's beautiful eyes widened to their utmost, her face a portrait of astonishment. A gigantic black rat. Gu Feng retorted, what black rat? Those are clearly two individuals cloaked in black trench coats. Moreover, one of them had obscured their face with none other than his own underwear. By the time Gu Feng pursued them, the pair of thieves had already dashed upstairs, seeking refuge in his parents' room. Gu Feng exclaimed in disbelief. And they've even locked the door? Did you catch the thieves? Luo Ishue panted as she rushed up, clutching a suspicious-looking spray bottle. What do you have there? Gu Feng queried with curiosity, his lips twitching in surprise. Pepper spray? He mused. Surely, they didn't possess such an item in his household. This raised a question. Who was Luo Ishue intending to defend herself against? Luo Ishue quickly concealed the item behind her back. This isn't meant for you. Her ears flushed crimson, her gaze evasive, her voice lacking conviction. Even if Gu Feng were to act inappropriately, she wouldn't resort to using that spray on him, would she? Gu Feng sighed in exasperation. Even if I were to do something, that wouldn't suffice as protection. He had never coerced anyone, unless that individual savored being compelled. The fact that Luo Ishue carried pepper spray indicated she was not a frivolous girl. A girl of such caliber deserved his earnest attention. Gu Feng, the thieves have barricaded themselves in that room. We must contact the authorities, Luo Ishue asserted gravely. The room they had entered was once occupied by Gu Feng's parents, undoubtedly filled with cherished mementos. Even a slight destruction would be distressing. Calm down. Let's first ascertain whether it's a person or a dog. While Luo Ishue fretted over the potential pillaging of the room, Gu Feng had already opened an app on his phone. A fragmented screen materialized before him. Indeed, surveillance footage. After his parents' passing, he had installed miniature cameras in their room, offering a 360-degree view with no blind spots, and even the ability to communicate remotely. Whenever he longed for them, he would access the footage. By the way, Ishue, could you turn on all the lights in the villa? Soon, I shall reveal the true nature of these two thieves. On the other side of the door, Gu Changhai finally removed the makeshift mask of underwear from his head, inhaling the fresh air outside with great relief. Phew, that kid is quite agile. I nearly got caught. Not bad. Little Feng has maintained the room just as it was. Gu Changhai surveyed the room with approval. The house was constructed with soundproof materials, allowing him to speak freely without concern for eavesdroppers. Zhanlan leapt down from him. Her cheeks flushed Whether from the fabric or from Gu Changhai's antics, one could not tell. "This is all you're doing," she exclaimed, raising her foot and playfully stepping on Gu Changhai's face. Earlier, while hidden in the wardrobe, she had been thoroughly played with by him. What was meant to be a touching reunion between mother and son had devolved into a frantic escape. Unperturbed by Zhang Lan's playful gesture, Gu Changhai grasped her delicate foot, delighting in its touch. My dear, you're still recovering. It's unwise to be irate." Zhang Lan shot him a glare, withdrawing her foot in irritation, refusing to let him continue. Now we're trapped here. What do you propose we do?" Gu Changhai pondered gravely before suggesting, given the circumstances. "Why not simply open the door and clarify matters with our son?" This proposal met with vehement disapproval from Zhang Lan. "You can go if you wish. I certainly shan't. My dignity has already been tarnished." Suddenly, an idea struck Gu Changhai, and he shared his plan with Zhang Lan. "You mean for me to continue pretending to be in a coma? Is that feasible?" Zhang Lan raised her brows skeptically, scrutinizing him. "Absolutely, my love. You need not worry. I guarantee its success. Just follow my lead, and all will be well." Gu Changhai assured her confidently. After this brief interlude, they resolved to meet Gu Feng ahead of schedule and unveil the truth to him. Unbeknownst to Gu Changhai, his scheme, along with a certain peculiar penchant of his, was being observed in real time through the hidden cameras in the room. Despite having lived 2 lives, Gu Feng was profoundly shaken by the scene unfolding before him. They were live. Chapter 46. I Am Your Father. "Gu Feng, who are these two?" Luo Yixue approached, her gaze fixed on the image displayed on Gu Feng's phone screen. Equally astonished, the 2 thieves in the room bore an uncanny resemblance to the faces in the family portrait in the living room. What on earth was happening? Gu Feng's eyes were glued to the screen, his grip on the phone tightening to the point of warping its shape. His mind was awash with a multitude of questions. Why were they still alive? If they had returned, why had they not sought him out? Why had his father instructed his mother to feign a coma? "Yixue, could you verify whether I am imagining things? Are those truly my parents on the video? I can scarcely believe it. Perhaps you should spray me with that pepper spray to ascertain if this is a dream." Luo Yixue replied, "It's real. You're not dreaming. They are very likely your parents," although her gaze settled on Zhang Lan, who lay quietly asleep on the bed. Auntie's condition seems rather peculiar. When she had departed earlier, she had not overheard Gu Changhai and Zhang Lan's clandestine discussions, thus remaining unaware that Zhang Lan's current state was merely an act. Nevertheless, she continued, "Regardless, congratulations. You have finally reunited with your uncle and aunt. I believe they must have their reasons for keeping their distance from you over the past 3 years." Luo Yixue gazed at Gu Feng with envy, speculating about their situation. Gu Feng exhaled deeply, releasing a breath of pent-up frustration, and smiled in agreement. "Thank you, Yixue. You too shall find your parents." "Yes." Reflecting on the earlier chaos of the 2 intruders rummaging through the house, she felt a twinge of embarrassment and guilt. She wondered if they had heard her exclaim, "Big black rat." "So, do you wish to enter now?" Annie seems to be asleep. The sight of Zhang Lan in slumber raised her suspicions. After years apart, it was unusual for the home to be so tranquil. Gu Feng felt a bit awkward. He certainly couldn't reveal to Luo Yixue that his parents were merely putting on a performance for him. He decided to observe their intentions first. "By the way, regarding the surveillance I installed in their room, please keep that to yourself. If my father discovers that I've set up cameras in their room, he might just break my legs." Engaging in foot fetishism, showing signs of masochism. Who would have thought his father would indulge in such extravagance? Thankfully, Luo Yixue had not witnessed that scene. Otherwise, he would have felt quite embarrassed, fearing she might think it was a family tradition. "Oh, let us pretend we saw nothing." Luo Yixue mischievously winked, playing along. At that moment, the door swung open unexpectedly, and Gu Feng instantly adopted a furious expression. "Old thief, prepare to meet your end." "Wait, son, it's me." Gu Changhai shouted hastily as the baseball bat came perilously close to his forehead, stopping merely a millimeter away. Who are you?" "I am your father." "You are my father?" Gu Feng's eyes widened in confusion. "But you and my mother were said to be dead." Luo Yixue interjected. "You can't possibly be my dad's ghost, right? I personally buried your ashes." Gu Feng's mouth dropped open in shock, utterly bewildered. Son, you're not seeing a ghost. Nor have your mother and I actually passed away. By the way, who is this? Gu Changhai explained briefly and then turned his gaze to Luo Yixue. Hello, uncle. I am Gu Feng's classmate, Luo Yixue. I came to tutor him. Gu Changhai nodded with a smile and said, Thank you for your hard work, young lady. For coming so late to tutor Feng. Please come in. He warmly ushered both of them inside. Upon entering the room, Gu Feng immediately noticed Zhang Lan lying on the bed. Luo Yixue, too, was captivated by Zhang Lan's gentle beauty and graceful demeanor. Father, what's wrong with my mother? Gu Feng approached the bed, taking her hand in his throat suddenly constricting with emotion. Gu Changhai, touched by his son's heartfelt display, comfortingly patted his shoulder. Feng, I know you have many questions in your heart. Don't worry, I will explain everything to you tonight. Gu Changhai glanced affectionately at the sleeping beauty and sighed. Years ago, your mother and I were on a business trip when we met with a car accident. I was fortunate. I only sustained minor injuries, but your mother, she has been in a vegetative state ever since. Gu Feng's heart sank, and after a long pause, he finally spoke. If that is the case, why did you deceive me into thinking you both were dead? Why didn't you tell me about my mother's condition? Why should I take care of you? He understood that his father's greatest love in this life was his mother, and he would never fabricate a lie about her being a vegetable to deceive him. Thus, he concluded that Gu Changhai was indeed speaking the truth. His mother had become a vegetable after the accident. She must have only recently awakened. Otherwise, they wouldn't have returned to seek him out. Regret and guilt washed over Gu Feng. His mother had lain in bed for 3 years, and his father had cared for her all that time, while he had done nothing. Because I love your mother, and I love you. Gu Changhai's heavy voice resonated behind him, and tears glimmered in his fierce eyes. When the doctors informed me that your mother might never awaken, I made a vow. I would care for her for the rest of my life. Just as the West cannot lose Jerusalem, I cannot lose your mother. Gu Feng was left speechless. Luo Yixue was equally taken aback. Even if your mother remains in a vegetative state, I will continue to love her. My love for her surpasses everything. In order to avoid burdening you, I took your mother to the Qing Mountain Nursing Home, Gu Changhai explained. Luo Yixue observed the father and son, momentarily unable to discern what was genuine and what was an act. Gu Feng, upon hearing this, suddenly became agitated, pointing at his own heart, his eyes gradually reddening. So, you deceived me with a fake urn? Father, do you have any idea how I've spent these past 3 years? Gu Changhai responded. I believe the situation would burden you. Besides, you are already a capable adult. You must learn to take care of yourself. Luo Yixue watched the scene unfold, feeling both moved and envious. She wished for a loving family like this. If one day she were to become a vegetable, she would be willing to give everything for a man who would care for her, even if just for a day. Statistically, since Uncle Gu was the man Aunt Jean entrusted her life to, Gu Feng should be the same. How fortunate the girl would be to marry such a boy. At that moment, the last remnants of resentment in Gu Feng's heart dissipated completely. He asked if you were doing so well at the nursing home. What prompted you to bring my mother down the mountain? Gu Changhai hesitated for a moment before replying. Your mother appeared in my dreams last night, expressing how much she missed you, so I brought her down. We only intended to sneak a glance at you, not to reveal ourselves. Gu Feng smirked. So, to avoid startling me, you hid my mother in the wardrobe? Exactly. Father and son share a bond. You understand me too well. Gu Feng remarked. No wonder my wardrobe was moving so much. I thought it was haunted. He teased, catching Gu Changhai off guard. Gu Changhai's expression stiffened, his face darkening. You little rascal, why must you bring that up? It was your excited dancing that I saw. Gu Changhai retorted, exasperated. How infuriating. But haha, foolish boy. Your mother is a vegetable. How could I possibly dance with her in the wardrobe? You must have seen wrong. Gu Feng wore a half-smile, while Gu Changhai felt a flush creep over his face, as if all his secrets had been laid bare before his son, leaving him quite uncomfortable. I'm not one to be trifled with. You little brat, you've left Luo Yixue standing there for so long. It's quite rude. Why don't you introduce her to your mother? Turning to Luo Yixue, he added, Little Luo, this child has always been mischievous. You two have spent some time together. He hasn't bullied you, has he? If anything happens, just tell uncle, and I'll help you seek justice. Luo Yixue shook her head in alarm, fearing that Gu Changhai might think she was the kind of girl who lacked propriety. Uncle, Gu Feng and I are not in the relationship you think. I'm just here to tutor him. Understanding her, Gu Changhai chuckled, pulling out a thick leather envelope from his pocket and handing it to Luo Yixue. Uncle knows you are Xiao Feng's first female guest at home. I didn't know you would be here and didn't prepare anything as a gift. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Gu Feng's eyelids twitched. That envelope looked thick enough to contain 20,000 yuan. Gu Changhai winked at Gu Feng, making it clear that his generous gesture would surely silence any complaint from his son. Luo Yixue, realizing the magnitude of Gu Changhai's gesture, was equally astonished. Uncle, I truly cannot accept this. What's wrong? Is it too little? Gu Changhai's eyes widened. Yet his mind raced with thoughts of whether Zhanlan had brought any money down the mountain, and if he should retrieve her share as well. Luo Yixue was on the verge of tears. Was Gu Feng's father giving her such a large sum to keep her away from Gu Feng? This was how dramas portrayed it. Seeing her distress, Gu Feng hurriedly stepped forward to mediate, saying, Yixue, my dad doesn't mean it that way. You see, it's a custom in our Gu family. Whenever we bring home a friend for the first time, we give them a red envelope. The more generous the gift, the greater the welcome and respect shown to the friend. My dad didn't bring much money down, so what he has given you can only be considered a modest token. Please don't think it insufficient. Ah, yes. Xiao Feng is right. Haha, just accept it. Next time, uncle will definitely give you the biggest one. With this harmonious exchange between father and son, Luo Yixue had no choice but to accept the leather envelope. Upon seeing her acceptance of the red envelope, Gu Changhai nodded in satisfaction, glancing between Luo Yixue and Zhanlan, his expression suddenly becoming somewhat awkward. Gu Feng remained silent, wondering if his father was about to initiate a new twist in the plot. His mother had been lying there for long enough. It was time to see how his father would proceed. They couldn't keep pretending his mother was a vegetative state forever, could they? Little Luo, I have an unusual request. I wonder if you could assist me? Gu Changhai spoke sincerely to Luo Yixue, devoid of any airs of a wealthy man. Luo Yixue was momentarily taken aback before she quickly leaned in to listen intently. Uncle, please go on. The thing is, Gu Changhai began, his expression growing somber. Aunt Zhanlan once told me that her greatest wish in life was to see Xiao Feng marry and have children. It has been 3 years since Aunt Zhanlan has been bedridden, and I am in despair. Luo Yixue felt both conflicted and sympathetic. What can I do to help you? It's simple. Although Aunt Zhanlan cannot move, she can still hear. For Uncle S.'s sake, could you perhaps call her mom? The doctor said that Aunt Zhanlan needs verbal stimulation to awaken her nerves, and as the first girl Xiao Feng has brought home, as a friend, could you do this for Uncle? Gu Feng stood by, his mouth twitching in disbelief. How could his father make such an outrageous request? Was it truly necessary to act so absurdly? He and Luo Yixue were still strangers. How could she agree? Dad, what kind of joke is this? Gu Feng's expression turned serious as he quickly interjected. Who is joking? I'm dead serious. Gu Changhai shot a glare at Gu Feng. Can't you see I'm helping you? How long will it take for you to win her over? Gu Feng sighed in resignation. Dad, saying that is quite perilous. You know, she is destined to be an empress. If she ever brings this up again, what will become of us? But just then, unexpectedly, Luo Yixue spoke up. Uncle, I'm willing to try. Let me have a go. With no hint of hesitation, she stepped forward towards the bed. Under the astonished gazes of Gu Feng and Gu Changhai, she looked earnestly at the beautiful woman lying there, bending slightly as if, in that moment, Gu Feng's mother was her own. Her lips moved silently. Mom. Tears streamed silently down her alabaster cheeks. Unbeknownst to her, her voice had grown choked with emotion. In that instant, Gu Feng understood the girl's intentions. In the eyes of the Tang Kuan couple, she had always been viewed merely as a means to make money. For 14 years, even the faintest warmth had been an extremely precious luxury for Luo Yixue. Gu Feng was deeply moved, clenching his fists. He was determined to help this poor girl find her family. Suddenly, Gu Changhai let out a long howl. and Gu Feng felt a chill run down his spine as he watched his father's eyes widen in shock. Look, Lan Lan is moving. Lan Lan is moving. Xiao Feng, look. Gu Feng felt his scalp tingle. Your mother is waking up. She's finally waking up. Child, thank you. If it's not too much trouble, could you please call her again? Yet, such clumsy acting brought tears streaming down Luo Yishua's face, shaking her to the core. The tears welling at the corners of Zhanglan's closed eyes were undeniably genuine. Gu Changhai covered his face with his large hand, his shoulders trembling as he let out a muffled sob. Only Gu Feng stood there in shock, grappling with a profound moral quandary within himself. Dad, Mom, is it truly right for you both to conspire to deceive such a pure and innocent girl? Where is your conscience? Where is your morality? In that moment, he could only conclude it was utterly outrageous. As their son, could he stand up to dismantle their scheme? The answer was no. Not only could he not, but he also had to say, Yishue, please listen, my dad is just overly excited. My mom will wake up eventually. You mustn't take his words to heart. Don't feel pressured. Just your calling my mom has already filled me with gratitude. Gu Feng, please don't say that. Luo Yishue's eyes trembled as she shook her head, saying, without you, I wouldn't be where I am today. Without your help, I might have dropped out long ago. I could never have seen through my adoptive parents' true nature. Everything I've done comes from the heart. I've never forced myself. For the first time in either life, Gu Feng witnessed Luo Yishue shed so many tears, and he felt a pang of both heartache and guilt. That's good, that's good. Seeing Luo Yishue on the verge of tears again, Gu Feng hurriedly handed her tissues and offered comfort. Don't cry, don't cry. You'll become a little crybaby. And how will you go to school tomorrow? Turning around, he caught sight of Gu Changhai, who was stifling laughter and winking at him as if to say, son, your dad has treated you well, hasn't he? You should be grateful. Zhanglan remained remarkably composed, aside from shedding a couple of tears at the start. Her body remained almost completely still. Gu Feng thought, Mom and Dad, doesn't your conscience ache at all? Because mine does. With Gu Feng's comforting words, Luo Yishue finally stopped crying. Her eyes were red as she approached Zhanglan once more, holding her hand tightly, as if she had made a significant decision. In the room, only her gentle voice echoed in Zhanglan's ear. Auntie, hello. I am Gu Feng's girlfriend. We have agreed to attend university together in the capital. We've decided that when you awaken, we will get married. Luo Yishue summoned immense courage, and after uttering those two sentences, her delicate face was flushed a rosy hue. Gu Feng's mind went blank, utterly stupefied. Little Yishue, have you gone astray? When did you learn to deceive? As she spoke, Luo Yishue turned her gaze towards Gu Feng, her delicate face becoming increasingly radiant. With a surge of determination, she softly said, Gu Feng, once Annie awakens, let us invite her to be our witness at the wedding, shall we? As the words left her lips, a fragrant breeze swept through the air, and her enticing lips leaned closer to Gu Feng's ear as she whispered, I only said this to encourage Annie to wake up sooner. You wouldn't hold it against me, would you? Her soft, red lips, imbued with a hint of sweetness, brushed against Gu Feng's ear, causing a tingling sensation. And no, of course not. I will go along with whatever you say, Gu Feng stammered, lowering his head as his face flushed with embarrassment. He was genuinely blushing. So, do you wish to have Auntie as our witness? Luo Yishue pulled away from his ear, meeting his gaze once more to ask. Of course I do. It was at that very moment that Zhanglan, who lay in bed, miraculously opened her eyes and sat up straight. A miracle had truly occurred. Her eyes sparkled as she tightly grasped the young girl's hand, her voice thick with emotion. Child, are you speaking the truth? Her expression seemed to convey a clear message. All right, I am awake now. Please proceed to marry my son right here. Thank you. Luo Yishue. Gu Feng. Did she really just sit up without any build-up? How absurd. If the Empress were to witness this. Gu Feng felt a chill run down his spine, his back drenched in cold sweat, utterly stunned by this abrupt scene. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze. Gu Changhai's eyes widened like saucers as he glanced at Gu Feng, his expression suggesting, son, it's not that your father is unwilling to help. It's just that your mother is beyond reason. Zhanglan, She merely wishes to help her son pursue the girl he likes. What ill intentions could she possibly harbor? Gu Feng, Mom and Dad, perhaps it would be best if you returned to the mountains? Luo Ishua, Auntie has awakened. She truly woke up so quickly. What if she thinks I was lying? What should I do? Luo Ishua cast a pleading glance at Gu Feng, her clear eyes betraying a hint of panic. Phew! Gu Feng silently sighed in relief. Thankfully, Luo Ishua had not realized that his mother was merely acting. Mom, it's such a relief to see you well. Allow me to introduce my classmate, Luo Ishua, who is also my specially invited tutor. He quickly introduced her, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Oh, I know. Zhanlan nodded knowingly. Even though I was in a comatose state, I could hear that Ishua is not only your tutor, but also your girlfriend. With that, Zhanlan smiled and affectionately caressed Luo Ishua's delicate hand, reluctant to let go. If I'm not mistaken, those were words spoken directly to me by Ishua. Zhanlan's face radiated pride. Chapter 49. Goddaughter? She is your daughter-in-law. Zhanlan's eyes sparkled with joy as she looked at Luo Ishua, finding her to be an utterly enchanting young woman, more delightful the longer she gazed. However, her attention shifted to Luo Ishua's simple attire, and thoughts of her background stirred feelings of compassion within her. Zhanlan wished she could replace the girl's biological parents and cherish her as her own daughter. To Luo Ishua, wealthy families often seemed difficult to engage with. Yet, Gu Feng's parents were entirely different. They did not resemble the affluent individuals she had always imagined. Their respectful demeanor towards her was warmth she had never experienced before. How wonderful it would be if she were truly Gu Feng's girlfriend. Lost in thought, a wave of guilt washed over her. I'm sorry, Auntie, I have deceived you. Ultimately, Luo Ishua chose to confess to Zhanlan. Auntie, I'm not actually Gu Feng's girlfriend. She looked down, like a child who had committed a wrongdoing. Gu Feng genuinely hopes for your swift recovery. Everything I said earlier was my own impulsive declaration. Zhanlan, however, tightened her grip on Luo Ishua's hand. Silly child, what does it matter? I can sense the sincerity in your words and your lack of confidence. My aim is to ensure that you feel the same sincerity from me. I assure you, Auntie did indeed awaken after hearing your story. It was just that I was still on the mountain at the time. Even if you are not Gu Feng's girlfriend, what does it change? You are a kind-hearted child, and if you don't mind, I would like you to call me Mom and accept me as your godmother. Gu Feng was taken aback. Goddaughter? Wouldn't that complicate things? If Luo Ishua acknowledged Zhanlan as her godmother, wouldn't that make them siblings? This was not just inappropriate. It was absolutely unacceptable. Gu Changhai also found it to be quite improper, muttering softly to the side. Indeed, who takes their daughter-in-law as a goddaughter? Isn't that chaotic? Zhanlan immediately frowned. You two hold your tongues. I am addressing Ishua. Ishua, what are your thoughts? Luo Ishu bit her lip, a flicker of confusion and complexity passing through her eyes before she spoke. Annie, I also feel it might not be appropriate. Why is that? Zhanlan scrutinized Luo Ishua closely, inquiring further. Luo Ishua pondered, momentarily at a loss for words. In her brief time at the Gu residence, she had experienced an unprecedented warmth of family and respect. For that very reason, she could not agree to Zhanlan's request. The person she had feelings for was Gu Feng. She could not simply refer to Zhanlan as Mom in the capacity of a goddaughter. If she were to address her, it would have to be as. Luo Ishua's cheeks flushed crimson, her face a lovely shade of pink. But the reason was difficult for her to articulate to Zhanlan. She couldn't possibly say, I have my eyes on your son and wish to be your daughter-in-law. Especially not in front of Gu Feng. Observing Luo Ishua's reaction, Zhanlan's smile deepened. As someone who had lived through such experiences, she understood Luo Ishua's feelings perfectly, even without her saying a word. All right, Ishua, I understand that you have your own considerations. Whenever you are ready to speak to me about it, please do. Zhanlan continued with a smile. Regardless of how your relationship with Gu Feng evolves, in my heart, you will always be my dear daughter. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Finally, his mother had managed to smooth things over. Luo Ishua looked gratefully at Zhanlan. Thank you, Auntie. I will give your suggestions serious thought. She understood that Gu Feng had been away from his parents for 3 years and must have many things to discuss with them. It was time to allow them some precious moments together as a family. Gu Feng, you've finally reunited with your uncle and aunt. Make sure to spend quality time with them. I will take my leave now, Luo Ishua said, standing up obediently. Noticing her fidgeting hands, Gu Feng couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Are you leaving? Planning to depart from the Gu residence? You've already canceled your rental. So how could I possibly let you go? Yes, good night. You should return to your room to rest. Once I finish my homework, I'll check it with you at breakfast tomorrow, Gu Feng said with a slight smile. Hearing this, Luo Ishua's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, as the final notes faded, Gu Feng's parents cast peculiar glances in their direction. Returning to the room, Gu Changhai exchanged a meaningful look with his son, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Zhanlan couldn't contain her laughter, her joy evident. Meanwhile, Luo Ishua's cheeks flushed crimson. Gu Feng's expression turned serious. What is it, Mom and Dad? Ishua lives far away. I'm just offering her a place in our guest room. Do you have any objections? Oh, it's just the guest room. Zhanlan turned to Luo Ishua, her enthusiasm unabated. Ishua, are you accustomed to staying in guest rooms? This room has the best natural light in the entire house, if you like it. Upon hearing this, Luo Ishua's demeanor shifted, a wave of discomfort washing over her. She suddenly recalled that Gu Feng had installed hidden cameras in this house. Would there be one in her room as well? No need. Annie, the guest room is perfectly fine. I'm very comfortable there. Good night, Uncle and Annie. Good night. Ishua, they replied, but Luo Ishua hastily turned and left. Gu Feng muttered, what s with her? She just leaves without saying goodbye? Is she fleeing? Or does she think there's a wolf here? Cluck, cluck, Gu Changhai teased. Can't bear to part with her already? It seems your mother and I returned at an opportune moment. Gu Changhai pouted playfully, his eyes sparkling with humor. Comrade Changhai, that is not how you should speak. Zhanlan responded, laughing as she embraced him. Welcome home, Zhanlan, Gu Feng exclaimed, opening his arms for a grand hug. Little rascal, welcome is welcome. But are you trying to squeeze the life out of your mother? Zhanlan chuckled, tears of joy welling in her eyes. Her little Feng had grown so tall without her even realizing it. Gu Changhai, seemingly affected by something in the air, rubbed his eyes repeatedly. How could this family be without me? No way. I want a hug too. He rushed forward, disregarding everything. Gu Changhai, are you a bear? Hugging so tightly, I can hardly breathe. Oh, come on, I'm just so happy. Welcome home, Dad. Chapter 50, A Lifetime of No Regrets. It's been 13 years. I miss you all so much. Gu Feng murmured with his eyes closed, lost in the joy of reuniting with his parents. Zhanlan, wiping her tears, playfully scolded. Little rascal, are you confused? Your father and I have only been away for 3 years, not 13. Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head in a tactical manner. Oh, right, 3 years, not 13. I was just so excited. He sighed inwardly. In his previous life, he had lost his parents at 15 and departed at 28. Now, reborn at 18, wasn't it indeed 13 years since their last meeting? But Dad, what happened during that car accident back then? You and Mom. Gu Feng shifted the topic, directing his inquiry toward Gu Changhai. That's all in the past. Let us not dwell on it. Your mother and I are alive, and that's what matters. Gu Changhai's gaze flickered, seemingly reluctant to linger on the subject. Let's talk about you instead. Me? What is there to discuss? Zhanlan appeared intrigued, watching him intently. Little Feng, tell me your thoughts about Ishua. Gu Feng replied, what is there to think? Haven't we already clarified it? We're just classmates, good friends. Not what you two are imagining. You both should be a bit more restrained, you know? It's best not to be too cold or too warm. You might scare the girl away, Gu Feng cautioned softly. Zhanlan's lips curled into a teasing smile as she provoked him. What? Are you saying you're not interested? Gu Feng responded, Mom, what kind of comprehension skills do you have? Luo Ishua is destined to be the future Empress. If anything, she might not find your son appealing. Son, just tell us if you like her or not. That's all that matters. Your father and I will support you. Gu Changhai interjected confidently. Gu Feng nodded openly. Admitting, I do like her. The question is, does she like me? I honestly don't know. Gu Changhai smirked. If she didn't like you, would she come here to help you with your studies? Do you really think your mother is just collecting goddaughters? No, She asked, gathering intel for you. He grinned at Jean-Lan. Am I right, dear? Humph. You annoying man. Jean-Lan shot him a glare. Your father is spot on. That girl has feelings for you. Jean-Lan concluded decisively. Gu Chang'ai chuckled. Exactly. If not, why wouldn't Tishi acknowledge your mother as a godmother? She wants to stand on the same side as you. As his parents analyzed the situation, Gu Feng's eyes suddenly lit up with understanding. So that was it. They all had their own schemes while he remained blissfully unaware? Mom and Dad, you two are truly the hidden talents of the Gu family, with you both around. How could we ever worry about not having a daughter-in-law in the future? You little scamp, is that how you refer to your parents? Never mind that. Come here. Give me a kiss. Hey, Mom and Dad, do you think if I confess my feelings to her, she would agree? After a lively discussion, Gu Feng finally posed his question. The three of them seemed to revert to their past harmonious selves, yet this time, the hidden talents of the Gu family had differing opinions. Gu Changhai replied, that is hard to say. Gu Feng. Gu Changhai continued, based on what your mother and I know about her upbringing, given her personality, if she feels unworthy of you, she might just reject you. Are you saying she feels inferior? Gu Feng frowned slightly, recalling how often Luo Yixue would apologize to him. Feeling inferior, in essence, is a lack of self-confidence. As the future Empress, would he have to wait for her to awaken her abilities before confessing? By then, Luo Yixue would undoubtedly shine brightly. But would she still accept him then? Sensing her son's hesitation, Gu Changhai comfortingly patted Gu Feng's shoulder. But you need not worry too much if she likes you. What essay rejection or two? When I was pursuing your mother, I can't even count how many times I was turned down. Yet here we are, In short, life is short. If you like a girl, go for it. ISNT, they're saying? If you can't catch her, just take her by force. If that doesn't work, well, I've said too much. In the next moment, Jean-Lan bit her lip, angrily twisting Gu Changhai's ear. Gu Changhai, is that how you encourage our son? No, I didn't say anything. You misunderstood? I meant to say to be persistent in spirit, not to incite criminal behavior. Humph. Jean-Lan fumed, spinning Gu Changhai's ear 3 times before releasing him. She turned to Gu Feng. Would you like to hear your mother's opinion? Gu Feng glanced at Gu Changhai, who was still grimacing, and hurriedly nodded. With a serious expression, Jean-Lan stated, My dear, since you like Yixue, you must treat her well for a lifetime. Never let her down, understand? The plight of this girl is truly pitiable. Anyone who can penetrate her heart will undoubtedly be regarded as more precious than her own life. To betray her would be tantamount to extinguishing her very existence. In conclusion, Jean-Lan asserted that her mother's judgment of character is infallible. Yixue is indeed a good girl. Gu Feng nodded solemnly. I understand. That's good to hear. But you still have your assignments to tackle, so you should return to your room and rest. Gu Changhai's gaze lingered on Jean-Lan's alluring silhouette as he began to hasten Gu Feng's departure, repeatedly signaling him with his eyes. Tonight, your father has assisted you with your academic dilemmas and helped you secure a girlfriend. Now it is your turn to alleviate his burdens. Just as Gu Feng was being ushered out, his expression seemed to unveil a deeper understanding of the situation at hand. If all goes as anticipated, his father's collision course has already been set in motion. A monumental disaster is poised to unfold here. It seems I must find a moment to discreetly remove the surveillance equipment. Otherwise, if my father discovers it, it would surely lead to another family tragedy. Upon returning to his room and pushing the door open, he found Luo Yixue seated at her desk, diligently working on her homework. Beneath the glow of the floor lamp, her cascade of silky, raven-black hair flowed effortlessly. The contours of her face, illuminated by the light, exuded an enigmatic beauty, as if sculpted by divine hands. The long, curled lashes, the porcelain-like earlobes, and her alabaster swan-like neck all combined to create an intoxicating allure that tantalized the senses. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Feng had already held his breath, fearful of disturbing this breathtaking scene that threatened to ensnare him in its captivating embrace. In the stillness of the room, the only sound was the rustling of the pen gliding across the paper. At one moment, Gu Feng's gaze fell upon the wall clock, and a sudden realization struck him. Wait a minute, this is my room. What is Luo Yixue doing here? Shouldn't she be resting in her own room at this hour? As he observed her graceful figure at the desk, his eyes gradually ignited with fervor. If he were to confess his feelings to Luo Yixue right now, would she acquiesce? However, such declarations require an element of ritual. It is essential to ascertain whether the other party harbors any feelings, to discern their preferences, and to choose an appropriate occasion and setting. So, what does Luo Yixue fancy? Chanel? LV? Diamond rings? Or perhaps a BMW? For an ordinary girl, Gu Feng might only need to shower her with sufficient wealth. If 10,000 is inadequate, then 100,000 will suffice. If that falls short, 1,000,000 should do the trick. A deluge of cash would surely overwhelm 99 of girls. The dilemma lies in the fact that Luo Yixue is no ordinary girl. Would she appreciate a ritual constructed from mere materialism? Suddenly, Luo Yixue glanced back and spotted Gu Feng standing at the doorway, her expression shifting to one of peculiarity. Gu Feng, may I ask you a question? Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback. It was already midnight. What question could possibly require such urgency? Go ahead. Luo Yixue hesitated briefly, then approached the door, peering around cautiously before returning, gently closing the door behind her. Gu Feng. Her cautious demeanor piqued his curiosity even further. Could it be that she wishes to move away? Or perhaps, like him, she intends to confess her feelings? After some consideration, Gu Feng concluded that the former was far more plausible. However, he would not grant her that wish. Luo Yixue moved closer to Gu Feng, her expression tinged with conflict. The reason for her visit was to clarify the situation regarding the surveillance cameras. She trusted Gu Feng's character and believed he would never install such devices in her room. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sought him out after a shower. Yet, every night, she had grown accustomed to studying late into the night with Gu Feng, exchanging goodnights before drifting off to sleep. Gu Feng had yet to say good night to her that evening. After much contemplation, she decided to confront him directly. So, when you plan to dismantle the cameras at your uncle and aunt's? Gu Feng was taken aback by her inquiry. This is what you came to ask. Tomorrow, I suppose. But it needs to be done discreetly. My parents must not find out. No wonder she was so cautious about closing the door. Well done, little Yixue. Otherwise, Gu Feng gestured towards the upstairs, implying that if his parents were to find out, he would surely face some severe repercussions. Oh, Luo Yixue suddenly blinked her bright eyes. What about the other locations? Do those cameras need to be removed? If so, I can. Other locations? Gu Feng's eyes narrowed, and a peculiar expression crossed his face. Why was she so concerned about matters unrelated to her? What could her intentions possibly be? I don't see the necessity, Gu Feng replied. Why not? Luo Yixue pressed. Gu Feng smirked because those devices only exist in my parents' room. Little Yixue, you don't suspect that I've installed any in your room, do you? Absolutely not. No way. Luo Yixue's face flushed crimson as she vehemently denied the accusation, shaking her head. Yet, her conviction faltered as she fidgeted with the hem of her garment, muttering, I simply thought about it for a moment, I swear. Just thought about it? Yes, really. I swear. That won't do. Even thoughts can be deemed sinful, and they are not permitted. Luo Yiju. Little Yixue, you have truly disappointed me. Gu Feng sighed dramatically, placing his hand over his forehead in mock despair. Finally, Luo Yixue turned her gaze toward him. Are you upset? Gu Feng snorted, not upset, but extremely furious. Luo Yixue's eyes brimmed with guilt as she fell into a deep state of self-reproach. I apologize, otherwise. Otherwise what? Luo Yixue's voice trembled with urgency. Otherwise, you must treat me to a midnight snack. Gu Feng, unable to bear her distress, seized the moment. What about your homework? I won't be doing it. Little Yixue, do you really want to attend the same university as me? Gu Feng teased. Luo Yixue's face turned even redder at his words. I just don't want to see you fall behind. Your uncle and aunt have been so kind to me. I must help keep you on track. Ah, so that was it. Gu Feng's smile broadened, and he nodded, feigning a troubled expression. But what if I work hard and still don't get into university? Luo Yixue gazed at Gu Feng, her eyes reflecting nothing but his image, and without hesitation replied, Then I will accompany you for another year of study. Gu Feng was momentarily stunned. What if you still don't get in? Then we will repeat the year until you succeed. Gu Feng froze, a bittersweet sensation washing over him. It was a blend of emotions that were difficult to articulate. Silly girl, even if I strive with all my might, it is destined that I will not gain admission to university. The future belongs to the awakened. The era where academic excellence determines one's destiny has long since passed. What lies ahead is not dictated by grades, but by the level of one's awakened talents. What he must do is diligently elevate his innate abilities, ensuring that, when crises arise, his family remains unscathed. Beyond the realm of mortals, there exists a higher echelon. Even someone as formidable as Luo Yixue will inevitably encounter adversaries of greater strength in the future. Faced with such a daunting presence, Gu Feng cannot help but be moved, offering a wry smile and a nod. Very well, little Yixue, you have bested me. Rest assured, I shall submit my homework punctually by tomorrow morning. Even the Empress has chosen to forego the college entrance examination to accompany her in repeating the year. He must express his own sentiments and cannot allow her sincere intentions to go unacknowledged. Thus, Gu Feng pulls out a chair and earnestly immerses himself in his studies. Under the glow of the night lamp, Luo Yixue observes this scene, feeling both touched and somewhat reluctant. Chapter 52. The School Bell of Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Today marks the day of reunion between Gu Feng and his parents. Both emotionally and rationally, she should not press him so harshly. Gu Feng, why don't we go out for a late-night snack? I'll treat you with the red envelope Uncle Gu gave me. Really? Gu Feng instantly discards his pen as if it were a hot potato, urgency igniting in him. Let us not delay. We must leave at once. Luo Yixue's lips curve into a gentle smile as she nods in agreement. Are we truly not even pretending otherwise? What do you wish to eat? She inquires. After contemplating for a moment, Gu Feng's lips curl into a playful smile as he proposes. Let's first meander through the night market and then decide what to indulge in. As the newly minted little rich girl, prepare to part with some cash. The Jiangnan night market is a bustling spectacle, filled with an array of barbecue stalls, milk tea vendors, music, beer, and an assortment of snacks lining the narrow alley. Standing at the entrance, Gu Feng laughs heartily. We shall walk straight to the 18th stall. Whatever they serve, we shall partake. Dressed in a loose-fitting short-sleeved t-shirt paired with light blue trousers, Luo Yixue stands alongside Gu Feng, who is similarly attired, infusing the entire corner with a vibrant youthful energy. With a soft smile, curiosity piqued, she nods obediently, finding the adventure quite enticing. As they stroll and count, upon reaching the 18th food stall, they arrive at a bustling barbecue stand. They find a seat in a relatively secluded spot. It seems fortune smiles upon us. The last available seat appears tailored just for us, Gu Feng remarks with a grin. Perusing the menu and marking their selections, he engages in light conversation with Luo Yixue. Gu Feng, there are so many people here, she exclaims. Indeed, Gu Feng sighs wistfully. Once the beasts invade, such a vibrant night market will be a rare sight. Little Yixue, have you never visited a night market? He inquires. Luo Yixue shakes her head with a smile, her mood brightening as she jokes with Gu Feng. Never. It's either been about working or the journey to work. After classes, I'm busy with odd jobs, tirelessly making money. By the time I return to my rented room, I'm utterly exhausted. There is hardly any time for leisure. Even something as simple as enjoying skewers, which others find a trivial delight, is beyond my means. Gu Feng gazes at her intently, as Luo Yixue reflects on her past in the most mundane tone, as if recounting trivial events. At that moment, he genuinely believes that life has finally released this tormented girl and that she, too, has let go of her past. Her future will surely blossom into something far brighter. When one possesses the courage to bid farewell to the past, life rewards them with a new beginning. You enjoy the night market. We shall come here often, Gu Feng says with a sincere smile. Luo Yixue, with her delicate features, gazes into his eyes, as if she wishes to convey something unspoken. However, at that moment, a boisterous voice suddenly captures their attention. Order whatever you desire. It's on me. Oh, the little brother is treating us. They respond, laughter echoing through the crowd. With so many of us, this feast won't come cheap. You're unaware? My little brother is now part of the Sanlian gang. Following the leader of the Sanlian gang, not only can he afford a barbecue feast, but he could dine on barbecue every day. Brother, you're amazing. The revelry continues, and soon, the raucous crowd demands, "Boss, bring us 100 more skewers and serve all your drinks. Hurry." Gu Feng turns to see a familiar figure among the throng, nearly failing to recognize him. The man in the center, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle and adorned with a flashy gold watch and floral shirt, is none other than Tang Xiaodi. Luo Yixue merely casts a fleeting glance in that direction before withdrawing her gaze nonchalantly. She perceives that those surrounding Tang Xiaodi are merely taking advantage of him. However, whether it be the Tang family or Tang Xiaodi, they no longer hold any relevance in her life. By the way, little Yixue, what were you saying earlier? And Jean, daughter? Gu Feng asks with a playful grin, steering the conversation back to a more serious topic. Luo Yixue fiddles with her cup, suddenly feeling anxious as she questions, "Have I been rude in rejecting Aunt Jean? Will she be upset?" Upon hearing this, a playful smile dances upon Gu Feng's lips. "Is that truly important? Rather than wondering if my mother will be upset, I'm more curious about why you chose to decline her. Little Yixue care share?" Gu Feng inquires knowingly. At that moment, not far from them, a commotion erupts. "Boss, what's the deal? There's mouse droppings in this dish." With a loud crash, the sound of a beer bottle shattering fills the air. "My sincerest apologies. We'll prepare a fresh batch for you." "What? A fresh batch?" Tang Xiaodi leaps to his feet, slamming his hand on the table. "Is that all? This is mouse droppings. Are you accountable for poisoning someone?" The boss's demeanor shifts, but seeing the crowd before him, he reluctantly endures. "Little brother, you jest. This cannot be mouse droppings. It's fermented black beans. If you don't believe me, I'll eat it myself." With that, he picks up the black morsel before everyone and consumes it. Tang Xiaodi pauses momentarily, then leaps from his chair, seizing the boss by the hair. "Fermented beans? I'll be damned. I say it's mouse droppings, and that is precisely what it is. Either offer us a complimentary meal or face the wrath of my brothers. Make your choice." "Complimentary meal. I choose a complimentary meal." The boss stammers, his voice trembling. "Oomph. You've said it. You're wise to comply." Tang Xiaodi revels in his triumph, releasing the boss, and the table erupts in cheers. "Ha! Brother is mighty and imposing. No one can rival brother. Eating with brother guarantees a feast." Soon, in a haze of revelry, Tang Xiaodi becomes lost amidst the adulation. The boss, clearly seasoned in these affairs, stabilizes Tang Xiaodi and his entourage before promptly retreating to a corner to make call. Luo Yixue, sensing the tension, advises Gu Feng, "Perhaps we should change venues?" She feels an unsettling premonition that something more may transpire with Tang Xiaodi present, and she wishes to avoid causing Gu Feng any further trouble. Gu Feng hesitates for a moment before nodding in agreement. "However, we cannot waste our money. Let us pack up the food we just ordered." "All right." As they converse, the raucous chatter from Tang Xiaodi's group grows ever louder. "My dear brother, I have heard whispers of your beautiful sister, the belle of Jiangnan #1 High School. Is this rumor true?" In chapter 53, this time, she was genuinely furious. By Tang Xiaodi's side, a streetwise fellow suddenly exhibited a lascivious expression. The eyes of the others gleamed with a wicked light at the mention of the school beauty. Indeed, Tang Xiaodi hesitated momentarily, responding ambiguously. "Oh." The other's eyes sparkled even brighter. "Good brother. No, dear brother. Why not invite your sister out to join us for some fun? Yes, studying can be exhausting. Let's have your sister come out and unwind with us. What would be wrong with that?" Laughter filled the air, laced with lewdness. What did it matter that she was the school beauty? Wasn't she still obliged to drink with these aimless wastrels? "Exactly. Dear brother, you must bring her out, otherwise it would be an affront to the brotherhood." Tang Xiaodi's expression stiffened, feeling trapped. "Very well." With the crowd urging him on, Tang Xiaodi had no choice but to muster the courage to call Luo Yixue. As expected, the call was immediately disconnected. Perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed, Tang Xiaodi chuckled awkwardly. She might be studying and couldn't answer. "Call her again. It's no fun without women." "Brother, today is your stage. It wouldn't do to let the brothers down, would it?" I heard your sister isn't actually your parents' biological child. Is it true that within your family, your status is lower than that of this non-biological sister? What they did not anticipate was that Luo Yixue was also present at the very same barbecue stall. Their loud voices and crude words were clearly heard by her. Tang Xiaodi made call after call, only for Luo Yixue to eventually turn off her phone. Her expression darkened, despite having resolved to sever all ties with the Tang family. Tang Xiaodi's actions still left her feeling disheartened. Suddenly, she turned around, only to find herself alone. Gu Feng had vanished. That wretched person, even refusing to answer calls. Brother, where are you? When are you coming? Faced with the urging of his close friends, Tang Xiaodi replied, she might be busy with my brother-in-law. Perhaps she can't come. What? Your brother-in-law? Tang Xiaodi's mind raced. Oh, you didn't know? My brother-in-law is the infamous chicken brother from the Sanlian gang. After all, boasting couldn't kill anyone, could it? No way. Is that true? Don't kid me. I have a sister who also studies at #1 high school, and I heard your sister's boyfriend is a student there. Possibly from her own senior class? That Gu Feng is merely a pawn. In order to save face in front of his friends, Tang Xiaodi continued to fabricate stories. To be honest, my sister has long been with Chicken Brother. It's that high school student who has been pestering her. And my sister is just pretending to date him to see how it goes. Just wait. The next time I see that high school student, I'll beat him to a pulp. Tang Xiaodi's reckless slander finally provoked the ire of someone behind him. Tang Xiaodi, shut your mouth. A furious voice erupted from behind. When Tang Xiaodi turned to see Luo Yixue, he thought he was hallucinating. The brothers beside him looked like hungry wolves, their mouths watering with anticipation. Luo Yixue, you're just in time. Come entertain my brothers. However, before Tang Xiaodi could express his delight, he felt a chilling gaze boring into him from behind Luo Yixue. His pupils constricted with fear. It was Gu Feng. But what of it? There were only two of them, while he had a whole gang of brothers behind him. Luo Yixue trembled slightly, her gaze icy as she glared at Tang Xiaodi. She could endure his slander against her, but she would not tolerate any disrespect towards Gu Feng. Tang Xiaodi apologized to Gu Feng. If you are willing to do so, I believe Gu Feng will not make things difficult for you, Luo Yixue stated firmly. What are you talking about? The one who should apologize is you. Tang Xiaodi shouted, emboldened by his numbers, contemptuously pointing at Gu Feng. You kid, were quite arrogant that day at my house. What? Now you're hiding behind a woman? Come at me, you brat. Brother, who is he? Tang Xiaodi's friends looked on disdainfully. I am the one who has been pestering his sister, Gu Feng said with a smile, approaching amicably. Now that I'm here, if you don't beat me to a pulp, then I shall have to do the same to you. Gu Feng walked slowly, and Tang Xiaodi took a couple of hesitant steps back, feeling an overwhelming pressure as Gu Feng advanced. What are you all waiting for? Attack him, Tang Xiaodi shouted. If anything goes wrong, it's on me. What are you barking for? In the next moment, with a bone-chilling demeanor, Tang Xiaodi found himself seized by the throat and lifted off the ground as if he were a mere chicken. The familiar sensation surged through his mind. Veins bulged on his face as oxygen rapidly depleted, leaving him in a state of agony and terror. Please spare me. I have something to say. Tang Xiaodi clutched Gu Feng's arm desperately, his voice growing hoarse. The onlookers gasped collectively. What monstrous strength was this, able to lift a person with a single hand? It seemed as effortless as picking up a couple of oranges. Impressive. Meanwhile, the small-time thugs who had initially planned to teach Gu Feng a lesson suddenly widened their eyes in disbelief. I just remembered. My wife is in the hospital giving birth. I must go check on the baby. I just recalled my great-grandmother's funeral is today. I need to return to help with the coffin. I really need to urinate. I'll come back to help you beat him. Hang in there, brother. I'm going to fetch more people. In less than a minute, all of Tang Xiaodi's companions had scurried away. His face drained of color. He looked as though all the blood had been sucked from him. Come back. You all come back. He mentally screamed, his expression bordering on tears. Big brother, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. Please, sister, save me. I swear from now on, I will no longer meddle with you. However, this time, Luo Yixue merely watched coldly, offering no further assistance. In Chapter 54, as Gu Feng tightened his grip, Tang Xiaodi's eyes bulged alarmingly, his throat producing only intermittent, desperate gasps. This madman, Suddenly, a thought struck Tang Xiaodi like a bolt from the blue, recalling the drunken ramblings of Tang Cohen from that day. He had said that Chicken Brother was imprisoned due to Gu Feng's machinations, and that Shunhu had died at Gu Feng's hands. He had believed it to be mere drunken chatter, but now, it dawned on him. Could it be true? Gu Feng was just a high school student. Calculating the details, he is merely a year my senior. No, this defies logic. I refuse to believe that you would dare to commit murder in broad daylight. Tang Xiaodi exerted every ounce of strength within him, forcing a few words from his throat. At least you possess a modicum of sense. Gu Feng replied with a cold smile. However, with a swift motion, he delivered 2 resounding slaps, rendering Tang Xiaodi speechless, blood frothing at the corners of his mouth. Discarded like a lifeless dog, he slumped to the ground, his mind buzzing. Tang Xiaodi trembled as he gazed at Gu Feng, his heart consumed by fear and trepidation. His demeanor significantly more submissive. Gu Feng spared his life, yet the pain he inflicted upon his flesh and the humiliation that gnawed at his soul were infinitely more severe. Gu Feng, brother-in-law, Gu Shuai, I was wrong. Tang Xiaodi pleaded, kneeling on the ground, his head buzzing, struggling to articulate his thoughts, his voice quivering. I have joined the Sanlian gang, and I have heard something about you. Would you like to hear it? Just spare me. Not interested. Gu Feng replied without a moment's hesitation. Tang Xiaodi continued, That's fine. I can offer you a hint. It concerns you and the leader of the Sanlian gang. Long ago. At this, Gu Feng lifted his eyelids, a glimmer of interest finally flickering in his mocking gaze. Proceed. It was this fleeting interest that granted Tang Xiaodi a glimmer of hope. Moistening his parched throat, he continued, The higher-ups of the Sanlian gang are already aware of your previous actions. They intend to make trouble for you, and there is no escape. Is that all? Tang Xiaodi, fearful that Gu Feng might have misunderstood him, pressed on. You have no idea how formidable the Sanlian gang is as the largest underground organization in Jiangnan. To the true Sanlian gang, figures like Jige and Huge are utterly inconsequential. Gu Feng, if you offend the underworld, you can either flee or await your demise. Gu Feng responded coolly, To me, the Sanlian gang is as trivial as you are. You're no different from them. I have no interest in the affairs of the Sanlian gang. Listen closely. I will grant you one opportunity to apologize. Apologize to Yi Shui and earn her forgiveness. And I might consider sparing you. But this is the final chance. Tang Xiaodi could hardly fathom Gu Feng's audacity, how he dared to utter such brazen words. In his eyes, his own insignificance was one thing, but Gu Feng's dismissal of the Sanlian gang as inconsequential was beyond reckless. Had he truly lost his mind? Immediately, Tang Xiaodi committed Gu Feng's words to memory. In his heart, Gu Feng had already become a dead man, someone unworthy of his concern. Sister, I apologize. I was wrong. Our family has wronged you. I truly regret it. For the sake of my younger brother's ignorance, would you not forgive him? For the first time in history, Tang Xiaodi displayed a posture of submission before Luo Yixue. I forgive you. You may leave. As you said, let us not interfere with one another henceforth. Luo Yixue replied in a voice devoid of emotion, yet her heart was tumultuous. If what Tang Xiaodi said was true, it would mean she had brought greater trouble upon Gu Feng, perhaps even disaster. Then may I take my leave? Tang Xiaodi's expression brightened as he stood, preparing to exit. Just then, the barbecue stall owner stepped forward, blocking his path. The bill hasn't been settled. You must pay before you can leave. Tang Xiaodi laughed in anger. Old dang. Are you jesting? You explicitly stated we could dine for free. Earlier, there were too many of you. I certainly couldn't ruin my own business. But now that your patrons have fled, you will either pay or wait for the Sanlian gang to arrive. Tang Xiaodi pointed to his own nose. I am part of the Sanlian gang. The owner retorted, If you are indeed part of the Sanlian gang, would you not know that this is their territory? Moreover, thanks to your ruckus, all the customers have fled. Who will compensate for today's losses? Tang Xiaodi felt a wave of panic wash over him. It was his first day in the Sanlian gang. How could he possibly know this was their territory? Furthermore, he was merely a lowly errand boy in the Sanlian gang. Anyone was superior to him, and he had to address every individual as brother. If the enforcers found out he had dined and dashed, Tang Xiaodi glanced at Luo Yixue. But before he could utter a word, The moment he met Gu Feng's icy stare, a chill ran down his spine. How ruthless! Seeing that Luo Yixue showed no intention of paying for him, Tang Xiaodi ground his teeth in silent resentment. After a moment's hesitation, he produced all of his possessions, including his newly purchased pineapple phone. Here, take my phone. I will return tomorrow to redeem it. No sooner had his words left his lips than a convoy of luxury vehicles came to a halt in the middle of the road. Among 8 Bentleys, one was a Hongqi. Moments later, several individuals emerged from the foremost Bentley. What is going on? My brothers down there reported some trouble? The man at the forefront furrowed his brow, his piercing gaze scanning the stall. Tang Xiaodi hurriedly approached. Why, there was indeed trouble, but I've already resolved it. The owner stammered. Who are you? The man named Yuge glanced at Tang Xiaodi. I am Tang Xiaodi, a new recruit today. Tang Xiaodi's face lit up with excitement. Having undergone training with the Sanlian gang, he recognized the man before him as Yuge, Long Ji's most trusted bodyguard. Thus, the figure seated in the Hongqi must be Wei Long, the leader of Jiangnan City's largest underworld organization, the Sanlian gang. He also knew that not far from here was the grandest nightclub in Jiangnan City, the Han Huangchao nightclub. The top level of Han Huangchao served as the headquarters of the Sanlian gang, the stronghold of Long Gu himself. A newcomer? All right, I will remember you. Yuge acknowledged with a nod, prepared to depart. Wait, Yuge, I have something I wish to discuss with Long Gu. Tang Xiaodi cast a glance toward Gu Feng, his heart stealing with determination as he obstructed Yuge's path. Yuge frowned, his tone laced with displeasure. What makes you think you can meet the boss? Yuge, I am fully aware that not everyone can meet Long Gu, but I know who harmed Huge and Jige, and he is right here, Tang Xiaodi declared, his expression fierce as he pointed toward Gu Feng. He realized this was not only an opportunity for revenge, but also a chance to make a name for himself before Long Gu. If Gu Feng's 2 slaps had not awakened him, if this serendipitous moment had not arisen, he might never have dared take this step in his life. Just as Gu Feng was about to leave, he furrowed his brow. Did he not seek trouble, yet trouble sought him? Indeed, Tang Xiaodi's shout did not go unheard. A bodyguard approached the Hongqi, respectfully opening the door. A bald man stepped out, none other than Wei Long himself. At that moment, Tang Xiaodi's face lit up with unrestrained joy. Ha ha! Fortune favors me. Gu Feng, your end has come. Tang Xiaodi cast a venomous glare in Gu Feng's direction, unable to suppress a smirk. Although there was no overt panic discernible in Gu Feng's eyes, the subtle fluctuations within them spoke volumes. Ha! Are you utterly dumbfounded? Before the leader of the Sanlian gang, you are nothing but a mere waste. Tang Xiaodi scoffed as he approached Wei Long. Brother Long, greetings. He attempted to advance further, but was abruptly halted by Wei Long's bodyguard, Wu Yu. Yet Wei Long paid him no heed, his narrowed eyes glinting with a flicker of insight. A sweeping glance was enough for him to identify Gu Feng. He had long since investigated the matter thoroughly. Brother Long, you must annihilate this pair of treacherous lovers and avenge Brother Ji and Brother Hu. Fool, do you wish for everyone to be aware of the disgrace of our Sanlian gang? Wu Yu, having exhausted his patience, waved his hand, and 2 men swiftly seized Tang Xiaodi, escorting him into a dim alley. Tang Xiaodi, somewhat bewildered, soon found himself on the receiving end of a beating, his cries echoing through the darkness. Wei Long turned his gaze towards Gu Feng, and immediately a dozen bodyguards surged forward, dispersing the gathered crowd. Subsequently, forming a protective circle around Wei Long, they ensconced Gu Feng and Luo Yixue within. The onlookers were astounded. Such a terrifying spectacle was typically reserved for the silver screen. It resembled a scene from a movie where a desperate couple is relentlessly pursued by nefarious forces. Trapped with no escape, they thought, heavens, that man appears fearsome. Those 2 young souls are pitiful. Should we call the authorities? Call the authorities? Are you insane? If you're tired of living, don't drag me into it. Go swiftly. Pretend you are blind and have seen and heard nothing. But, no buts. Something monumental is about to transpire tonight. Mind your own business. Our lives take precedence. Before long, the night market had thinned significantly, as people feared witnessing anything that could embroil them in trouble. Wei Long squinted, casting a sidelong glance at Luo Yixue. This is rather intriguing. Brother G's demise was not in vain. What surprised him was that Chun Hu's affair was also his doing. You are Gu Feng? Indeed. Gu Feng replied coldly, subtly positioning himself in front of Luo Yixue. He took a few steps closer to Wei Long, aware that, in this situation of overwhelming odds, should a confrontation arise, Luo Yixue would be his Achilles heel. He believed he could escape, but he could not guarantee her safety. Capture the ringleader first. If the adversary makes a move, he would strike down this bald man first. Wei Long narrowed his eyes once more, seemingly taken aback by Gu Feng's audacity to approach him so boldly despite his formidable presence. He could only deem it navet. Not to mention the throng of bodyguards surrounding him, he decided to allow this individual to linger a while longer. It was his customary style to let someone live a little longer before delivering the final blow. Young man, I find you quite admirable, Wei Long remarked, sizing up Gu Feng. At this, Gu Feng's lips curled slightly. What a coincidence. I hold myself in high regard as well. Wei Long, your audacity is truly remarkable. Wei Long observed him, forcing a smile that barely touched the corners of his mouth. You may not be aware, but the Gu Corporation and I share a significant connection. Join us, and I can overlook the matters concerning Brother G and Brother Hu. Furthermore, should you desire, you may take their positions. Wei Long cast a meaningful glance at Gu Feng. From a moment, he learned Gu Feng was the head of the Gu Corporation. Wei Long's mind had been set on acquiring the company. The reason he hadn't moved against Gu Feng was that he was searching for an opportune moment. Just then, Gu Feng's gaze sharpened, locking on a Wei Long. Gu Feng murmured. If he had merely harbored suspicions earlier, he was now nearly certain. The man before him was likely the same Wei Long who had once ranked among the top 10 in the A-level PK ranking of the Awakened in Jiangnan in his previous life. The higher the rank, the greater the cultivation resources and governmental support one received. This Wei Long, who stood before him, had once been among the top 10 in Jiangnan's A-level ranking and had even entered the national A-level Awakened PK top 100. It was due to his notoriously treacherous and ruthless nature that people secretly referred to him as Spicy Strip. What if I decline? Gu Feng replied nonchalantly, a flicker of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. Wei Long's lips curled into a cruel smile. If Gu Feng acquiesced to his proposal, he might allow him to live a little longer. However, given the young man's current demeanor, he found it quite displeasing, regardless of whether he agreed or not. He was destined to die. He would join his parents in the afterlife. Gu Feng pondered briefly before speaking. I'm open to joining, but what? Wei Long's brows arched with intrigue. Moments ago, he had nearly shot this youth in the head, only to find him acquiescing now. What a spineless individual. But you must accept me as your subordinate. Gu Feng's words floated lightly through the air. Are you jesting? Wei Long nearly burst into laughter. Young man, it has been ages since anyone has spoken to me in such a manner. Do you realize? He recalled the last time it happened was 3 years ago when he was still a truck driver. Suddenly, Wei Long's gaze grew distant, drifting back to a time long past. Your father was Gu Changhai, and your mother was Zhang Lan. They met a tragic end on the national highway returning from Jiangbei to Jiangnan. Then, Wei Long erupted into manic laughter, leaning closer to Gu Feng's ear to whisper. Speaking of which, Chun Hu and Brother G are progressing far too slowly. Oof. Do they even deserve to be my brothers? The tiger and the chicken are an affront to my name. With that, Wei Long's tone shifted abruptly. Now you understand why you're still alive, correct? A faint smirk graced Gu Feng's lips. So, I ought to express my gratitude for your mercy then? Wei Long wore a look of disdain. What else? Did you think a mere high school student and a small-time lawyer could contend with a Grand Somnian gang? Gu Feng's calm demeanor inexplicably irked Wei Long, twisting his expression into a slight grimace. You are certainly spirited, far more so than your father ever was. What are you implying? Gu Feng's brow furrowed, his tone icy. Wei Long gradually leaned in closer, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips as he spoke in a tone only the two could hear. Do you remember how your father begged me back then? He wept, pleading for me to save your mother. How could a grown man cry so pathetically? Had they not brought so much cash, I would have almost reported myself to the authorities. Gu Feng. Witnessing Gu Feng's expression darken and his body tremble with rage, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Wei Long's eyes. At that moment, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, it was 1 million in cash. Who would not be tempted? It could be said that without that 1 million, there would be no Wei Long today. You must be curious as to why I'm sharing all this with you, right? At this very moment, Gu Feng's expression suddenly transformed into one of tranquility as he observed Wei Long's face gradually contorting into a cruel smile, silently watching him perform. Why? Because I, Wei Long, am the sovereign of Jiangnan. Those who obey me shall prosper, while those who defy me shall meet their demise. Moreover, Gu Feng is merely a high school student, an orphan in this city I dominate. Extinguishing his life would be as effortless as crushing an ant. As for Chun Hu's death, based on my investigations, it was evidently an accident. I do not believe for a moment that Gu Feng possesses the capability to kill Chun Hu. If he did, how could he possibly refrain from taking his own life upon discovering that I was responsible for his parents' demise? In truth, he is simply cowardly. I must admit, I find you rather intriguing. Gazing at Gu Feng's striking features and well-defined physique, Wei Long suddenly licked his lips. As for my people, they are still dead. I shall grant you a night to ponder. Should you come to your senses, seek me out at Han Huang Chao. Leaving behind a lingering remark, Wei Long departed with his entourage, leaving Gu Feng in a state of stupor. What did he just say to you? Luo Yixue approached, her face etched with concern. She had caught every word from Wei Long, but she clearly sensed the threats woven into his tone directed at Gu Feng. Coupled with her first-hand experience of the Tri-Union Gang's might, it was far more formidable than she had imagined. If they were to threaten Gu Feng's family. Suddenly, Luo Yixue gasped as Gu Feng's hand gripped hers tightly. Hurry, come before me and cleanse my eyes. I can barely endure. What is wrong with you? She gasped, panic rising within her as she scrutinized Gu Feng's face. Yet, upon beholding Luo Yixue's porcelain skin, starry eyes, delicate brows, and pleasing fragrance, Gu Feng finally subdued the chill that gripped his heart. You have no idea. That cursed egg was so spicy it hurt my eyes. Gu Feng spat bitterly. But thankfully, all is well now. I must say, Yixue, you are far more pleasing to the eye than that egg. After a moment of silence, she asked, Aren't you afraid? Given that they brought so many people? Gu Feng responded with a cold smirk, Of course not. How could Wei Long, no matter how fearsome, compare to the future beasts? He is nothing more than an ordinary man, an exceedingly arrogant ordinary man. Had he spoken such words post-spiritual revival, perhaps I would have been at a loss for how to deal with him. But now, Gu Feng's gaze sharpened. Tonight, I shall send Wei Long on his way. The night air was brisk as it swept across their faces, and Luo Yixue found herself gazing into the obscure night sky. Lost in contemplation, the dim star above seemed to signify that she was a harbinger of misfortune. Each day spent with Gu Feng appeared to bring him endless troubles. Perhaps it was time for her to part ways with him. Gu Feng's parents had returned. Their family should be living a blissful life, not enduring peril due to her presence. Yet, as the words of farewell loomed to be spoken, why did her heart feel so constricted? Unbeknownst to her, the car had returned to the Gu family villa. Xiao Yixu, we're home. Get out, Gu Feng said, turning to unfasten his seatbelt, utterly oblivious to the unusual emotions coursing through the girl beside him. He needed to focus on the significant matter at hand for the night. Suddenly, Luo Yixue, gazing at his face, posed an unexpected question. Gu Feng, will you join the Tri-Union Gang? Of course not, he replied without a moment's hesitation. But why do you ask? Are you worried about me? The girl's cheeks flushed as she stammered. I just want to know if you have any of that potion that enhances strength left. She recalled the mystical potion Gu Feng had given her that night. Having ingested it, she was aware of its potency, and since then, her body had shown no adverse effects. She had refrained from mentioning it to Gu Feng, knowing it was a secret. As long as he was well, she wouldn't pry. Now that Gu Feng refused to join the Tri-Union Gang, it implied he stood against them. Therefore, even if she were to leave, she must first clear the obstacles from his path. Yes, I do. Why? Gu Feng replied. Would you like another vial? Yes. Luo Yixue's expression was momentarily taken aback. She had assumed such a precious item would not be easily given away. To her surprise, Gu Feng readily agreed. Soon, he placed a miniaturized vial in her palm. just the right amount for a single dose. Luo Ishua lowered her gaze, concealing her complex emotions from Gu Feng. That night, at the hour of the tiger, a figure shrouded in black stealthily appeared outside the Gu family residence. Not long after, a more slender silhouette emerged from the guest room on the first floor, tiptoeing toward the kitchen. After locating a fruit knife, the figure seamlessly melded into the inky darkness of the night. Moments later, the living room lights flickered on as an individual exited the first-floor restroom. These two kids just returned. Where could they be off to now? Gu Chanhai muttered, returning to his room in frustration. Gu Chanhai, why aren't you asleep? What are you mumbling about? Zhanlan interjected disapprovingly. Oh, my dear, you're still awake? The toilet in our bedroom is broken, so I had to use the one outside, Gu Chanhai explained. I'll have someone come fix it tomorrow. Zhanlan pondered for a moment before sitting up cross-legged, revealing her snow-white legs. No need to fix it. We're moving out tomorrow. Huh? Gu Chanhai was taken aback, taking a moment to grasp Zhanlan's meaning. Did you see those two leave? Are you saying they went out late at night? That's impossible, right? Could it be so soon? Zhanlan rolled her eyes, exasperated at Gu Chanhai, who was shamelessly taking liberties on her lap. Initially, I didn't believe their relationship could have progressed so quickly, but considering he is your son, it's hard not to believe. Dear, what do you take me for? Gu Chanhai chuckled awkwardly before slapping his thigh with resolve. If they're moving, then we're moving. For our son's happiness. We'll pack up and leave first thing in the morning. Meanwhile, outside the Han Huang Chao nightclub, a dark figure slowly emerged from the shadows, approaching a downspout. After a few swift movements, the individual had ascended to the top floor of the nightclub. Closing his eyes, he recalled the internal layout of Han Huang Chao he had found online. 5 minutes later, a cover was removed from above a ventilation duct, allowing Gu Feng to successfully infiltrate the only supreme presidential suite on the top floor. The air was thick with the fragrance of aromatic candles, and Gu Feng soon found various props scattered across the floor. Silken stockings, pristine white threads, waterbed toys, candles, necklaces, and a diminutive whip. These whimsical items were but a prelude to what lay ahead. Suddenly, a colossal birdcage, spacious enough for 4 or 5 revelers, caught Gu Feng's eye. Within its confines were steel pipes, baseballs, and cucumbers. What a peculiar assortment of playthings. Steeling himself, Gu Feng followed the faint sound of snoring into a room. With a mere glance at the glimmering head, he recognized he had indeed arrived at the correct location. Yet, the sight of Wei Long's companion made his heart skip a beat. Goodness gracious! 2 hefty men lay sprawled across the bed. Wei Long and his bodyguard, named Wu Yu. The various implements he had just glimpsed sent a shiver through Gu Feng. He needed a sip of the spiritual spring to steady his nerves. A flicker of cold light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, Wu Yu stirred, the clinking of his leg shackles resonating through the air. Perhaps he sought to free himself. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a fist the size of a sandbag, rendering him unconscious. The muffled groan jolted Wei Long awake, who instinctively reached for his pillow. A grave mistake. In the next heartbeat, Gu Feng snatched the gun from him, twisting it into a useless heap of scrap metal. Ah, you are not human. Who are you? Wei Long's face drained of color as he beheld the looming shadow, the specter of death swiftly enveloping him. At some point, a gleaming bullet materialized in Gu Feng's hand. Huh, did you just wet yourself? Did I tell you to do that? Wei Long gazed at his adversary in terror. Although Gu Feng's voice sounded familiar, in this dire moment, it was utterly unrecognizable. The sheer sight of Gu Feng disarming him with bare hands left him completely dumbfounded. What do you want? Your life. Wait. Wei Long scrambled across the floor. I have a fortune. Spare me, and I can give you everything. I am not in want of riches. I wield significant influence in this area. If you let me go, I shall submit to you and be your loyal dog. Woof woof. Apologies, but I have no need for a biting canine. As the words fell, Gu Feng flicked his fingers, achieving an effect that even the finest suppressor could not replicate. In an instant, the bullet pierced Wei Long's brow, tracing a crimson line as it exited through the back of his head. You, such power should have been yours, yet you must never lay a hand on my parents. Gu Feng's voice was frigid. The next moment, he delivered a kick that sent Wei Long flying. "You're Gu Feng." Blood streamed down Wei Long's forehead as his pupils dilated, collapsing onto the floor. Regrettably, this was a revelation he would never utter again. Soon after, Wei Long's bodyguard met his end as well. In the room, the nightclub's storeroom and cellar rapidly filled with the acrid scent of gasoline. Flames soared toward the heavens. When Luo Yixue arrived, she was met with a scene of utter devastation. At 5 in the morning, the Han Dynasty nightclub was ablaze, with cries for help echoing. Some desperately salvaging possessions, while others shouted about fatalities. The once opulent establishment had transformed into a raging inferno overnight. Countless fire trucks and ambulances descended upon the scene. Who could have anticipated that the assassination of Wei Long was merely one of Gu Feng's objectives? For with Wei Long's demise, other figures such as Wei Zhu and Wei Mao would inevitably surface. To eradicate future threats, Gu Feng had resolved to incinerate the Triad's stronghold, crippling their operations and severely wounding their vitality. This was his true intent: to execute a grand plan. The news of the nightclub fire sent shockwaves throughout Jiangnan. The Triad suffered significant losses, including their boss and a bodyguard who perished in this catastrophe. In the morning, Gu Feng emerged from his bedroom to find Gu Changhai, brimming with excitement, seated before the television. "Dad, what is you so jubilant?" He approached, glancing at Luo Yixue's room before grabbing the remote and lowering the volume. He soon realized the morning news was covering the fire at the Han Dynasty nightclub. Gu Changhai chuckled heartily, clearly in high spirits, patting the space beside him on the sofa. "Of course it's the news. Our family hasn't watched television together in ages. Come, sit with your old man for a while." Chapter 58. The warmth of home. How does such a large building catch fire so suddenly? The owner perished in the blaze. What a pity. Gu Feng settled beside his father, letting out a sigh. Oof. This is what happens when one commits countless wrongs. Karma eventually catches up. Gu Changhai grunted disdainfully. "Oh, Dad, do you know this owner? What misdeeds has he committed?" Gu Feng inquired, his curiosity piqued. Internally, he mused. "So, my father knows everything but chooses to remain silent." Clearing his throat, Gu Changhai promptly denied, "Of course, I don't know him. How could I possibly know the leader of an underground organization? I've heard from friends that this man committed numerous wrongs in life, causing many families to break apart. He met a fitting end. Xiao Feng, hurry to the wine cellar and bring me that bottle of 20-year-old Maodai. Your mother and I have important news to announce." "What news?" Gu Feng asked, his curiosity growing. "Why, it's about last night," Gu Changhai said with a conspiratorial grin. "Last night, I simply went out for a late-night snack with Yixue." "What is the issue?" Gu Feng scoffed, dismissing his father's insinuation. "Don't play coy with me. Who goes out for a snack at 4 in the morning?" 4 in the morning? Gu Feng's heart raced. Could it be that his father knew he had gone out to kill someone? "I saw you and Xiao Luo sneak out one after another while I was in the living room. My ears are sharp, you know. Quickly, tell your father how things are progressing between you and Xiao Luo." Gu Feng froze momentarily. Had Luo Yixue also ventured out last night? What were you two whispering about so early in the morning? At that moment, Zhanlan emerged from the kitchen, bearing a plate of perfectly fried eggs, her apron tied neatly as she stood confidently behind the sofa. Gu Feng felt a warmth in his heart. It had been ages since he had savored his mother's cooking. 13 years had passed, and a simple plate of fried eggs had finally awakened the long-dormant love of a mother. "It's been so long since I cooked, Xiao Feng. How do you find my fried eggs?" Zhanlan waved the plate enticingly before him. "Absolutely delightful. Then I can rest easy." Just as Gu Feng felt touched, he suddenly noticed the plate of fried eggs drifting farther from him. If the eggs were good, then everything else must be fine too. Yixue would surely enjoy them. Zhanlan thought happily as she returned to the kitchen. Gu Feng. Family Dynamics Level 1. Gu Changhai. Family Dynamics Level 2. Halfway through, Zhanlan suddenly turned back. "Oh, Xiao Feng, go check if Yixue has woken up. If not, let her sleep a bit longer and be gentle, all right?" Upon hearing this, Gu Feng's face immediately flushed with embarrassment. After all, it was rather inappropriate for him to intrude on a young lady. Lan cast a disdainful glance at her son, seemingly conveying the sentiment that he had already engaged in such activities, yet was reluctant to admit it, still attempting to maintain a facade in front of his mother. "You little rascal, should you dare treat her poorly, I shall break your legs." Feng could only respond with a baffled expression. Under the piercing gaze of Madame Jean, Feng steeled himself and approached the door of Luo Yixue. Just as he was about to knock, the door swung open unexpectedly. "Good morning, Aunt Jean," he greeted. Upon seeing the perfectly assembled family, Luo Yixue realized she was the last to rise, her cheeks reddening as she hurriedly apologized. "I am so sorry, everyone, for waking up late. Aunt Jean, let me help you with breakfast." Lan approached with a warm smile, gently grasping Luo Yixue's hand. "No need to apologize. It's I who couldn't sleep and inadvertently disturbed you. Indeed, you needn't worry about the meal. I've already prepared everything. Little Luo, your only task is to eat." Gu Changhai chimed in enthusiastically from the side. Luo Yixue's eyes glistened with tears as she felt the warmth radiating from Lan's hand. A wave of emotion washing over her. "Is this what it feels like to have a family? Uncle and aunt, thank you," she expressed gratefully. Feng, observing the interaction among the three, felt a complex mix of emotions, as if he were a mere bystander. In his childhood, Lan often claimed he was found amidst a pile of coal. Reflecting now, he found that metaphor to be strikingly accurate. The dear Yixue was truly their biological daughter. Before long, the table was laden with an array of dishes, the family seated together. Feng gazed at the numerous plates before him, his expression exaggerated. It was merely breakfast, yet his mother had prepared an extravagant spread. The quality of the dishes rivaled that of a festive banquet, with the fried egg appearing more like a mere appetizer in comparison. Luo Yixue's eyes widened in astonishment at the sumptuous breakfast laid out before her, more lavish than the New Year's Eve dinner she typically enjoyed. Under the influence of Feng's mother's culinary prowess, merely gazing at the dishes was a delight. As she pondered, Luo Yixue cast a discreet glance at Feng. In the past, her breakfast for him had consisted mostly of milk, bread, and eggs, perhaps with a sausage thrown in. Comparatively, she felt a twinge of guilt for not providing him with a more substantial meal. "Feng, does your family eat like this regularly?" she inquired softly. "Not at all. I'm just fortunate to partake in such a splendid breakfast thanks to you. My mother usually just gave me $5 to eat out," Feng retorted, subtly highlighting the disparity in their experiences. As he spoke, he ladled a generous bowl of exquisite soup for Luo Yixue. "This is authentic Yangsheng old duck soup, specially brewed for you. It's all yours." "Thank you," Luo Yixue replied, taken aback, just as she picked up her chopsticks. The last empty bowl in front of her was instantly filled by 3 pairs of chopsticks. "Yixue, you must try this. It's Annie's braised pork ribs," Lan urged kindly. "Little Luo, this sweet and sour pork is my favorite. You should have a taste too," Gu Changhai added. Luo Yixue's fair complexion turned a deeper shade of pink. "Uncle and aunt, what's the matter? Is the food not to your liking?" Lan asked with genuine concern. Gu Changhai pondered for a moment before adding, "Is it because your uncle and I are watching you eat that you feel embarrassed?" As if struck by a sudden realization, Luo Yixue's cheeks flushed even more. Noticing this, Jean and Gu promptly adopted a more subdued demeanor, lowering their heads to eat discreetly. Nevertheless, Luo Yixue ended up consuming 3 large bowls of food, and only when she could eat no more did the couple cease their attentive feeding. After the meal, Luo Yixue assisted Lan in clearing the dishes while Gu Changhai wiped the table and swept the floor. Having divided the chores among themselves, Feng found himself at a loss for what to do. At that moment, a news report on the television captured his attention. A volcano had erupted in Fiji. Chapter 59, I Want to Buy an Island. Just an hour prior, a severe volcanic eruption had occurred on Fiji Island in the Pacific, enveloping the entire region in a thick cloud of ash. Coupled with a series of earthquakes and tsunamis leading to rising sea levels, the casualty figures were impossible to ascertain. Feng furrowed his brow. Indeed, everything had transpired earlier than anticipated. The volcanic eruption, he remembered, had happened a full week later than this occurrence. This meant his time was rapidly dwindling. It seemed he would need to hasten matters with the Empress. Based on his calculations, following the resurgence of spiritual energy, the entire Jiangnan region would plunge into economic decline, compounded by the plague and the onslaught of otherworldly beasts against humanity. The population of Jiangnan City would be halved within 2 years, and within a decade, all of Blue Star would be thrown into chaos. Father, may I discuss something with you? Gu Feng asked. What is it? Gu Changhai replied, embodying the relaxed demeanor of a middle-aged man savoring life, diligently wiping down every corner of the floor. Once finished, he poured himself a glass of 20-year-old Maotai, leisurely relishing the taste. The world has been quite tumultuous lately. Earthquakes here, volcanic eruptions there. Tomorrow is uncertain, and I must swiftly liquidate my treasures lest they fall into someone else's hands. I want to buy an island, Gu Feng suddenly declared. Gu Changhai spat out his drink in shock. Buy an island? What island? In the Pacific. Just a small island will do, Gu Feng replied nonchalantly. Following the resurgence of spiritual energy, vast stretches of land inhabited by humans had become unstable. However, some remote islands teeming with spiritual energy had transformed into ideal sanctuaries for human habitation. The Pacific? An island? What on earth would you want to buy an island for? Gu Changhai inquired, bewildered. And do you even have the funds? Gu Feng's eyes twinkled with mischief. I don't, but you do, Dad. If you sell the company and convert the profit into Bitcoin, you could give it to me so I can purchase an island. Gu Changhai was taken aback. You little rascal, are you joking with me? Selling the company to buy an island? No more real estate investments, only islands? With our savings? How many islands do you think we can buy? He realized his brain was struggling to keep up. Well, Dad, my intention is to buy an island for you and Mom to retire on, Gu Feng declared. Gu Changhai paused, almost moved to tears, but ultimately his rationality prevailed. Son, heed my advice. The waters surrounding islands are quite treacherous. You may not be able to navigate them. What did you say? Gu Changhai finally caught on, stunned by Gu Feng's words. You want to exile your mother and me to an island? To retire? Gu Feng nodded earnestly. Dad, you and Mom will live on the island, enjoying retirement and waiting for grandchildren, while I work hard outside. I'll visit whenever I can. What do you think of my proposal? Let me think about it. I'll discuss it with your mother first, Gu Changhai stammered, clearly flustered. A smile crept across Gu Feng's face, believing the conversation was proceeding unexpectedly smoothly and that his father had been convinced. However, Gu Changhai abruptly leaped from his chair, abandoning his Maotai, and dashed upstairs, calling out, Lon, 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 stop washing the dishes. Didn't you say we were moving? Let's move right now. We can't stay here any longer. If we do, that filial son will drive us to our graves. Gu Feng. In the kitchen, Zhanlan and Luo Yixue exchanged glances. Finally, Zhanlan poked her head out from the kitchen and asked, Xiao Feng, what has your father been stimulated by? Gu Feng appeared innocent. Not much, really. I just wanted to borrow some money from him to buy an island. And he reacted like this. He then reiterated his idea of purchasing an island to Zhanlan. However, Zhanlan turned her gaze towards Luo Yixue. Yixue, what do you think? Should we buy an island? Luo Yixue was taken aback. He had never considered that, as Gu Feng's friend, he might have a say in this household. Is this what it feels like to be valued? Over time, he had observed that Gu Feng was not only methodical in his actions, but also possessed remarkable foresight. He must have sensed some impending opportunity to present such a serious proposal to you and Uncle. When asked for his opinion, Luo Yixue looked at Zhanlan and declared, If it were up to me, I would respect all his decisions. After saying that, Luo Yixue nervously glanced at Zhanlan, feeling like an awkward daughter-in-law meeting her future in-laws, fearful that any misstep might displease his future mother-in-law. Upon hearing this, Zhanlan's gaze softened further towards Luo Yixue, growing more fond of him with each passing moment. In young romance, ISNT, trust the most crucial element. At that moment, both Luo Yixue's demeanor and words had achieved perfection in Zhanlan's heart. She felt confident that Gu Feng would be able to walk hand in hand with the girl before him for a long, long time. Gu Feng was also momentarily stunned, feeling a warm glow inside. In the Empress's eyes, he was someone to be trusted. Well, if that's the case, I shall take charge of the island matter. I have ways to persuade you, father. Just then, Jeanlin suddenly smiled and said, Xiao Feng, does the house next door have someone to clean it regularly? Your father and I plan to move over there. Gu Feng was taken aback for a moment. Then he understood. His mother was clearly creating an opportunity for him and Luo Yixue. He immediately patted his chest in assurance. Our house must be kept spick and span. After listening for a while, Luo Yixue finally realized that the old villa next door also belonged to Gu Feng's family. Jeanlin nodded. Originally, this new house was prepared for Gu Feng. Since he was still young at that time, the family had continued living together. Now that their son was about to become single, they were more than happy to move out to give the young couple ample time alone. Yixue, you must remember to visit us next door when you have time, all right? Luo Yixue, feeling bashful, lowered his head, his heart racing as he struggled to find a response. After a moment, he adorably replied, I understand, Aunt Jean. In the early morning on campus, many were gazing at that solitary, ethereal figure. The girl's hair was as dark as ink, her skin porcelain white, and her long, exquisite legs moved gracefully along the cobblestone path. Even in her worn school uniform, her inherent elegance could not be concealed. In the past, some might have claimed that all of this was merely an act put on by Luo Yixue. Chapter 60. Two little auxiliary police officers. On unlucky days, those passing by would toss some prickly weeds at her. Each time she reached the classroom door, she would quietly remove these irritating little plants from her clothes before entering the classroom with a calm demeanor. It was during this time that her personality grew increasingly aloof. When bullied, she never displayed her sadness, as that would only embolden her tormentors. Achieving good grades, she never boasted, for in this world, there was no one who would genuinely share in your joy. Only that boy. When she was bullied, he was the only one who never mocked her. It was he who, during her most helpless moments, selflessly came to her aid. He helped her pay her tuition, stood up for her against classmates, assisted her in breaking free from the clutches of bullies, and liberated her from the hardships of her family background. He even allowed her to experience warmth for the first time. Being valued, being liked, allowed her once dull world to see a vibrant spectrum of colors. So time, please hurry along. Once I reach university, I will confess my feelings to him. Throughout those days and nights, Gu Feng's efforts were not lost on her. She firmly believed that as long as they both worked hard, they could attend the same university. Time swiftly passed, and before they knew it, 10 days had gone by. Less than 2 months remained until the Gaokao. Gu Feng, come out for a moment. On this day, as class began, Huang Hai called Gu Feng out with a serious expression. After a moment's thought, he also called for Luo Yixue. Yixue, you should come too. Haven't you been tutoring Gu Feng lately? He tends to be impulsive. It wouldn't hurt for you to speak on his behalf when necessary. Gu Feng, old class. What is going on? Huang Hai replied with annoyance. I was just about to ask you the same thing. Gu Feng, you haven't gotten into any trouble, have you? Why are the police involved? Police? Surely not. I've been obeying the law diligently, Gu Feng said, though a sense of weariness crept into his heart. Could it be about Wei Long? It's best if not. Following Huang Hai into the office, they found 2 uniformed police officers waiting for them. Officers, this is our classes Gu Feng and Luo Yixue. They are here to cooperate with your investigation. Gu Feng, this is Officer Fan Xin and Officer Gu Binbin from our local police station. Huh? 2 little auxiliary police officers? Gu Feng was taken aback. 2 young auxiliary officers. No less. One a chubby boy, the other a petite girl. After Huang Hai finished speaking, he turned and left. As the door closed, Fan Xin's gaze landed on Gu Feng, her demeanor serious. Auxiliary police are still police. Just answer whatever we ask, understood? Gu Feng. The chubby boy quickly added, please don't be nervous, classmates. We just have a case that requires some routine questioning. Please have a seat. Chubby boy, you take the lead. Fan Xin crossed her arms, eyeing Gu Feng with a watchful expression. The chubby boy blinked nervously, seemingly intimidated by Fan Xin, and waved his hand with a smile. Xin Jie, I've only just joined, and for a case like this, what could I possibly ask? You have the experience, so you should take the lead. I'll assist you. Fan Xin hesitated for a moment before conceding. All right, then you sit aside and learn. The chubby boy gratefully nodded and sat down to take notes diligently. Fan Xin then turned to Gu Feng. What is your name? Gu Feng. Age? 18. Fan Xin then looked at Luo Yixue, her gaze scrutinizing her from head to toe, lingering for 3 full seconds before she finally spoke. Beauty aside, do you even know what you've been eating to grow like that? You're here to cooperate with the investigation too, right? What's your name? And how old are you? Luo Yixue, aged 18, gazed at the peculiar duo before her, her earlier tension gradually dissipating. Shortly thereafter, Fan Xin produced a photograph, inquiring of the two individuals. Do you recognize this person? Luo Yixue nodded gently, replying, I've seen him once, but we're not acquainted. Fan Xin then turned to Gu Feng, asking, what about you? We met once, Wei Long answered. Gu Feng cast a cursory glance at Fan Xin, surveying the unremarkable surroundings before averting his gaze. The little girl was somewhat cute, yet her stature paled in comparison to Luo Yixue's. She had a penchant for mimicking adults and possessed a rather irritable temperament. In contrast, his dear Yixue was simply incomparable, seemingly sensing Gu Feng's gaze straying to inappropriate areas. Fan Xin's eyes narrowed with fierce intensity, and she admonished, Excuse me, could you refrain from being so lackadaisical? Please cooperate with our investigation. Oh, I've been cooperating all along, little officer. Can't you see? Gu Feng retorted. Please, don't be so fierce. My heart isn't strong. You might frighten me. Fan Xin was momentarily taken aback. In an instant, her demeanor shifted, resembling a kitten that had just discovered its tail, and she exclaimed, Who is small? Where am I small? Kindly refer to me as Officer Fan. Certainly, Officer Fan, he replied with a smirk. Fan Xin could only grit her teeth in frustration. When did you meet Wei Long, and where? Be specific. Gu Feng pondered for a moment. About a month ago, at the Jiangnan night market. What date a month ago? Be clearer. I don't quite remember. What are you being evasive about? I'm not being evasive. Then why did you keep looking at her? She is attractive. Am I not allowed to look at her? Fan Xin exclaimed in exasperation. Luo Yixue raised an eyebrow. The chubby boy interjected. Where were you the night before the fire at the Han Dynasty nightclub? At the night market, enjoying some barbecue. Fan Xin pressed on the night of the fire. Someone reported that you and Wei Long had a confrontation. What transpired? It was too long ago. I've forgotten. With a resounding clap, Fan Xin slammed her hand on the table, her frustration igniting like a powder keg within her chest. What kind of attitude is this? It's hard not to suspect you. Suspect me of what? Suspect you of being the murderer of Wei Long. You got a button undone. Fan Xin gasped, quickly crossing her arms over her chest. Gu Feng sighed in relief. Oh, I almost forgot. You don't. Chapter 61, startled. As the two seemed poised to ignite an unforgettable spark of conflict, the chubby boy hastily intervened. Let us not escalate this further. Don't be upset. This classmate just has a straightforward temperament. Sister Xin, there are just a few more questions, and once we finish, they can leave. You have important matters awaiting you at the station. Fan Xin was fuming. Her buttons were perfectly intact. As a police officer, being deceived so easily by a high school student was a tremendous humiliation. Despite her professional decorum, her subsequent inquiries carried an edge. Where were you on the night of the Han Dynasty fire? At home, asleep. You mean you went straight home from the night market and went to sleep? Can anyone vouch for that? Gu Feng shrugged. How absurd. I'm sleeping at home. Do I need someone to vouch for that? It's as ludicrous as asking how you can prove you were born to your mother. I can vouch for it. Luo Yixue interjected suddenly. We went to the night market together. After that, we stayed together. You two were together. This revelation surprised not only Fan Xin, but even the chubby boy. Luo Yixue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly added, We were studying together. Fan Xin pressed. What is the nature of your relationship? Are you a couple? How can we trust that you aren't covering for each other? At this moment, Fan Xin faltered, as Gu Feng's gaze became intensely menacing. Are you suggesting that we set the fire and cause deaths? He asked coldly. You accuse me of being a suspect. Where's your evidence? In an instant, facing Gu Feng's penetrating stare, a wave of fear surged through Fan Xin, compelling her to instinctively clamp her legs together, her head drooping, her confidence diminished in his presence. Even when confronting the most ruthless criminals, She had never experienced such overwhelming fear. I didn't say that. The chubby boy observed Fan Xinshin's terror-stricken expression and then glanced at Gu Feng, finding nothing amiss. Indeed, Fan Xinshin had gone too far. A harmless high school youth was being labeled a criminal suspect, which would unsettle anyone. The station's beloved Princess wouldn't always be coddled. I'm merely speculating based on the coroner's findings. Wei Long was shot before perishing in the flames. Fan Xinshin defended herself. So he was murdered? Gu Feng squinted, questioning. Not exactly. He was killed by his own bullet. Fan Xinshin murmured obediently. If it was a suicide, why are you here? We didn't want to come. There have been many strange occurrences outside, and the station couldn't spare anyone else, so they sent me and the chubby boy. How old are you? 18. How long have you been an auxiliary officer? Just 2 months. Where do you live? Huayuan Bay Community. As their conversation progressed, Fan Xinshin suddenly gasped. How dare you? Am I asking you, or are you asking me? Upon uttering those words and encountering Gu Feng's cold glare, she felt deflated. The chubby boy recognized that the questioning had reached a stalemate and politely ushered the two out. Fan Xinshin, seething, stomped her feet in frustration. How dare he intimidate anyone? I believe the fire at the Han Dynasty is likely connected to him. Sister Xinshin, calm down. It's normal for young people to be hot-headed. Who isn't young? Indeed. Yet I've reviewed Wei Long's criminal record. He was involved in numerous offenses that the station struggled to address. If this student is indeed guilty, I would commend him, the chubby boy remarked. Just him? Fan Xinshin scoffed. I might believe he started the fire, but that he killed Wei Long? Not a chance. The thought of having shown weakness before a mere high school student gnawed at her, and she clenched her teeth in anger. If this fellow truly did it, I would personally see to his arrest. At that moment, the chubby boy's phone rang, and upon finishing the call, a frown creased his brow. Sister Xinshin, there has been a development in the case of the missing cattle and sheep from Lejiakan. The station needs us to head there. What about Wei Long's case? Forget it. We have this record. It's sufficient to report back. Strange occurrences have been rampant lately. Who would have thought a creature like a duck mouse could exist? It resembles a mouse, but insists it's a duck. Even the gorillas at the zoo have started attacking people. Sister Xinshin, do you truly believe that this world is on the brink of chaos? Stepping out of the office, both of them exhaled deeply. Luo Ishua spread her small hands, which had turned damp and clammy. Xiao Ishua, what troubles you? Gu Feng inquired with genuine concern upon noticing Luo Ishua's unusual demeanor. He appeared quite at ease himself. Had the question been posed by 2 seasoned detectives, he might have found himself at a loss. However, with 2 junior officers, it was hardly a challenge. I just feel a bit weak, Gu Feng. Could you lend me your support? Luo Ishua murmured softly. Gu Feng promptly extended an arm, allowing her delicate hand to rest on his bicep. Were you frightened? Upon seeing Luo Ishua's state, Gu Feng suddenly comprehended the situation. She was experiencing stress. In truth, before those 2 individuals, a mere declaration of ignorance would suffice, he reassured her. With her intelligence, she must have surmised that Wei Long's actions were his doing. The Empress, possessing such pride, would deceive others to shield herself, a notion Gu Feng had not anticipated. It was at this moment that Gu Feng truly realized his significance in Luo Ishua's heart, and to deny being moved would be disingenuous. Luo Ishua shook her head, uncertain of the reason behind her feelings. The mere thought of Gu Feng departing from her life and the looming threat of imprisonment filled her heart with profound anguish. As for Wei Long, Gu Feng sighed, not wishing to let this girl down. Particularly with Luo Ishua, he desired complete transparency. Please don't speak. Just then, Luo Ishua swiftly covered his mouth with her small hand. Chapter 62. Are they 2 in a relationship? She did not need to know the truth. All she wished for was Gu Feng's well-being, and that sufficed. As long as he was safe, she would acquiesce to anything. After all, she had already become an accomplice, having shielded him in front of the police, a testament to her involvement. Gu Feng, standing so close to her, could even discern the fine hairs on her face. Her hand was fragrant, soft, and slightly damp, undeniable proof of the delicacy and smoothness of a girl's skin. Gu Feng's throat constricted as he fought the urge to taste her porcelain-like fingers, suppressing the impulse entirely. Even with Luo Ishue's hand covering his mouth, he showed no sign of resistance. Ahem. Suddenly, a teacher passed by, awkwardly clearing their throat. Luo Ishu, startled like a frightened rabbit, withdrew her hand, her delicate, snow-white face flushed instantly, her ears burning with embarrassment. Still feeling weak? Would you like me to carry you back to the classroom? After the teacher departed, Gu Feng asked with a playful smile directed at Luo Ishue. Since confirming the girl's feelings for him, Gu Feng had become bolder in both words and actions. He felt it was time to take the initiative, no longer needing to be timid. As long as the Empress refrained from harming him, he intended to explore every opportunity without leaving any regrets. Luo Ishue first froze for 3 seconds before softly defending herself. I'm not weak at all. I don't need you to carry me. Observing her feigned resilience as she leaned against the railing, Gu Feng could not help but smirk. Not weak? Aside from your mouth. Where else is there strength? Yet, such thoughts remained unspoken. Should the Empress become angry, she might ignore him for 3 days. Where would he find the reasoning to confront that? Initially, Luo Ishue felt indifferent, but Gu Feng's smile completely shattered her defenses. She was soft, yet it was only due to her concern for him. Gu Feng, I may not possess your strength, but is it truly polite to mock others in such a manner? Unbeknownst to her, the glistening beauty of her eyes, trying to feign aloofness, revealed an unintentional air of vulnerability that held tremendous sway over Gu Feng. All right, enough of the games. I acknowledge my mistakes. Gu Feng's tall frame obstructed Luo Ishue's path as he leaned in slightly, gazing at her exquisitely refined face. Would you give me a chance? What? Luo Ishue blinked, her eyes reflecting confusion. To return to the classroom from here requires climbing 2 flights of stairs. I shall carry you up. He did not allow her the opportunity to refuse. Gu Feng turned his back, bending down and positioning his hands on his knees. Hop on. Luo Ishue's eyes sparkled, filled with hesitation as her stunning face flushed with excitement and shyness. But what if someone sees us? Though they were officially a couple and often commuted together, they had never engaged in physical contact. Gu Feng's spirits lifted upon noticing Luo Ishue's lack of outright rejection, emboldening him to entice her further. It won't happen, and it's merely a short ascent during class time. Once we reach the top, I'll set you down. No one will see. Luo Ishue bit her lip, as if finally resolving something within her. All right then. Taking a deep breath, her small hands nervously settled on Gu Feng's shoulders. Gu Feng's smile widened as he welcomed her soft form against him. His hands instinctively moved to grasp her surprisingly supple thigh, and time seemed to freeze in that moment. Suddenly, a large head unexpectedly protruded over the railing from the floor above. Gu Feng, Luo Ishue, what on earth are you two doing? Why haven't you returned to class? Are they too in a relationship? I feel I have witnessed something I shouldn't have. Upon hearing that voice, Luo Ishue turned to stone, disregarding everything else as she pushed Gu Feng away and dashed around the corner of the staircase. Gu Feng stumbled, regaining his balance as he glared upward, fury igniting within him, searching for Huang Hai's shadow. You old rascal, I vow to hold you accountable. Gu Feng's heart roared with indignation. Ding dong. Just then his phone rang. Hello, Dad. What is it? Oh, you've returned to the mountain? That sanatorium? Understood. Let me check with Ishue. We'll visit when we can. After hanging up, Gu Feng clenched his teeth in frustration and sprinted after the beautiful figure ascending the staircase. Hey, wait for me. Why are you running away? No need. I have plenty of strength now. I can climb myself. Before long, Gu Feng caught up with Luo Ishue, who avoided his gaze, unable to meet his eyes. So, what was that about pushing me down earlier? You can't just push someone down and not take responsibility. I only did so because the homeroom teacher saw. It was an accident. I didn't mean to. That won't do. If you push me down, you must take responsibility. Let me carry you instead. No. Yes. No way. Then, how about a different deal? No evening classes tonight. I'll take you out to dinner. Where to? You'll find out when we get there. All right, but bring some assignments. We can do them while we eat. Do them while we eat? Gu Feng's expression turned peculiar as he recalled some odd scenarios. Yes. We must submit our homework every night. It's the rule. Oh, I see. And within his mind, a flurry of bizarre images emerged, leading into the evening after school. Gu Feng journeyed southward with her, and upon learning they were headed to the mountains to dine with his parents, her delight was palpable. The car moved intermittently, and as they engaged in conversation, they inadvertently revisited the topic of the devastating fire that had occurred that day. "You were also seeking Wei Long, weren't you?" Gu Feng inquired casually. Luo Yixue hesitated momentarily. She understood that his words indirectly acknowledged his involvement in the affairs of the Han dynasty. Yet, she could not fathom why. Despite his seemingly neutral tone, she detected a hint of anger beneath his words. Observing the veins protruding from his arm as he gripped the steering wheel, she felt a chill. "Yes. What were you looking for him for?" Gu Feng's voice had risen considerably, unbeknownst to him. "The accident involving my parents was orchestrated by Wei Long. Furthermore, Wei Long is treacherous and ruthless. If I do not eliminate him, he will surely eliminate me. I possess ample justification for his demise." "And what of you?" Luo Yixue's grip on her seatbelt tightened abruptly. "You intend to confront Wei Long, trading one life for another, correct?" Gu Feng fixed his gaze upon her. Had it been the awakened Luo Yixue seeking justice from Wei Long, he would have offered no objection. Even a mere Wei Long, let alone the entirety of the Sanlian gang, would be reduced to nothing before the Empress. However, she was merely an ordinary girl, powerless and defenseless. Despite the assistance of the spiritual spring, her strength would eventually wane. If she did not act first, her visit to Wei Long would be akin to a lamb entering the lion's den. Gu Feng dared not dwell on the potential torment Luo Yixue might endure at the hands of such a vile fiend. The atmosphere within the vehicle became stifling, rendering it difficult to breathe. Luo Yixue kept her head bowed, biting her lip in silence. In his memory, this was the first time Gu Feng had expressed anger towards her. Sensing her wrongdoing, she braced herself for a scolding. Yet, what she ultimately heard was merely a sigh laden with self-reproach from Gu Feng. "Never mind. When you requested the spiritual spring from me, I should have anticipated this." In that moment, Luo Yixue could no longer contain her emotions, tears cascading down like a breached dam. Her delicate hands grasped Gu Feng's arm tightly as she murmured, "I'm sorry, Gu Feng. This is all my fault. I should not have acted unilaterally and burdened you. Please do not blame yourself. Next time, I will." "Next time? You still wish for a next time?" Gu Feng's tone deepened. Luo Yixue harbored her own grievances. While her unilateral actions were indeed erroneous, was Gu Feng not also acting independently? Why did he not consult her about such matters? Wei Long was armed. If anything were to happen to Gu Feng, how would she manage? How could she face his parents? Her gaze drifted, realizing that unconsciously, Gu Feng had become exceedingly important to her. "There will be no next time," Luo Yixue said softly, her voice laced with determination. Should anything befall Gu Feng, she would not survive either. Seeing her stubborn yet heart-wrenching expression, Gu Feng recognized that his earlier demeanor must have frightened her. It was undeniable that the Empress now bore little resemblance to her former self. The stark contrast ignited a fierce, instinctive desire to protect her within him. "I apologize for being so harsh just now." His hand instinctively reached out to pat her head, but he froze upon realizing his right hand was immobilized. Luo Yixue had inadvertently trapped it against the gear lever with her gentle grasp. "Ah, Gu Feng, why aren't you watching the road? You ran a red light," Luo Yixue suddenly exclaimed. Yes, I accidentally ran a red light. Damn it. I'm going to get fined by the police." Luo Yixue, had she misjudged? Being fined was typically disheartening, yet Gu Feng appeared genuinely delighted. "Wait a moment." In an instant, Luo Yixue's eyes widened as she realized her hand was inappropriately placed. "I'm sorry, I put my hand on your gear lever again. It's affecting your driving." "It's all right. Next time, we'll switch to a car without a gear lever to avoid such occurrences." Gu Feng replied with a slight smile. Like his previous Lamborghini, which had no gear lever at all, the newly acquired Tank 3000 was distinct, both comfortable and durable, embodying the pinnacle of traditional rugged off-road aesthetics. The more treacherous the terrain, the more exhilarating the driving experience. Luo Yixue pondered seriously. "If possible, let us stick with this one. It's larger and can accommodate 2 more people." Gu Feng chuckled. I didn't realize you had such a fondness for rugged off-road vehicles, little Ishue. I might as well gift it to you. Upon hearing this, Luo Ishue hurriedly shook her head in refusal. How could she accept such an extravagant gift from Gufeng? I don't know how to drive. I can teach you. Luo Ishue persistently declined. I really don't want to learn. Driving is too much fun. As they spoke, the car passed an empty corner. In Gufeng's mind involuntarily recalled a scene from Tofu Car God. In a moment of whimsy, he decided to attempt a drift around the turn. Luo Ishue gasped. Exhilarated yet terrified, a novel sense of adventure washed over her, causing her gaze to waver. All right, once I'm admitted to university, I'll learn to drive. And once you do? Gufeng inquired with keen interest. I'll save money to buy a car. Seeing her sparkling, joyous smile, Gufeng found himself momentarily speechless. May I drive your car? Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Ishue replied, Of course, but I must insist, my car is only for you to drive. You must not lend it to anyone else. Of course. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Gufeng felt that their conversation was slightly askew. Although he was the one driving, it felt as if they were both behind the wheel simultaneously. As they spoke, the once smooth road suddenly became bumpy. Traffic congestion slowed their pace until they came to a complete standstill. Gufeng decisively engaged the handbrake, pondering the situation. A few individuals rushed past from the front. Panic etched on their faces. Not good. The road ahead has collapsed. A massive hole. Some people and vehicles have fallen in. Gufeng frowned slightly, sensing something amiss. If they took a detour, they might not reach the mountains before nightfall. I'll go see what is happening, he said gravely. Luo Ishue hesitated, a hint of concern in her voice. I want to go too. All right, just stay close to me and don't wander off. Unlike others who turned back, they parked their car by the roadside and walked towards the collapse site. A few minutes later, the once bustling road now lay desolate, nearly devoid of vehicles and pedestrians. Along the way, uneven patches of gravel littered the ground, and soon, a horrifyingly vast black hole emerged before the two individuals. Chapter 64. Ethereal Energy. The road, over 10 meters wide, had entirely collapsed, forming a pit more than 20 meters deep. Faint cries for help from a man echoed within. The terrifying abyss, combined with the constant cascade of loose stones from above, deterred any attempts to descend into the depths for a rescue. A few passers-by stood at the edge, peering into the chasm, shaking their heads in despair. It was futile, the pit was too deep, and they could only wait for professional rescue teams to arrive. With disasters striking across the region, it would likely take time for help to come. Given their responsibilities to elderly parents and young children, no one would risk their lives to save a stranger with whom they had no connection. Yet, as the man's cries grew fainter, it became evident to all that even if the rescue team arrived, the chances of survival for the trapped individual were slim. Gufeng glanced at the crumbling road and said to Luo Ishue, There's no way we can ascend the mountain today. Let us head back. He then took out his phone to inform his parents of his safety, intending to leave the matter be. Luo Ishue stole a glance into the pit, silently following Gufeng's lead. Is anyone there? My child is trapped in the car. Daddy, it hurts so much. I want to get out. The anguished cries continued. Is there anyone who can save her? My baby. Suddenly, a fresh wave of desperate pleas erupted from the depths, capturing everyone's attention. Luo Ishue walked slowly, her expression tinged with compassion. At that moment, Gufeng, who was ahead, abruptly halted. A tingling sensation coursed through his collar and through his clothing. He grasped the piece of glassy stone, feeling its subtle vibrations as if it were guiding him. Our car has a winch cable. Shall we give it a try? Gufeng turned and suggested to Luo Ishue. She looked at him, confusion flickering in her bright eyes. But didn't Tu say before she could finish? Her confusion morphed into deep concern. What if he get hurt? Helping others was commendable, but only within one's capabilities. She was more unwilling to see Gufeng put himself in danger. There will be risks, but I will act prudently. With that, Gufeng wasted no time and dashed towards the vehicle. He could sense that the stone was beckoning him to descend into the pit. Most bystanders, merely curious spectators, cautioned. You students have good intentions, but I advise you to leave with your friend quickly. It's not easy to meddle in such matters. Even we adults can only wait here for rescue. Don't let your enthusiasm lead to your own peril. Others chimed in. What do you two high schoolers think you can do? You know nothing about the situation down there. The dismissive remarks began to grate on Luo Ishua's nerves. She retorted coldly, if it were you or your loved ones down there, would you still be making such flippant comments? The men exchanged glances, their expressions shifting uneasily. The young girl was audacious with her words. Rescuing someone is not merely talk. Let us see how you intend to save them. One scoffed. Just then, a tank 3000 roared into view, halting at a distance from the chasm. Could this be the vehicle heralded as the dream car of every man? The quintessential off-road Rolls-Royce? The arrival of the tank 3000 immediately drew attention. Soon, it became clear that the high school student who had just spoken of a rescue was emerging from the vehicle, securing safety lines, tying knots, and adjusting the winch. His movements were fluid and practiced. It was evident to any observer that Gu Feng's seamless actions surpassed even those of professional rescue teams. Unknown to the onlookers, Gu Feng had long battled wild beasts in the wilderness in his previous life, mastering these survival skills. The men who had earlier ridiculed him felt the sting of their own words. Some began to gather medical kits and spare ropes from their vehicles. Joining in the rescue effort, Gu Feng stood at the edge of the pit, nodded to Luo Yishue, and swiftly descended into the abyss. At the bottom of the collapsed hole, a business vehicle lay contorted and crushed. The male driver was trapped in the driver's seat, unconscious, while a little girl was wedged in the child's seat, tears still glistening on her porcelain-like face, a bruise forming on her forehead. Gu Feng drank from a flask of spiritual water, a surge of power flooding through him. Instantly, he tore open the deformed car door as if it were made of paper. Who are you? The little girl stirred awake, her eyes bright and alert, clearly only slightly injured, gazing at the young man who had ripped the car apart. Gu Feng smiled gently, reassuring her, I'm here to rescue you and your father. You must be brave. I'll carry you out. You are the big brother with super strength and courage who has come to save me and Daddy. The girl blinked her big, dark eyes, then wrapped her small arms around his neck. Thank you for saving me and Daddy. Gu Feng felt his heart melt at the sound of her sweet voice and endearing expression. Oh, no need to thank me. This is what big brothers do. He lifted the girl from her seat and then proceeded to rescue her father, applying bandages and ensuring he was placed in a safe spot. After completing the rescue, just as he prepared to hoist them up with ropes, he noticed a half-man-high opening where the vehicle had been, a cool breeze wafting from it. This sensation felt familiar, like ethereal energy. His instincts were not mistaken. Having consumed the spiritual water, his awakened powers allowed him to sense the faint energy emanating from the cave. Chapter 65, The Awakener's Plan. Could this collapsed sinkhole connect to another realm? Gu Feng furrowed his brow in suspicion. He realized that the stone left to Luo Yishue by her parents was undoubtedly extraordinary. Otherwise, it would not have led him to this location. With that thought, Gu Feng decisively lifted a large stone, sealing the exposed opening. All right, I'll take you and your father out now. Soon, with everyone working together, they successfully rescued the trapped duo. Meanwhile, in the capital, at a certain research institute of Qing University, a man in a checkered shirt burst through the laboratory door, holding a monitoring report, his face alight with excitement. Gulao. According to the response from the aura monitor, there has been a recent emergence of spiritual energy in the Jiangnan region. It is anticipated that within a week, the spiritual energy in Jiangnan will experience a complete revival. An elderly man known as Elder Go, with a white beard, could not help but set down the dissection knife in his hand. On the laboratory table lay the recently dissected mutated white-fronted tiger, completed by him and his assistant. Oh, has Jiangnan begun as well? A woman clad in a white lab coat raised an eyebrow beside Elder Go. Beneath the lab coat were her strikingly alluring long legs adorned with black lace. The man in plaid saw this and swallowed hard, hastily diverting his gaze. Our predictions align closely. It is expected that within a month, spiritual energy will envelop the entire blue star. He then produced another report and handed it to Professor Ge. Fortunately, the mutation ratio among animals is not exceedingly high. allowing humanity ample time to adapt to the forthcoming situation. Elder Gun nodded in agreement. With the revival of spiritual energy and the awakening of the masses, the nation has long planned and finally reached the moment for implementation. Cici, Xiaojin, you are the first beneficiaries of the awakening orbs. This time, you two shall be responsible for initiating the awakening program in the Jiangnan region, starting with the major universities in Jiangnan based on the optimal bone age for awakening. Yes. At this moment, at the site of the collapsed pit, the rescue operation was nearing its conclusion as the emergency services arrived to take away the father and daughter, Nan. To Gu Feng's chagrin, he had been unexpectedly kissed by a 3-year-old girl, and on the lips no less. He could not forget the expression on Empress's face at that moment. Was it one of surprise, speechlessness, or something more peculiar? It was absurd. Were today's young girls so indiscreet? After all, she was merely a 3-year-old. He decided to dismiss it as a mosquito bite. Shortly after, the relevant authorities arrived, removed the wrecked vehicle, set up roadblocks along the way, and subsequently departed. The empty road was left with only Gu Feng and Luo Yixue. Gu Feng, everyone is left. Aren't we going? Luo Yixue looked at Gu Feng with confusion. While rescuing, I discovered something intriguing down below. Do you want to take a look? Gu Feng said mysteriously. Something intriguing? By now, dusk had fallen, and the dark pit resembled a giant beast with its mouth wide open. Luo Yixue wore a peculiar expression. How could there be anything of interest here? A bizarre thought suddenly struck her. Was he trying to lure her down? Indeed, Gu Feng had firmly resolved to coax her down. And it had to be Luo Yixue. Without the awakening power, only she could move that conspicuous large stone. Task: convince the Empress to move the stone. Sigh. It's not that I must go down. Gu Feng hesitated. Forget it. Let's head home early. Upon hearing this, Luo Yixue's heart softened immediately. What ill intentions could Gu Feng possibly harbor? He merely wished to satisfy his curiosity and share his findings with her. Where was the wrongdoing in that? Moreover, she had been staying at Gu Feng's home these days, experiencing an unprecedented warmth. Both Gu Feng and his parents were exceptionally kind individuals. To Luo Yixue, Gu Feng was someone she could trust completely. Therefore, going down to take a look was not a problem, as long as she didn't hold him back. Luo Yixue blushed as she spoke. Of course not. With you here, I feel much more at ease. Gu Feng smiled slightly, revealing his back. I'll carry you. Your delicate skin is vulnerable. You might get hurt. Climb on. This was not the first time Gu Feng had carried her. Yet Luo Yixue still felt a tinge of embarrassment as she replied, I'm heavy. Can you manage? Yes, we'll use the power of the rope to descend. Come on, Gu Feng replied with a smirk. This time, Luo Yixue did not hesitate any longer. Her face flushed as she anxiously placed her small hands against Gu Feng's chest. Gu Feng felt a remarkable sensation, but before he could savor this rare benefit, it vanished like a fleeting moment. Luo Yixue placed her hands on his shoulders, creating a slight distance for safety. The tickling sensation on his neck was from her cascading hair. Zio Yixu, have you ever heard of the 8 principles of Ozaki? Gu Feng chatted casually while swiftly tying knots with the rope around himself and Luo Yixue. What? The wind was rather strong, making it difficult for Luo Yixue to hear him clearly. Never mind. This is irrelevant. The moment the words fell, Gu Feng abruptly pushed off the wall, and with a gasp from behind, their figures transformed into arcs, plunging into the pit. During this process, Gu Feng's hand inadvertently rested on Luo Yixue's pert backside. However, Luo Yixue was far too frightened to notice this detail. At the moment of descent, she instinctively shut her eyes, her heart racing wildly. Forgetting the distinction between genders, her small hands clutched tightly to Gu Feng's chest. Pressed against Gu Feng's solid muscles and broad chest, a sense of security enveloped her. A faint happiness began to spread from her heart. The wind seemed to vanish at some point. Gu Feng's lips curled into a smile. A good start is half the battle won. They had finally made it in. All right, we've arrived. Gu Feng quickly released his arms. Yet in the next instant, a soft pressure from behind caused him to enter a state of flustered confusion. Clearly intending to loosen the rope, he inadvertently tightened their binds even further. Cough! It seems we've tied ourselves into a knot. Gu Feng said awkwardly. As Luo Yixue noticed how tightly they were bound together, her face flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 66. I truly didn't mean to send him flying. Luo Yixue's complexion gradually turned rosy, her breathing becoming increasingly rapid. What should we do? It feels like the rope is tightening. Gu Feng, although he wished to deepen his relationship with the Empress, he certainly did not intend to take advantage of her. By the way, how does this not come undone? Gu Feng pondered, desperately thinking. Finally, he exclaimed, forget this. I'll just cut it. Gu Feng's eyes sharpened as he produced a small knife, swiftly slicing downward. Moments later, as the rope fell to the ground, they finally freed themselves from their entanglement. Now you should believe me when I say it wasn't intentional, right? Gu Feng adjusted the equipment and said. Luo Yixue's delicate face still bore a faint blush as she shyly lowered her gaze, brushing aside her hair, and softly whispered, I don't doubt you. It's just that it's dark now. How'll we get back up? The darkness is exhilarating. Isn't that ideal? Gu Feng smiled, deciding to focus on the present. His gaze flickered as he pulled out a small bottle of water from his backpack. Xiaoyixu, you must be tired here. Have some water to soothe your throat. What's this? Luo Yixue was momentarily taken aback, somewhat flattered by Gu Feng's cheerful offering of the mysterious potion. She did not accept it. I am not thirsty, and wouldn't drinking this be somewhat wasteful? Aren't you supposed to come down and see something? Once we finish, we can return. Luo Yixue curiously surveyed her surroundings. Aside from large stones, there were merely small ones, offering little of interest. Not at all. As long as it is for you, it is not a waste in the slightest, Gu Feng asserted confidently, extending his hand further. Luo Yixue hesitated, contemplating whether to accept it, only to be met with Gu Feng's somewhat mischievous smile. However, the discovery I made is just behind that large stone, little Yixue. I've already utilized the power of the spiritual spring once. Let's see if you can do it again. Luo Yixue's expression shifted. So, Gu Feng, you took such a convoluted route just to ask me to move a stone? Her gaze, a blend of reproach and complaint, was fixed upon Gu Feng. Otherwise, what do you think? Gu Feng replied. Everywhere below is littered with stone debris. Surely, I wouldn't ask you to come down just to enjoy the scenery. Yet, this was a sentiment he dared not voice at the moment. Just as Gu Feng was pondering how to steer the conversation back, he suddenly felt a slackening in his grip. Luo Yixue took the bottle, lifted her delicate chin, and drank the essence of the spiritual spring. Under its influence, her aura transformed almost instantaneously. In a mere blink, two beams of ice blue light emerged ominously behind her, spreading like ethereal wings, radiating an air of sacred inviolability. Her eyes half closed, exuding an unyielding authority without a trace of anger. Perhaps due to the scarcity of spiritual energy in this locale, the manifestation of the ice phoenix dissipated after just 5 seconds. Luo Yixue, aware of the fleeting nature of the spring's power, did not attempt to move the boulder. Instead, she swiftly summoned a surge of ice blue energy with both hands, and with a graceful flick, the massive stone blocking her path shattered into powder. In this moment, her SSS-level prowess was laid bare. Gu Feng gasped sharply. Indeed, the SSS-level talent was as terrifying as he had anticipated. However, he discerned that the enhancement from the spiritual spring did not multiply tenfold. The greater one's strength, the lesser the spring's effect. The disparity between an E grade and an SSS grade was akin to that between the heavens and the earth. What good is 100-fold enhancement for an ant? Before an elephant, it remains but an insignificant insect, unable to compete, utterly powerless. Little Yixue, splendid job. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Feng urged her from behind. Yes. Now, make the opening larger. Bigger still. Otherwise, we won't be able to enter. He was evidently still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Bang, bang, bang. Waves of intensified ice blue energy surged toward the cave's entrance with a ferocious momentum. In an instant, the entire pit was enveloped in chaos, dust swirling and smoke billowing. To the unknowing observer, it would seem as though a significant collapse had occurred. Cough, cough, cough. It was uncertain how much earth and stone had fallen. The once half-person-high hole had transformed into a cavernous entrance, dark and winding, extending into the unknown. Luo Yixue halted her efforts, glancing back, only to find Gu Feng's figure absent. Ultimately, her gaze settled upon a large mound of dirt resembling a small human form. Gu Feng? Hey, I'm right here. Gu Feng emerged, his face smeared with dirt, shaking off the debris from his clothes. In stark contrast, Luo Yixue appeared pristine, her bright eyes and flawless complexion highlighting the disarray he found himself in. She was angry. She must be furious. How could she only bury him in dirt while remaining unscathed herself? Gu Feng, do you think this hole is big enough? If not, I can. Luo Yixue excitedly regarded her handiwork, believing Gu Feng would surely be pleased with her efforts. In truth, she felt a sense of joy at being able to assist him. For what harm was there in occasionally playing the role of a helper? It is plenty big enough. Please, no more digging. If you continue, we might find ourselves buried alive. Gu Feng exclaimed urgently, fearing that Luo Yixue might attempt another reckless feat, which could entrap them both. Well, as long as you are satisfied, Luo Yixue's lips curved into a gentle smile. By the way, how did you get so dirty? You've gotten yourself all muddied. Let me help you clean up. No, it's such a trivial matter. I wouldn't want to trouble you. I can manage on my own. Gu Feng protested. Nonsense. I can clean you up in no time. Luo Yixue insisted, extending her petite hand towards him, imbued with a potent ice blue energy, intending to swat at his back. The cool touch was accompanied by a refreshing, delicate fragrance. There was no escaping it. He was utterly unable to evade her. With a swish, Luo Yixue lost control of her energy, sending Gu Feng hurtling away, crashing into the wall 10 meters distant. Gu Feng, I didn't mean to. Are you all right? The power was still unfamiliar to her, and she quickly realized she had caused a significant mishap. She had only intended to assist him in cleaning up, never intending to send him flying. Gu Feng. Chapter 67. Treasure Hunting. Indeed, the benefits bestowed by the Empress are not to be taken lightly. It would be hard to believe that she bore no thoughts of revenge against him. Women can be even more cunning than men at times. With great difficulty, he turned his head, and a tear of gratitude escaped his eye. It's all right, Yixue. Among the 8 trials of Ozaki, one is known as Heaven's Descent. I had never truly experienced it before. Thank you for allowing me to feel it today. Before the pitch-black cave entrance, Luo Yixue hesitantly inquired. Gu Feng, it's so dark here. Are we really going in? After a while, she took out her phone, the flashlight casting a faint glow that illuminated the darkness of the cave, creating a visible circle of light. Simultaneously, echoes of their conversation reverberated within the depths of the cave, mingling with faint squeaks that seemed to emanate from within, adding an eerie ambience to the atmosphere. Well, since we're here, let us take a look. Perhaps this is a location where spiritual veins exist, and we might uncover some treasures. Yet the cave appeared quite deep. If you're scared, you can. Gu Feng, do you intend to abandon me? Luo Yixue said, her voice tinged with grievance. She was not afraid of the dark, but rather of being forsaken by Gu Feng. Gu Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. Her earlier expression clearly indicated fear. Of course, I would never abandon you. Gu Feng reassured softly. What I meant was, if you're frightened, you can hold my hand if you don't mind. That way, we can look out for one another. His intention had been to suggest she wait in the car. But fearing Luo Yixue might misconstrue it as a desire to leave her behind, he hastily sought to amend his words. A woman must never be offended lightly, especially a woman of great strength. He had already learned this lesson the hard way. Really? Luo Yixue's bright eyes sparkled with excitement. I'll go in with you, but you must promise not to leave me behind. With utmost seriousness, Luo Yixue implored Gu Feng, then hesitated before extending her small hand. Before finally stating, the cavern appears exceedingly constricted, and pulling you along might prove rather inconvenient. I shall simply grasp the hem of your garment from behind. So do not hasten too quickly. Very well. Gu Feng replied with a hint of resignation. Be cautious of the loose stones beneath your feet. The path ahead is engulfed in darkness, seemingly without end. With only the faintest glimmer of light, the two traversed the shadows, pausing intermittently. After an hour of wandering, they had yet to reach a conclusion. The surroundings were enveloped in a profound silence, interrupted solely by the sound of their footsteps, with the occasional skeletal remains of animals strewn about. As they ventured deeper, the temperature continued to plummet. Meanwhile, at the other end of the cave, two figures, one slender and one stout, emerged. "Curse it! After an hour or two, why have we not yet escaped?" exclaimed the stout one. "Sito, sin. I warned you that this place was peculiar and advised against entering. Now look where we are, lost. Hey, the mobile signal has been severed too. Foolish. What use is complaining now? You should have held me back." If Feng were present, he would undoubtedly recognize these two individuals as Feng and Go Ben, whom they had encountered not long ago. After departing from Jiangnan No. 1 High School, they had hastened to Liu family village to investigate the recent mysterious disappearances of the villagers' cattle and sheep. Following the villagers' clues, they had entered through a sinkhole and meandered until arriving at this point. They had come in good spirits, but now found themselves unable to retrace their steps. Just as despair began to take hold, their attention was suddenly captured by the sight of hundreds of carcasses of cattle and sheep ahead. Strangely, these animals appear to have died only recently, their bodies already shriveled. Moreover, the cave was devoid of the stench of decay. Instead, a fragrant floral aroma filled the air. Not far off stood a blossom that resembled an ethereal flower, accompanied by a humble blade of grass. What a beautiful flower! Fan sin et gleam. Her eyes glimmering with an unusual light as she approached the enchanting bloom. The stout boy furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. It was peculiar that, despite the stillness of the air, the flower swayed gently, reminiscent of a flirtatious beauty enticing one closer. Furthermore, the grotesque postures of the carcasses added to the eerie atmosphere. What a lovely flower! It smells so delightful. Fan Exen murmured dreamily, her gaze becoming increasingly entranced as she stood before the blossom, as if ensnared in a dreamlike trance. The stout boy jolted awake. "Sister Xin, do not touch that flower. Yet." As Fan Xn reached out to caress the petals, her hand withered like autumn leaves, the life force being siphoned from her body. Before she could even emit a cry, she transformed into a mere skin draped over a skeletal frame. "Ah, Sister Xin, no." The horrifying scene rendered the stout boy paralyzed with fear, his spine icy as a chill coursed through him. Having absorbed Fan Xin's essence, the flower bloomed even more vibrantly, exuding an intensified fragrance. At that very moment, Feng and Luo Yixue had already ventured 2 hours into the cave. The depths coiled inward, the air remained bearable, yet the temperature had plummeted to a chilling 10 degrees below zero. Feng could endure it, but could Luo Yixue? Stripped of her awakened abilities, she was now merely an ordinary girl. The darkness and cold were oppressive, their breaths visible in the air. And seeing Luo Yixue's frail figure filled Feng with regret for bringing her along. "Perhaps we should turn back. It seems to grow colder the deeper we go," he hesitated to suggest. They had braved considerable hardship to reach this point, lacking warm clothing, torches, or even a mobile signal. Continuing further, he feared for Luo Yixue's well-being. Should she succumb to hypothermia, it would be dire indeed. After a moment's contemplation, Feng removed his coat and draped it over Luo Yixue. Clad in nothing but a thin t-shirt, he shivered as a gust of cold wind swept through, his teeth chattering. "Feng, are you cold?" Luo Yixue asked, noticing his thin attire. Despite his evident discomfort, he selflessly offered his only coat to her, and her gaze reflected a mix of compassion and gratitude. "Who said I'm cold?" However, I do need to relieve myself. Wait here while I step aside for a moment." As they continued onward, the temperature in the cave abruptly plummeted from 10 degrees below zero to a terrifying 20 degrees below. Feng could sense that the chill was still descending. "Yixue, are you not cold?" he stuttered, trying to mask his shivers. Throughout their journey, Luo Yixue had maintained an unsettling calmness. Her complexion remained rosy and fair, and aside from the white vapor of her breath, she had not even rubbed her hands together once. In contrast, Feng was left to resort to incessantly rubbing his hands and stomping his feet to stave off the cold, feeling as if he might freeze entirely. "I'm not cold," Luo Yixue replied, suddenly stopping to glance back at him. Gu Feng, do you smell something peculiar, like a floral fragrance? Gu Feng was taken aback. Floral fragrance? What kind of flower could possibly survive in such a frigid environment? No, he replied honestly, pondering whether Luo Yixue's ice affinity was the reason for her lack of cold sensitivity. Yet, the efficacy of the spirit spring should have long since dissipated. He felt as if his own body temperature was nearing that of the cavern itself. Perhaps it was the cold that clouded his mind. But he couldn't shake the feeling that Luo Yixue's gaze upon him was particularly tender, shimmering with an indescribable depth. Luo Yixue's eyes softened as she gazed at Gu Feng, shivering in the frigid air. In this confined space that belonged solely to them, she gently inquired, Gu Feng, can you tell me why you were so kind to me? She had long been uncertain whether Gu Feng truly harbored feelings for her, or if his kindness stemmed merely from pity. For Gu Feng, his acts of assistance might have been unintentional, yet for her, they represented a glimpse of hope amidst despair, a warm redemption. Ultimately, Gu Feng had even risked offending the formidable Sanlian gang to help her. She yearned to clarify whether there was any romantic inclination behind Gu Feng's actions. She wished to ask, Gu Feng, do you desire a girlfriend? Just a nod from you, and I will be yours. However, as Luo Yixue awaited his response with eager anticipation, Gu Feng's hesitation only deepened her disappointment. Indeed, because I like you. Gu Feng stammered, his nose running from the cold, rendering him unable to articulate a complete sentence. Yet, he managed to convey his feelings succinctly, for he was in no mood for sentimental expressions. Nor did he wish to conceal his thoughts any longer. Given the present circumstances, the awakening of the Empress was surely not far off. Seizing this opportunity, it would be rather casual to convey his feelings to her, albeit it hardly qualifies as a formal confession. In the future, there will be many who admire the Empress. His presence is inconsequential. Even if he were to be rejected, there would be no reason for sorrow. In his past life, as a mere underling, he wouldn't have dared to utter a word to the Empress, even if granted 1,000 chances. What could he possibly claim from their scant acquaintance during high school? To utter such blasphemous words might well result in his demise at her hands. However, now, Gu Feng found himself devoid of such trepidation. He confidently asserted that even if he were to act excessively towards Luo Yixue, he would not fear her wrath. Oh, Luo Yixue adjusted the flashlight, obscuring her expression from Gu Feng. It's nothing. I'm not cold at all. Holding my hand should help. Simultaneously, Gu Feng felt a delicate warmth enveloping his hand. It was Luo Yixue grasping it. A momentary stiffening of his hand ensued. Whether from the suddenness of happiness or the adrenaline coursing through him, he felt a notable alleviation of the cold. Are you feeling any better? Her timid voice reached his ears. Yes, my hand is warmer now, but other areas. Gu Feng grinned, testing the boundaries of Luo Yixue's comfort. Why not take this chance to embrace me? What? As he expected, she responded, Well, I'm quite warm too. Do you wish to embrace me? Gu Feng exclaimed. Really? Then I shall. With her eyes gently closed, Luo Yixue awaited his move. Moments later, she felt as if enveloped by a gigantic ice cube, held tightly. She reciprocated the embrace, her lips curling into a soft smile. After what felt like an eternity, she nestled her face into Gu Feng's chest, softly inquiring, Do you feel better now? Much improved, he replied, lost in the bliss of the Empress's tender embrace, unable to extricate himself from the moment. That is good. Let's continue our journey. Yet, Gu Feng feigned ignorance, remaining resolutely in her hold, intoxicated by her delightful warmth and the silky smoothness of her hair. He felt he could never embrace her enough, not wanting to relinquish her, even for a quarter of an hour. Luo Yixue, perplexed, wondered how long they had held onto each other. Eventually, her legs grew numb, prompting her to reluctantly part from the Empress, feeling a twinge of guilt. I apologize. I may have been too drowsy earlier. I didn't quite catch what you said. Are you still drowsy? Not anymore. Thank you, Yixue. Without you, I might have frozen to death here. Luo Yixue opened her eyes, obediently responding with a soft That's good. Let us proceed further. If you feel cold again, just hold on to me. Oh, you said it. As soon as the words left his lips, Gu Feng seized her small hand. I meant when you feel cold again. Not right now, but I'm cold now. Well, I feel much better now, Gu Feng asserted confidently. Luo Yixue fell silent. Although she sensed Gu Feng might be taking advantage of her, she bore no resentment. In fact, she didn't mind his slight impropriety in their previous embrace. She cherished being held by the one she adored. Most importantly, they both had justifiable reasons for their embrace, rendering any embarrassment unnecessary. He needed warmth, and she was fortuitously able to provide it. Have you noticed? It seems less cold here than before. Indeed, the terrain appears to have opened up considerably. After walking a while longer, Gu Feng spotted a faint glimmer ahead. What is that fragrance? It smells delightful. Chapter 69, Carrying the Empress Away. At last, he comprehended what Luo Yixue's tantalizing scent was. The floral aroma was overwhelmingly sweet, stirring a sense of unease within him. Just then, Gu Feng felt two soft forms pressing against his back. What is this? Gu Feng's heart fluttered. Little Yixue, what are you doing? I'm afraid of the dark. Could you hold me? Came Luo Yixue's playful, feline-like voice from behind. Gu Feng gulped audibly. The sensation of her arms tightening around his waist intensified. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as his brow furrowed deeply. He finally realized the source of the floral fragrance. It was the earth spirit flower, a nefarious, hallucinogenic bloom. Inhaling its intoxicating miasma would gradually erode one's sanity, waiting to ensnare its prey before draining their life essence in an instant. No wonder the Empress had been so affectionate and spoken such peculiar words. She had been ensnared by the flower's miasma for a while now. Gu Feng remained unaffected by the miasma, thanks to his mastery of Taoist breathing techniques. Since his rebirth, he had maintained the breathing method he had used in his previous life. The primary benefit of this technique was its enhancement of spiritual energy absorption, coupled with its ability to expel harmful gases from the body. A typical awakened individual, with the aid of Taoist breathing, could attain immunity to the earth spirit flower's miasma. However, lacking in awakened talent, he was bound to succumb to the miasma eventually. Yet, if he could obtain the earth spirit grass. Gu Feng, why have you stopped? A tantalizing breath brushed against his ear, sending shivers down his spine. I wish to proceed, but you must let go. Gu Feng struggled for a moment, but ultimately pried her hands from around his waist. A flicker of confusion crossed Luo Yixue's eyes, only to be replaced by a deeper haze of enchantment. I want to be close to you, she purred, resembling a clingy kitten as she lunged towards Gu Feng again. Close to you? Gu Feng's lips twitched. In this moment, Luo Yixue exuded a languid charm. Her smile radiant and alluring, devoid of her usual coolness and restraint. She was nothing short of a bewitching enchantress. Gu Feng bit his tongue, summoning every ounce of willpower to remain lucid, desperately resisting the exquisite temptation she presented. Yixue, stay awake. I will soon lead you out. Once we're outside, can we still be close? Luo Yixue blinked her mesmerizing eyes at him, her small hands tracing circles on his chest. Gu Feng stammered, yes, but only if you behave. Once we're outside, we can be close every day. This is not a time for mischief. Really? If you lie to me, I will ignore you for eternity. Gu Feng was taken aback. Who could withstand the Empress's charm? Be quiet. If you keep talking, I swear I'll... Gu Feng gritted his teeth, suppressing the tumultuous desires within him. Moments later, he bent down and hoisted the Empress onto his back, fleeing with determination. Where there was the earth spirit flower, the earth spirit grass must surely be nearby. Having already paid such a steep price, he must obtain the earth spirit herb. Generally speaking, an awakener who relies on the awakening spirit orb to unleash their innate gifts can only develop one extraordinary ability. However, the earth spirit herb serves to ensure that, while developing one ability, there exists a certain probability of manifesting a hidden ability as well. To acquire the earth spirit herb, one must overcome the miasma of the earth spirit flower. Gu Feng could not help but summon all his focus, while Luo Yixue experienced a fleeting moment of clarity. What is happening? How did I end up here at that moment? When Luo Yixue regained consciousness, she discovered herself being carried on Gu Feng's shoulder. and her expression mirrored one struck by lightning. What had she just done to Gu Feng? Her mind was flooded with chaotic images that filled her with mortification. How could she have said such things? She wished desperately for a crack in the earth to swallow her whole, never to emerge again. Yet, that seemed inaccurate. Strictly speaking, she was indeed in a crevice at this moment. Suddenly, Gu Feng's running figure came to a halt. Yixue, are you all right? He patted her gently, and both froze simultaneously. A deep blush instantly crept to the back of Luo Yixue's ears, her wide, beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. How could he touch her like that? At this very moment, facing Gu Feng was utterly unbearable for her. Luo Yixue's thoughts wrestled with intense turmoil, and ultimately, she opted to feign unconsciousness. If she could just lose consciousness, she would not have to confront the awkwardness. Noticing Luo Yixue's reaction, Gu Feng furrowed his brow in confusion. Fainted? Phew, perhaps it's for the best. He sighed in relief, muttering awkwardly that his virginity could no longer withstand temptation. The scene before him left Gu Feng utterly dumbfounded. Before his eyes lay a vast, open cavern. Beside a stalactite rock was a flower exuding an enchanting fragrance, the earth spirit flower, and there, seemingly inconspicuous, was the earth spirit herb. Surrounding them were the desiccated remains of animals, drained of their essence. Gu Feng shook his drowsy head, evidently affected by the miasma's subtle interference. Suddenly, a sinister laugh drew Gu Feng's gaze, revealing a chilling sight. You're that chubby auxiliary officer? To be precise, he was now witnessing a grotesque figure draped in human skin. As for the owner of that skin, it was you. Leave here at once. It's dangerous. Upon seeing Gu Feng, the chubby figure's eyes briefly flickered with struggle. Yet, in an instant, that clarity was swallowed whole by the miasma's influence. Hee. Sister Xin was devoured by this flower. The chubby figure sneered. Look, this is Sister Xin's skin. Wearing Sister Xin's skin, I won't feel cold anymore. I will devour that flower to avenge Sister Xin. With a wicked grin, the chubby figure staggered toward the earth spirit flower. Gu Feng narrowed his eyes. At this juncture, he had no choice but to take a gamble. He tilted his head back, gulping down a vial of spirit spring water, and then gently placed Luo Yixue on a clean, flat patch of ground. Chapter 70. A More Comfortable Sleep. The miasma of the earth spirit flower is effective against ordinary people, but ineffective against awakeners, as long as one can uproot the earth spirit flower. The miasma's dispersal can be immediately halted. As for the aftereffects of consuming the spirit spring water twice in a short span, once he ingests the earth spirit herb and awakens his talent, the issue of aftereffects will naturally be resolved. Gu Feng, where are you going? The moment he set Luo Yixue down from his shoulder, she finally stirred awake. Her eyes filled with concern for him, clearly having noticed the bizarre situation in the cave. Gu Feng was taken aback. You're awake? He thought to himself that even if she were awake, Luo Yixue should still be in a dazed state. Gazing at her delicate, snow-white face, her elegant nose, and her rosy lips, Gu Feng couldn't help but lick his dry lips, leaning in to plant a heavy kiss on her exquisite forehead. Be good. Wait for me here. Don't want her off, all right? He gently patted her small head like one would comfort a kitten before stepping away. Luo Yixue was initially taken aback. Her beautiful eyes gradually filled with disbelief. Surely, Gu Feng couldn't have been affected by that intoxicating fragrance as well? Otherwise, why would he suddenly kiss her? Watching Gu Feng's retreating figure, a blush of crystalline crimson rapidly spread from the roots of her ears. At that moment, the chubby figure had already reached the earth spirit flower, opening his mouth wide, intent on devouring the enchanting bloom in one gulp. It was evident that once the chubby figure's skin touched the flower petals, he would inevitably become the next human skin to be cast aside among the desiccated remains. Stop! In a moment of desperation, Gu Feng hastily picked up a bone from the ground and shoved it into the chubby figure's mouth. He then hoisted the hefty body and flung it far away. The chubby figure landed with a solid thud, the sharp pain in his tailbone momentarily snapping him back to awareness. What? With a large bone extricated from his mouth, the chubby figure finally had a chance to catch his breath. You nearly choked me. What did you shove in my mouth? Nothing much. Just something I picked up off the ground. Gu Feng glanced at the nearby human remains, giving the chubby figure a look that conveyed, "You'll find out soon enough." Is that Sister Xinxin's thigh? The chubby figure was instantly horrified, tears streaming down his cheeks as he realized Gu Feng had forced him a bite into Fan Xinxin's thigh bone. Gu Feng remained unfazed. What was wrong with shoving a thigh bone? After all, he still wore her skin. Ignoring the chubby figure's panicked expression, Gu Feng coldly turned around and yanked the earth spirit flower from the ground, discarding it as it withered away. He then turned to the small herb, carefully uprooting it and placing it close to himself. Soon, with the eradication of the earth spirit flower, the miasma in the cave dissipated alongside the circulating air. The temperature within the cave remained frigid. Gu Feng searched for some dried animal hides, attempted to ignite them, but upon failing, he gave up. The chubby figure constructed a simple stone cairn for Fan Xinxin, thus granting her a semblance of a burial. Afterwards, he sat beside it, lost in thought. At this moment, Gu Feng's face bore a faint pallor. The after-effects of consuming the spirit's spring water twice were taking a toll on his body. If not for the chubby figure's prior warning to escape, Gu Feng would never have benevolently rescued him. Now, he needed to devise a way to send the chubby figure away before he could safely consume the earth spirit herb. "Chubby officer, how did you end up here?" Gu Feng inquired, looking at the chubby figure. To his surprise, the chubby figure began to sob. "I came with Sister Xinxin to investigate a case, and we followed a sinkhole to this place. By the way, please don't call me officer anymore. I'm about the same age as you, and I've only been an auxiliary officer for a month. Furthermore, Brother Gu, you are my savior. Henceforth, you shall be my big brother, my true brother." Gu Feng. After exchanging a few words, the chubby figure's spirit drooped once more. If it weren't for looking for cattle for the villagers, Sister Xinxin wouldn't have met such a tragic fate. It's my fault for being incapable, for not protecting her. The chubby figure wiped his tears and then asked Gu Feng, "By the way, big brother, how did you end up here?" Gu Feng patiently recounted the events that had transpired outside. It was only then that Xiaopeng realized there had been a collapse in the road. Gu Feng chuckled softly, recalling how our initial curiosity led us to wander until we ended up here. Xiaopeng nodded, confiding in Gu Feng. "I have a nagging feeling that the world is descending into chaos. Recently, the police files have recorded a plethora of bizarre incidents." At this juncture, Xiaopeng cast a deep glance at Gu Feng, adding, "But perhaps this is for the best. At least no one is pursuing the matter of Wei Long any further." Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback, gazing into his sincere and clear eyes, silent. "If I hadn't left the police academy, I might have become an awakened one by now. Perhaps if I had awakened some ability, Sister Xin wouldn't have met such a tragic fate," Xiaopeng mused, sizing Gu Feng up. "Boss, you possess immense strength. Perhaps you are also an awakened one." Gu Feng smiled, remarking, "That sounds quite impressive. I actually hope I am the awakened one you speak of." Xiaopeng nodded, rising from the ground. "Boss, we must take our leave. This cave is perilous, and I need to return to the police station promptly to report on the situation here. You all should accompany me." Upon hearing this, Gu Feng shook his head, knowing he would not accompany Xiaopeng. "Xiaopeng, given how dangerous it is here, why don't we split up? This place is too strange. Who knows when another carnivorous flower might emerge. If we separate, we can promptly dissuade any stragglers we encounter." After a moment's contemplation, Xiaopeng agreed with a smile. "You think ahead, as always. Let's proceed with that plan." After exchanging farewells, the three of them split into two groups and retraced their steps. However, as soon as Xiaopeng departed, Gu Feng could no longer hold himself up. "Oh no! Xiao Yixue, help me!" he exclaimed before darkness enveloped him, causing him to collapse onto a fragrant, soft, spherical object. Gu Feng. Luo Yixue's face flushed crimson as she gazed at the figure sprawled atop her, her expression a mix of struggle. For a moment, she was at a loss, unsure whether to push him away or leave him be. Was this to repeat the last time? Yet, her concern for Gu Feng ultimately outweighed all else, and she sighed softly. It's not the first time, after all. To ensure Gu Feng was more comfortable, she gently pressed his head deeper into her embrace. Based on last time's experience, he should sleep soundly before waking up. Until then, Let us make this scoundrel comfortable. Chapter 71. Surely he peeped. Gu Feng, wake up. Are you all right? Can you hear me? Luo Yixue steadied Gu Feng and attempted to rouse him. Gu Feng emitted a faint grunt from his nose, but did not awaken. Luo Yixue furrowed her brows slightly, wondering if the chill of the cave was too much. Thus, she pressed Gu Feng closer to her warmth, thinking, this way, he should be warmer. At worst, when he wakes up, I can push him away. It will be as if nothing happened. What she did not know was that although Gu Feng's body was weak, his consciousness remained relatively clear. He could sense Luo Yixue's tender care for him, and even with his eyes closed, he could imagine the concern reflected in her expression. A gentle warmth flowing through his heart. Unbeknownst to him, the bond he shared with the Empress had grown unexpectedly profound. How delightful and soft. However, remaining in such a gentle embrace was not a sustainable solution. He feared he might truly succumb to an embarrassing predicament. Alas, in this frigid cave, allowing this girl to hold him while he regained his strength felt somewhat indulgent. The warmth and softness made it difficult to leave. Gu Feng sighed inwardly. If only he hadn't wasted so much time bickering with Xiao Peng, he might not have found himself in such a predicament at a critical moment. Time was of the essence. He needed to focus on more pressing matters. With a slight struggle, he shifted within Luo Yixue's embrace, and after a moment of effort, his tightly shut eyes finally cracked open a narrow slit. Xiao Yixue, feed me, Gu Feng murmured, his remaining strength barely allowing him to speak. Gu Feng, hearing his delirious words, Luo Yixue was momentarily taken aback, a spark of joy lighting up her snowy complexion. She leaned closer, asking, what do you want to say? Gu Feng replied, so big. His eyes widened in astonishment, noticing how the scenery had become remarkably clearer. In that moment, Gu Feng mentally scolded Luo Yixue for her deliberate provocation of his vulnerabilities. We strongly condemn this behavior. All blame lies with the dairy side. Feed me, he stammered. Suddenly, Luo Yixue sensed something amiss. In an instant, two streams of warmth flowed from Gu Feng's nostrils. Caught off guard, Luo Yixue panicked, fearing for Gu Feng's well-being. As she fervently prayed that nothing would happen to him, she hurriedly wiped away the blood trickling from his nose. Gu Feng, did you just say you wanted me to feed you something? Gu Feng felt a surge of emotion as Luo Yixue cleaned his nose. She finally distanced herself from the embrace that had sheltered him. With all his remaining strength, Gu Feng extended a trembling hand, pointing weakly at his chest. Before it fell limply, he was utterly drained, whispering, eat pear? Eat you? Luo Yixue looked at herself, connecting Gu Feng's words and gestures, and a blush rapidly spread across her delicate neck. My chest. You want to eat me? Realizing Gu Feng's insinuation, shock flooded her beautiful eyes. No, absolutely not. This is too shameful. Gu Feng could only widen his eyes in exasperation, unable to articulate a word. Dear lady, I have earth spirit grass in my chest. You should be feeding me that. Feed me grass. But at that moment, he suddenly heard the rustling sound of clothing being loosened nearby. Squinting, Gu Feng could hazily discern a figure. What he saw was indeed quite ample. Could it be that the Empress was about to make a certain sacrifice for him? In that instant, Gu Feng was deeply shaken. Such an offer was one that no one could refuse. Surely, who in their right mind would speak at such a moment? Yet, the most tragic scenario unfolded. The heroine consented, the readers agreed, but the protagonist faltered spectacularly. Damn! Noticing the twitching of Gu Feng's lips, Luo Yixue's gaze shifted to a certain area, and then it dawned on her. Her face flushed with heat, and her teeth clicked together in shock. She merely intended to remove some excess clothing to keep Gu Feng warm. Not to mention, she still wore a bra and a camisole beneath. It was far from that point. What was he thinking? You're awake, right? You must have been peeking. You mischievous scoundrel. Recover at your own pace. I shall ignore you. Gu Feng felt a sudden darkness envelop him, as if a veil had been drawn over his eyes, obscuring the delicate lace trim that had previously danced before him. Luo Yixue cast a fierce glare at Gu Feng, indignantly turning her back on him, refusing to acknowledge his presence. How could you treat me this way, after I worried so much about you? She huffed, her cheeks puffed in frustration. Her alabaster arms crossed defiantly over her chest, her anger escalating with each passing moment. Ultimately, her concern for Gu Feng prevailed, and she turned back, anxious that he might feel cold, adjusting his clothing with tender care. Gu Feng could feel her soft, warm hands roaming over him, while his vision remained shrouded in darkness. This peculiar sensation stirred the suppressed emotions within him anew. Suddenly, Luo Yixue gasped softly, noticing a slight bulge at the collar of Gu Feng's shirt. Blushing, she pulled it aside and discovered the earth spirit herb nestled within. Could it be that he wanted me to feed him this? With that thought, she lifted the garment covering Gu Feng's face. Gu Feng maintained a serious expression, appearing somewhat displeased. All right, no need to be upset. Were you trying to tell me to feed you the herb? Upon hearing this, Gu Feng blinked his eyes in acknowledgement. This herb can save you? He blinked again, more emphatically this time. Luo Yixue's enticing pink lips curled into a smile. So that's how it is. Then I shall feed you. She proceeded to tear off a piece of the earth spirit herb and brought it to Gu Feng's lips. However, he merely made a mechanical motion with his mouth, unable even to manage the simplest act of chewing, leaving Luo Yixue at a loss. Gu Feng's heart was heavy with bitterness, feeling as though he were a great-grandson visiting his grandmother's home, utterly out of place. Moving forward, he would have to avoid these temporary boosts in strength that relied on external substances. Luo Yixue's brows furrowed, equally perplexed and anxious. Yet, after much contemplation, she devised a compromise. She would chew the earth spirit herb into a pulp and then feed it to him. But would Gu Feng be willing to consume something she had chewed? A faint blush spread across Luo Yixue's delicate face as she timidly inquired, Gu Feng? He slightly opened his eyes to gaze at her beautiful lips. There is but one way, if I chew it and feed it to you. You must blink if you agree. If not, we shall think of another solution. Fear not, I will not abandon you. Her voice was soft, yet in the vast cavern, every sound resonated clearly, and Gu Feng heard her distinctly. After a moment's contemplation, he squeezed his eyes shut, indicating his consent. Then I shall take that as your agreement. Luo Yixue, seeing this, opened her exquisite lips and placed the tender green leaves within, chewing delicately. The sight was oddly pleasing to Gu Feng, who, despite the circumstances, felt he could manage to swallow it if she simply broke it into smaller pieces and offered him some water. But at this juncture, could he truly reject the Empress's personal feeding? It seemed impossible. Just then, Gu Feng felt the world darken once more. Hey, why are you covering my eyes again? What is this nonsense? As a hint of frustration bubbled within him, he suddenly felt a gentle pair of trembling hands cradling his chin, while another hand grasped his cheeks. The faint scent of her youthful fragrance wafted into his nostrils, momentarily overwhelming his senses and igniting a rush of adrenaline. The cool, soft touch of her lips intensified the surge of hormones coursing through him. Gu Feng swallowed hard as the fragrant medicinal liquid slid down his throat. Moments later, their lips parted, only to meet again. In this tranquil, secluded environment, where their actions went unnoticed, Gu Feng cast aside his distractions, closed his eyes, and awaited the effects of the medicine. Luo Yixue gently lifted her hand, wiping away the remnants of the medicinal liquid from her lips. Concerned that Gu Feng might feel cold, she tenderly embraced him. For a lengthy while, they maintained a position that, to any onlooker, would appear quite intimate. When fatigue set in, Luo Yixue knelt on the ground, resting Gu Feng's head between her curled legs. Time stretched on, yet Gu Feng showed no signs of awakening. Suddenly, a flicker of movement in the dim light caught Luo Yixue's attention. She focused her gaze on the shadow, revealing a large, black-furred rat with sharp fangs and glowing green eyes, its size far exceeding that of an ordinary rodent, being 3 or 4 times larger. With a startled squeak, the rat froze upon seeing the two living beings, its eyes gleaming with excitement as it let out a piercing shriek. Gu Feng, how do you feel? Wake up, Luo Yixue urged anxiously, her attention split between Gu Feng and the enormous rat that showed no fear of humans. In her heightened state of tension, she failed to notice that Gu Feng had opened his eyes. Oh my, what a massive creature! Gu Feng swallowed hard, his resolve steeling as he shifted his gaze from the alluring contours of Luo Yixue to the screeching mutated rat. A rat? A flicker of surprise crossed his face as he recognized the creature before him. A mutated rodent glowing with an eerie green light. Species: mutated rodent. Level: none. Ability: nah, bitten individuals have a certain probability of contracting acute plague. Gu Feng quickly absorbed the information displayed above the rat. Could this be the hidden ability I awakened after consuming the Earth Spirit Herb? He turned his gaze to Luo Yixue, and to his astonishment, a similar information banner appeared above her head. Name: Luo Yixue. Talent level: SSS. Superpower: ice manipulation, omni-ice control. Gu Feng was taken aback. Had little Yixue also awakened? However, her hidden ability remained undisclosed on the banner. No matter, he needed to deal with a monstrous creature before him swiftly. Otherwise, attracting more mutated rats would spell trouble. Gu Feng mused silently, recalling how the plague that swept through Jiangnan in his previous life was caused by countless such creatures. Under the influence of the Earth Spirit Herb's essence, Gu Feng sensed his vitality returning and his strength awakening. A glint of cold resolve flashed in his eyes as he prepared to confront the mutated rat. But just then, a sharp voice rang out beside him, startling him. Rat, begone! Luo Yixue commanded, waving her hand to drive away the advancing beast. In a surprising turn of events, a brilliant blue, icy energy formed between her outstretched arms, striking the mutated rat with pinpoint accuracy. Having awakened her unique ability, Luo Yixue unleashed her ice manipulation for the first time. And before the mutated rat could utter a cry, it was swiftly dispatched by her icy power. Congratulations, Yixue. You have awakened. Gu Feng, you have finally regained consciousness. Upon hearing Gu Feng's voice, Luo Yixue's initial panic transformed into overwhelming joy. For her, nothing could bring more reassurance than Gu Feng waking up. However, she soon realized something, and a faint blush adorned her delicate face. Gu Feng was still resting against her lap. Are you feeling better? In other words, can you get up now? Thankfully you are much improved. Gu Feng, feeling somewhat reluctant, stood up, had he not been concerned about the mutated rats attracting their companions. He genuinely wished to embrace the Empress once more, wondering when that might occur. Meanwhile, Luo Yixue was blissfully unaware that she had unwittingly taken advantage of Gu Feng. She glanced at her hands, her excitement bubbling over as she exclaimed, Gu Feng, is what you said true? Am I truly the awakened one you speak of? She found everything so incredible, her beautiful eyes sparkling with an otherworldly light. Of course, not only have you awakened, but you are also a genuine SSS-level awakened one. A look of bewilderment flickered in Luo Yixue's eyes. Gu Feng, what about you? With your exceptional abilities, you must be an awakened one as well? Yes, I am too. You must be far more powerful than I. What is your level? Luo Yixue gazed at him with sparkling eyes. Currently, my talent level is only E, but there is a possibility of advancement in the future. Gu Feng did not conceal this from her, silently adding, if you would agree to be my girlfriend. Luo Yixue fell silent for a moment, quickly grasping Gu Feng's implication. She sincerely replied, Gu Feng, do not lose heart. I believe you will achieve greater heights than I in the future. Suddenly, the piercing shrieks of rats echoed from the cave, causing Gu Feng's expression to change. What is happening? Upon noticing Gu Feng's demeanor, Luo Yixue realized the gravity of the situation. Gu Feng forced a strained smile. It's nothing. We may have inadvertently disturbed a nest of rats. As soon as he spoke, they saw a mass of dark shadows surging towards them from the end of the tunnel. What is that? Luo Yixue's gaze contracted. From a safe distance, she could clearly see countless pairs of glowing green eyes, an overwhelming multitude of mutated rats. The ominous sight sent chills down their spines. Gu Feng, you go first. I will protect you. Luo Yixue stood in front of Gu Feng, waving her small hands. Yet after 2 seconds of stillness in the air, nothing occurred. She tried again. What is going on? Why can't I activate it? It's malfunctioning? Luo Yixue said in confusion. Upon her third attempt, her delicate wrist was suddenly grasped by someone. It's no surprise it's malfunctioning, With so many rats, what are we waiting for? Gu Feng pulled Luo Yixue along, sprinting in the opposite direction. Regardless of an awakened one's level or abilities, training is essential. Breathing techniques, mental suggestions, and mastering spiritual energy all require honing to align perfectly with one's innate talents to achieve seamless control. With a relentless swarm of mutated rats pursuing them, Gu Feng occasionally encountered one or two that caught up, which he dispatched with powerful strikes. However, he never anticipated that the scent of blood would not deter the rat horde, but rather incite further frenzy. Gu Feng, this is bad. There are rats ahead too. What? We're surrounded. Gu Feng gritted his teeth, his brows knitting together. Faced with thousands of rats, even as an SSS-level awakened one, he could not resolve the dire situation. What should he do? Currently, the relationship between him and Luo Yixue was only a thin veil away from deeper intimacy. He had intended to pour forth his heart in the most dignified manner possible, yet unexpectedly, roar. Suddenly, a unique roar reverberated through the cave. Gu Feng. Above your head, Luo Yixue's eyes widened in shock as she pointed at Gu Feng's hair. What's on my head? You have something on your head. As Gu Feng looked up, he noticed a small creature atop his head. Luo Yixue felt an inexplicable familiarity with the adorable beast, sensing it bore no ill intent towards them. The moment the creature appeared, an eerie silence enveloped the cave, rendering the rats completely mute, as though they were facing a formidable ancient beast. The crisis seemed to have dissipated the instant the creature manifested. Gu Feng stood stunned, realizing the slight pressure on his head. What the heck? There's something up there, and it's alive? How did I not notice? Gu Feng reached up, but his hand grasped only air with a whoosh, as the creature suddenly materialized on Luo Yixue's shoulder. Roar! The little beast turned its back to Gu Feng, proudly flicking its tail before facing Luo Yixue. Its eyes were disproportionately large, occupying half of its round head, adorned with horns and a tail. This is not. Gu Feng stared in astonishment at the small creature the size of his fist on Luo Yixue's shoulder, alongside the information bar that appeared above it. Species: Ancient Devourer Beast. Level: Unknown. Abilities: Devour, Bloodline Suppression. This little creature, could it possibly have emerged from? Roar. Seemingly displeased at being compared to a dog, the devourer beast emitted a low growl to express its dissatisfaction. I'm not a dog. You are. Yet, due to its overwhelmingly adorable appearance, the roar lacked any malice, instead eliciting a smile from Luo Yixue. The little beast paused, displaying a naturally dazed expression towards her. Gu Feng remarked, with such a demeanor, how can it claim not to be a dog? Curiosity flickered in his eyes. Just how did this creature escape from that piece of jade? With the revival of spiritual energy and the awakening of myriad beings, could even ancient specimens awaken? Moreover, the mutated rats seemed to fear it greatly. The moment the devourer beast released its first roar, Gu Feng sensed that all the rats quivered, their expressions betraying sheer terror. It appeared that this ancient devourer beast, emerging from the stone, was anything but ordinary. With the crisis averted, Gu Feng leisurely retrieved the jade stone, examining it closely. The shimmering jade now held no trace of the devourer beast. Was there more to this jade than meets the eye? Contemplating this, Gu Feng activated the spiritual energy within him, channeling his intent into the jade. Soon, he discovered a vast, white expanse within, a colossal storage space. A storage space stone. The vast expanse of this storage space stone is truly remarkable. It is no wonder that its interior is so capacious. Compared to the space stones he has encountered in the past, which typically offered a storage capacity of no more than a square meter, this one stands out as a rare artifact, even coveted by those of imperial rank. The stone he possesses, akin to the size of a pigeon's egg and shimmering with the brilliance of a star, is likely unparalleled in the world. Most intriguingly, it appears capable of harboring living beings, life forms, perhaps. Chapter 74. Naming the Divine Beast. Gu Feng attempted to introduce a few mutated mice into the space stone, but each of his efforts ended in failure. If the space stone is incapable of containing living creatures, how is it that the devouring beast can enter and exit freely? Gu Feng scrutinized the creature with keen interest, soon detecting a hint of disdain in its gaze directed at him. Surely you enjoy consuming food? Here, I present to you these mice, Gu Feng declared, presenting the rodents to the devouring beast. Roar! The little beast growled in irritation, seemingly displeased with the substandard fare offered by Gu Feng. It audaciously rolled its eyes at him, swiftly darting to perch upon Luo Ishua's palm. Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback. Was this little creature actually looking down on him? It seemed to shower Luo Ishue with affection while treating him with utmost disdain. Upon reflection, Gu Feng realized that the creature had evidently taken Luo Ishue as its master, positioning itself as a rival for her affection. A smile crept onto Gu Feng's lips. As a reincarnated individual, how could he be outmaneuvered by a mere divine beast? Not even if it were an ancient devouring beast. Look, Luo Isha, he said, as she gazed with wide, curious eyes at the little creature resting in her palm. As you can see, it truly emerged from the stone. Luo Ishue's initial surprise quickly gave way to composure. Having experienced Gu Feng's wondrous potions firsthand, and subsequently evolving into an awakened being, her understanding of reality had been continually challenged and reshaped. Thus, when confronted with the presence of the little beast, she readily accepted this new reality. As they conversed, the small beast unabashedly endeavored to charm Luo Ishue, seeking her undivided attention. A slight smile graced Luo Ishue's lips. She could sense the creature's affection for her, much like a fluffy little pet. How could she not adore it? Little Ishue, we've been at this all day. Let us discuss matters outside. As the beast sought to curry favor with Luo Ishue, Gu Feng redirected the conversation back to reality. Roar! The creature bared its teeth at Gu Feng, as if lamenting that he had disrupted its delightful moment. Oh, little one, you still have much to learn. Gu Feng chuckled. Shall we return home, little Ishue? The little beast sighed. Finally, Luo Ishue nodded and raised her small hand to the creature, saying, Gu Feng is right. Can you help these mice return to their home? Roar! The beast let out a triumphant roar, and in an instant, thousands of mutated rodents, as if responding to a king's command, vanished without a trace in less than a minute. Having completed this task, the little beast playfully stuck out its tongue at Gu Feng. Its big, dark eyes gleamed as it eagerly looked at Luo Ishu, awaiting her praise. Luo Ishu leaned down, affectionately stroking its fur. The creature happily squinted its eyes, nuzzling against her palm, displaying an expression of utter bliss. Clap, clap, clap. Gu Feng suddenly applauded, a knowing smile illuminating his face. Marvelous. Truly magnificent. The little beast was about to scowl at him, but upon hearing his words of commendation, it blinked in confusion. Clearly, it was uncertain whether Gu Feng was scolding it or praising it. Roar? Oh, silly creature, I'm certainly praising you. Praising your prowess. Praising your majesty. Gu Feng exclaimed, giving the little beast a thumbs up. The little beast. Luo Ishue? Ishue. Look at how this little divine beast saved our lives and is so clever and obedient. Why don't we get a name? Gu Feng suggested. Roar? Luo Ishue pondered for a moment and, seeing the wisdom in his words, nodded in agreement. What shall we call it? Naming it is easy. We must first ascertain its gender. Gu Feng chuckled, then turned to the little beast and asked, Are you male or female? If male, give a single sound. If female, make two. To his surprise, the little beast ignored him, instead gazing longingly at Luo Ishue, awaiting its master's decree. Gu Feng sighed. He wasn't the least bit annoyed, smiling warmly at Luo Ishue. Little Ishue, this little one is so attached to you. Why don't you name it? The little beast blinked in astonishment, seemingly perplexed by Gu Feng's sudden politeness. Could it be that it had truly impressed him? Perhaps it could forgive him for a moment, as long as it endeavored to be even more endearing and to serve its master diligently, believing that one day it could surpass this human in her affections. After all, it was a devouring beast, possessing the most noble bloodline from ancient times. How could it be outdone by a mere human? With such thoughts, the little beast's gaze softened considerably as it looked at Gu Feng. Luo Ishue contemplated seriously, and after a brief pause, finally spoke with its round head, round body, and round belly. Let us call it Yuan Yuan? Yuan Yuan? I believe that name is rather inadequate. Upon hearing Luo Ishue's proposed name, the little beast was about to cheer, but at that moment, Gu Feng suddenly interrupted, lifting his chin. Luo Ishue? Not only did Luo Ishue wear a puzzled expression, but the little beast too exhibited a look of confusion. Gu Feng furrowed his brow and spoke to the little creature with deliberation. Do you not see that this little one embodies the essence of a divine beast? It is so small, yet possesses the strength to repel an army of thousands of mutated rodents. Given time, this little one will undoubtedly become a formidable presence. Luo Ishue. Such a remarkable being deserves a name that resonates with its grandeur. It must reflect its identity. Gu Feng's voice resonated powerfully, echoing through the cave. Luo Ishue was taken aback, as was the little beast. Then, Gu Feng, what name do you suggest? Luo Ishue inquired. Gu Feng had been awaiting this question. His eyes sparkled with sincerity as he looked at the pair, uttering earnestly, let us name it Daitu. What do you think? Daitu. Luo Ishue's mouth fell agape in astonishment as she stared at Gu Feng. Perhaps we should consider its opinion as well. Luo Ishue's gaze flickered, revealing an inner conflict. Chapter 75, Craving Chicken Legs. The little beast wore an expression of innocent bewilderment, glancing between Luo Ishue and Gu Feng. Gu Feng elaborated with conviction. Dai signifies wisdom, while Tu represents your extraordinarily beautiful fur. Daitu. This name is simply unparalleled. Upon finishing his words, he exerted great effort to restrain himself, his hands tightly gripping his palms to suppress any laughter. Shifting the subject, he added, however, if you are unwilling, calling it Dai Mao would suffice, as it closely aligns with your own persona. Observing Gu Feng's earnest and resolute demeanor, the little creature finally dispelled its doubts, its gaze now free from confusion. It reappeared perched upon Gu Feng's shoulder, contentedly patting him as if to convey, well done, my friend. From this point forward, I shall be known as Dai Mao. Truly, the divine beast is a creature of exquisite taste. Gu Feng's eyes narrowed in delight. By the way, Ishue, Dai Mao has consented to this name. See? Luo Ishue's forehead bore several lines of exasperation as her face averted slightly. As long as you are happy. After receiving Gu Feng's bestowed name, Dai Mao frolicked outside for a while before transforming into a beam of light and plunging into the spatial stone, entering a state of slumber. Throughout its existence, the devouring beast cherished two activities above all, indulging in food and enjoying sleep. The once empty surface of the spatial stone now bore the form of Dai Mao once more. How did Dai Mao fit in there? Luo Ishue inquired with curiosity. Quite simply, actually, there is ample space inside. Would you like to take a look? Luo Ishue nodded eagerly. Gu Feng instructed her to hold the spatial stone in her hands, saying, first, I will teach you how to sense the spiritual energy. Then you can attempt to channel it into this stone, and you'll be able to see inside. With Gu Feng's guidance, after several earnest attempts, Luo Ishue's expression brightened. Her consciousness finally established a connection with the spatial stone. Upon seeing the vastness within, she stood in awe. It was not merely Dai Mao's lair, but also a movable personal space. How marvelous! Luo Ishue nodded, and upon connecting with the spatial stone, she immediately discovered its myriad functions, though she still struggled to believe it. With a mere thought, the image of Dai Mao projected on the stone's surface transformed into transparency. With another flicker, the projection shifted to resemble Gu Feng, revealing that the surface of the spatial stone could change forms as freely as a tabletop. The spatial stone had recognized its master. It was now time for it to return to its rightful owner, Gu Feng remarked with a faint smile. However, given the treachery of human hearts and the commonplace nature of this object, it would be prudent to conceal it from outsiders. Luo Ishue understood that this spatial stone was not only a token of reunion with her parents, but also an extraordinary treasure. May I give it to you? She asked. Gu Feng shook his head, stating, the reason I was able to wield it before was that it was an unclaimed object. Once it recognizes its master, only you can control it. Unless the owner perishes, it will revert to being unclaimed. Though Gu Feng had been tempted by such a precious artifact, he knew well that a gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it through honorable means. Were it a foe's possession, he would unhesitatingly seize it for himself. Yet for Luo Yixue, it was more than a mere storage space. It was a significant link to her parents, bearing profound meaning. Luo Yixue nodded gently, choosing not to press the matter further, and instead donned the stone around her neck, keeping it hidden close to her heart. From this day forth, the entire world would undergo a monumental transformation. That night, the nation officially announced the revival of spiritual energy. In the broadcasting building of Jiangnan City, urgent and significant news was disseminated, reaching every corner of the city. According to reports from journalists, during the early hours, 2 mutated gorillas escaped after injuring a zookeeper at the local zoo. Emergency services rushed the injured zookeeper to the hospital, but he succumbed to his injuries. Following the gorilla's escape, local police swiftly mobilized, successfully neutralizing one, while the other remained at large. Additionally, a sinkhole collapse occurred in the southern outskirts of the city this afternoon, miraculously without any casualties. The municipal authorities urged citizens to refrain from unnecessary travel. Those who must venture out were advised to avoid the southern routes. In Jiangbei City, an incident involving a mutated white tiger occurred, prompting numerous awakened individuals to pursue it, with no reported civilian injuries thus far. Various streaming and social media platforms were inundated with discussions and promotions regarding the revival of spiritual energy, making it clear to the populace that the world had indeed changed after this night. The emergence of extraordinary beasts would inevitably coincide with the rise of awakened individuals ready to combat them. What remained constant was that there would always be suitable guardians in this world, as the mundane realities of life would continue to weave through the majority of people's lives. Subtly, it seemed that the people had begun to accept this transformation, whether willingly or not. When the two returned to the villa, dawn had just begun to break. Gu Feng casually switched off the car radio and stepped out. Meanwhile, another vehicle approached closely behind. Gu Feng's eyes widened as he recognized his parents. Gu Changhai and his wife, disembarking from the car. Father? Mother? And John? Uncle Gu? Gu Feng exchanged a glance with Luo Yixue, both exclaiming in unison. How did you come down from the mountains? Gu Changhai was busy unloading various local specialties from the car. Your mother couldn't rest easy about you, so we rushed back overnight. Yixue, the news reports said the southern routes were severely obstructed. You two didn't encounter any danger, did you? And John walked over, affectionately taking Luo Yixue's hand to inquire about her well-being. And John, we're fine, Luo Yixue replied softly, her heart warmed. That's good, as long as you're safe. By the way, little Luo, these local specialties are specially prepared by your aunt. Free-range chicken, duck, pork, and wild mushrooms. Whatever you fancy, just let Aunt John know, and she'll cook it for you, Gu Changhai said with a smile. Meanwhile, Gu Feng felt like a mere specter. Mom, Dad, I've had a long night too. Driving around and detouring. Why don't you ever ask if I'm all right? Gu Feng complained, visibly disgruntled. The treatment is so different between biological and non-biological children. It's just not fair. Gu Changhai responded nonchalantly. Oh, little Feng, just take these local specialties home. You've worked hard. And John shot him a knowing look before turning back to Luo Yixue with a warm smile. Your uncle is right. Just tell me what you want, and I will cook it. Gu Feng chimed in, Mom, I want chicken legs. Aunt John pretended not to hear his request. What does Yixue want? Luo Yixue glanced at Gu Feng before weakly asking Aunt John. Aunt John, can I also have chicken legs? Upon hearing this, Gu Feng's face broke into a wide grin. Mom and Dad, did you hear that? Yixue wants chicken thighs. You should hurry and make some. You little rascal, I see you're itching for trouble. Chapter 76, Display of Abilities. Overnight, the revival of spiritual energy had undeniably become the most fervent topic of discussion among the populace. For the student body, there was a unique anticipation and excitement surrounding the revival. At Jiangnan No. 1 High School, students exclaimed, Damn, we can't attend class for even a day. When on Earth will the talent awakening test take place? Huh? Talent awakening test? What's that? One student queried, astonished. Are you telling me you spent the entire night just sleeping? Did you not read the papers published by Deaching University and Debay University regarding the research on abilities? After the resurgence of spiritual energy, certain animals undergo a peculiar transformation, evolving into formidable beasts, and similarly, humans can experience such changes. With the emergence of these extraordinary creatures, it is inevitable that a counterbalancing force will arise. Hence, the awakening spirit orbs were born. Through these orbs, individuals can identify those among humanity who possess the innate potential for extraordinary powers, thereby awakening their latent abilities. How impressive does the awakening spirit orb sound? After all, one cannot expect those in authority to idly engage in research without yielding something remarkable. So, my dear classmate, do you think I have a chance of becoming an awakened one? How could I possibly know? I can only tell you that the age range of 15 to 25 is the most conducive for awakening talents, with a ratio of approximately 10:1. However, for those over 25 or under 15, the awakening ratio is about 1,001. That's what the report states. You can weigh it for yourself. Ah, I see. Hearing your words is indeed more enlightening than a decade of study. I sincerely hope to be among that fortunate 1 in 10. Speaking of which, there exists a particularly fortunate type of awakened one who can awaken their abilities independently, without the stimulation of the awakening spirit orb. For instance, Zhao Machin from Class 5 and Su Feng from our school are prime examples. Upon hearing this, the students displayed expressions of envy and admiration. It is said that Su Feng is a new transfer student in physical education. In the school corridors, students chattered excitedly. Just then, a sharp-eyed student spotted Gu Feng and Luo Yixue approaching. Hey, ISNT that Gu Feng and Luo Yixue from Class 3. They've been quite the talk of the school lately. Another student, upon hearing this, revealed a disdainful expression and emphasized his words. One outdated notion. We are now in the era of spiritual energy resurgence. The world has been reshuffled. What good is wealth but a pile of worthless paper? I've heard that the Ministry of Education has issued a notice to suspend the college entrance examination. So what good is studying hard? In the future world, awakened ones shall reign supreme. Previously, they thought Gu Feng was beyond their reach, but now with the resurgence of spiritual energy and the redistribution of societal resources, everyone believes they are formidable. They all carry an enigmatic confidence as if they are the chosen ones. Those who previously found Gu Feng intolerable now feel he is no longer impressive. Gu Feng, the world has been reshuffled. You are merely a relic of the past, no longer the esteemed Gu Gongzi. Maintaining a low profile would be beneficial for you. One student smirked, addressing Gu Feng condescendingly. Gu Feng found this amusing and paused to glance at the speaking student. Indifferently, he replied, "What does my demeanor concern you?" His tone remained as arrogant and unyielding as ever. I actually believe that those like you, who dream of soaring to great heights while indulging in fanciful daydreams, are destined to perpetually dine on meager fare. The student's face turned ashen with anger, and he retorted stiffly, "Just wait, your arrogance won't last long." With that, the conversation ended abruptly. Shortly thereafter, the class bell rang. The homeroom teacher, Huang Hai, walked into the classroom with a serious demeanor, tapping the blackboard. Today's lesson will primarily involve announcing 3 important matters. First, the Ministry of Education has released a notice regarding the postponement of the college entrance examination, with a date yet to be determined. Therefore, you may ease your study pace and do not need to stress as you did before. Applause erupted in the classroom. Huang Hai turned around and erased the countdown to the college entrance examination from a board. Though the examination is postponed, we must not relax our studies. Knowledge is boundless. He then proceeded to announce the second matter. We have a new transfer student joining our class. Let us welcome Gobenbin. Gobenbin? The room fell silent for a moment. The name sounded distinctly male, lacking in passion or allure. How delightful it would be if we had a female transfer student. Amidst the sparse applause, a plump figure entered the room. "Hello, everyone. I am the new student Gobenbin. I look forward to your guidance." The students resumed their activities, but Gu Feng's pupils constricted slightly. Wasn't this the chubby assistant police officer? What brought him here? Teacher, may I sit there? The chubby boy, unconcerned about the students' reactions, smiled shyly and pointed to the seat behind Gu Feng. Very well. Recalling their previous brief encounter, Huang Hai readily agreed. Once the chubby boy settled in, Huang Hai announced the third matter. As you all must be aware, the resurgence of spiritual energy is upon us. In 3 days, specialized teachers will arrive at Jiangnan one high school to conduct awakening tests for the students. Due to the scarcity of awakening spirit orbs and in order to save time, students from Class 5 will also join us for this awakening event. I will need to select a few students from our class to assist with cleaning the playground in preparation for the awakening tests in 3 days. Are there any volunteers? Upon hearing this, an awkward silence filled the room for 2 full minutes. No one wishes to volunteer? Huang Hai asked, his lips twitching. Teacher, in this sweltering heat, who would want to? The students complained. We've already paid our tuition fees. Wouldn't it be more pleasant to sit in the classroom, enjoying the air conditioning and daydreaming about the future? Huang Hai sighed. I almost forgot to mention. It seems the only student in our school who can awaken independently is also on the playground. It's a pity that no one is willing to go. What a waste, what? Independent awakening? The students' eyes widened, and upon hearing this, they instantly became energized. Teacher, I want to go. I must confess. I have a natural penchant for cleaning. I wouldn't mind even if it's the restroom. Just let me go. Teacher, I'm very proficient in cleaning. After I'm done, the water in the toilet could be drunk straight from the bowl. Chapter 77. Settling the sister-in-law. Me. I want to go too. The students eagerly clamored to volunteer. Huang Hai stood at the podium, nodding in satisfaction before beginning to select students. Gu Feng, Luo Yixue, and a new student Gabenbin. You 3 will do. The students collectively looked bewildered, asking in unison why. Huang Hai nonchalantly shrugged. Well, it's simply because you 3 were the only ones who didn't raise your hands. The rest of you are just eager to watch Su Feng. Your attention has been completely captivated by him. Who will do the work then? Hence, the 3 of you who didn't raise your hands are our true workforce. Our homeroom teacher is something else. Hey, this homeroom teacher is truly lacking. The chubby boy muttered under his breath as they made their way to the playground. Gu Feng remarked, Little fatty, wouldn't it be better for you to focus on being an assistant police officer? Why did you decide to come to school? A glimmer of melancholy flickered in Xiao Pang's gaze as he remarked, It's nothing much, just a feeling of inadequacy. Even Sister Xin can't protect me. So I simply resigned. When our venerable elder asked me what I wished to pursue, I expressed my desire to remain in Jiangnan for my studies, and thus, I was placed here. Gu Feng nodded in acknowledgement, then shifted the conversation. Xiao Pang, judging by your accent, you don't seem to be a local, do you? Xiao Pang chuckled, indeed. You truly are my big brother. You caught that right away. I actually grew up in the capital, so I could be considered half a capital resident. Upon hearing the term capital, Luo Yixue momentarily froze. Given the current circumstances, it seemed impossible to participate in the college entrance examination. Would she still have a chance to go to the capital? As her thoughts wandered, a chorus of female shrieks erupted from the playground. Wow, goal scored. Su Feng has scored again. Feng is so handsome. Gu Feng glanced over, and beneath the basket, a boy in a number 1 jersey was suddenly illuminated by an information bar. Name, Su Feng. Talent level, E. Ability, muscle petrification. Xiao Pang also cast a glance in that direction. So that's Su Feng? He doesn't look that impressive. I truly cannot comprehend these girls' tastes. In terms of appearance, Su Feng is merely a bit taller and leaner than me, with slightly more developed muscles. If that's considered handsome, then my big brother must be so remarkably attractive that he could outshine the heavens. Gu Feng interjected, Ahem, Xiao Pang, maintain a low profile. You're not lacking in anything, so don't belittle yourself, all right? Xiao Pang replied, Indeed, my big brother understands me. I, Xiao Pang, graduated from the police academy. How much worse can I be, right? Am I right, sister-in-law? Luo Yixue, taken aback by this term, felt her cheeks flush, just as she hesitated about whether to respond. Gu Feng preemptively spoke, Xiao Pang, my sister-in-law Yixue, and I are not in the relationship you mentioned, so don't speak carelessly, all right? Really? Xiao Pang furrowed his brow, skeptical, but quickly reconsidered Gu Feng's words, breaking into a grin. Not yet, but it will be in the future. After all, calling her sister-in-law is inevitable, so it's better to get used to it now. Gu Feng remarked, "You truly are a clever little rascal." Luo Yixue, remaining silent, cast a fleeting glance at the two before gently averting her gaze. Not rejecting nor affirming. Observing her reaction, Gu Feng's eyes brightened slightly as he pondered. "Hey, you guys are from class 3, right?" A man in sports attire suddenly approached. "Hello, Teacher Huang. We were sent here by Teacher Huang." The physical education teacher nodded appreciatively, thinking that finally a few diligent workers had arrived. "I recognize you. You're Luo Yixue from class 3. Very well. It seems old Huang is quite considerate, finally sending me some industrious students. Yixue, could you please assist by putting up these posters on the bulletin board over there?" He handed Luo Yixue a stack of posters. "And you two young men, please help organize the sports equipment and move it to the warehouse over there. Here, that's the key." He handed Gu Feng a set of keys. "I have matters to attend to with the principal, so you all start working." With that, he hurried off. There are hundreds of people over at the basketball court, all gathered around that Su fellow playing basketball, while we three are left to work. "Why is that?" Xiao Peng snorted, grabbing a few chairs and plopping down to take a break. "They treat us as tools. No way. Big brother and sister-in-law, you should sit too." Gu Feng pondered for a moment, taking a seat next to Xiao Peng, then turned to Luo Yixue. "Aren't you coming over?" Ultimately, being a girl, Luo Yixue hesitated slightly before saying, "The physical education teacher usually takes care of us girls during class. I'll finish putting up these posters before resting." With that, she turned and walked towards the bulletin board alone. Xiao Peng blinked, asking Gu Feng, "Big brother, should we go help sister-in-law?" "No need. While Luo Yixue is busy with the posters, I'll grab us some drinks." Gu Feng casually purchased 2 bottles of water from the nearby vending machine and handed one to Xiao Peng. Xiao Peng was immensely touched. "Big brother, you even bought me a drink. You're too good to me. Green Mandarin tea? How'd you know I love this?" Gu Feng shot him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "This drink isn't tea-free. You understand?" "What do you mean? It's just as it sounds." Then, leaning closer in a conspiratorial manner, Gu Feng whispered, "I plan to confess to your sister-in-law." "Ah, really? That's great news. When?" Gu Feng replied, "Within the next few days, the sooner, the better. However, I lack experience in confessing to girls." So Xiao Peng's eyes lit up. "You want me to strategize for you and help win over sister-in-law, right?" Gu Feng nodded in affirmation. Xiao Peng burst into laughter, drawing from his months of experience in various escapades, promptly proposing a simple yet audacious plan. "How about renting the largest naked-eye 3D screen in the city to declare to the world that Yixue is mine, and then hire drones across the city for a romantic confession scene? What kind of simple and audacious method is that? Just say you have the financial means." Gu Feng retorted, bewildered. "Money isn't the issue. The problem is that your plan requires at least 10 days of preparation. That's too long. Do you have any alternatives?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Peng replied, "Actually, I do have a more direct approach, but I wonder if you can handle it." "Speak." After confirming that no one else was around, Xiao Peng divulged, "When I served as an auxiliary police officer, I worked with the anti-prostitution team. I've scoured every couple's hotel in the city. Do you know which one is the cleanest and most hygienic? It's Roman Holiday. Aside from being a bit pricey, it's flawless. More importantly, there are no strange cameras inside. Why not take your sister-in-law there directly? I see she is quite interested in you." Gu Feng pondered, narrowing his eyes after a moment. "Are you suggesting to take her directly?" "Yes. Take her to the hotel and seal the deal." While this method was indeed enticing, Gu Feng sighed. "Had been a few days ago, I might have had the audacity for it, but now I can't overpower Luo Yixue. If she refuses, I might not see the light of day again." Xiao Peng blinked, confused. "What do you mean by overpower? Shouldn't it be the sister-in-law who has the say here?" "Big brother, are you having some trouble?" Just then, on the basketball court, Su Feng made a slam dunk, completing his final basket. "Su Feng, I heard you used to swim. Who would have thought you excelled at basketball too? Such formidable physical prowess, and as an autonomous awakener, Feng, your extraordinary abilities must be remarkable. Could you perhaps showcase them for us?" On the basketball court, A group of over a dozen girls surrounded Su Feng, their admiration palpable. Well, Su Feng raised his wrist guard, wiping his angular jawline, and revealed a sunshine-bright smile. All right, since everyone is curious, I shall offer a brief demonstration of my powers. Please don't mock me if it doesn't meet your expectations. As his words faded, a sound akin to popping beans echoed. Su Feng's entire arm was instantly enveloped by a mysterious force, the skin on his bicep taking on a shadowy gray hue. With a resounding crack, his right hand completely penetrated the basketball held in his left, shattering it entirely. Wow, incredible. Su Feng, you can actually obliterate a basketball with a single punch. It's well known that basketballs are far sturdier than soccer balls. Even Tyson would be able to achieve such a feat. How astonishing. I'm not exaggerating. If I were that basketball, I would already be kneeling before him, begging for mercy. Su Feng chuckled softly, responding, "This classmate is far too kind. Once you awaken your own powers, you'll realize I'm not as extraordinary as you claim." How could that be? In our hearts, Feng, you are indeed the most formidable. Su Feng, you are so humble and graceful. I wish to bear his children. A throng of girls surrounded him, offering water and towels. Meanwhile, Xiao Peng gazed in astonishment, his eyes wide. To punch through a basketball, that must require at least a ton of force, right? Boss, to be honest, you're also an autonomous awakener, aren't you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have thrown me so far that day in the cave. How does your ability compare to his? Xiao Peng inquired curiously. They're about even, Gu Feng replied non-committally. He certainly wouldn't disclose to Xiao Peng that although both he and Su Feng were E-rank, in terms of combat experience, even 10 Su Fengs would pale in comparison to him. Finding a shaded area, Su Feng took a bottle of water and began to drink. Suddenly, his gaze was caught by a graceful figure near the bulletin board, igniting a fervent heartbeat within him. Even from a distance, he could ascertain that the girl posting flyers was a stunning beauty. In comparison, the girls surrounding him seemed utterly lackluster, resembling nothing more than swine. "Wang, you all can leave now. Just leave the spare ball behind. I wish to play a little longer." Soon, the crowd had thinned out. Su Feng stood up from the bench, practicing under the hoop while occasionally glancing towards the bulletin board. In a moment of distraction, the basketball slipped from his grasp and flew uncontrollably away. "I hope I didn't hit you." Su Feng rushed over to where the ball had rolled, a look of contrition on his face as he addressed the girl posting flyers. Upon seeing Luo Yixue, a profound sense of infatuation and astonishment flickered in his eyes. As vivid as a lotus emerging from the water, as radiant as the moon hanging in the clouds. This poetic description could not be more fitting for the girl before him. Dressed in a school uniform, she exuded an ethereal grace that set her apart from all others. This was the true campus belle, the goddess deserving of Su Feng. Luo Yixue glanced at him, her gaze falling upon the basketball in his hand, her red lips parting slightly. Not at all. Perhaps due to her innate attributes. Ever since awakening her powers, Luo Yixue's demeanor had grown noticeably more aloof. She remained unaware that this cool, detached aura held an irresistible allure for males, particularly those who prided themselves on their strength. Seeing Luo Yixue prepare to leave, Su Feng felt an urgent pang, as if she were taking his very soul with her. "Classmate," he exclaimed, hastening a few steps to block her path, flashing a warm and inviting smile. "I truly apologize for almost hitting you. How about we exchange WeChat? I'd like to treat you to lunch as a way of making amends. By the way, I'm Su Feng, the new sports transfer student from Class 2 of the second year, having just awakened my powers. Which class are you in?" He assumed that upon learning he was an awakener, there would at least be a flicker of surprise on her face. However, there was none. Luo Yixue didn't spare him a second glance, not even acknowledging his question as she walked past him. "Sorry, but I don't add strangers on WeChat, and besides, I already have plans." Her voice was decidedly firm in rejection. A deep sense of defeat and unwillingness washed over Su Feng. "So that is how it is. If that is the case, I'll help with the flyers." Before Luo Yixue could refuse, Su Feng seized most of the posters from her hands. Seeing his genuine willingness to assist, Luo Yixue said nothing further, maintaining a respectful distance as they both worked on their tasks. Xiao Peng noticed the scene. his eyes practically ablaze. He pointed at Su Feng, exclaiming, "Boss, trouble is brewing. That fool Su Feng is trying to woo my sister-in-law. Let us hurry over and teach him a lesson." Gu Feng lazily lifted his eyelids to glance in that direction, casually remarking, "It's just a little puppy love. No need to concern ourselves." Su Feng's meager abilities against her? Did he have to be suicidal? That said, Gu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Although his little Yixue possessed overwhelming strength and needn't he worry about being bullied, she was still somewhat naive, having not encountered the darker aspects of human nature. While Su Feng could admire her beauty, any lecherous gaze directed at Luo Yixue would irk him profoundly. Before long, with Su Feng's help, most of the posters were affixed. Throughout this process, he managed to glean Luo Yixue's name and class. "Yixue, I've finished my part," he announced, producing a pack of tissues and offering them to her. "It's quite warm. Wipe your sweat." Luo Yixue shook her head. "No need. I have my own." Just as Su Feng was about to respond, the entire pack of tissues was suddenly snatched away by Xiaopeng. "It's sweltering, classmate. Do you mind if I use your tissues to wipe my sweat?" Su Feng's mouth twitched slightly as he replied, "Not at all. Go ahead." Xiaopeng chuckled, using one tissue after another. There was no helping it. His plump frame was a veritable sweat factory. At that moment, Gu Feng approached with a smile, greeting Luo Yixue. "You managed to post all these flyers so quickly? Incredible." "Yes, thanks to this classmate's assistance. We've just one last poster left." Upon seeing Gu Feng, a faint smile graced Luo Yixue's lips. "I truly appreciate your hard work and that of your classmate. Come here, let me help you wipe your sweat." With that, Gu Feng drew her closer, gently wiping the fine beads of perspiration from her delicate face with a tissue. Luo Yixue froze momentarily, her ears flushing with a soft hue. She remained silent, unable to refuse, sensing Gu Feng's slightly displeased demeanor, yet unaware of the reason behind it. "By the way, your name is Su Feng, right? Thank you for helping my girlfriend post the posters," Gu Feng casually remarked. "Girlfriend?" Upon witnessing the sweet interaction between the two, Su Feng felt an increasing sense of discomfort in his heart. He clenched his trembling palms and forced a serene smile onto his face. "That's all right. Isn't it the duty of classmates to assist one another?" The chubby boy chuckled. "Ha, Su. I've finished my share and still have half a pack of paper left. Do you need any?" Su Feng's smile faltered momentarily. It was evident that the boy's intention was to provoke him. "No need, you can keep it," he replied curtly before turning on his heel and departing without a backward glance. The chubby boy had successfully achieved his aim, indulging in the sweet tidbits of affection. And after exchanging a knowing nod with Gu Feng, he sauntered off to the cafeteria with an air of nonchalance. "It's the first day for the chubby boy. He insists on treating us to a meal," Gu Feng remarked casually, taking the last poster from his hand. "Oh, Luo," Yixue responded, approaching him. "Gu Feng, let us put them up together." "There's no need. You must be tired. Just take a break," Gu Feng said, deliberately distancing himself from her. This action made Luo Yixue realize that he might genuinely be upset. She stepped closer, gently tugging at the hem of his shirt. "Are you angry?" "No, it's just the heat. I'm sweating a lot and feeling uncomfortable," Gu Feng replied. Luo Yixue produced a tissue from her pocket. "Would you like to wipe your sweat?" Gu Feng nodded, of course, but let us finish putting up the posters first. Before long, they completed the task. Glancing at the tissue in her hand, Gu Feng commented, "My hands are a bit sore. It would be wonderful if someone could help me wipe them." With that, he shamelessly leaned forward slightly. Seeing this, Luo Yixue's lips curled into a smile as she rose onto her toes and earnestly began to wipe his face, starting with his straight nose and then carefully tending to each chiseled contour of his visage. "All done. No more sulking, understand?" Luo Yixue said, her bright eyes locking onto his, as if she had faintly discerned the reason behind his displeasure. "Angry?" Gu Feng scoffed with a smirk. "When have I ever been angry? Is there any evidence?" "You are," she insisted. "I truly am not." Gu Feng reached out to tousle her hair, leaving it somewhat disheveled. Luo Yixue puffed her cheeks in annoyance, glaring at him. "You're looking quite silly, you know. Unaware of it. I could have sworn you were raised on cuteness." Gu Feng teased. Luo Yixue. Ultimately, Gu Feng withdrew his hand first and smiled, soothing her. All right, we're even now. I'm no longer upset. And neither should you be. How about I share some good news, and then we can make amends? Luo Ishua looked at him with curiosity. Gu Feng grinned. The school announced a break this afternoon. It's perfect since we haven't gone shopping together yet. Let us go. Upon hearing the word shopping, Luo Ishua hesitated for a moment before readily agreeing. Seeing her enthusiasm lifted Gu Feng's spirits significantly, and in an instant, he mentally compiled a shopping list. Gu Feng's shopping list. 0. Luo Ishua's shopping list. Buy lingerie, buy dresses, buy white stockings, buy black stockings, buy Balenciaga, buy 10 sets. He wanted to dress her beautifully so he could confess his feelings to her in front of the entire world. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. The resurgence of spiritual energy had made a tremendous impact. Since news of various bizarre creatures attacking humans had emerged, the streets nationwide had become considerably less crowded. Particularly in large complexes like Digging Big Melons and Wanxiang City, foot traffic had diminished, and the number of people willing to spend money had dwindled even further. With fewer people around, the service improved, and they were spared the annoyance of long queues. Gu Feng and Luo Ishua strolled freely, indulging in food and shopping, oblivious to the fact that their hands were becoming overloaded with items. Noticing Gu Feng's intent to clear out the mall, Luo Ishua surrendered. Chapter 80. Trying to book a room? Luo Ishua collapsed in the resting area, refusing to leave. Gu Feng approached her and placed a cup of milk tea in front of her. Rest well. We'll resume our shopping after you recharge. No, I'm too tired. Luo Ishua complained, massaging her aching arms. Though her tone was one of complaint, Gu Feng detected a hint of playful affection in her voice. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he looked at her with indulgence. Xiao Ishua, have you forgotten about your special abilities? Luo Ishua's brows furrowed slightly at his words. With his reminder, she recalled that she was an awakened one and promptly began practicing the Taoist breathing technique Gu Feng had taught her. In no time, her fatigue dissipated, and the circulation of spiritual energy made her skin glow with a snow-like radiance, appearing soft and supple, almost as if one could squeeze moisture from it. Moreover, she possessed a space stone. Gu Feng, didn't you say the space stone is quite precious? Let us find a secluded spot to use it later. Gu Feng smiled and nodded. Very good. At least you haven't wasted my teachings and understand the importance of discretion. Just then, a boy walking toward them caught Gu Feng's attention. Name, Zhao Moqing. Talent, a grade. Ability, Earth Escape. Gu Feng silently noted the information displayed above the boy's head. He was indeed a self-awakened individual. In a moment of carelessness, the boy accidentally knocked over the cup of milk tea on the table. I'm sorry, cough. Blood could be seen faintly trickling from his nose as he glanced back warily before disappearing around the corner. Gu Feng furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was more complicated than it appeared. Was this A-grade awakened one being pursued? What kind of power did his pursuers possess? As this thought flickered through his mind, Gu Feng noticed a man and a woman approaching from the opposite direction. Name, Ngue. Talent, S-grade. Ability, Black Mist. Name, Kaishi. Talent, S-grade. Ability, Entanglement. Two S-grade awakened ones were pursuing an A-grade awakened one. Little brother, did you see a boy pass by here just now? Kaishi suddenly stopped, her mature and alluring voice reaching Gu Feng's ears, momentarily stunning him. Perhaps due to her ample bosom. Even Gu Feng couldn't help but steal a few glances. In brief, this woman could be described as a waist as slender as bamboo, with ample curves. Clad in a black leather skirt and high heels, she walked with a captivating sway. A boy? How old? Gu Feng feigned shyness, lowering his gaze to the woman's enticing outfit. Kaishi laughed charmingly, twisting her waist like a water snake and casting a flirtatious glance at Gu Feng. He is not just any boy. He is about your age. And while his looks might not quite match yours, he is still quite handsome. The nearby Ngue turned to her, annoyance evident on his face as he frowned. Stop flirting. Don't forget we have a mission. As Ngue spoke, Gu Feng's pupils constricted. He caught sight of the hawk tattoo on the man's neck. Such a tattoo was also present beneath the woman's black stockings. In an instant, familiar memories surged forth. And Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback. Were they members of the poaching syndicate, the nefarious organization known for trafficking awakened ones? Their prey is not composed of mere ordinary individuals, but rather formidable awakeners endowed with exceptional abilities. These captives are subjected to brainwashing training, and those who succumb to this manipulation are subsequently invited to join the organization. Conversely, those who resist the brainwashing and whose capabilities are deemed rather mediocre are forcibly stripped of their memories by machines, only to be sold through various channels to wealthy individuals as bodyguards. This practice is colloquially referred to as becoming a dog. The poaching syndicate spares no weaklings. Anyone they set their sights upon is invariably an awakener of at least grade A. Their currency of exchange transcends mere money, encompassing a plethora of high-grade spiritual stones and precious treasures, making their dealings exceedingly lucrative. Gu Feng never anticipated encountering the notorious poaching syndicate he had only heard of in whispers from his previous life. The individual named Zhao Machin must indeed be the one targeted by the syndicate. Dark Ghost, do not speak to me in such a manner. I, Kaishi, am quite capable of handling my own affairs. The woman huffed coldly, prepared to depart after finding no useful leads from Gu Feng. Suddenly, Gu Feng smacked his forehead, muttering to himself, "Are you referring to that young man, roughly my age, who knocked over my bubble tea without so much as an apology, and has a face that resembles someone who just consumed a foul dish? He's the one you seek. He went that way." He pointed in the opposite direction. "By the way, sister, are you police officers? Be sure to inform him to return and compensate me for my bubble tea." Giggle, "Really? Little brother, you take such delight in flirting with girls. Be cautious, lest your girlfriend become jealous." Kaishi chuckled, casting a teasing glance at Luo Ishua. However, she swiftly turned her head, her voice turning cold and unyielding. "Pursue them." "Gu Feng, who are those two?" After a considerable pause, following their departure, Luo Ishua inquired, her intuition warning her of their danger. Gu Feng nodded in acknowledgement. They are two S-grade individuals. It appears they belong to the earliest cohort of awakeners. Though their innate talents may not surpass yours, in combat, you might find yourself at a disadvantage against them. As Gu Feng contemplated his own abilities, he realized that upon reaching a certain height, the inadequacy of being E-grade became glaringly apparent. In a moment of distraction, his gaze fell upon Luo Ishu's pristine visage, and as their eyes met, a bold idea flickered in his mind. Why not coax her into a hotel room right now? "Gu Feng, what are you grinning about?" Luo Ishu's clear, puzzled voice snapped him back to reality. He glanced at the heap of shopping bags strewn about, and, with a hint of regret, frowned. "You know, some of these outfits are quite stunning, yet a considerable portion remains untried. I wonder if they LL fit or how they LL look on me. Are you referring to those several hundred pairs of Balenciaga stockings?" Gu Feng blushed, caught off guard by her observation. "No, that is not what I meant. Are those stockings worn by that sister appealing, Gu Feng?" Gu Feng stammered. "Didn't we agree on maintaining our innocence? Little Ishua, you've gone astray. And those high heels you purchased for me seem to be of the same brand as that sister S, called Valentino, if I'm not mistaken." Luo Ishua's eyes sparkled with mischief as she looked at Gu Feng. "Am I correct?" Feeling somewhat uncertain, he replied, "I meant, aside from those stockings, there are plenty of blouses, skirts, and jeans as well. In the future, we shall likely be quite busy. Who knows when we'll have a chance to shop again? Since we're here, we ought to buy a few more items for various occasions. Wouldn't you agree? We have spatial stones, so we can fit as many as we like." Gu Feng racked his brain, perspiring as he explained. "However, you do have a point. Such expensive items ought to be tried on first. Let us try on one pair. If they don't fit, we can promptly return the others." "Return? No, we shall exchange them." Gu Feng corrected her solemnly.